Chapter 1 Welcoming Ancestor's Return, Presiding over the Lin Family. Leave a favorable review. Anboeth 666 Appearance 9. 9 billion, Wealth 9. 9 billion, Fortune 9. 9 billion. Luasha Sect, Outer Gate Area. Linshia, Midstage Blood Refinement Realm, failed the 5th Attempto, Advanced Thinner Sect. According to sect regulations, those who failed to advance to thinner sect 5 times must leave in 3 days. Keep his decree well if your descendants possess spiritual roots, they may use a Thiz decreto and Chur Luasha sect for cultivation directly. In the Gene Kingdom, Hwai Mountain County, within Luasha sect, Linshia, with this white hair flowing, Rissia Vide token from the imposing sect attendant, and with respect full clasp off hands, Haslola deported from Theses Menthal. Ask the gentle breeze Carasidis cheeks, Lindsay e gazeteth easiting soon in the horizon, adding eof melancholy bubbling within yim. On 100 Antony, ha had an advertent light traversed into this world off cultivation, born in Toth Lin family off Jiao town, becoming Thean master of Lin clan. At the tender age of 3, Lindsay aways dested Dan found he possess spiritual roots. Initially, Hebeli Evet the Taza transmigrator, Hew'd undoubted lie awaken extraordinary ability to bindowed with immense fortune, allowing him to rise a step by step, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of the immortalpathy, overlooking the cyclus of eternity. Alas, the harsh reality struck him like a sharp sword, shattering aloft Lin's eyes dreams. Since formally entering the sectat Theogofton, after a century of arduous cultivation and experiencing the tribulation softening, Lindsay had barely managed to reach the mid-stage EFT blood refinement realm. In this world, the cultivation system is divided into 4 stages: soft body refinement, refining skin, refining blood, refining bones, refining organs. Up and reaching the refining skin stage, on a cold live for a century. In the blood refinement stage, one can expect to live around 120 years. Breaking through to the refining bonus stage could extend life by another 20 years, allowing in a toe live to 140. The refining organ stage allows for a life span of 160 years. Above at the 4-stage soft body refinement, there are numerous realms such as spiritual accumulation, foundation establishment, purple mansion, core formation, and nascent soul. Luasha sect stands as the foremost sect in Hwai Mountain County, housing 10 soft house and soft disciples. Among the disciples, most, like Linshia, would ultimately on reach body refinement blood stage, even if they dedicate their entire lives, let alone achieving spiritual accumulation, foundation establishment, or pursuing her realms. The path of the immortal is indeed cruel. Alas, all these thoughts culminate in a deep sigh from Linshia. Following the winding mountain path, illuminated by the golden ray soft heating soon, Lindsay walk head step by step out of the sect. At the entrance of Luasha sect's mountain gate, a group of newly joined youths closely followed the sectotendant. Their faces gleamed with anticipation as they looked around, filled with hope for their future cultivation journey. As Lindsay observed these youths, Hess aware reflection of his younger self. In that year, Hituo was brimming with ambition. Youth I often filled with grand aspirations, yet he outcomes her frequent lie fraught with hardship. Passing Bithiouths, Lindsay Ixatethimauta in Gatov Luasha sectand hired a carriage in Asmalton at the foot of the mountain, leisurely making ease way toward Xiaotown. Lindsay's lifespan, at most, hadn't 10 years remaining. Hess up to return to Hishameland in this world, to complete the final chapter of his life. After a century, he wondered if his ancestral family had changed in appearance. Seated within the carriage, Lindsay Egazedeth seen a eye passing by, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. His childhood memory had become somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, the Lin family of Jiao town should not have fallen in to decline a despite being merely ill rankings. In Luasha sect, in thy soft mundane world, Hestel appeared das a lofty immortal master. Moreover, with his identitas disciplio Luasha sect for a century, few forsessen Hwai Mountain countered to Colingeth Lin family. Although Lindsay's cultivation was nearly a thebodome within Luasha sect, his mid-stage blood refinement strength was not considered weak with an Ardiasoff several hundred miles around Thalin family in Chiao town. Itis noteworthy that Sion becomes a cultivator, even mere lie breaking through to refining skin stage allows Natal to strength with him register, effectively assing their physical body to defending mundane weapons. Up and reaching blood refinement stage, One coup DC overturned boulder seeing tin soft house sand soft pounds with afflicoftrist, becoming immunity top poisons and Jun afraid off Timmy as may of Tim mundane world. iPhone ascended to the refining bonus stage, a single punk coup unleash a force of £1,000,000. In the final stage of body refinement, the refining organ stage, that power becomes Savin Mari astonishing, achieving this stage woodrondrony comparable to a beastly entity, capable of wielding a force of £1,000,000 with a single hand. As Lindsay's thoughts flowed, Theska gradually darkened. Thelatutum breeze carried on toff killis the Karja traversed through muddy mountain paths, passing through Sidiya sand towns, day and night. At last, a sizably ancient town, home to tin soft house sand soft people, appeared before Lindsay's eyes. Surrounding the ancient town were a low stone walls, and at the main entrance, several armored guards to watch. The Lin family banner of Chiao Town still fluttered atop through athered stone walls. Halt! Entry into Chiao Town at midnight requires a passway kind lies Thielder 4-hour cooperation. As Lindsay's carriage approached Chiao Town, it was shouted by 2 heavy armored guards, their vitality robust. Unlike a ordinary guards, these two, though not cultivators, had evident lie trained in martial arts. Although they were insignificant before cultivators, in the Mundanarium, they could be deemed martial experts. The Lin family's development over years, capable of nurturing such guards, was evidently better than Lindsay had imagined. I am Lindsay a pleasement the current head of Lin family. Clatter. Lindsay did not trouble the 2 guards but calmly announced this name. Ash spoke, an overwhelming gal emanated from him, rolling forth like a tidal wave, instantly stirring up fierce winds around him. Witnessing this, the expression soft tetwa guards shifted dramatically under Lindsay's formidable presence. They felt a heavy weight pressing down at them, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing to their knees. The Setwa guards, having some experience, quickly recognized Lindsay's as a cultivator. However, after a brief moment of panic, they steadied themselves in Egward. Upon hearing the name Linchia, sudden lice amid to recall something. Why you were read Ancestor off night? Gazing respectfully at Lindsay seated in the carriage, Thegeward's demeanor turned reverent, his voice stinged with excitement. Asentriago, the young master of Lin family was indeed named Linchia. In this world, the average lifespan of a person hardly exceeds 30 or 40 years, drawing parallel Stoincian times. Lindsay's elders, peers, and even his descendants should long since turn to dust. Thus, the guard addressing Lindsay as Ancestor was entirely reasonable. Lindsay in deed in acknowledgement, his expression either joyful nor sorrowful, filled instead with that profound sense of reminiscence. As tears flowed be, the Vastishan haid turned to dust. The Udha Fasintra Yaga returned, now transformed into an elder of Techland. Upon hearing Lindsay's voice, that guards became even more anxious, bowing repeatedly in reverence. I apologize for my early rudeness, Ancestor please forgive me. Observing Thegward's demeanor, Lindsay leisurely stepped to Tofty carriage, Histony Kalman done her continued. Those who Horiuna were not at fault. By Thewe, what is the name of the current head of Lin family? Lindsay is gaze fellow panon of Thegwards. Up in hearing this, Thegard dared not delay, quickly bowing and replying, reporting to the Ancestor, the head of the family I named Linchanga, the 5th head of Lin family in the past century. Ancestor, please Aristhiran din joy samita ishalga to meet the head of the family. With your return, our family head, the elders, and many disciples halkamate welcome you. As Thegward finished speaking, Theathergard Hadel Reedy instructed the common city guards to clear the ahead for Linchia, ensuring that thys esteemed Ancestor would not be obstructed. P. S. Classification of realms. Mundane path realms. Body refinement 4 stages: refining skin, refining blood, refining bones, refining organs. Spiritual accumulation, foundation establishment, purple mansion, core formation, nascent soul. Each major realm is subdivided into early, mid, late, and perfection. Subsequent realms to be supplemented later. Chapter 2: The Change Soft Time and Family Dynamics. Chow Town, Lin family ancestral land. Just moments after Thegward parted, Thecorinthiadoth Lin family, upon learning Goft Heraturnoth their ancestor from the sect, immediately decide family matters, hurriedly leading numerous Lin family members in a grand procession to Toft he family residence. Quickly, led the way. where is the ancestor? Typically composed, Lin Cheng and Alborian expression of Fergens upon hearing of Lin's eyes return, the ethereal der Sant in generation of Lin famil equally filled with curiosity and reverence. In their hearts, Lin Zia ways a celestial being, if Lin Zia were to long preside over the Lin family, their future development to ucher lyriachwings. The ancestors over the rejoined Tia. Observing Lin Cheng Gesami wa flustered demeanor, Thaguard geit de Viriana tochermentia house. At that moment, Cladina grey roby and with white hair, Lindsay climbed in a woodenker, leisurely zaveringa kapoftia. Through Twudendorf Tita house, upon seeing Lin Chia, Lin Changi and Theather family members felt an undeniable connection of blood. Junior Lin Changa, Corinthiadoff Lin family, leading Galfa members, respectfully welcome Ancestor back. Thud! Lin Changan knelt directly on the ground, his voice filled with reverence and fervor bowed 3 times before Lin Chia. Welcome back, Ancestor. Welcome back, Ancestor. Swish. As Lin Changan knelt down, numerous members of Lin familial saw prostrate at themselves in the ground, beginning the ritual of 3 kneel san 9 kowtows towards Lin Chia. Wariel fam litherized no need for such formalities. Please rise. Gazing at the injured generations outside the tea house, Lindsay gently set down his teacup, histoneckleman attacked. Lindsay held a deep affection for the Lin family. Despite being gat the 4th stage of Budarfament, Lindsay had not yet mastered hartofisting. Over the years, Hishisten and Cian needs within the sect had been primarily provided by his family. After all, the sect was natakarity it would be exceeding difficult for eventh falling sunset sect to sustain need soft tin soft house and soft disciples without compensation. Having received the family support, Lindsay was willing, in the last decade of his life, to assist the family in further development to the best of his abilities. Ancestor, please step into the sedent chair. The state wherein she resided has been diligent, maintained by the injured generation. No Thadio have returned, we humbly ask for our guidance on the future reef Lin family. Lin Changi approached an exquisite Tezadon cordorned with gold, personally drawing back the curtains for Lin Chia. You are most considerate. Observing the reverent Lin Changa, Lin Zion nodded slightly, then turned to address the gathered Lin family members with placid tone. Very well, you may all withdraw. If y'all needrest, please adasa theorize no need to fuss over thigh-souled man. Upon hearing Lin's eyes words, the family members did not disobey and quickly retreated his side of soft street. They would not dare walk head off Lin Chia. Seeing this, Lindsay stepped in the golden sedanker, which was then carried towards the Lin family as statter Lin changes personalguidance. Ancestor, since your departure to falling sunset sect, the Lin family has flourished over the past century, with our population surpassing 20,000. However, since your time, our family has not produced a single member with spiritual roots, which is why the Lin family remains confined to Chiao. Cities with populations exceeding in 100,000 are predominant, like control-led by larger families, leaving the Lin family with new opportunities to stake claim. Particular like Zao family of Sichuan City, which has repeated lysa precedents. If not for our esteemed presence, Ancestor, the Lin family would likely struggle to maintain within its foundation in Chiao. Lin Changi accompanied the sedent chair, meticulous slide-tailing the current stat of Lin family and the surrounding power dynamics to Lin Chia. The Zao family of Sichuan City is a formidable sect in theorem of cultivation. Ida said that Thabo asked does insoft cultivators say among theorinks. In contrast, Althod Lin family of Chiao Town appears populous, there is buta single cultivator Lin Zaya himself. Surrounding Chiao Town, aside from the powerful Zaya family, there are Su, Zhou, and Bei families. However, the scale of these families is not significantly different from that of Lin family. Yet, the plight of Lin family remains themist diary among the nearby Zex. Should Lin Zipa perish, the absentio facultivator can still fear would I nevita be leave Lin family linear of an extinction. Creek. Fegelden sedent care, lifted before Lin family servants, to approximate le Hoffen Horto arrive at Quaintan Trongal courtyard. This courtyard boasted 5 main gates and 4 side doors, symbolizing profound meaning. As Lindsay egas upon the courtyard, memories began to rest. Before entering falling sunset sect, had Leviden grown in Thisvera courtyard. Ancestor, please enter the courtyard dandrist. I have arranged formade sans servant sto tin toi or needs, should I require anything, do not the cite teto inform them. Lin Changa spoke again with utmost respect. Lin Zia was thoroughly satisfied with Lin Change's arrangements. Ash stepped du tof de golden sedan kerned in the courtyard, he was struck by Alvarithing remaindelmo stunned changed from a centriago. His chilled hood Maries, once hazy, seemed to awaken. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Ancestor. Wherever Lin's eye passed, numerous servant sandmaids bowed their in reverence. Withdraw, Alophia. Without my permission, do not disturb. Lindsay surveyed his surroundings, issuing commands to Theboing servant sandmaids. A cultivator, Lindsay preferred solitude. These ways a habit cultivate de vire century of practice. Though his life span was limited merely to 9 years, Lindsay hadn't given up. I've caldretched body refinement and bone forging stage, heku dextin disli fed by another twin tie, Irsis longasha lived, hope remained. Lost in thought, Lindsay traversed quarter sand gardens, Aravinga to nondescript, utterly ordinarismal courtyard. This small courtyard was the residency of Lindsay's father. His father had once been the head of Linfamilian possessed ear listage bone refinement skills. Had he no to read with falling sunset sect, Lindsay's father would have a long since becomian disciple, perhaps of inacreditable. Had that been the case, Lindsay's spot to cultivation might have been considerably easier. After hesitating for a long while at Thwudendorf Tesmal courtyard, Lindsay final apusha died appingently. Astheto or Creekidapin, numerous swellord hereditums, marked bitha passage off time, come to view. Among these setum swear wooden toys from Lindsay's childhood, a woodens word hahatis his father to carve, and a delicatejar for keeping crickets. In addition to Lindsay's belongings, there were real so-miralik Sopha's mother and father. A shegas dupin theses edums, Lindsay Ashiart was sudden lie struck by an invisible force. Chapter 3. The Ancestral Lin Family and the Marvelous Uses of the Treasure Mirror in the Heart of the Lin Family. Lin Shia, the revered ancestor, mused over the vicissitudes of life, reflecting on the fleeting nature of existence. Life is but a grand dream, and how many autumns have I witnessed? Gazing at the remnants of the past scattered throughout the courtyard, Lin Shia found himself transported back to his childhood. After a century of cultivation, the path to enlightenment felt hollow. Upon his return, he found only the echoes of memories amidst the familiar yet changed surroundings. The crisp autumn breeze rustled through the air, sending a flurry of crimson leaves spiraling. Just as Lin Shia's thoughts ebbed and flowed like the tide, a palm-sized ancient mirror, intricately engraved with complex runes, unexpectedly fell from the gate at the first glance. The mirror appeared unremarkable, yet Lin Shia instinctively picked it up. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, a cascade of gentle moonlight illuminated the mirror, revealing a mysterious and profound aura that enveloped it. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded Lin Shia's mind. The immortal appraisal mirror, capable of discerning all things. If granted resources, it can elevate the essence of everything. Faced with this sudden revelation, Lin Shia maintained a calm demeanor. He was certain this ancient mirror was a priceless treasure, perhaps even a genuine artifact from the realm of immortals, in this world. Anything associated with the term immortal was invariably tied to the legendary beings of lore. Yet, how could such a divine object exist within the Lin family? Could it be that his ancestors harbored a mysterious past? Clutching the immortal appraisal mirror, Lin Shia fell into deep contemplation once more. After a century of cultivation, his state of mind was remarkably steady. Even with the acquisition of an immortal artifact, he exhibited no signs of exuberance or agitation. Rather, a sense of unease began to creep in. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures brings peril. If this immortal appraisal mirror were to come to the attention of other practitioners, the Lin family would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. The documented history of the Lin family only spanned a few hundred years, with scant records from even earlier times. Even Lin Shia, as the family elder, remained oblivious to much of their lineage. If this immortal appraisal mirror was not an accidental find but rather a legacy from his ancestors, it suggested that the Lin family's forebears must have been extraordinarily illustrious. Such a once magnificent clan would not have fallen into decline without experiencing monumental upheavals along the way, lost in thought. Lin Xie eventually returned to the present, redirecting his gaze to the immortal appraisal mirror. According to the information he had received, it could enhance the quality of all things if provided with resources. After a moment of reflection, he slowly withdrew the last fragment of spirit stone from his possession and placed it upon the mirror's surface. The instant the fragment made contact, the mirror's brilliance intensified. And to Lin Xie's astonishment, it seemingly devoured the spirit stone fragment. This act caused a pang of regret within Lin Xie. For a mid-level blood refinement practitioner like himself, accumulating even a single fragment of spirit stone could take a year of arduous labor. Spirit stones served as the universal currency for cultivators and were the most vital resource for cultivation. They were classified into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary grades, with each grade having a conversion ratio of 1:10. A medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 inferior-grade stones, and so forth. Furthermore, spirit stone fragments were derived from inferior spirit stones, with one inferior stone typically yielding 100 fragments. As Lin Xie lamented the loss of his spirit stone fragment. The immortal appraisal mirror suddenly emanated a golden beam of light, which fell directly upon him. The moment the light touched Lin Xie, he felt an extraordinary acceleration in the absorption of heavenly spirit energy. Under normal circumstances, even during intense meditation, he struggled to absorb such energy due to his limited aptitude. Yet, at this moment, within the spirit-depleted Lin family, his body autonomously drew in the essence of the heavens and earth at an impressive rate. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Xie's face. According to records, only those possessing mysterious level spirit roots could achieve such automatic absorption. When tested for spirit roots at the age of 3, Lin Xie was found to possess only the most inferior pseudo-spirit root. Were it not for the family's ascension order, he would have found it nearly impossible to enter the Luoxiazong for cultivation. Spirit root classifications included pseudo-spirit roots, true spirit roots, mysterious level spirit roots, earth-level spirit roots, and heaven-level spirit roots. A mysterious level spirit root was considered a top-tier genius within Luoxiazong, with each such individual receiving special attention from the sect. With a mysterious level spirit root, one could eventually cultivate to the foundational level. Lin Xie gripped the immortal appraisal mirror, his breath quickening as he realized the true value of this treasure exceeded his imagination. In the world of cultivation, anything that could enhance one's aptitude was a rare gem. And the emergence of such artifacts would invariably stir up a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. Moreover, the capabilities of this immortal appraisal mirror extended beyond merely enhancing aptitude. The implications of if granted resources elevate the essence of everything were staggering. Providing it with resources could potentially enhance the levels of techniques, elixirs, and other invaluable items. However, at that moment, Lin Xie found himself at a loss, as he had no more spirit stone fragments. He yearned to further explore the capabilities of the immortal appraisal mirror. After a brief silence, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Although he lacked spirit stone fragments, the Lin family possessed ample worldly treasures of gold and silver. He wondered if those treasures could be considered resources in the eyes of the immortal appraisal mirror. With this thought in mind, Lin Xie carefully retrieved a gold ingot and placed it upon the mirror's surface. To his delight, upon contact with the ingot, the mirror once again radiated light. This time, Lin Xie directed its glow towards a commonly found body refinement pill within the cultivation realm. The light enveloped the pill's surface. And in the blink of an eye, the previously inferior quality pill, weak in potency, transformed into a crystalline form, exuding a fragrant aroma. Even at a distance, Lin Xie could sense the immense power contained within this body refinement pill. Lin Xie felt a stirring within him. Should he consume this body refinement pill, he had a significant chance of directly advancing to the bone refinement stage, given his current spirit root aptitude. Yet, what exhilarated him most was the realization that even worldly treasures could be utilized to enhance the quality of items. Clutching the immortal appraisal mirror tightly, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Lin Xie's weary eyes. With such a treasure in his possession, even in the twilight of his years, there remained a glimmer of hope for achieving immortality and ascending to the realm of the divine. Chapter 4. The Path of Cultivation. Enduring hardship for sweet reward. The secrets of this treasure must be safeguarded. Should word of it reach the ears of outside practitioners, the consequences would be dire. surveying the surroundings of the small courtyard. Lin Xie cautiously closed the wooden door, then unsheathed a long sword, unleashing the formidable strength of a mid-level blood refinement practitioner. With each swing, an overwhelming force erupted, and as time passed, Lin Xie excavated a hidden chamber beneath one of the buildings in the courtyard. Next, he placed the immortal appraisal mirror within the chamber and erected a simple illusion array around the courtyard for protection. With a population of merely over 40,000, including the Lin family, the town of Qiao was not frequented by practitioners, rendering it relatively safe. Nevertheless, even with such security, Lin Xie dared not let his guard down. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril. Even the slightest misstep could lead to calamity. With the immortal appraisal mirror in his possession, Lin Xie resolved not to join any other factions. For fear of exposing his precious treasure, he had determined to remain within the family, gradually building it into his own force. Starting with accumulating worldly wealth and steadily advancing his cultivation, as long as he could endure, Lin Xie firmly believed he would one day stand at the pinnacle of the immortal path. As Lin Xie completed the modifications to the courtyard, the long night gradually yielded to dawn. The bright moon waned, and the sun rose. Despite the night's labor, Lin Xie, as a cultivator, felt no fatigue. Sitting cross-legged in the hidden chamber, he contemplated the body refinement pill in his hands, deciding to consume it to elevate his strength. With success in advancing to the bone refinement stage, he would undoubtedly be deemed a formidable figure among the lowly scattered practitioners. Should one manage to break through to the realm of refining the viscera, Lin Xie would possess ample confidence, even when confronted by the Zhao family of Sichuan City. The Zhao family's dominance over Sichuan City, which boasts a population of over 150,000, is largely attributed to the presence of a practitioner at the refining viscera stage within their ranks. Although this practitioner is mostly engaged in secluded cultivation and seldom interferes with the family's affairs, there remains a substantial number of cultivators residing within the Zhao family. Over the years, the Zhao family has been expanding its influence, steadily encroaching upon the territorial domain surrounding Qiao Town. The reason the Zhao family has yet to directly annex Qiao Town is that Lin Xie continues his cultivation within the Luoxia sect. As long as Lin Xie remains within the sect, even as a mere outer disciple, the Zhao family will exercise caution. An overt assault on the family of a Luoxia sect disciple could very well provoke the sect's ire. In the eyes of the Luoxia sect, not even the Zhao family, nor those families harboring practitioners at the spirit-nurturing stage, hold any real weight. However, with Lin Xie having departed from the sect, his identity as an outer disciple has naturally been revoked. Without this layer of protection, the Zhao family would have no reservations about taking action against Qiao Town. Perhaps all they would require is a pretext, and they would descend upon Qiao Town, coercing the Lin family into submission or even annihilating them entirely. Compared to the internal affairs of the Luoxia sect, the conflicts of the outside world are far more brutal and sanguinary. If Lin Xie does not swiftly elevate his power, the fate awaiting the Lin family is clear. Either total subjugation to the Zhao family, surrendering all interests in Qiao Town, or the calamity of extermination. The law of the jungle prevails. The weak are devoured by the strong, and only the powerful endure. Had Lin Xie not acquired the mirror of the immortal's reflection and found himself with but 10 years of life left, he would undoubtedly have no choice but to retreat and submit along with the Lin family. Yet now, he yearns to strive for vitality in his twilight years and contend for the path of immortality. As Lin Xie exhaled a breath of turbid air, he gradually focused his mind, allowing the myriad distractions within to dissipate. Cultivation is an exceedingly profound process. Through the 4 realms of body refinement, one inhales and exhales spiritual energy, refining the skin, blood, and bones with the essence of heaven and earth, ultimately honing the 5 viscera. Once the physical body reaches a certain level of refinement, one can return to the innate state, open spiritual meridians, and thus break through to the spirit-nurturing stage. In contrast to the 4 realms of body refinement, practitioners at the spirit-nurturing stage can expect lifespans extending beyond 200 years. Moreover, upon achieving this breakthrough, practitioners can begin to manipulate spiritual power and perform basic spells. As Lin Xie consumed a body refinement pill, a surge of energy gradually unfurled within him. This force coursed through his bloodstream, refining him from within. Under the influence of this power, Lin Xia's cultivation level ascended rapidly. Mid-blood refinement, late blood refinement, and finally, full blood refinement. Crack. Upon reaching the pinnacle of blood refinement, his entire skeletal structure would be nourished, marking the threshold to the bone refinement stage. Each step forward in the realms of skin, blood, bone, and viscera is fraught with immense agony. The transition to the skin refinement stage feels as though one is being flayed alive. Ascending to the blood refinement stage is akin to having one's veins rupture, an excruciating ordeal. The path to bone refinement feels like the rebirth of shattered bones, both itchy and painful. Should one's resolve waver even slightly, it could lead to failure. As for the transition to the viscera refinement stage, it is said to involve the shattering of all 5 viscera, followed by their reconstruction. This process is akin to a torturous trial. People often extol the virtues of immortals, yet how many can endure the arduous journey of cultivation? The quest for longevity is inherently defiant against the heavens. The 4 realms of body refinement demand one endure the tribulations of physical rebirth. After establishing a foundation, one must face 3 calamities and 9 tribulations until death claims them, or they ascend to immortality. The excruciating pain enveloped Lin Xia's entire being, yet his weathered visage remained remarkably composed. What is pain? To achieve the grand path, Lin Xia would wager his very life without hesitation. To aspire for immortality and pursue the Tao, one must possess unwavering determination and audacity. Moreover, in this world of cultivation, there is no place for the weak. Even if one cannot attain immortality, Lin Xia must strive to enhance his strength and become more formidable. Dignity, status, power, and wealth. These intoxicating concepts are all tethered to one's own capabilities. Time passed inexorably. Lin Xia sat cross-legged within the secret chamber. When hunger struck, he consumed a fasting pill obtained from the sect. When fatigue set in, he dared not relent even for a moment. The time remaining for Lin Xia was scant. Outside the Lin family loomed the ambitious and expanding Zhao family of Sichuan City. Lin Xia's lifespan was already reduced to a mere 10 years. Even if he successfully broke through to the bone refinement stage, extending his life by another 20 years, he would still only have 30 years at most. Crack, crack. Every inch of Lin Xia's bones resounded with explosive echoes. This process was arduous and protracted. Yet he must endure. Only by thoroughly refining every bone could he genuinely ascend to the bone refinement stage. Should he falter during this process, entertaining thoughts of surrender, he would inevitably spiral toward failure. A failure in bone refinement could lead to a regression in cultivation, or, in the worst case, instant demise. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Xia could not bear the consequences. At the age of 110, should he fail to break through, even preserving his life would render future advancements nearly impossible. The intense pain persisted for a full 7 days. Just as Lin Xia reached his limit, relying almost solely on sheer willpower to endure, the bone-crushing agony began to gradually subside. When the pain finally receded, a gentle warmth enveloped Lin Xia, surrounding him in a comforting embrace. Under this force's influence, Lin Xia felt an unprecedented sense of relief, and the vitality, strength, and life force within him surged uncontrollably. The path of cultivation rewards endurance with sweetness. Chapter 5. Completing the cultivation method, the red flame Tao scripture. After thoroughly consolidating his realm, Lin Xia slowly rose and exited the underground chamber. The golden sunlight cascaded upon him, and although he remained silver-haired and aged, there surged within him a vast and vigorous vitality. Having successfully broken through to the body refinement and bone refinement realm, Lin Xia would not only gain an additional 30 years of life, but also experience a tenfold increase in strength. The body refinement and bone refinement realm empowers one to unleash a force of 1,000,000 pounds. With such combat prowess, should he return to the Luoxia sect, Lin Xia would even qualify as an inner disciple. However, Lin Xia had no intention of returning to the sect. Setting aside the multitude of practitioners within the sect, the secrets of the mirror of the immortal's reflection would be at risk of exposure. Even if he could conceal the secret of the mirror, Lin Xia did not desire to return to the sect, bound by the cumbersome regulations of the order. Remaining with the Lin family, Lin Xie not only held a position of immense power, but also could better safeguard the secret of the mirror. Joining a sect or another major cultivation force would merely be for the sake of techniques, resources, and occasional guidance from powerful individuals. Now that he possessed the mirror of the immortal's reflection, Lin Xie could expend worldly gold and silver to upgrade his techniques, elixirs, and even materials. With this thought in mind, Lin Xie took out all the techniques, materials, and elixirs he had acquired during his time at the Luoxia sect. As a lowly outer disciple, Lin Xie's current assets could be described as pitifully meager. His entire wealth consisted of a single fragment of the red flame scripture capable of cultivating to the body refinement and bone refinement realm, 2 spirit refining herbs, and a palm-sized piece of refined steel oregon. These items are among the most common in the cultivation world. And even when combined, their total value amounted to merely 2 or 3 fragments of spirit stones. That, of course, Lin Xie did possess a considerable amount of worldly gold and silver. Disciples below the bone refinement realm receive worldly treasures as rewards for completing various assigned tasks within the Luoxia sect. In reality, most practitioners at the body refinement stage still utilize worldly gold and silver as currency. Only those at the spirit nurturing stage or above regard spirit stone fragments and spirit stones as their primary means of trade. Hoping that the mirror of the immortal's reflection might enhance the fragment of the red flame scripture, Lin Xie placed 2 gold ingots once more upon the mirror's surface. The mysterious celestial light erupted once again. As the 2 gold ingots vanished, Lin Xie directed the mirror towards the scroll of the red flame scripture fragment. Under the radiant glow, the previously thin page of the red flame scripture began to undergo a transformation. In the realm of cultivation, the red flame scripture is regarded as one of the most fundamental and renowned techniques. It is said to have been created by a mysterious immortal. When cultivated to its zenith, one can manipulate the fires of the world, ascending to eternal life through the path of flame. However, the true red flame scripture has long been lost to time, and what remains in circulation is merely a simplified version. Yet, even this simplified red flame scripture can lead one to the nascent soul stage. The simplified version is divided into 4 chapters. The first corresponds to the 4 realms of body refinement, the second to spirit nurturing and foundation establishment, the third to the purple mansion and core formation, and the 4th to the nascent soul realm. The Luoxia sect possesses only the 2nd chapter of the simplified red flame scripture. A complete simplified version of the red flame scripture is exceedingly rare, not just within the Luoxia sect but across the entire cultivation world of the Jin Kingdom. With a rustling sound, within the span of a breath, the light on the surface of the mirror of the immortal's reflection gradually diminished, and the once thin page of the simplified red flame scripture transformed into a tome 3 inches thick. Exuding an ancient aura, on the surface of that ancient tome, 7 powerful characters, embodying the profound truths of heaven and earth, were inscribed. The first volume of the Crimson Flame Dao Canon. As Lin Xie picked up the Crimson Flame Dao Canon, he could not help but leaf through its pages. Yet, upon merely opening the first page, he was taken aback. For this Crimson Flame Dao Canon was the unabridged and authentic version, crafted by that mysterious immortal. This method pointed directly towards the path of immortality. Of course, the volume in Lin Xie's hands was merely the first. Nevertheless, even this initial volume surpassed the complete simplified version of the Crimson Flame Canon in its profundity. The first volume alone could enable Lin Xie to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm. Furthermore, it encompassed various spells and body techniques that the simplified version lacked. With the first volume of the Crimson Flame Dao Canon, Lin Xie would not have to worry about his cultivation methods for the foreseeable future. Setting aside the upgraded Crimson Flame Dao Canon, Lin Xie retrieved 2 gold ingots and placed them upon the surface of the immortal appraisal mirror. He then proceeded to align the mirror with the Crimson Flame Dao Canon once more, eager to see if it could be upgraded further. Unfortunately, although the immortal appraisal mirror still radiated layers of brilliance, the already upgraded Crimson Flame Dao Canon showed no further changes. Could it be that the immortal appraisal mirror could only enhance various items once? Or perhaps the value of the 2 gold ingots was insufficient to continue upgrading the first volume of the Crimson Flame Dao Canon? Pondering this, Lin Xie gritted his teeth and took out a piece of refined iron ore. He resolved to use this refined iron ore as a resource to see if it could further upgrade the first volume of the Crimson Flame Dao Canon. As the refined iron ore made contact with the surface of the immortal appraisal mirror, the first volume of the Crimson Flame Dao cannon instantly thickened and expanded at a visible rate. The originally 3-inch thick first volume of the Crimson Flame Cannon transformed into a tome half a foot thick and a foot long and wide in mere breaths. The text on the cover also changed to read, Crimson Flame Dao Cannon Volumes 1-2. Observing this scene, Lin Xie began to grasp the rules governing the Immortal Appraisal Mirror's ability to upgrade items. The most crucial rule was that the Immortal Appraisal Mirror could upgrade anything without limit, but the greater the enhancement, the more resources required. As for the mirror's other capabilities, Lin Xie would need to explore further. However, even the abilities currently displayed by the Immortal Appraisal Mirror were astonishing. If resources permitted, Lin Xie might even elevate an ordinary technique to that of an Immortal's secret manual, with sufficient resources. He could even enhance his spiritual root quality directly to the earth level, or even to the heaven level. Chapter 6. The Zhao Family Envoy. Crisis approaches. Once Lin Xie withdrew his thoughts, he carefully stored the Immortal Appraisal Mirror away, then placed the hefty first and second volumes of the Crimson Flame Dao Cannon into the underground chamber of his room. The first volume was sufficient for Lin Xie to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, while the second volume would enable him to cultivate to the Core Formation realm. Yet, even with the cultivation methods and an elevated spiritual root quality at the mysterious level, it would still be somewhat challenging for him to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm within the Lin family. The ancestral land of the Lin family in Qiao Town lacked spiritual veins, resulting in an exceedingly thin supply of natural spiritual energy. To cultivate long-term within the Lin family, one would either need a substantial amount of spiritual stones and precious herbs or establish a spirit-gathering formation. Yet, even a spirit-gathering formation would require spiritual stones to maintain. Even the most basic spirit-gathering formation consumed a piece of spiritual stone fragment each month. Lin Xie currently found himself lacking in cultivation resources. However, with the Immortal Appraisal Mirror in hand, he believed that acquiring more spiritual stone fragments, or even spiritual stones, would not prove difficult. Located 200 miles from Qiao Town was a small-scale cultivation marketplace. As long as he had precious herbs or materials, he could trade them at the marketplace for spiritual stones. Lin Xie decided to first use the Immortal Appraisal Mirror to upgrade the quality of the 2 spirit refining grasses in his possession, then exchange them for some spiritual stone fragments, which he could subsequently use to purchase materials needed for cultivation. The spirit refining grass was one of the most widely cultivated and common herbs in the cultivation world. This herb could be consumed directly or used to refine body tempering pills. The 2 spirit refining grasses in Lin Xie's possession were less than 10 years old, of very ordinary value. If sold directly, they could fetch at most a single spiritual stone fragment. This time, Lin Xie placed all the gold ingots he had on the surface of the Immortal Appraisal Mirror. As the gold ingots were completely devoured by the Immortal Appraisal Mirror. Layers of celestial light burst forth from its surface. The moment the light illuminated the 2 spirit refining grasses, they suddenly exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. The originally 2-inch-long spirit refining grasses abruptly grew to half a foot in length. The age of these 2 spirit refining grasses transformed from under 10 years to over 100 years. If taken to the marketplace for sale, each would be worth at least 3 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones. 3 low-grade spiritual stones equated to 300 spiritual stone fragments. While it may seem trivial, 3 low-grade spiritual stones are not easily amassed. Lin Xie, during his time at the Falling Sunset sect, found it exceedingly difficult to accumulate even a single spiritual stone fragment after a year of continuous sect tasks. The worth of spiritual stones cannot be measured by mundane gold and silver. It is not merely the body-tempering cultivators. Even those who have just broken through to the spirit-nourishing realm find it difficult to casually produce 3 low-grade spiritual stones. Lin Xie gazed at the 2 spirit-refining grasses. Comparable to 100-year-old herbs, excitement surged within him, yet he couldn't help but frown slightly. The value of these 2 spirit-refining grasses was indeed high, but should Lin Xie dare to take them to the cultivation marketplace for sale, he would likely encounter lethal danger the moment he stepped outside. Among cultivators, the law of the jungle prevails, with little regard for worldly laws. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xie was suddenly struck by an idea. He took out a sharp short knife and carefully cut a leaf from one of the spirit refining grasses. This leaf alone should be able to be exchanged for approximately 20 spiritual stone fragments. Although the leaf of a 100-year herb still held considerable value, it was undoubtedly more discreet and safe than selling the entire 100-year herb outright. Yet, Lin Xie still felt it was insufficiently secure. After further contemplation, he decided to consume one whole 100-year spirit refining grass to enhance his own strength. Only with strength could he truly safeguard himself in the cultivation world. In the secret chamber, Lin Xie once again sat cross-legged on the ground, and without hesitation swallowed 100-year spirit refining grass. Fortunately, Lin Xie was now at the body refinement and bone forging realm, allowing him to endure the potency of the 100-year spirit refining grass. Had he still been at the body refinement and blood refining mid-stage, consuming this herb would have likely resulted in his immediate demise from being overwhelmed. Compared to body-tempering pills, the process of directly consuming precious herbs carries certain risks. However, with the highly sophisticated technique of the Crimson Flame Dao Cannon in his possession, and coupled with his mysterious level spiritual root, Lin Xie found it significantly easier to refine a mere 100-year spirit refining grass than an ordinary cultivator. As Lin Xie followed the cultivation steps outlined in the Crimson Flame Dao Cannon, breathing and absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings, his aura gradually began to strengthen. That moment, while Lin Xie was deep in seclusion and arduous cultivation. A caravan bearing the banner of the Zhao family appeared outside Qiao Town, its presence formidable and imposing. The convoy was escorted by over 200 armored guards and included dozens of martial artists from the secular world. At the forefront of the procession rode a young man clad in a black long robe, exuding a somewhat sinister aura. The young man sat astride a ferocious giant tiger, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Qiao Town from a lofty vantage point. The next moment, in a hoarse voice, he proclaimed, "I come on behalf of the Zhao family. Where is the patriarch of the Lin family? Come forth to greet me at once." As the raspy voice of the young man resonated throughout the town of Qiao, it swept across the entire area like a deluge, causing the very foundations of its buildings to tremble. It was evident that this young man was a practitioner of the mystical arts. Within the Lin family's estate, Lin Xie, who was immersed in meditation in a secluded chamber, was abruptly roused by the booming voice. Though his tone was hoarse, it was imbued with a formidable vitality. Merely a single utterance possessed such overwhelming force, indicating that the young man's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable, at least at the level of body refinement and blood forging. The sudden arrival of a cultivator from the Zhao family, just after Lin Xie's return from the Luoxia sect, made the ambitions of the Zhao family glaringly apparent. Their intent was undeniably to seize control of Qiao Town and coerce the Lin family into submission. At that moment, the many mortals residing in Qiao Town, as well as the entire Lin family, were stirred from their daily lives. At the entrance of Qiao Town, the Lin family's armored guards had already formed ranks, clearly prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the Zhao family's contingent, although not overtly displaying signs of aggression, was nonetheless poised for action, ready to charge into Qiao Town at the command of their young cultivator and unleash a bloodbath upon the Lin family. The atmosphere, both inside and outside Qiao Town, became oppressively tense. "Today, we welcome the esteemed envoy," the Lin family declared. "Your arrival is an honor for Qiao Town, and a privilege for our Lin family." At the entrance, Lin Chang'e appeared slowly, flanked by numerous elders of the Lin clan and several secular warriors. Despite his efforts to maintain an air of calm, the pressure he felt in the presence of a Zhao family cultivator was inescapable. Even with the esteemed Lin Xie as their elder, Lin Chang'e felt no sense of security when faced with a Zhao family practitioner. If it were merely an ordinary cultivator, the situation might be manageable. However, the Zhao family was the overlord of Sichuan City. Across a radius of 1,000 miles, even when combining all the cultivation factions, none could stand against the Zhao family. Chapter 7. Zhao Family Disciples. You have overstepped your boundaries. Honorable Envoy, may I inquire what brings you to our Lin family in Qiao Town? As long as it is within our means, we are willing to brave fire and water for you and the Zhao family. Lin Chang'e spoke, his voice steady despite the palpable tension, displaying a remarkable composure. Having attained the position of clan leader, his strategic acumen and capabilities far surpassed the ordinary. He understood that in times of crisis, one must remain composed. He was well aware of the Zhao family's ambitions and intentionally posed his question in a humble manner to deny them a pretext for immediate violence, hoping instead to maneuver through negotiations. Even in dire circumstances, if he could buy time, there might be a glimmer of hope for survival. However, the Zhao family's cultivator was no simple adversary. Although he appeared to be in his 20s, he had inadvertently consumed a youth elixir in his early years, concealing his true age, which was nearly a century. It was precisely for this reason he had been entrusted with such an important mission by the Zhao family. As Lin Chang'e finished speaking, the Zhao family cultivator did not respond directly, but exchanged a glance with an attendant beside him. The attendant, having served the Zhao family elder for many years, immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor and spoke in a deliberately provocative tone. "How audacious! You mere mortals of the Lin family dare to stand before the third elder of the Zhao family without prostrating yourselves? Do you wish for your clan to be exterminated?" Upon the attendant's words, the elders of the Lin family remained unperturbed, but the younger generation, emboldened by the protection of their family, were seething with rage. The Lin family was a renowned clan within 100 miles of Qiao Town. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Witnessing this scene, Lin Chang'e furrowed his brow, sensing the impending disaster. He understood the Zhao family's depth of power. If conflict erupted today, it would spell annihilation for the Lin family. In terms of influence, the Zhao family directly controlled 5 of the 7 towns within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. Regarding the number of armored guards, the Lin family could only muster 400, while the Zhao family commanded at least 10,000. In terms of practitioners, the Lin family had but 1, whereas the Zhao family boasted dozens. If they were to confront the Zhao family head-on, the Lin family's chances of victory were virtually non-existent. "We are not your Zhao family's vassals, and to bow before you is utterly laughable," a young Lin family member exclaimed, his face aflame with indignation. "Leader, the Zhao family is being overly oppressive and shows no regard for our Lin family." As the young member spoke, the anger of the other youths in the Lin family swelled. These 13 and 14-year-olds were accustomed to reverence whenever they traversed Qiao Town. They had never faced such disgrace. Though some elders had informed them of the surrounding factions, most dismissed these tales as mere stories. Failing to grasp the gravity of the Zhao family's might, "Fools, silence yourselves," an elder of the Lin family, leaning heavily on his cane, chastised the impetuous youths. However, within the Zhao family ranks, the attendant who followed the third elder seized upon the opportunity. Casting a cold glare at Lin Chang'e, his voice laced with malice, "Your Lin family truly lacks decorum. Not only do you refuse to kneel before the third elder of the Zhao family, but you also allow these little wretches to speak insolently. Provoking the Zhao family is a capital offense." As he spoke, the Zhao family's guards unsheathed their weapons in unison. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had concluded his meditation and stepped out of the chamber. He had been attentively observing the events unfolding outside Qiao Town. From his earlier observations, he had formed a preliminary understanding of the current state of the Lin family. As the clan leader, Lin Chang'e was reasonably competent and could be further cultivated under favorable conditions. The elders of the Lin family were also notably united and possessed an understanding of the broader picture. However, the education of the younger generation left much to be desired. While they had not devolved into spoiled brats, without corrective guidance, they would likely struggle to become the backbone of the family in the future. Furthermore, the martial strength of the Lin family was undeniably lacking. With over 400 guards, they had only about 20 warriors. The remaining guards, though adequately equipped, were merely ordinary mortals who trained infrequently. Their actual combat prowess was only slightly superior to that of bandits and mountain robbers. In stark contrast, the Zhao family's ranks were filled with elite fighters. Should a battle erupt, it was doubtful the third elder would even need to intervene to annihilate the Lin family. "Our Zhao family's authority cannot be challenged. We offer your Lin family a choice. Submit to us, and we shall allow you to retain 1/10 of Qiao Town's resources, enabling your lineage to endure. Otherwise, your clan will face extermination." As the clash reached a boiling point, the Zhao family's third elder suddenly spoke from atop the fearsome beast, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. It was a direct threat. His arrival in Qiao Town was predicated upon expanding the Zhao family's influence. The moment Lin Xie left the Luoxia sect and lost his status as an outer disciple, the Zhao family had already been informed and began plotting. Lin Chang's expression darkened at the third elder's ultimatum, and even the elders of the Lin family grew visibly unsettled. The demand to submit and relinquish 90% of their resources was simply too harsh. Should they lose such a vast portion, the Lin family would likely crumble within 2 months due to financial ruin. Yet, if they chose to resist, the overwhelming might of the Zhao family would spell certain doom for them. Honorable Envoy, our Lin family is willing to submit, but regarding the terms, Lin Chang's heart was heavy as he sought to negotiate, but the third elder of the Zhao family disregarded him entirely. Extending 3 fingers and stating coldly, 3 breaths. You have 3 breaths to consider your fate. 3, 2. Just as the third elder was about to utter one, Lin Xia emerged from the mist, hands clasped behind his back. His gray robe billowed around him, and the moonlight illuminated his silver hair, casting an enigmatic glow. Lin Xia's expression was serene, yet his deep-set eyes locked onto the Zhao family's third elder, a surge of early bone-refining energy erupting from him. Xiao Town belongs to my Lin family, he declared. Zhao family disciple, you have overstepped your bounds. Chapter 8. With a raise of my hand, I will suppress you. Be ruthless when necessary. Boom. Lin Xia's voice reverberated through the heavens, akin to a thunderclap, sending the Zhao family's guards reeling backward. Even the third elder's expression shifted dramatically. Bone refining stage. You have attained the bone refinement realm, he could not help but exclaim, a flicker of trepidation and fear glimmering in his eyes. The path of cultivation is marked by vast chasms between each significant level, akin to the gulf separating heaven and earth, nearly impossible to traverse. Despite the fact that the third elder of the Zhao family has reached the pinnacle of blood refinement, he remains utterly defenseless in the presence of someone in the bone refinement realm. Should Lin Xia so desire, with a mere gesture, he could effortlessly vanquish him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the third elder of the Zhao family regained his composure. For within the Zhao family, there exist practitioners of the bone refinement realm, and not merely one. Their ancestor is a formidable master in the late stage of marrow refinement. Elder, what does it matter that you possess the bone refinement realm? You have departed from the falling sunset sect, and relying solely on your strength is insufficient before my Zhao family. We are determined to claim Qiao Town for ourselves. You, being a wise individual, should comprehend the dire consequences of opposing my Zhao family. However, in consideration of your status, my Zhao family can settle for seizing 70% of Qiao Town's resources. Seated upon the back of a ferocious giant tiger, the third elder of the Zhao family spoke again, his confidence and composure restored, for behind him stood the Zhao family of Zichuan City. Upon hearing the words of the Zhao family elder, the elders of the Lin family fell into a profound silence. Lin Chang'e let out a subtle sigh, his emotions a tumultuous storm as he gazed at Lin Xia's retreating figure. Yet, upon reflection, securing 30% of Qiao Town's resources would indeed be a considerable boon for the Lin family. In the face of the Zhao family, the Lin family's foundation ultimately proved insufficient. Should they engage the Zhao family in a direct confrontation, even with their ancestor present, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Just as Lin Chang'e and the other elders of the Lin family believed Lin Xia would choose to compromise. Lin Xia's figure suddenly transformed into a blur of afterimages, unleashing a terrifying gale as he appeared directly before the third elder of the Zhao family. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, the Zhao family will not let you go, nor will they spare your Lin family. In that eventuality, the Lin family, and indeed the entire Qiao Town, shall be obliterated. A scream of terror erupted from the Zhao family's third elder. When everyone regained their senses, they witnessed him being effortlessly squeezed in Lin Xia's grasp, as if he were no more than a rag. The ferocious giant tiger, too, was rendered powerless beneath the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Xia. Trembling uncontrollably on the ground, "Silence," Lin Xia declared, looking down at the third elder of the Zhao family. With a casual squeeze, a tremendous force erupted, resulting in a cloud of blood mist exploding in the air. The third elder of the Zhao family perished on the spot, leaving no trace of his remains. "Who gave you the audacity to threaten me?" Lin Xia spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as if the one he had just crushed was merely an insect, rather than a third elder of the Zhao family. Witnessing the third elder of the Zhao family being obliterated with such ease left both the Lin family and the Zhao family's guards in stunned silence. No one had anticipated Lin Xie would act so brazenly, exhibiting such decisiveness in his actions. Yet, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Xie struck once more. The power characteristic of the early bone refinement realm manifested within him. His vigorous vitality surged, resembling a deity traversing the mortal realm, moving with unparalleled speed, and with a mere wave of his hand, numerous Zhao family guards met their demise. Under the illumination of the bright moonlight, crimson blood mist blossomed outside Xiao Town, creating an eerie and terrifying scene. Not a single one of these individuals was spared. All were summarily executed. In the span of merely 2 breaths, 200 Zhao family guards had completely vanished from existence. Ancestor, what should our Lin family do next? After a considerable time, Lin Chang'e gradually regained his composure. A look of concern etched upon his face as he turned his gaze towards Lin Xie. His words hanging on the tip of his tongue. Lin Xie's overwhelming eradication of the Zhao family elder and the slaughter of 200 guards had effectively severed the Lin family's retreat. Observing Lin Chang'e and the multitude of anxious clan members, Lin Xie, while collecting the belongings of the Zhao family elder, spoke with an air of nonchalance. There is no need for further words. I am aware of your thoughts. Although the Zhao family of Zichuan City is indeed formidable, my Lin family has never been a mere soft target. Should the Zhao family seek to drive us to the brink of annihilation, we shall carve out a path for survival. You need not fear retribution from the Zhao family. With me here, the skies will not fall upon the Lin family, bathed in the blood mist. Lin Xie's voice, though aged, brimmed with an aura of dominance and confidence. Having spent a century cultivating within the Falling Sunset sect, he had encountered numerous conflicts. Back in the secret realm, he dared to scheme against and even eliminate seniors whose powers far surpassed his own. While he would certainly tread carefully in the face of the Zhao family, when adversaries have mounted to such heights, a fierce counterattack becomes imperative. However, Lin Xie was not merely acting out of impulsiveness due to his recent breakthrough to the bone refinement realm. Instead, he had his sights set on the cultivation resources possessed by the Zhao family's third elder, one of the elders of the Zhao family. Although he had achieved only the pinnacle of blood refinement, his wealth was evidently considerable. Earlier, while observing discreetly, Lin Xie had noted the array flag hanging from the elder's waist. This flag was unmistakably a spirit convergence artifact. The Aspirate convergence artifact refers to the treasures utilized by spirit convergence practitioners. The value of even the most inferior spirit convergence artifact can fetch a low-grade spirit stone. Of course, the artifact belonging to the Zhao family's third elder was merely a defective product. Nonetheless, even as a defective item, this array flag still possessed astounding value. Furthermore, let us not forget that Lin Xie also held the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal in his possession. By utilizing the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal to restore this spirit convergence artifact. And subsequently, before the Zhao family mounts a large-scale assault, Lin Xie could elevate his cultivation level once more. With the restored spirit convergence artifact, he would harbor no fear even when facing the Zhao family's elder, who had reached the marrow refinement stage. It is crucial to understand that the potency of a spirit convergence artifact is exceedingly formidable. However, Lin Xie's contingency plans did not end there. He intended to visit the cultivation market to exchange for items such as spirit poison bottles and low-level talismans for offensive capabilities. Additionally, he would explore the possibility of uncovering treasures amidst the market. Facing the Zhao family of Zichuan City's coercion, Lin Xie had never contemplated compromise. While the Zhao family sought to annex Qiao Town and expand their territorial influence, Lin Xie too aspired to supplant the Zhao family and elevate the Lin family into a new sovereign power dominating the region of Zichuan City. Though the Zhao family was formidable, they were not invincible. Cultivators must learn to endure when necessary and unleash their ferocity when called for. If one were to cower at every turn, how could they ever attain the grand path? Moreover, even if Lin Xie were to yield, would the Zhao family truly spare the Lin family? For years, every time the Zhao family expanded their influence, those who chose to retreat and bow to them ultimately faced decline or complete obliteration. Chapter 9. Strategic Planning and Family Development. Ancestor. What direction should the Lin family take from here? gazing at the remnants of the Zhao family, reduced to blood mist with not a bone left behind. The typically composed Lin Chang'e found himself at a loss. Approaching Lin Xie, he respectfully clasped his hands and inquired. Upon Lin Chang'e's utterance, the eyes of numerous Lin family members turned towards Lin Xie. The situation had escalated to a point where the Lin family could no longer retreat. Confronted by the overwhelming force and deep-seated foundation of the Zhao family in Sichuan City, an air of unease filled the hearts of all Lin family members. What is there to panic about? Bring every last one of Zhao family's carriages back to our clan, Lin Xie replied with an air of calm, attempting to soothe his anxious kin. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the giant tiger, now crumpled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This ferocious giant tiger stood nearly 2 meters tall and measured 5 to 6 meters in length, its fur as dark as night. Though it had yet to formally ascend to the ranks of demonic beasts, it was merely a step away from becoming a true beast of the refinement realm. In that moment, Lin Xie resolved to subdue the ferocious giant tiger. He retrieved a leaf of centennial spirit herb from his bosom, regarding the giant tiger with a mixture of threat and temptation as he spoke. I know you can understand human speech. Now, I offer you 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, face death. Should you choose to submit, this leaf of centennial spirit herb shall be yours. However, before that, you must first consume this vial of spirit nullification powder. Once you successfully break through to the refinement realm and we establish a spiritual beast contract, I shall provide you with the antidote for the spirit nullification powder. As Lin Xie spoke, his tone was laced with murderous intent, his aura surging forth like a mountain, pressing down upon the ferocious giant tiger. Were it not for the fact that he recognized the tiger's potential, and considering the limited number of cultivators within the Lin family, Lin Xie would have long since skinned it and prepared a feast of spiritual delicacies. Sensing the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from Lin Xie, the ferocious giant tiger was thoroughly intimidated, collapsing to the ground and desperately bowing in submission. It did not wish to perish. For it, preserving its life was paramount. Whether it followed the Zhao family's third elder or became Lin Xie's spiritual pet was of little consequence. Seeing the ferocious giant tiger exhibit such understanding, Lin Xie's expression softened slightly as he tossed a vial of spirit nullification powder and the leaf of centennial spirit herb in front of it. A single leaf of centennial spirit herb was sufficient to propel the ferocious giant tiger to the refinement realm. As for the spirit nullification powder, it was a unique toxin concocted by the Falling Sunset sect. Should one's cultivation not exceed the spirit convergence realm, consuming the spirit nullification powder without an antidote within 7 days would undoubtedly result in death. Within the confines of the Luoxia sect, the Zhu Ling San is merely a commonplace poison, and the antidote can be found readily available in the sect's alchemical market. However, in the outside world, this Zhu Ling San is regarded as an incurable toxin. Lin Xie administered the Zhu Ling San to the ferocious beast, the giant tiger, to prevent it from fleeing after consuming the leaves of the centennial spirit herb. Before a spirit beast contract was established, Lin Xie needed to ensure a safeguard was in place regarding the ferocious giant tiger. To forge this contract, the beast must first be elevated to the body refinement stage, transforming it into a genuine demon beast. Only after the contract is signed could Lin Xie exercise complete control over its life and death, ensuring it would never betray him again. Gazing at the jade vial containing the Zhu Ling San, the giant tiger dared not hesitate and resolutely ingested the entire contents. Lin Xie was quite pleased with the tiger's response. Subsequently, he stepped forward and settled firmly upon the back of the ferocious giant tiger. Having such a formidable beast as a mount was indeed advantageous. Seated upon the broad back of the giant tiger, Lin Xie proceeded to implement a series of adjustments to the Lin family's operations. Firstly, regarding the family's guards, many of whom were elderly or infirm, Lin Xie issued a direct command to dismiss and reassign them. As for the younger generation within the clan, Lin Xie instructed his kin to prepare for an assessment and selection process. Among these younger members, those adept at meticulous calculations were promptly assigned to the treasury to learn account management. Those with a flair for business were sent to the family's various shops, while those skilled in overseeing broader operations were given opportunities to work independently. For the Lin family to thrive swiftly, It would inevitably require a greater pool of talent. Ultimately, the future of the Lin family would rest upon the shoulders of the younger generation. Additionally, the villages surrounding Qiao Town, along with the local youth, must also be nurtured and allied, striving to convert them all into staunch supporters of the Lin family. If the goal is to fortify the Lin family, a comprehensive restructuring of the entire family order is essential. Furthermore, Lin Xia has resolved that once the external threat posed by the Zhao family of Sichuan City is fully resolved, he will seek to uncover infants or children possessing spiritual roots within a 1,000-mile radius of Sichuan City and bring them back to the clan for gradual cultivation. In this world, it is the cultivators who truly stir the winds and dominate the landscape. The hard power of a faction is measured by the number of cultivators it possesses, of course. This does not imply that mortals are insignificant. On the contrary, the sheer number of mortals is of paramount importance. The greater the number of mortals within a controlled area, the more likely it is that infants with spiritual roots will be born. Many large cultivation factions often vie for territory, frequently to secure a greater number of mortals. However, as a cultivation family, the Lin family must also encourage its members to procreate while seeking out and nurturing other infants and youths with spiritual roots. After all, the emergence of more cultivators from the Lin family is vital for maintaining the clan's stability and prosperity. Moreover, the expansion of influence and power involves not only battles, but also the importance of impacting and infiltrating surrounding factions. Conquest is merely a means to an end. Alliances, infiltration, and the merging of bloodlines stand as one of the most stable and effective methods of family expansion. Seated atop the back of the ferocious giant tiger, Lin Xia conveyed the overarching plans and strategic layout for the Lin family's future in the simplest terms to Lin Changjia. As the elder, Lin Xia naturally would not be burdened with every detail. As a cultivator, his pursuit remained focused on his own cultivation and strength. Once the family is on the right path, he need only oversee the broader direction of its development from behind the scenes, delegating the intricate details to Lin Changge and the other clan members. Upon hearing Lin Xia's plans, Lin Changge experienced a profound shock within his heart. In that moment, it felt as if he glimpsed the gateway to a new world. Since assuming the mantle of clan leader, Lin Changge had always believed himself to be a remarkably competent, even exceptional, leader. After all, under his stewardship, the family's economy and population had doubled. Yet, his strategic aspirations were limited to expanding the Lin family's influence within Sichuan City during his lifetime, or perhaps extending their territorial reach further. In stark contrast, his Ancestor's plan was clearly aimed at establishing the Lin family as a dominant force. Lin Changge had never contemplated such long-term ambitions, nor had he dared to envision them. Suddenly, it dawned upon him why his ancestor had the audacity to confront the Zhao family head-on. For within his ancestor's grand aspirations, the Zhao family of Sichuan City was but a mere obstacle to the Lin family's rise. Chapter 10. Refining the organs, cultivation markets. Though uncertain of the true source of his ancestor's confidence, Lin Changge felt a surge of passion and fervor within. Although he was merely a mortal, should he have the opportunity to follow his ancestor and contribute to the Lin family's legacy, spreading its renown and influence across the vast expanse of the earth, his name would be etched into the annals of Lin family history, forever celebrated by future generations. Rest assured, ancestor, your descendant shall serve diligently, dedicating himself to the Lin family, willing to face any peril. Lin Changge spoke, his face alight with reverence. His voice resonated with ambition and lofty aspirations. He yearned to follow his ancestor and forge a truly resplendent and prosperous Lin family. Pleased by Lin Changge's attitude, Lin Xia nodded approvingly. Then, atop the ferocious giant tiger, he departed gracefully, leaving behind echoes of his aged voice resonating through the heavens and earth. Do not disappoint me. Although you lack spiritual roots and cannot pursue the path of cultivation, as long as you contribute to the family, I promise you longevity techniques in the years to come. Not just for you, but for all who serve the family faithfully, whether they are from the Lin lineage or the guards and servants, the Lin family shall never neglect them. As Lin Zi's words faded, the spirits of the Lin family members, including the servants and guards, soared with excitement. For the elders and high-ranking members of the Lin family, the promise of longevity techniques was incredibly enticing. These individuals, wielding power, wealth, and status, naturally desired to extend their lifespans. Meanwhile, for the Lin family's servants and guards, Lin Xia's assurance of future elevation through merit provided a pathway to ascend within the family ranks. In essence, Lin Xia's brief remarks significantly bolstered the cohesion of the Lin family. This exemplifies the art of governance. Of course, Lin Xia was not merely making empty promises. While he could not yet offer mortals longevity techniques, once he broke through to the spirit-nourishing realm, he could harness the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to begin crafting some basic elixirs. The difficulty in creating elixirs that could extend a mortal's lifespan by several years or even a decade is not particularly high. And the materials required are often of moderate value. As for the servants, guards, and vassals of the Lin family, those who should be rallied must be drawn in. Those deserving of dignity must receive ample respect. Only through a combination of benevolence and authority, providing sufficient benefits, will they recognize and support the Lin family. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Lin Xia casually assigned a room to the ferocious giant tiger before turning back to his secret chamber. As the third elder of the Zhao family had just arrived outside Xiao Town, Lin Xia sensed a latent sign of breaking through to the mid-stage of bone refinement. It must be noted that the cultivation speed of a profound spiritual root is far beyond that of a pseudo-spiritual root. With the possession of a profound spiritual root, Lin Xia experienced a series of breakthroughs with scarcely any cultivation bottlenecks. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he gradually let go of his inner distractions, achieving a state of profound tranquility. With each breath, the subtle spiritual energies of heaven and earth flowed into his body, refining every bone within him. Time in the realm of cultivation is elusive. Mere moments can stretch into days. While Lin Xia fervently enhanced his strength and approached a breakthrough in the refining organ stage, within the Zhao family's estate, sprawling over dozens of miles in Sichuan City, numerous high-ranking Zhao members gathered within a grand hall adorned with gold and jade. Even the second elder, who ranked just below the family head in strength, was present. The atmosphere within the hall was decidedly tense. Dressed in resplendent robes, with an air of aristocracy, the head of the Zhao family occupied the central seat. Gripping a golden staff that symbolized authority, his face etched with worry as he addressed the assembly of high-ranking Zhao members. It has been several days since the third elder went to Qiao Town. What are your thoughts on this matter? As soon as the family head's words fell, a mid-stage blood refinement elder of the Zhao family slowly rose. An expression of nonchalance upon his face as he replied, "The family head is overthinking this. That Lin family ancestor is merely a mid-stage blood refinement cultivator, a waste with only a pseudo-spiritual root. If it were not for the Lin family's possession of the Ascension Order, he would never have qualified to enter the Luoxia sect for training. Moreover, he is already over 110 years old. With his vitality waning, he poses no threat to the third elder. Even if we entertain the notion that he possesses some hidden cards, should the third elder find himself at a disadvantage, he could easily withdraw. In my view, the third elder has likely secured Qiao Town and is currently finalizing matters there, which is why he has yet to return." Upon hearing this, several Zhao elders chimed in agreement. Elder 7 speaks wisely. After all, Qiao Town is a full 700 miles from our Sichuan city. If the third elder were to embark on this journey alone, he could complete the round trip in just half a day. However, those armored guards are all martial artists. For mere mortals, such a journey would consume 5 to 6 days. Perhaps at this very moment, the third elder is already on his way back. Of course, if the clan leader harbors any doubts, he may dispatch an elder to investigate Qiao Town. As the voices of numerous elders of the clan filled the air, the clan leader's heart grew increasingly troubled. He sensed that the third elder was likely in peril. Should they successfully capture Qiao Town, even if the third elder were to remain there to finalize matters, he would have sent word back to Sichuan City. Yet, no messenger has returned thus far. Second elder, I implore you to make a trip to Qiao Town. If our third elder has indeed encountered misfortune there, our Zhao clan shall surely exact a bloody vengeance upon the Lin family." As he spoke, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in the clan leader's eyes. Yes, clan leader. Upon receiving the command, the second elder of the Zhao clan did not hesitate. He left the grand hall and transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly departing Sichuan City. The Zhao clan boasts a total of 17 cultivators. Among them, there are 10 at the skin refinement stage, 3 at the blood refinement stage, 3 at the bone refinement stage, and 1 at the internal organ refinement stage. The first elder, the second elder, and the clan leader are all cultivators at the bone refinement level. Within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, only the Zhao clan possesses such a remarkable number of cultivators. This is no small feat, as the prerequisites to become a cultivator are exceedingly stringent. Typically, among 10,000 mortals, merely 1 or 2 may possess a spiritual root. Moreover, most cultivators, even if they do possess a spiritual root, are often of the false variety. Those with false spiritual roots find it nearly impossible to attain the bone refinement stage in their lifetime. Within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, the mortal population is around 1 million. While the local cultivators number at most 200 to 300. Additionally, the majority of these cultivators are at the most rudimentary level of body tempering and skin refinement. The path to becoming an immortal is fraught with difficulty, akin to scaling the heavens. Even if a cultivator exhausts every ounce of their strength, making even a half step forward is a formidable challenge. The so-called geniuses are ultimately but a rare few. In the Lin family's estate, within a secret chamber, Lin Xia has advanced his cultivation once again after several days of closed-door training. Even Lin Xia himself did not anticipate that, bolstered by the centennial spirit refining herb and the profound level spiritual root, he would consecutively leap 2 minor realms, directly breaking through to the late bone refinement stage. However, upon reaching this stage, his cultivation speed has noticeably slowed. The spiritual energy in the Lin family's estate is exceedingly sparse. After depleting the medicinal effects of 1 centennial spirit refining herb, the environment for cultivation has become insufficient to support Lin Xia's continued breakthroughs. Chapter 11. Upgrading treasures, continuing breakthroughs if Lin Xia wishes to expedite his progression to the full bone refinement stage, or even advance to the internal organ refinement stage. 1 or 2 centennial spirit refining herbs are evidently insufficient. After all, without proper refinement, 70% of the medicinal potency is wasted upon consumption. Gazing at the remaining centennial spirit refining herb, Lin Xia shook his head and ultimately refrained from consuming it directly. This particular herb possesses 9 branches, with hundreds of leaves, which he intends to exchange gradually for spiritual stone fragments, providing him with greater assistance. Shifting his focus from the centennial spirit refining herb, Lin Xia meticulously assessed the belongings he obtained from the third elder of the Zhao clan. The wealth of the third elder is indeed considerable, far surpassing that of an ordinary loose cultivator. He not only possesses a defective spirit-nurturing treasure, but also boasts 10 fragments of spiritual stones and 3 body-refining pills. Pleased with these findings, Lin Xia contemplated enhancing all these items with the immortal appraisal mirror, certain that their value would double. With this thought in mind, he exited the secret chamber and summoned a servant, instructing him in a calm tone. Go! Inform Lin Chang'e to bring forth the family's gold ingots, jade stones, and agates. Upon hearing Lin Xia's command, the servant did not dare to delay, promptly exiting the courtyard of Lin Xia's residence and heading towards the hall of the clan leader. Soon, Lin Chang'e arrived, accompanied by numerous clan guards, delivering boxes upon boxes of worldly gold and silver to Lin Xia's residence. Ancestor, these are the entirety of our Lin family's accumulated resources over the centuries, totaling 20,000 pounds of gold ingots, 4,000 pounds of agate, and 40,000 pounds of jade stones. In response to Lin Chang'e's report, Lin Xia nodded slightly. It is no surprise that the Lin family possesses such wealth and resources. After all, the Lin family has been established for several hundred years, through the diligent management of generations of clan leaders and the protection of cultivators within the family. Accumulating such worldly wealth has been a relatively effortless endeavor. Quite satisfactory. Observing the mountain of gold and silver treasures, Lin Xia felt a profound sense of contentment. Should he deplete all this gold and silver, he might be able to utilize the immortal appraisal mirror to upgrade numerous precious items. Naturally, after consuming these resources, the Lin family would likely find themselves in a financial crisis within a month. However, Lin Xia had already devised a countermeasure. 100 miles from Qiao Town lies a town controlled by the Zhao family, known as Water Offering Town. Within Water Offering Town, there is a branch of the Zhao family stationed. Although their accumulated wealth in gold and silver may not rival that of the Lin family, should they manage to seize it, it would suffice to sustain the Lin family's operations. Furthermore, Water Offering Town is devoid of any cultivators stationed there in the vicinity of Sichuan City. Ordinary factions naturally would not dare to covet Water Offering Town. But Lin Xie does not fear the Zhao family. With the immortal appraisal mirror in hand, as long as he possesses gold and silver treasures, he can continually enhance the cultivation resources at his disposal and strive to reach the internal organ refinement stage in the shortest possible time. Thus, he has set his sights firmly on the Zhao family's branch in Water Offering Town. Very well, you may all withdraw. After regaining his focus, Lin Xie dismissed Lin Chang'e and the Lin family guards who had been transporting the treasures. The time has now come for him to expend the gold and silver to upgrade various items. Yes, Ancestor. Lin Chang'e did not dare to defy Lin Xie's wishes, nor did he think further on the matter. He merely believed that Lin Xie, as the clan's ancestor, had a peculiar fondness for gold and silver treasures. After all, the temperaments of cultivators can be quite eccentric. For instance, the ancestor of the Bai family from Taiyan Town was obsessed with collecting gold and silver, to the point of extravagance. His residence is entirely adorned with a layer of golden lacquer and embellished with various precious stones. Thus, it seemed only reasonable for their ancestor to take pleasure in hoarding gold and silver treasures. Moreover, in Lin Chang'e's view, entrusting the family's resources to the ancestor would significantly enhance their security. After all, the ancestor is a cultivator. With the protection of a cultivator, even the most elite of worldly warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to steal a single gold ingot or a grain of jade from the Lin family. Once Lin Chang'e and the others departed, Lin Xie casually grasped a box of gold ingots in his hand and turned to enter the secret chamber within his residence. One box of gold ingots contained over 20 pieces. Lin Xie placed the gold ingots, along with the wooden box, onto the surface of the immortal appraisal mirror. In the next moment, the entire immortal appraisal mirror radiated a soft and mysterious glow. Subsequently, the entire box of gold ingots was gradually swallowed into the immortal appraisal mirror. Lin Xie, holding the immortal appraisal mirror, directed the mirror's surface towards the defective spirit nurturing treasure. The soft light shimmered like a river of stars, imbued with mystery, as if it were a projection of a vast universe, enveloping the surface of the defective spirit nurturing treasure. In an instant, the defective spirit nurturing treasure began to transform. Originally merely a red array flag, it now morphed into 3 ancient flags surrounded by runes, imprinted with 3 distinct colors. These 3 flags represent the elements of metal, wood, and fire. This ancient flag has undeniably achieved the true level of a spirit nurturing treasure. And its quality is not low. If sold, it could fetch at least 10 inferior spiritual stones. Lin Xie recalled seeing this flag in ancient texts of the sect. It is named the 3 Talents Array Flag. Metal governs slaughter, wood governs subservience, and fire governs consumption. If manipulated by a cultivator at the spirit nurturing stage, it can envelop a radius of 100 meters, or even several hundred. Within the coverage of the array flags, it would transform into a forbidden zone of life. However, as a cultivator at the bone refinement stage, Lin Xie cannot channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he wishes to manipulate this flag, he must rely on the power of spiritual stone fragments. Moreover, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Nevertheless, even with its power reduced, it is still capable of threatening, or even annihilating, cultivators at the internal organ refinement stage. With this item in his possession, Lin Xie has truly acquired a formidable weapon. However, utilizing it must be approached with caution. Once the 3 Talents Array Flag is invoked, he must annihilate all opposing cultivators without exception. For this is a spirit-nurturing treasure. Should news of its existence leak, those cultivators at the spirit-nurturing stage would undoubtedly attempt to seize it from Lin Xie. After enhancing the 3 Talents Array Flag, Lin Xie swiftly brought over dozens of boxes of gold ingots and upgraded all 3 body refining pills. Finally, his gaze fell upon the 10 fragments of spiritual stones. Although, in theory, the immortal appraisal mirror can upgrade spiritual stones, the value of worldly gold and silver treasures pales in comparison to that of spiritual stones. However, Lin Xie, with the spirit of exploration, placed dozens of boxes filled with gold and silver upon the surface of the Jianxian treasure mirror. Soon, a mysterious and gentle radiance blossomed once again from the mirror. Chapter 12. Extreme Caution. This is the way of the cultivator. Lin Xie held the Jinxian treasure mirror, his heart filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Unfortunately, after a considerable amount of time had passed, the 10 fragments of spirit stones showed no significant changes. This left Lin Xie feeling somewhat disheartened. It appeared that consuming worldly treasures of gold and silver could not elevate the spirit stones. It seemed he would still need to visit the cultivation market. Lin Xie stored away the fragments of spirit stones, shaking his head in resignation. Directly utilizing the spirit stone fragments for cultivation was not a viable option for him. 10 fragments of spirit stones were sufficient to exchange for 30 body refining pills. Although a single ordinary low-level body refining pill certainly could not match the efficacy of a fragment of spirit stone. Once enhanced through the Jinxian treasure mirror, the effects of consuming a body refining pill would far surpass that of absorbing a fragment of spirit stone. More importantly, by merely expending worldly treasures of gold and silver, one could upgrade and enhance ordinary low-level body refining pills. Should his strength become formidable enough in the future, Lin Xie could even purchase low-level elixirs, then utilize the Jinxian treasure mirror to enhance them, ultimately reselling them for profit. In this manner, it could be considered a venture of immense profit. Of course, to pursue such a course, one must exercise utmost caution and possess adequate strength to support it. Having organized the various cultivation resources within the secret chamber, Lin Xie prepared to depart for the cultivation market with a leaf of centennial spirit herb and 5 fragments of spirit stones. Outside Xiao Town, an elderly man draped in a cloak with flowing white hair approached slowly. Though he appeared frail and diminutive, the powerful aura emanating from him was akin to a vast ocean, pressing down relentlessly upon his surroundings. This elderly figure was none other than the second elder of the Zhao family. As a master of the bone refinement realm, he did not exhibit the arrogance of the third elder of the Zhao family, instead maintaining a demeanor of low-key composure at all times. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Xiao Town without directly intruding. Instead, he casually seized a city guard, questioning in a tone thick with menace. "I ask, you answer. Should you dare conceal anything, you shall die. Do you understand?" At that moment, the guard, pale and trembling, hastily nodded in acquiescence. Observing this, the second elder of the Zhao family wasted no words and continued. "Not long ago, did a Zhao family contingent arrive in Xiao Town? Yes, esteemed immortal, please spare my life. I am but an ordinary mortal, serving the Lin family just to make a living," the guard stammered. Fearing for his life, he understood that not long ago, Lin Xie had single-handedly wreaked havoc, slaughtering the Zhao family's envoy and even vanquishing one of their immortals. It was no surprise that the Zhao family's cultivators would come seeking answers. The guard discerned that the elderly man before him was indeed a cultivator, most likely from the Zhao family. Despite his modest martial skills, he recognized that even the most basic bone refinement cultivator was an insurmountable terror in the eyes of an ordinary mortal. The mere presence of the elderly man rendered him incapable of even attempting to resist. The overwhelming aura alone froze his blood and bound him in place. This was the stark difference between mortals and immortals. Seeing the quaking guard, the second elder of the Zhao family furrowed his brow. Although the Zhao family had arrived in Xiao Town, it was evident that there was no sign of their presence within. Furthermore, the stone walls of Xiao Town had not been adorned with the Zhao family's banner. All of this pointed to a troubling conclusion. While the second elder harbored suspicions, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Continuing to inquire, and what happened afterward? Where did the Zhao family's contingent go? They were all slaughtered by the Lin family's patriarch. The guard, gripped by the second elder's hold, spoke in a weak and stuttering voice. The Lin family of Xiao Town truly possesses audacity. Upon hearing this, the second elder's expression darkened to an extreme. With a casual gesture, he hurled the guard violently to the ground. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the guard's body exploded into a mist of blood upon impact with the ground, trembling the earth beneath and forming a gaping crater. Swish, swish, swish. Witnessing this, the guards stationed in Xiao Town and the ordinary residents were thrown into chaos. An overwhelming wave of panic spread, with only 2 or 3 captains managing to maintain some semblance of calm as they hurried to inform the Lin family. However, after slaying a guard, the second elder did not continue his assault. He gazed at Xiao Town, his body radiating murderous intent, yet refrained from stepping into the town. He understood that the ability to easily vanquish the Zhao family's third elder, a master of the blood refinement realm, and annihilate 200 of their elite guards indicated that the Lin family's patriarch possessed strength surpassing that realm. Without fully understanding the Lin family's foundation, recklessly entering Qiao Town could lead him into peril. Unlike the third elder, the second elder of the Zhao family did not possess exceptional talent. His ascent to his current realm had been achieved through caution and prudence. After considerable contemplation, he suppressed his inner fury and decisively turned to leave Qiao Town. The murder of an elder within the family and the damage to their reputation were indeed significant matters, but in comparison to his own life and safety, everything else paled in importance. The second elder had never engaged in reckless actions. In the world of cultivation, if one lacks strength and talent to lead a long life and navigate further, one must abandon impulsiveness and act with meticulous care. With this in mind, the second elder quickened his pace, his figure streaking like a shooting star through the mountains and valleys. Within a mere span of time, he completely vanished from sight. Meanwhile, due to the earlier commotion, numerous elders and guards of the Lin family were roused. When Lin Chang'e personally emerged from Qiao Town and beheld the blood-stained crater, he was immediately filled with anxiety and unease. The retaliation from the Zhao family had finally arrived. Everyone, disperse. The Zhao family cultivator has already departed. There is no need for concern. Just as Lin Chang'e was lost in worry, contemplating countermeasures, Lin Xia's aged voice suddenly resonated through the heavens and earth. Lin Xia had sensed the approach of the Zhao family's second elder and his actions against the guard. He had initially prepared to deploy the 3 talismans array to capture the second elder. But regrettably, the latter had slipped away, leaving Lin Xia with no opportunity to act, caution, restraint, and reason. This was the hallmark of most cultivators. Patriarch, Patriarch! Upon hearing Lin Xia's voice, the multitude of elders and guards of the Lin family promptly turned. Bowing respectfully, Chapter 13. Journey to the cultivation market for purchases, indeed. Gazing upon his kin and the Lin family guards, Lin Xia nodded slightly before continuing, there is no need for alarm. The matters concerning the Zhao family will be addressed by me. Once this affair is resolved, my Lin family in Qiao Town will officially establish itself in Sichuan City, henceforth dominating a 1,000-mile radius. Lin Xia spoke with an air of dominance, his ancient voice resonating with authority. As his words fell, the hearts of the Lin family members found considerable solace. As he spoke, Lin Xia's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Lin Chang'e, to whom he continued, Chang'e, regarding the Zhao family's affairs in Sichuan City. You need not concern yourself. From this moment on, mobilize the clan's resources to seek out children under the age of 10, especially orphans, and bring them back to the family. If they possess spiritual roots, I shall impart cultivation methods to them. If not, they may still be taught martial skills, enabling them to serve the Lin family. My Lin family has lingered too long in Qiao Town. It is high time to venture forth from Qiao Town and extend our influence across the 1,000-mile radius of Sichuan City. Lin Xia's voice, though calm, echoed in the ears of Lin Chang'e and the clan members like thunder. Within Lin Xia's words lay ambition, cloaked in desire. To supplant the Zhao family of Sichuan City and ensure that the Lin family's influence extended far beyond the 1,000-mile radius of Sichuan City. Such aspirations were exhilarating. Many of the younger generation within the Lin family were filled with fervor. The hearts of youth are always restless and passionate, yearning to wield a sword and carve out their own achievements and fame. Yes, Patriarch Lin Chang'e, too, yearned for the grand vision Lin Xia had painted. As the clan leader, he wished to bolster the family and ensure its legacy endured. As for the elder generation of the Lin family, their once fiery ambitions had long been tempered by the passage of time. They sought stability and feared expansion. Yet, with Lin Xia's decree, they dared not oppose him. After all, in terms of seniority, Lin Xia was the patriarch of the Lin family. Having lived the longest and being the most venerable presence within the clan in terms of status, no one within the family could challenge Lin Xia. In terms of strength, Lin Xia was a cultivator. Moreover, our Lin family's population remains far too sparse. Inform the clan members to strive for procreation. Those who bear offspring shall be richly rewarded by the family. should a child with spiritual roots be born? I shall personally bestow a generous reward. Furthermore, any descendant of the Lin family possessing spiritual roots may pursue cultivation under my guidance. As Lin Xie's words echoed, a fervent glimmer ignited in the eyes of many Lin family members. Having children? How simple that is. Not to mention the family's rewards, the birth of a child endowed with spiritual roots would not only attract the esteemed ancestor's lavish gifts, but also grant the child the opportunity to cultivate alongside him, thereby ascending to the exalted realm of immortality. Lin Xie's proclamation sent waves of excitement through the Lin clan. However, Lin Chang'e felt an overwhelming burden. The Lin family's enterprises and sphere of influence are limited. Over the years, he has strictly regulated the growth of the clan's population through various laws. Otherwise, the number of Lin family members would have long surpassed 20,000, while giving birth may be easy. Sustaining a large population necessitates considerable resources. Lin Xie is well aware of this. Yet, he has already devised a plan in his mind. If the resources and territory of Qiao Town are insufficient to seize the ancient towns and villages within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, then so be it. Within the borders of Jin, the agricultural practices of grain cultivation, transportation, management, and storage are evidently lagging in technology. Once the Zhao family of Sichuan City is dealt with, Lin Xie intends to compile an encyclopedia using his knowledge from his previous life. He will then construct roads in Sichuan City, connecting all ancient towns and villages. With rivers and plains within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, if managed effectively, the population could potentially multiply by dozens or even hundreds. As long as there is a sufficiently large population, the probability of birthing infants with spiritual roots will inevitably increase. To forge a prosperous family, adept management of the secular realm is indispensable. However, the construction of Sichuan City is merely the first step in Lin Xie's grand plan. With the celestial mirror in hand, what Lin Xie seeks is not just the supreme path of immortality, but to establish an illustrious and everlasting celestial lineage. After many Lin family members departed, Lin Xie scanned his surroundings and became a fleeting shadow, swiftly leaving Qiao Town. His destination lay 200 miles away in the bustling market of cultivators. Upon the return of the Zhao family's second elder, he would undoubtedly report everything. At that time, whether for profit or to uphold the family's reputation, the Zhao family of Sichuan City would launch a substantial offensive against Qiao Town. Time was of the essence for Lin Xie. He had no more than 3 or 4 days before the Zhao family would take action. During this interval, he must prepare thoroughly. Yet, Lin Xie remained unfazed, as long as he could lay the groundwork in advance and eliminate the Zhao family's refining corpse realm ancestor along with those refining bone realm cultivators. The Zhao family would be at his mercy. In the pitch-black night, Lin Xie moved with unparalleled speed. The bustling market of cultivators was a melting pot of characters, so he refrained from riding his ferocious beast. The giant tiger, ordinary rogue cultivators conducting transactions in the market must remain as inconspicuous as possible to ensure their safety. Situated 200 miles from Qiao Town, this market was the only force capable of contending with the Zhao family within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. The enigmatic owner behind the market was also a refining corpse realm cultivator, yet he rarely made an appearance. Since the establishment of the market, this refining corpse realm cultivator had shown no intention of expanding his territory, leading to a tacit non-aggression pact between him and the Zhao family in the rugged terrain of Jin. A distance of 200 miles is neither too far nor too close. After hastily traversing this distance, Lin Xie finally arrived at the market of cultivators just as the first rays of dawn broke. The exterior of the market was shrouded in an illusory array. To the eyes of mere mortals, it appeared as a sheer cliff, deterring them from approaching. However, as Lin Xie took a step forward, he found himself not plummeting off the edge, but gradually disappearing instead. Upon entering the illusory array, a structure resembling a mundane marketplace unfolded before his eyes. Yet, within this marketplace, there were no ordinary mortals. Every vendor, merchant, and passerby was a cultivator. Behold, behold! The body-tempering pills crafted by spirit cultivators are available at 3 for merely a piece of spirit stone fragment. The exquisite iron chainmail, capable of withstanding 1,000,000 pounds of force, even the assaults from refining bone cultivators may be effortlessly deflected. a firm price. 10 pieces of spirit stone fragments. 10 years spirit herb. Newly matured, 10 years spirit herb. Priced at 5 pieces of spirit stone fragments per plant. Pass by and do not miss out. Within the market of cultivators, throngs of practitioners flowed in and out. Some set up stalls on the ground, while others haggled, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. Chapter 14. Selling treasures, exceeding expectations. As Lin Xie navigated through the market of cultivators, the practitioners around him wore expressions of reverence, hesitating to approach. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and hierarchies are rigidly defined. Although the market was bustling with cultivators, the majority possessed only the strength of the refining skin realm, with those of the refining blood and refining bone realms being exceedingly rare. Lin Xie had previously strolled through the market within the falling sunset sect. In comparison, the scale of this market was relatively modest. In the falling sunset sect's market, with sufficient spirit stones, one could easily acquire spirit cultivating pills and spirit-level magical artifacts. Occasionally, even foundation establishment pills would make an appearance in the market of the falling sunset sect. Lost in thought, Lin Xie unknowingly stepped into the most grandiose building within the market of cultivators. This structure boasted 7 floors. At the entrance stood 2 stunning young women clad in pink gowns, exuding an air of gentle elegance. Despite their low cultivation, merely at the early stage of refining skin, they faced Lin Xie, a robust refining bone realm cultivator, without a hint of fear. For they belonged to the Qingya Pavilion, one of the enterprises of the market's elusive master. As long as they adhered to the rules, not even a refining bone realm cultivator, let alone an ordinary early-stage refining corpse realm practitioner, would dare to cause trouble within the Qingya Pavilion. Esteemed elder, welcome to the Qingya Pavilion. May I inquire if you seek magical artifacts, materials, pills, or cultivation techniques? Our Qingya Pavilion encompasses all. One of the exquisite maidens, with flowing black hair and skin as smooth as jade, smiled and spoke first. Her gaze towards Lin Xie was filled with fervor. Refining bone realm cultivators often possess significant wealth. In her eyes, Lin Xie was a walking gold mine. The more items she could sell to him, the greater her commission for the month would be. No need. Lin Xie remained unmoved by the maiden's enthusiasm. It was evident that the young woman was a salesperson for the Qingya Pavilion. In the markets of the falling sunset sect, many large trading establishments employed young and beautiful female cultivators or handsome male cultivators as salespeople. Such strategies often yielded greater profits for the trading establishments. Unfortunately, such allure and flowery words might work on novice cultivators who were inexperienced in the world. Lin Xie had practiced for a century. These marketing tactics held little sway over him. Despite Lin Xie's indifferent response, the stunning maiden continued to wear a warm smile, showing no signs of embarrassment. Her role was precisely this. Being rejected by Lin Xie did not dishearten or humiliate her. After all, if one customer did not yield results, she could patiently await the next. Though most cultivators are shrewd and cunning, in the vast sea of people, opportunities will inevitably arise. Elder, please call for me should you require anything. The maiden's voice was soft, laced with an alluring charm. Lin Xie chose not to respond further and walked directly into the Qingya Pavilion. He felt no fondness for the 2 maidens, in fact. Their presence heightened his vigilance towards the Qingya Pavilion and its enigmatic master. Though seemingly unremarkable, Lin Xie sensed a trace of sinister energy emanating from the 2 stunning maidens. The reason Lin Xie could detect this malevolent aura was that he had secretly practiced forbidden arts during his time in the falling sunset sect. Otherwise, with Lin Xie's pseudo-spiritual root aptitude and lack of connections within the sect, breaking through to the mid-stage of refining blood would be a formidable challenge, let alone advancing to the mid-stage of refining skin. The early stages of practicing forbidden arts allow for rapid advancement, yet the further one progresses, the more perilous it becomes. In the realm of cultivation and Jin, practicing forbidden arts is a grave taboo. Practitioners of dark arts are easily targeted for extermination by various forces within Jin. Lin Xie's cultivation of the sinister arts was merely a stroke of fortune, as he stumbled upon a fragmentary runic secret technique. Upon reaching the blood refinement stage and sensing a hint of instability in his practice, Lin Xie ultimately abandoned that malevolent skill. After all, in the early stages of cultivation, engaging in such dark practices would not draw the attention of higher-level cultivators. But once a solid foundation in the sinister path was established, the consequences could be dire. Entering the Qingya Pavilion, Lin Xie surveyed his surroundings. The first floor of the Qingya Pavilion housed the most fundamental treasures and materials. The second floor contained various techniques for skin and blood refinement. Ascending to the third floor, one would gradually encounter items utilized by cultivators at the bone refinement and even organ refinement stages. From the third floor upwards, every level was guarded by cultivators at the blood refinement stage. At the very top of the Qingya Pavilion resided a master in the early stages of bone refinement. Furthermore, all the cultivators in the Qingya Pavilion had undoubtedly practiced sinister arts. Behind the Qingya Pavilion stood the owner of this cultivation market, and it was evident that the master of the market was no benevolent figure. Shopkeeper, does Qingya Pavilion accept this item? Lin Xie stepped into the top level of Qingya Pavilion and slowly produced a leaf from a century-old spirit refining herb. Since Qingya Pavilion sold various cultivation items to the public, it also bought various materials, treasures, and techniques. Although this was Lin Xie's first visit to the cultivation market, he had already reviewed its general information while at the Luoxia sect. Not only did he gather information about this market, but over the past century, Lin Xie had also acquired a general understanding of various forces within the Huai Mountain Prefecture. While the master of this market might very well be a sinister cultivator, the trading establishment he had established had maintained a commendable reputation over the past century. Nevertheless, Lin Xie remained prepared for the worst, as every trade carried inherent risks. This is a century-old spirit refining herb. Upon seeing the leaf from the century-old spirit refining herb, the elderly man stationed at the pinnacle of Qingya Pavilion's hierarchy immediately brightened up. Even if it is merely a leaf, the century-old spirit refining herb holds considerable value. We will certainly accept it. How does 30 fragments of spirit stone sound? The elder looked at Lin Xie, cautiously broaching the offer. Chapter 15. Psychological Game. Transaction completed. Upon hearing the elder's offer, Lin Xie was somewhat taken aback. The value of the century-old spirit refining herb leaf far exceeded his expectations. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie understood the reasoning behind this. Within the Luoxia sect's market, while a leaf from a century-old spirit refining herb was indeed precious and rare, it could still be purchased if one was willing to pay with spirit stones. However, within a radius of 1,000 or even several thousand miles around Sichuan City, no faction possessed the capability to cultivate century-old treasures. It is essential to recognize that the cultivation of such treasures is exceedingly demanding. Not only must a cultivator devote themselves to its care, but it also requires superior spiritual fields, leaves from century-old treasures in the vicinity of Sichuan City are almost priceless. Realizing this, Lin Xie did not respond immediately to the elder, maintaining a calm demeanor while deliberately furrowing his brows, as if deeply dissatisfied with the elder's offer. Every transaction is a psychological battle. Only by seizing the initiative can one garner greater benefits during the negotiation process. This holds true in the world of cultivation as well as in mundane society. Seeing Lin Xie remain silent, the elder was not in a hurry. As the shopkeeper of Qingya Pavilion, he had dealt with all manner of customers and was well aware that Lin Xie was biding his time. Thus, he made another offer. How about this, my friend? Consider it a gesture of friendship from Qingya Pavilion. A flat price of 35 fragments of spirit stones, my friend. While the leaf from the century-old spirit refining herb has some value, its practical significance in your hands is quite limited. After all, even if you were to consume it directly, it would not significantly enhance your cultivation. Rather, it would waste much of its medicinal potency. By exchanging it for spirit stones, you could procure various finished elixirs and cultivation techniques. Faced with the elder's increased offer and his persuasive rhetoric, Lin Xie remained composed, showing no signs of being swayed. Although 35 fragments of spirit stones was already a considerable price, Lin Xie knew that this was not the highest offer Qingya Pavilion could extend. Observing Lin Xie's unperturbed demeanor, the elder felt a twinge of frustration but refrained from raising the price further. Instead, he shifted his approach and inquired, "My friend, 35 fragments of spirit stones is already the bottom line for us. If you remain unsatisfied, could you propose a price? As long as it is reasonable, we can negotiate." When the elder emphasized the words bottom line, he deliberately stressed them. This was all part of the game. A leaf from the century-old spirit refining herb might fetch a maximum of 20 fragments of spirit stones within the Luoxia sect. However, due to the lack of any market for it within a radius of several thousand miles around Sichuan City, if auctioned through Qingya Pavilion, it could at least command a price of 100 fragments of spirit stones. By suddenly shifting the pricing power to Lin Xie, the elder was testing Lin Xie's threshold. In any negotiation, relinquishing control at the right moment can often lead to seizing greater control in return. However, as a cultivator with a century of experience, Lin Xie was not easily ensnared. 80 fragments of spirit stones, or I shall not sell, Lin Xie boldly declared, stating a high price of 80 fragments of spirit stones. It is worth noting that 80 fragments of spirit stones was nearly equivalent to the price of a single spirit stone. A complete century-old spirit refining herb could typically sell for only 3 or 4 lower-grade spirit stones, while Lin Xie was merely offering a single leaf. As expected, upon hearing Lin Xie's offer, the elder's expression shifted. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of helplessness in Lin Xie's presence. Any of his words or tactics were utterly ineffective. My friend, let us not jest. How about this? Let us each take a step back. 60 fragments of spirit stones. How does that sound? This price was already 3 times the market value of the century-old spirit refining herb leaf. Even if Lin Xie were to visit other trading establishments, he would be lucky to obtain such a price. The elder side point 60 fragments of spirit stones was indeed the maximum price Qingya Pavilion could offer. Although Qingya Pavilion could auction the leaf, potentially driving the price up to 100 fragments of spirit stones or even higher, every transaction's profit had to yield 30% to the Luoxia sect. Not only Qingya Pavilion, but all the cultivation forces within this market and Huai Mountain Prefecture were required to contribute 30% of their profits to the Luoxia sect. Otherwise, they would face extermination at the hands of the Luoxia sect. In Huai Mountain Prefecture, the Luoxia sect was the absolute ruler, not sufficient. Unless you add 3 volumes of organ refinement techniques and a vial of spirit refining elixir, Lin Xie stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the elder did not protest but readily agreed. The organ refinement techniques were not particularly rare, and Qingya Pavilion had hundreds of volumes available, so providing 3 copies for Lin Xie posed no issue. As for a vial of spirit refining elixir, it contained merely 6 elixirs, worth at most 2 fragments of spirit stones. After finalizing the transaction, the elder quickly had someone fetch 3 copies of the organ refinement technique and brought Lin Xie 60 fragments of spirit stones along with a vial of spirit refining elixir. Lin Xie then handed over the leaf from the century-old spirit refining herb to the elder. Once the transaction was complete, the elder spoke again. My friend, do you require anything else? Our Qingya Pavilion has an array of exquisite magical treasures and finished elixirs. Should you wish to purchase, we can offer you a 10% discount. The elder's attitude was warm and eager. In response, Lin Xie did not decline. His purpose for visiting the cultivation market was to acquire various elixirs, talismans, and formations. Shopkeeper, I would like 10 flame talismans, 3 spirit poison bottles, and 10 vials of body refining elixir, Lin Xie said casually. The flame talisman is an exceedingly low-level talisman, with its potency insufficient to even harm a bone refinement level cultivator. However, the cost of a flame talisman is not trivial. A single flame talisman can fetch a fragment of spirit stone, of course, while the lethality of a single flame talisman is quite limited. If one were to unleash hundreds or even thousands of them, even a newly advanced cultivator would have to retreat in fear. Lin Xie's purchase of flame talismans was naturally intended for use against the Zhao family's elder at the organ refinement stage. Although the flame talismans are weak, Lin Xie could utilize the Jinshin treasure mirror to enhance and upgrade them. As for the spirit poison bottles, they are also a low-level item for combat. The spirit poison bottles contain treasure poison that, upon striking an enemy, would induce a brief state of paralysis. However, the low-level spirit poison bottles would only have some effect on cultivators at the body refinement 4th stage. Chapter 16. The Path of Immortality, Only Striving Matters. Thus, Lin Xie planned to return to Qiaotown and utilize the Jinshin treasure mirror to upgrade both the spirit poison bottles and the flame talismans. At that time, combined with the Yuanling magical treasure, the 3 talismans, Lin Xia would be more than capable of handling the Zhao family elder with ease. My dear friend, altogether, there are a total of 52 fragments of spirit stones. After applying a 10% discount, you need only provide 46 fragments of spirit stones. The elder personally delivered 10 flame talismans, 11 bottles of spirit refining pills, and 3 spirit poison bottles right before Lin Xia. Satisfied with this price, Lin Xia did not linger in the Qingya Pavilion, but instead ventured outside to explore it. In contrast to the Qingya Pavilion, the other trading stalls and street vendors in this immortal cultivation market primarily sold items needed by skin refinement and blood refinement cultivators. Moreover, numerous stalls displayed deceptive ancient treasures. The vendors, keenly observing the passing crowd, continuously called out their wares. Of course, among these counterfeit ancient treasures, there existed an exceedingly slim chance of encountering one or two genuine items. Just freshly unearthed from the Crimson Fiend Valley, a two-handed sword artifact capable of slicing through iron like mud had the potential to be a spirit-infused artifact. Now, it could be yours for merely 2 fragments of spirit stones, fragments of foundational artifacts. Come and take a look. Genuine foundational artifact fragments can be obtained for just 1 fragment of spirit stone. As Lin Xia listened to the surrounding shouts, his gaze swept past, revealing that the so-called foundational artifact fragments were nothing more than a piece of dull, lifeless iron devoid of any spiritual energy. The two-handed sword, which appeared to shimmer with a cold light and bore exquisite runes, was merely an ordinary mundane weapon. Even freshly initiated cultivators could easily discern the truth from the falsehoods, yet, before those stalls, numerous cultivators still lingered, either harboring a sense of hope or approaching it with a mindset of trial and error. After meandering for half an hour, Lin Xia purchased a batch of treasure seeds. And upon confirming that there were no further items of interest, he resolved to leave the immortal cultivation market. However, at that moment, several voices of debate captured Lin Xia's attention. This is a foundational grade spirit gathering array. Though it is damaged, it still holds value. I will not sell it for less than 25 fragments of spirit stones. A foundational grade spirit gathering array. If this array were intact or could still gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a higher price would be justified. But this array has merely 1/10 of its flags remaining. Even if purchased, it would serve no purpose, at most being used to dismantle some refining materials. Furthermore, with only 1/10 of the flags left, the materials it can dismantle are exceedingly limited. 10 fragments of spirit stones. Take it or leave it. Following the source of the commotion, Lin Xia observed 2 men in the early stages of blood refinement engaged in a fierce bargaining match. Upon hearing about the foundational grade spirit gathering array, Lin Xia's eyes lit up, and his departing steps came to an abrupt halt. A foundational grade spirit gathering array, as its name implies, is capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, assisting foundational cultivators in accelerating their cultivation. Even the cheapest foundational grade spirit gathering array could fetch several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Within the Wanxia sect, where Lin Xia once resided, there were several foundational grade spirit gathering arrays. However, the foundational grade spirit gathering array beside the 2 men was in a state of extreme disrepair, possessing only 1/10 of its flags, and even the essential materials on the flags had been dismantled. Its value was almost negligible. Yet, even so, as a foundational grade spirit gathering array, it could still sell for dozens of low-grade spirit stones. Observing the 2 quarreling men, Lin Xia contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to purchase the foundational grade spirit gathering array. If he could employ the Jinshin Mirror to slightly restore this foundational grade spirit gathering array, it would be a tremendous profit. Gentlemen, there is no need for dispute. I shall take it for 15 fragments of spirit stones. Lin Xia approached the 2 men in blood refinement, speaking calmly. As he spoke, a robust surge of vital energy emanated from within him, instantly forming a formidable aura that pressed down upon the heads of the 2 men like a mountain. We have met, esteemed senior. We have met, esteemed senior. Feeling the overwhelming presence of Lin Xia, the 2 blood refinement men turned pale, hastily bowing in reverence. The man attempting to purchase the damaged foundational grade spirit gathering array for 10 fragments of spirit stones dared not utter another word. His cultivation was merely at the early stage of blood refinement. Meanwhile, Lin Xie was a cultivator at the bone refinement stage. Although fighting and conflict were strictly prohibited within the immortal cultivation market, once outside its bounds, no laws or rules would restrain them. For a damaged foundational grade spirit gathering array, he dared not offend a bone refinement cultivator. The man selling the damaged foundational grade spirit gathering array felt a heaviness in his heart. 15 fragments of spirit stones were not something he wished to concede easily. Yet, after careful consideration, he chose to compromise. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Had Lin Xie not been a bone refinement cultivator, the man would never have yielded even a fraction. Strength reigns supreme, and the powerful command respect. This is the law of the immortal cultivation world. Fairness is forever established upon the foundation of power. Lin Xie bore no psychological burden regarding such strong-arm tactics. He was never a paragon of virtue. He was merely one among the many under the ruthless laws of this world. The path of immortal cultivation is fundamentally a struggle. If one does not contend, they will find themselves beneath others. If one does not fight, they will become stepping stones for others. After relinquishing 15 fragments of spirit stones, Lin Xie stowed away the damaged foundational grade spirit gathering array and stepped out, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he departed the immortal cultivation market. The journey back and forth had already consumed several hours. Time was running short. He needed to return to Qiao Town swiftly and finalize all arrangements before the Zhao family launched their grand offensive. Traversing through forests and crossing rivers and marshes, the various formidable mountains and treacherous obstacles that mere mortals could hardly surmount appeared as flat plains before Lin Xie, a distance of 200 li. If he exerted himself fully, he could reach in no more than an hour. However, Lin Xie did not choose this approach. Instead, he maintained his stamina. While traveling outside, it was essential to preserve one's energy. Otherwise, when faced with danger, one could find themselves in dire straits, even losing their life. These were lessons Lin Xie had gleaned from a century of cultivation. Chapter 17. Confrontation of spirit-infused cultivators? Time to make a hasty retreat. Just as Lin Xie journeyed and remained vigilant of his surroundings, a series of thunderous booms suddenly erupted from the distant mountains. Even at a distance of several dozen li, the deafening sounds resonated like rolling thunder. The booming was infused with waves of spiritual energy, indicating that cultivators were engaged in a battle of spells. To harness the spiritual power of heaven and earth and unleash various techniques. Only cultivators at the spirit-infused stage, or above, could accomplish such feats. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xie's heart grew increasingly alert, and he promptly retreated from the direction of the distant confrontation. A battle between spirit-infused cultivators was not something a bone refinement cultivator like him could involve himself in. A full-force strike from a spirit-infused cultivator could cover a range of several hundred meters. In the presence of spirit-infused cultivators, even those at the peak of bone refinement would merely be as insignificant as ants. As Lin Xie quickened his pace, the distant explosions gradually faded away. Only when complete silence returned behind him did he release a slight sigh of relief. Typically, around Sichuan City, one would rarely encounter even spirit-infused cultivators, let alone those at the fourth stage of body refinement. Much less witness battles in the wild. After all, within a radius of several thousand li around Sichuan City, there were neither top-tier spirit veins nor any extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. The two spirit-infused cultivators clashing were likely just passing through, sparking conflict over certain interests in the realm of immortal cultivation. Conflicts among cultivators were as commonplace as eating and drinking, among cultivators of the same tier. Disputes over resources or a secret technique could lead to life-and-death confrontations. As for lower-tier cultivators, even the slightest offense against a higher-tier cultivator could result in losing their life, being obliterated on the spot. After traversing two more mist-shrouded mountains inhabited by ferocious beasts, Lin Xie finally returned to the Lin family in Qiao Town before sunset. Although his visit to the immortal cultivation market had encountered a minor hiccup on the way back, overall, it had been quite smooth. Upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Xie began to inventory the various items he possessed. Currently, he held 9 fragments of spirit stones, 3 manuals for blood refinement techniques, 12 bottles of body refinement pills, a total of 36, 10 flame talismans, 3 spirit poison bottles, and a severely damaged foundational grade spirit gathering array. In addition, Lin Xia also possessed a volume of the Qi Yin Dao Jing, which could be cultivated to the core formation stage, a 100-year spirit refining grass with 7 remaining leaves, and 3 talismans of the 3 talents array, which constituted Lin Xia's most significant trump card at present. Almost at every moment, Lin Xia kept it hidden close to his heart. When this flag was activated, beneath the essence of spirit, Lin Xia became an existence akin to invincibility. The 9 fragments of spirit stones he possessed were not intended for cultivation. Rather, he planned to retain them for the activation of the 3 talents array flag. Until he achieved a breakthrough to the spirit nurturing realm, Lin Xia would need to utilize the spirit stone fragments to briefly wield spirit nurturing level treasures. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of activating the 3 talents array flag. After meticulously counting his various items, Lin Xia cautiously extracted the mirror of immortal appraisal, then brought forth 2 boxes of gold ingots. Gently placing them upon the mirror's surface, in an instant, mysterious celestial light began to emanate. Holding the mirror of immortal appraisal, Lin Xia aimed it at a flame talisman. With a resounding whoosh, a glow imbued with a mysterious aura enveloped the vicinity of the flame talisman. In the blink of an eye, what was once an ordinary flame talisman now radiated a faint yet formidable spirit might. Under this spirit might, even from a distance of 2 meters, Lin Xia felt an inexhaustible aura of danger. The power of this flame talisman had increased by at least several hundredfold. Originally, it could merely affect practitioners in the blood refinement realm, yet at this moment, the spirit might it emanated was no less than that of an early-stage spirit nurturing practitioner. And its true power had yet to be unleashed. Should it be activated, it could very well pose a severe threat to spirit nurturing practitioners. After stowing away the enhanced flame talisman, Lin Xia took out boxes of mundane gold and silver, beginning the process of enhancement on various items. Ultimately, after expending a full quarter of an hour, Lin Xia managed to enhance all the items at hand. However, the wealth accumulated by the Lin family had been completely depleted. During this process, Lin Xia also attempted to utilize the enhanced items as consumables, aiming to create an infinite loop of egg and chicken using the mirror of immortal appraisal. Regrettably, this endeavor was unsuccessful. Resources enhanced by the mirror of immortal appraisal, while capable of undergoing secondary and even tertiary enhancements, could not be treated as consumables to enhance other items. Gazing at the array of enhanced items within the secret chamber, Lin Xia's curiosity regarding the origins of the mirror of immortal appraisal grew ever stronger. Nonetheless, possessing such a treasure was indeed a stroke of fortune. Perhaps it was a sign that the Lin family's fortune had not yet run dry. As the last practitioner of the Lin family, should Lin Xia fall or remain trapped in the blood refinement realm, it would merely be a matter of time before the family faced decline. However, as long as Lin Xia remained alive and grew ever stronger, safeguarding the Lin family for a century, a millennium, or even longer, the family would inevitably give rise to descendants with spiritual roots. By then, with gradual accumulation, the Lin family's foundation and overall strength could elevate to several tiers. Acquiring the mirror of immortal appraisal was a boon for Lin Xia, as well as for the Lin family of Qiao Town. Unfortunately, the foundational spirit gathering array enhancement attempt had failed. To successfully enhance it, it would likely require the use of spirit stone fragments or intact low-grade spirit stones. Observing the foundational spirit gathering array on the ground, Lin Xia shook his head slightly. No matter, there was no rush for now. He stowed away the foundational spirit gathering array flag, refraining from further enhancement. The 9 spirit stone fragments in his possession were still needed to activate the 3 talents array flag. As for the foundational spirit gathering array, having obtained 36 body refinement pills, Lin Xia could temporarily elevate his cultivation using the pills without significant reliance on the gathering array. After securing the foundational spirit gathering array, Lin Xia proceeded to gather all the talismans, spirit poison vials, and other items. The enhanced spirit poison vials were now sufficient to threaten spirit nurturing practitioners. With these items in hand, if he laid his plans in advance, even if the Zhao family sent more than one blood refinement realm elder, Lin Xia would remain unperturbed. However, to be cautious, Lin Xie resolved to promptly consume the pills and endeavor to elevate his own strength to the blood refinement level. A breakthrough to the blood refinement realm would not only exponentially increase his power but also extend his lifespan by another 20 years. After swallowing a body refinement pill, Lin Xie sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to circulate his internal spiritual energy according to the first volume of the Red Flame Tao scripture. The 4 stages of body refinement involve refining oneself with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, from skin to internal organs. Once the physical body returns to its innate state, one can step into the spirit-nurturing realm. As time passed, the night gradually descended. Prior to slaying the 3rd elder of the Zhao family, Lin Xie had already sensed signs of a breakthrough. At this moment, with each breath he took, his aura continuously ascended. Under the effects of the body refinement pill and the enhancement of his profound-grade spiritual root, in a mere 2 days, Lin Xie's realm had already advanced to perfection of bone refinement. Upon breaking through to the perfection of bone refinement, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. After these 2 days of consumption, only 20 body refinement pills remained from the 11 bottles he had, 6 pills per bottle. Gazing at the remaining 20 body refinement pills, a decisive look emerged in Lin Xie's eyes. With only half a step remaining, he was on the verge of breaking through to the blood refinement realm. Several days had passed since he had slain the 3rd elder of the Zhao family, and they could strike at any moment. Each increment of strength gained would bolster his confidence in facing the Zhao family. Grabbing all the body refinement pills, Lin Xie swallowed them all in one go. After consecutive days of consuming body refinement pills, his body had begun to gradually develop a tolerance to them. Any pill, when taken over an extended period, would yield diminishing returns. Moreover, as one's strength increased, certain low-grade pills could lose their efficacy entirely. For instance, even the top-quality body refinement pills, enhanced by the mirror of immortal appraisal, would have no effect on spirit-nurturing practitioners. With the 20 body refinement pills consumed, a tremendous surge of medicinal power immediately coursed through Lin Xie's body. The process of advancing to the blood refinement realm was far more excruciating than that of advancing to bone refinement. His internal organs shattered and were then reconstituted. Lin Xie tightly shut his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Within him, his 5 organs began to crumble, and the agonizing pain transcended all worldly tortures. Only with a resolute will could he endure the 4 stages of body refinement: skin, blood, bone, and internal organs. Each step forward was accompanied by suffering, each step a trial of one's resolve. 3 days passed, and the torment within Lin Xie gradually subsided. His internal organs had been successfully reformed. He had entered the early stage of blood refinement. As Lin Xie sensed the transformation within himself, his mood was exceedingly buoyant. In the blood refinement realm, one could expect a lifespan of 160 years. Although Lin Xie was already 110, he still had 50 years to live. More importantly, upon breaking through to the blood refinement realm, his power had surged several dozen times. In the bone refinement realm, even with full exertion, he could only unleash a force of up to 1 million jin. Yet in the blood refinement realm, with just a single sweep of his arm, he could exert a tremendous force of up to 10 million jin. Note: 1 ton 2,000 jin, 10 million jin 5,000 tons. Having successfully advanced to the early stage of blood refinement, Lin Xie gradually rose from the ground, ceasing further cultivation. During his time away from the falling sunset sect and back in his family, Lin Xie's realm had risen too rapidly. Thus, he needed a period of consolidation. Continuing to cultivate without pause could lead to an unstable foundation, potentially jeopardizing his future path to immortality. The path of cultivation requires a gradual approach. Relentless pursuit of speed inevitably leads to losses. After concluding his cultivation, Lin Xie took the 3 scrolls of blood refinement realm techniques gifted by the manager of Qingya Pavilion and leisurely exited the secret chamber. Following the enhancements from the mirror of immortal appraisal, these 3 scrolls of blood refinement realm techniques had notably reached foundational level. Although Lin Xie primarily focused on the Red Flame Tao scripture, reviewing other techniques would still benefit his cultivation. As the saying goes, in the pursuit of immortality, all paths are interconnected. Among the 3 scrolls, one was a beast taming technique, named the Myriad Beast Scripture. Another was a water path technique, known as Water Melody Skill. And the last was a sword path technique, called Minor 5-Element Sword Technique. What intrigued Lin Xie the most was the Minor 5-Element Sword Technique. After breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm, this technique could indeed be practiced. Mastering it would render him nearly invincible among his peers within the foundational realm. However, swordsmanship is arduous to cultivate, requiring not only perseverance and comprehension, but also a measure of fate and fortune. Just as Lin Xie reclined in a high-backed chair, eagerly perusing the Minor 5-Element Sword Technique, a frantic figure suddenly appeared outside his courtyard. Ancestor, a grave situation has arisen. The sentinels report that a force of nearly 20,000 is approaching Qiao Town from 30 miles away. This force includes the armored guards of the Zhao family, as well as several factions from the towns surrounding Sichuan City. They are coming directly for our Lin family. The figure before us is Lin Chang'e, his tone imbued with urgency and his heart awash with turmoil. Ever since Lin Xie executed the third elder of the Zhao clan, Lin Chang'e has been engulfed in anxiety. The immense psychological strain of recent days has caused him to lose considerable weight. In confronting the pressure imposed by the Zhao clan, Lin Chang'e has taken various precautions, such as relocating a portion of his kin and intensifying the training of the guards. Yet, when faced with the entirety of the Zhao clan, he finds it impossible to maintain his composure. For centuries, the Zhao clan has reigned as the dominant force within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. While other factions have attempted to challenge their supremacy, they have all ultimately vanished, their families extinguished. Has the Zhao clan finally come? Upon hearing Lin Chang'e's report, Lin Xie remained calm and collected. When he broke through to the refining organs realm, he had braced himself for an incursion from the Zhao clan. Initially, he had thought he might abandon his breakthrough midway to confront the Zhao clan, yet unexpectedly, even after achieving success, the Zhao clan had yet to descend upon Qiao Town. However, upon reflection, this is not surprising. The Zhao clan is known for their meticulous approach. Should they experience even a single defeat, regardless of how weak their adversary appears, they will muster the full strength of their clan and employ all their resources to annihilate the opponent. Do you not realize as the clan leader, your flustered demeanor is unbecoming? The elder will handle matters with the Zhao clan. You must soothe our kin and maintain order in Qiao Town. You may withdraw now. Do not disappoint me. Lin Xie slowly rose from his armchair, responding coolly to Lin Chang'e outside the courtyard. As he spoke, Lin Xie took a gentle step forward, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, gracefully departing Qiao Town. Meanwhile, 30 miles from Qiao Town, a formidable and awe-inspiring procession traverses the mountains, drawing ever closer to their destination. This cavalcade comprises 500 heavily armored cavalry, 5,000 elite guards, and over 10,000 ordinary soldiers. The banners of the Zhao clan flutter in the wind, and the convoy stretches endlessly. Many villagers, upon witnessing this scene, are gripped with terror and unease. In Chapter 19. The cruel reality. The Zhao clan's invasion, many villages have begun organizing their inhabitants, preparing to flee the jurisdiction of Qiao Town. At this juncture, it is abundantly clear that the Zhao clan is poised to strike. The last time the Zhao clan mobilized on such a scale against an ancient town, every mortal within 100 miles was slaughtered, with not even the elderly, women, or children spared. Although the Jin Kingdom has laws prohibiting indiscriminate slaughter of mortals, the Zhao clan, as the sovereign power of Sichuan City and its surroundings, faces no repercussions for annihilating an entire town. The administrative divisions of the Jin Kingdom are categorized into villages, towns, cities, counties, and prefectures. The kingdom encompasses 3 prefectures, 72 counties, and thousands of cities, stretching millions of miles from north to south. In theory, the royal family of the Jin Kingdom holds ultimate authority over these regions. However, the vastness of the kingdom allows sects and clans to govern their territories with little interference, provided they deliver tribute to their superiors. Within their domain, the Zhao clan can act with impunity. The Zhao clan's forces pay no heed to the fleeing villagers, while the allied factions that accompany them raise their blades, initiating a spree of violence and plunder. The Zhao clan deliberately allows these factions to pillage, boosting their morale before they charge towards Qiao Town. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my child. In the wake of the Zhao clan's tacit approval, villages along the way swiftly transform into hellish landscapes. Children weep, women and the elderly are slaughtered, while young men are bound and reduced to slaves. Ha ha ha! Scream! Scream out loud! I relish witnessing others in despair. A burly commander, clad in armor and sporting a thick beard, extends his rough hand, leering at a woman. The woman, filled with hopelessness, watches as her husband lies dying on the ground. His final breath spent glaring at the commander. There is no twist of fate, no unexpected savior to cleanse this evil. Ha ha ha! The commander is magnificent. Laughter erupts from the surrounding soldiers, armed with blades and exuding menace. The woman's hair billows in the wind as her expression shifts from despair to numbness. Observing this scene, a young descendant of the Zhao clan furrows his brow, contemplating intervening, but is restrained by an elder. Why? He inquires, his voice laced with anguish. At this moment, he grapples with profound internal conflict. This is the nature of the world. Whether in the mundane realm or the realm of cultivation, the weak are destined to be trampled. Weakness strips one of dignity and the right to exist. Remember, you possess spiritual roots. Your future is to become an elder of the Zhao clan, even the patriarch of our sect. Our clan stands firm in Sichuan City, commanding vassals not through compassion, but through sheer power and unyielding resolve. I brought you here to witness the brutal reality of the world. The elder's voice is steady yet carries a chilling finality. Many years ago, he too was filled with youthful ideals, but repeated conflicts have dulled his heart. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young Zhao clan member falls silent. The elder, seeing his reaction, refrains from further comment and retreats to his carriage. As the slaughter subsides, the Zhao clan, accompanied by numerous allied factions, resumes their advance. This time, the Zhao clan has not only deployed many guards but also dispatched 2 elders of the refining bones realm, 3 elders of the blood refining realm, and 6 cultivators of the skin refining realm. Most crucially, the most esteemed and powerful ancestor of the Zhao clan is also present in the ranks. Coupled with the cultivators sent by various allied factions, the Zhao clan has mobilized nearly 15 cultivators for this assault on the Lin family in Xiao town. The streets are desolate, and tension hangs thick in the air. Since Lin Xia's slaughter of the Zhao clan's 3rd elder, many residents have already fled to other towns. During this period, the Lin family's various businesses have suffered greatly. On the stone walls of Xiao town, the Lin family's guards have almost halved. Even a significant portion of the Lin clan's members has been sent away by Lin Chang'e. The remaining kin, caught between fear and resignation, either live in constant trepidation or brace themselves for death. Lin Xie is acutely aware of the situation within Xiao town, yet he remains indifferent. He believes that once this battle is won, the fleeing residents will naturally return and the Lin family will regain their confidence. This battle will mark the Lin family's rise to replace the Zhao clan as the dominant power within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. The spirit poison vials, flame talismans, and the 3 talismans formation flags have all been meticulously prepared. Once the Zhao clan's ancestor is eliminated, neither the 20,000 guards nor the numerous cultivators of the refining bones and blood refining realms will be able to withstand Lin Xie. As the autumn wind howls and the setting sun bleeds crimson, Lin Xie stands with his hands clasped behind his back outside Xiao town, unaware of how much time has passed. Finally, a dark mass of guards comes into view. Marching in perfect formation, their foot soldiers clad in heavy iron armor. The 500 cavalry, well versed in martial arts, each exude formidable strength. In the face of this armored force, even cultivators of the skin refining and blood refining realms would likely be swiftly overwhelmed. A long horn sounds from the stone wall of Qiao town. Numerous guards draw their bows, preparing various incendiary substances. Even the Lin family's sole heavy crossbow has been set up. This heavy crossbow, one of the Lin family's hidden treasures, can launch massive arrows weighing 10,000 pounds, capable of inflicting severe damage on cultivators of the refining bones realm. Its sole drawback is that it requires hundreds of men to operate and has a slow firing rate. The Lin family has disturbed the peace by slaying our 3rd elder in order to maintain order in the region. The Zhao clan of Sichuan City will suppress this turmoil and eradicate the Lin family. After breaching Qiao town, we will eliminate all insurgents. A Zhao clan elder, mounted on a fierce beast, gazes at Qiao town and proclaims with authority. His voice, gravelly yet resonant, echoes throughout Qiao town, clearly reaching the ears of the guards and Lin family members. In that moment, despair envelopes Zhao Town even further. The assault begins. The Zhao clan elder commands again, and with his order, the forces of the Zhao clan's vassals surge forward. Their role is to serve as cannon fodder. Yet, despite knowing their fate, none dare retreat. By advancing into Zhao Town, they too can join the Zhao clan in pillaging ordinary villagers. However, those who dare to retreat will be mercilessly exterminated by the Zhao clan. To charge forward is to risk death, but it may also yield rewards. To retreat is to face certain death, and it may endanger one's family and even the entire clan. Chapter 20. Schemes and layouts. The power of the formation flags, a thunderous roar resonates. As the numerous armored warriors commenced their charge, the very earth around them began to tremble and quake from the stone walls of Zhao Town. A torrential rain of flaming arrows drenched the battlefield. Standing atop the walls, Lin Chang'e took command of the Lin family's guards personally. As the patriarch, it was imperative for him to step forward and stabilize the hearts of his people. As for everything else, it was left to the ancestors. Whoosh! On the stone walls, the Lin family's colossal war machine began to gather strength, pulled by the throng of armored warriors. Following the charge of the allied forces, the Zhao family's heavy cavalry and armored troops also sprang into action. Though war is accompanied by death, for these armored warriors, it represents an opportunity for promotion. Moreover, should they breach Zhao Town, they could plunder treasures and seize the women within. Kill. The Zhao family's armored warriors were filled with fervor, unleashing blood-curdling roars. Outside Zhao Town, Lin Xie did not engage the armored warriors. Instead, he gazed towards the very core of the Zhao family's ranks. The Zhao family's cultivators were congregated there. Lin Xie moved with remarkable speed, swiftly approaching the multitude of Zhao family cultivators. With the protection of the stone walls and various defensive mechanisms, even if the number of armored warriors was 100-fold, they could hold out for a time. What Lin Xie aimed to accomplish during this interval was to eliminate all of the Zhao family cultivators. Sensing Lin Xie's presence, the Zhao family and its affiliated cultivators changed their expression slightly. It was the refinement stage. He is actually at the refinement stage. The voice of the Zhao family's second elder trembled, cold sweat breaking out on his back. At that time, he had ventured alone to scout outside Zhao Town, even slaying a guard. Had Lin Xie attacked him then, the consequences would have been dire. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xie had only recently broken through to the refinement stage, still merely at the early phase. I can suppress him with one hand. Just as many cultivators were filled with trepidation or apprehension, a robust voice emanated from a magnificent and spacious palanquin. The voice was imbued with immense vitality and boundless confidence. Following this, an elderly figure, leaning on a cane and clad in a crimson robe, emerged from the palanquin. The old man had a head of yellow hair, sparse teeth, and skin that was wrinkled like tree bark. With triangular eyes that occasionally glinted with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon seeing the elder, the Zhao family's cultivators, alongside those from affiliated factions, promptly bowed in respect. We have met the Ancestor. We have met the esteemed Zhao Renjia. The elder did not respond to the crowd, but turned his gaze towards Lin Xie and coolly stated, in the early phase of the refinement stage, "You possess some power, yet it remains insufficient before me. I offer you a chance. Swallow this soul-devouring goo and become a servant of the Zhao family, and I shall spare your life. You should still have an ascension order from your return to the falling sunset sect. Hand it over as well. You have 3 breaths to consider. This is your and your Lin family's final opportunity." As he spoke, the elder's aura surged to its zenith. He, Zhao Renjia, was a being of the perfected refinement stage. Faced with Lin Xie, he held absolute confidence. Moreover, he could discern that Lin Xie had likely just broken through to the refinement stage. Upon hearing the voice of the Zhao family ancestor, Lin Xie, who had intended to act immediately, suddenly conceived a plan. He looked at the Zhao family ancestor, deliberately displaying a fearful expression, and spoke in a trembling voice, "I have met the esteemed Zhao Senior. Previously, in my ignorance, I offended the Zhao family. My Lin family is willing to relinquish all assets of Zhao Town, and I am also willing to surrender that ascension order. I implore the Senior to show mercy, and for the Zhao family to be forgiving. As for becoming a servant, That seems rather inappropriate. Lin Xia's attitude was exceedingly humble, as if he had truly submitted. However, in reality, Lin Xia was calculating whether he could deliver a decisive blow to the Zhao family ancestor from this distance. To activate the three talents array flag required some time. Thus, he needed to utilize the flame talismans and spirit poison bottles to inflict some damage on the Zhao family ancestor before seizing the opportunity to eliminate the two Zhao family cultivators at the bone refinement stage. Once the bone refinement stage cultivators were removed, coupled with the Zhao family ancestor being injured, it would be effortless to annihilate the remaining Zhao family and its affiliated forces. After Lin Xia spoke, the Zhao family ancestor slowly narrowed his eyes. Faced with Lin Xia's apparent submission, he was filled with wariness, as the ancestor of the Zhao family and a master of the perfected refinement stage. He was not so easily deceived. Although his words brimmed with confidence, he had already summoned all his strength, prepared to suppress Lin Xia with all his might at any moment. Humph, am I negotiating with you? The Zhao family ancestor snorted coldly, stealthily stepping forward, ready to strike and capture Lin Xia. Lin Xia did not expect to completely deceive the Zhao family ancestor. As long as he could engage him and distract him, the chances of delivering a critical blow would only increase. Of course, the Zhao family ancestor held the same intention. Both were cunning old foxes with centuries of experience. Their conflict did not necessarily have to be explosive, but rather a battle of wits and psychological maneuvers. In the end, it would come down to a single move to determine the victor. Thus, Lin Xia sighed gently, pretending to reach for the soul-devouring goo presented by the Zhao family ancestor. Yet, just as he approached the Zhao family ancestor, Lin Xia suddenly unleashed 5 flame talismans. To prevent the Zhao family ancestor from evading, he hurled one in each of the 4 cardinal directions. The 5th was aimed directly at the spot where the Zhao family ancestor stood. As the 5 flame talismans descended, no matter how the Zhao family ancestor attempted to dodge, he would inevitably face the force of one of them. Despite the Zhao family ancestor's vigilance and his preparations to attack first, the arrival of the 5 flame talismans still caught him off guard. Most critically, the sheer power of these 5 flame talismans was terrifying. Even he, at the perfected refinement stage, sensed a dangerous aura emanating from them. Ancestor, Zhaorenjia. Upon witnessing Lin Xia's sudden assault, the Zhao family's cultivators were taken aback, eager to rush forward and encircle him. Meanwhile, those from the affiliated factions, although their faces displayed concern and fury, instinctively began to retreat. They were merely compelled by circumstance to serve the Zhao family, lacking any true loyalty. Array, activate. Lin Xia observed the Zhao family ancestor. Heavily wounded by the flame talismans, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He summoned 2 fragments of spirit stones, resolutely activating the 3 talents array flag. In an instant, runes materialized within a 50-meter radius, and a murderous intent enveloped the area. Within the coverage of the array flag, the 3 elemental forces of gold, wood, and fire descended. Chapter 21. The Vast Path, Ever Ruthless, Clang. As the power of the 3 talents array flag was fully awakened, the gold element transformed into a multitude of sharp swords, piercing towards the Zhao family's cultivators. The wood element manifested into sprawling vines, enveloping the surroundings and restricting the movements of the Zhao family's cultivators. Finally, the fire element clung to the swords and vines, continuously inflicting lethal threats upon the Zhao family's cultivators. Save me, Ancestor, save me. Under the shadow of the 3 talents array, the Zhao family cultivators screamed in agony, with even the elder and the second elder of the Zhao family being gravely wounded in an instant. As for the Zhao family cultivators below the bone refinement stage, in just 2 breaths, they were utterly annihilated. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators from the Zhao family's affiliated factions were drenched in cold sweat. Damn. How could this be a spirit-infused magical treasure? The Zhao family ancestor gazed at his kin, pierced through by the gold element swords and subsequently reduced to ashes by the fire element. His expression darkened to the utmost degree. At this moment, having been struck by the flame talismans, his own condition had deteriorated severely. If he made even the slightest mistake today, the entire Zhao family force could face annihilation. Without the balance provided by the cultivators, the Zhao family's armored warriors would be as insignificant as ants before Lin Xie. Earth River Shield. Considering this, the Zhao family ancestor could not afford to hesitate any longer and directly summoned his trump card. He grasped a crimson iron shield, placing the 2 fragments of spirit stones upon it. The next moment, the crimson iron shield emitted a faint glow, fiercely protecting both himself and the elder and second elder of the Zhao family. This crimson iron shield was also a spirit-infused magical treasure. You all hold the Earth River Shield steady and buy me a quarter of an hour. Once I have regained my peak strength, I shall make the Lin family pay a heavy price. The Zhao family ancestor looked at the 2 elders. His voice laced with fury. The losses sustained by the Zhao family had been catastrophic. In a mere 2 breaths since arriving at Xiao Town, they had already lost 9 cultivators. Among these 9, many had the potential to break through to the bone refinement or even the refinement stage. They were pillars of the Zhao family's future. Yet now, those pillars had been severed by Lin Xie. Yes, Ancestor. The Zhao family elder and second elder responded simultaneously. Despite their own grievous wounds, they understood that they must buy time for the Ancestor. Otherwise, a fatal end awaited them. Having fallen to such depths, both were filled with immense regret. Had they known Lin Xie would be this troublesome, they would never have provoked him in the first place. But now, the Zhao family was already in too deep. Moreover, Lin Xie would not allow them to escape unscathed. Beginning with the 3rd elder of the Zhao family, Lin Xie has already slain 10 cultivators from the Zhao clan, rendering this enmity nearly impossible to resolve. 2 elders of the Zhao family grasped the Earthen River Shield simultaneously, desperately holding their ground. The patriarch of the Zhao family retrieves a pitch-black, enigmatic elixir and swallows it without hesitation. This peculiar black elixir is a living pill. A living pill crafted from the essence of a cultivator's blood. Consuming this pill allows a cultivator to swiftly recover from injuries. Over the years, the Zhao family has slaughtered numerous minor cultivation factions, gradually refining this living pill from the blood essence of many cultivators. Initially, the patriarch intended to use this living pill to aid his breakthrough to the spirit-nurturing realm. However, now faced with a life-and-death crisis, he can no longer afford to ponder such matters. His rage reaches a boiling point as he contemplates the sacrifices made for this living pill, the purchase of a fire essence, a Dan furnace, and the slaughter of dozens of cultivators. To consume this pill would be to bury years of painstaking effort. Yet soon, the patriarch's heart regains its composure. He gazes at the 3 cultivators from the Zhao family's subordinate factions, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He intends to eradicate all cultivation factions within 1,000 miles of Zichuan City after dealing with Lin Xie, and then use the blood essence of these cultivators to concoct another living pill. His lifespan is dwindling. He must break through to the spirit-nurturing realm swiftly. Otherwise, in just a few decades, he will become naught but a pile of bones, utterly extinguished, after swallowing the living pill. The previously gravely injured patriarch of the Zhao family feels his breath gradually stabilize. He has reached the pinnacle of blood refinement and possesses a spirit-nurturing treasure. Even if it comes to a war of attrition, he can exhaust Lin Xie into submission. Were it not for Lin Xie's earlier deployment of 5 fire talismans and the instantaneous activation of the 3 talismans formation, he would not have been forced into such a precarious position. Observing the rapidly recovering patriarch of the Zhao family, Lin Xie once again produces 3 fragments of spirit stones, further amplifying the might of the 3 talismans formation. Go! In Lin Xie's hand, 3 spirit poison vials soar forth, landing beside Patriarch Zhao and the 2 Zhao elders. Upon touching the ground, the spirit poison vials explode. At the moment of the explosion, a kaleidoscope of poisonous mist begins to spread. This mist, originally only capable of inducing mild anesthesia in cultivators below the spirit-nurturing realm, has been enhanced by the abyssal mirror to now pose a threat even to those within the spirit-nurturing realm. It not only possesses anesthetic properties, but can also erode the very souls of cultivators. Hold your breath and concentrate. Retreat at once. The patriarch of the Zhao family, possessing the pinnacle of blood refinement, perceives the toxic mist and instinctively senses a grave danger. Cultivators have an acute intuition for peril. Some highly skilled experts can even foresee the future and deduce causality. He. Just as the patriarch of the Zhao family bellows, attempting to warn the two Zhao elders to retreat, they find themselves completely ensnared by the anesthetic. Their souls trapped in a phantasmagoria. Realizing this, the patriarch understands that he cannot save these two clan members. Of course, he never cared much for the so-called kinship. His earlier concern for the two Zhao elders was merely to alleviate his own burden. When the time comes for crucial decisions, one's own life takes precedence. In the realm of cultivators, what familial bonds are there? The so-called grand path is vast. Love and hatred are merely entanglements of the mundane world. Abandoning the two clan members, the patriarch of the Zhao family raises the earthen river shield and ceases to focus on healing his wounds, forcibly channeling his vital energy in a desperate attempt to break free from the three talismans formation. After this battle, even if he preserves his life, he will suffer decades of lifespan due to the overexertion of his vitality. Yet, at this moment, he has no other choice. After all, survival is the only hope. The mountains are high, and the waters long. This matter is far from over. While fleeing, the patriarch of the Zhao family does not forget to utter various threats in his view, even if he is severely injured, with the earthen river shield to protect him. Lin Xie will undoubtedly fail to capture him. However, just as his words fall, Lin Xie unleashes another 5 fire talismans. The fire talismans, upon descending, burst forth in dazzling brilliance, resembling 5 miniature suns, each radiating terrifying heat that even melts the surrounding rocks. Chapter 22. For the Lin family, ascending to dominance, boom. Facing the awe-inspiring fire talismans, the patriarch of the Zhao family maneuvers the earthen river shield to evade. Alas, the elemental forces within the 3 talismans formation severely impede him. Moreover, he had previously inhaled some of the toxic mist from the spirit poison vials. Those mists are gradually corroding his soul, causing the world before his eyes to blur if I wish to depart. Who can hold me back? The patriarch of the Zhao family gazes at the 5 fire talismans, a ruthless glint surfacing in his eyes. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he plunges it into his thigh, forcing himself to remain conscious. Then, gripping the earthen river shield, he resolutely chooses to endure the impact of 1 fire talisman. The 5 fire talismans thrown by Lin Xie seal off all his escape routes. He must withstand. Only thus can he cling to a sliver of hope. Within the 3 talismans formation, Lin Xie is also taut with tension, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. The struggle between cultivators is fraught with peril at every turn. The patriarch of the Zhao family far surpasses Lin Xie in strength, and he is both cunning and decisive. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Yet, the more formidable he is, the less Lin Xie will grant him the opportunity to flee. From injuring him with fire talismans to activating the 3 talismans formation, every step Lin Xie takes is fraught with danger. Should Lin Xie allow the patriarch to escape, even if the Lin family were to usurp the Zhao family's position, the existence of such a treacherous adversary would render the Lin family unable to find peace, death. Lin Xie now finds himself devoid of spirit poison vials and fire talismans. At this moment, he must rely on his own strength and the might of the 3 talismans formation to utterly capture the patriarch of the Zhao family. Meanwhile, the 3 cultivators from the Zhao family's subordinate factions have long since fled. Before their departure, they also withdrew the troops attacking Qiaozhen, who had been serving the Zhao family die in the end. Only the Zhao family's armored troops and heavy cavalry remained charging outside Qiaozhen. The subordinate factions of the Zhao family have vanished without a trace. They have realized that the Zhao family is about to fall from grace. Given the Zhao family's substantial losses among cultivators, even if they do not face complete annihilation, they will likely lose all control over Sichuan City. Regardless of whether the Zhao family declines or the Lin family rises, the subordinate factions will face reckoning. Should the Zhao family survive, the patriarch would not spare them. As for the Lin family, they may not necessarily accept them. Leading their families to flee is the most prudent course of action. As long as they take advantage of the conflict between the Lin and Zhao families, distancing themselves from Sichuan City and fleeing to other cities, they can ensure their safety. As for their foundations, in the face of annihilation that has become irrelevant, outside Qiaozhen, the Zhao family's armored troops charge forth in a grand display. Upon witnessing the fall of numerous clan cultivators and the retreat of the various subordinate factions, the morale of the Zhao family's armored troops is severely impacted. Although the defenders of Chaozhen are merely a few hundred, the formidable stone walls are not easily breached. The outer walls of Chaozhen are constructed from black iron rock, each block weighing 100,000 pounds and possessing a density akin to that of refined steel. To forge the stone walls outside Chaozhen, the Lin family invested a full 200 years. Not to mention siege engines, even cultivators at the blood refinement level cannot shake the stone walls of Chaozhen. The only one capable of shaking the stone walls of Chaozhen, the patriarch of the Zhao family, is currently being thoroughly suppressed by Lin Xia. Hear my command. Abandon the siege and encircle Lin Xia. Within the three talismans formation, blood trickles from the patriarch of the Zhao family's mouth. Even with the protection of the earthen river shield, half the power of the previous fire talisman struck him. He was already gravely injured, and although he has somewhat recovered due to the living pill, his condition remains dire. After enduring the impact of the fire talisman, he finds himself in a state of exacerbated injuries. More critically, Lin Xia stands before him, offering no opportunity to escape the confines of the three talismans formation. Though the earthen river shield is also a spirit-nurturing grade treasure, it is, by its very nature, a defensive artifact devoid of offensive capabilities. Relying solely on the earthen river shield, he lacks the means to retaliate against Lin Xia. Fellow cultivator, do not overstep your bounds. The longer the entanglement continues, the weaker the patriarch of the Zhao family grows. And a sense of unease gradually wells up within him. If this continues, he will perish. Although he has ordered the Zhao family's armored troops to abandon their assault on Chaozhen and instead focus on Lin Xia. It is unfortunate that, even with their martial prowess and heavy armor, the moment they approach the three talismans formation, they are instantly crushed into blood mist by the elemental forces, in the face of celestial artifacts. The numbers of mortals and their every attack are rendered utterly meaningless. After suffering continuous losses of dozens of heavy armored cavalry, the numerous Zhao family guards dared no longer to advance. Some attempted to draw their bows in a futile attempt to ambush Lin Xia, but the arrows that pierced the three talismans formation were ensnared by creeping vines, which then hurled them out of the formation's protective range, resulting in the demise of many Zhao family guards. Upon the stone walls of Chao Town, an elder of the Lin family gazed at Lin Xia within the three talismans formation, a look of worry etched on his face. Could it be that the patriarch is in danger? Those wretched Zhao family guards dare to attempt an ambush on our ancestor. They are simply deserving of death. Should I lead 200 guards out of the town to relieve some pressure from our ancestor? As the elder's words fell, Lin Chang'e shook his head slightly and calmly responded, "Do not be hasty. Our ancestor is a cultivator. A mere group of mundane guards poses no threat to him. Moreover, charging out with 200 guards would merely be courting death. It would not aid our ancestor in the slightest. The crux of this battle lies in the conflict among cultivators. Only by vanquishing the Zhao family patriarch can our Lin family claim victory. If we succeed in this battle, our Lin family shall take residence in Zichuan City, supplanting the Zhao family and reigning supreme over a 1,000-mile radius." As Lin Chang'e spoke, his gaze shifted to the heavy crossbow atop the stone wall of Chao Town. This crossbow is capable of launching projectiles weighing 10,000 pounds. The arrows it unleashes can effortlessly unleash destructive forces amounting to hundreds of thousands, even millions of pounds. Within the three talismans formation, although the Zhao family patriarch was firmly suppressed, it remained a challenge for our own patriarch to subdue him. With this thought, Lin Chang'e inhaled deeply and spoke again, "Bring forth the refined iron arrows." Lin Chang'e intended to utilize this mighty crossbow to lend a helping hand to his ancestor. He aimed to slay the Zhao family patriarch with a single shot, thereby carving out a position of dominance for the Lin family in Chao Town. At his command, hundreds of Lin family guards, utilizing auxiliary mechanisms, painstakingly loaded a colossal, gleaming arrow into the crossbow's firing mechanism. Creaking and groaning, the guards began to channel energy into the massive crossbow. As the gears turned, the crossbow string, crafted from the sinews of a ferocious beast, was gradually drawn taut. Boom. When the crossbow string reached its limits, the 10,000-pound refined iron arrow shot forth like a rainbow, instantly departing from the crossbow's launching platform. Where the arrow passed, it stirred terrifying gales, whistling through the air as if it could rend the void and shatter all in its path. "Be careful, Ancestor." Seeing the arrow hurtling towards the Zhao family patriarch, the Zhao guards were thrown into a panicked state that moment. The Zhao family patriarch, trapped within the confines of the Three Talismans formation, also felt a surge of fear. His eyes widened in alarm as he attempted to evade, but there was no opportunity to do so. The arrow's speed was simply too great. Had it not been for the influence of the Three Talismans formation and Lin Xie's relentless assaults nearby, he might have been able to evade even while injured. But now, he could only watch helplessly as the colossal arrow bore down upon him. In a moment of desperation, the Zhao family patriarch could only manipulate the Earth River shield, desperately shield himself. Under the threat of the arrow, he even abandoned the defense against the elemental attacks within the Three Talismans formation. If struck by the Three Talismans formation, he might only suffer some injuries, but should this 10,000-pound refined iron arrow pierce his body, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. In the blink of an eye, the massive refined iron arrow collided with the Zhao family's Earth River shield. The ferocious force erupted, unleashing a mighty wave of energy, almost immediately upon impact. The refined iron arrow sparked and twisted grotesquely. It must be said that the defensive capabilities of spirit-infused treasures are indeed astonishing. Even when faced with a 10,000-pound arrow capable of generating millions of pounds of force. The surface of the Earth River shield bore not a scratch, of course. While the Earth River shield remained unscathed and successfully blocked the refined iron arrow, this did not mean that the Zhao family patriarch emerged unscathed. Although the Earth River shield prevented the arrow from piercing his body directly, the terrifying force unleashed by the refined iron arrow nonetheless inflicted a tremendous impact upon the Zhao family patriarch. Blood poured from his 7 orifices as he clutched the Earth River shield, his entire body nearly collapsing under the weight of the refined iron arrow, with half of him sinking into the ground. In that moment, he had lost all capacity to resist due to the severity of his injuries. While Lin Xie's stamina had waned, it was still vastly superior to that of the Zhao family patriarch. In contrast, the Zhao family patriarch not only suffered broken bones, but also felt his vitality draining away, compounded by the constant erosion of his soul by the spirit poison bottle. In this confrontation with Lin Xie, he had been utterly defeated. Should he perish, a calamity would await the Zhao family of Zichuan City. Gulping, the Zhao family patriarch gazed at the approaching Lin Xie, surrendering to despair. He no longer had the strength to continue resisting. He could only turn to the surrounding Zhao family guards and let out one final, desperate shout. "Flee! All of you flee! Return to Zichuan City and inform our kin to relocate. We must preserve the legacy of the Zhao family. We must ensure the bloodline of the Zhao family continues." The Zhao family patriarch summoned the last of his strength, his voice hoarse from exertion. He understood all too well that without his presence to anchor them, and given the Zhao family's significant losses of cultivators this time, even if the Lin family were to show mercy and spare the Zhao family, other factions harboring enmity towards them would inevitably seek retribution. For years, many forces had been suppressed or even annihilated by the Zhao family. Throughout his life, he had cared little for his so-called kin. Yet, before his demise, he was still willing to fulfill his duty as the patriarch. This could be seen as a final act of kindness before death. Bang! Before the Zhao family patriarch could utter another word, Lin Xie moved with such swiftness that he appeared as a blur, first seizing the spirit-infused treasure, the Earth River shield, then delivering a fierce punch that struck the Zhao family patriarch squarely. The terrifying force radiated outward, reducing the Zhao family patriarch to a mass of mangled flesh. Accompanied by a crimson mist of blood, the Zhao family patriarch was rendered lifeless. Ancestor. Upon witnessing this, the Zhao family guards were left utterly dumbfounded. Even the captains among them stood frozen in place. Only a handful of guards contemplated fleeing, but alas, the moment they attempted to lift their legs, Lin Xie swiftly snapped their necks. "Drop all weapons. Those who dare to flee shall die." Lin Xie's voice was frigid and unyielding. Upon hearing this, all Zhao family guards dared not move an inch. Several captains, trembling with fear, voluntarily dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, imploring Lin Xie for mercy. With the Zhao family patriarch and their cultivators no longer present, they had entirely lost their anchor. The collective number of Zhao family guards and cavalry exceeded 10,000. Had they managed to unite and flee in all directions, even Lin Xie would not have been able to eradicate them all. However, they had completely lost their courage and morale. When the spirit of a legion crumbles, regardless of its size, it becomes nothing more than a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Thud, thud. At that moment, the gates of Qiao Town slowly creaked open, and hundreds of Lin family guards poured out. These guards, once steeped in despair, now brimmed with renewed vigor. The fall of the Zhao family patriarch signified a complete victory for the Lin family in this conflict. Those guards who had remained steadfast in their loyalty to the Lin family during this crisis now faced a promising future. Secure these individuals, binding their hands and feet. Lin Xie commanded with a calm demeanor as he regarded the Lin family guards. At his directive, the Lin guards swiftly used ropes and chains to bind the Zhao family guards. Throughout the entire process, not a single Zhao guard resisted. Ancestor, how shall we deal with these individuals? At that moment, Lin Chang'e approached Lin Xie, his expression filled with reverence. In response, Lin Xie did not answer but instead posed a question. What do you believe should be done? As soon as Lin Xie's words fell, Lin Chang'e, seeing that all the Zhao family guards had been bound, a glint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He then made a slashing motion across his throat towards Lin Xie, declaring, "Eliminate them all. These individuals are ultimately an unstable factor. Moreover, once our Lin family takes residence in Sichuan City, all members of the Zhao family, regardless of gender or age, shall be executed without mercy. For our enemies, we must eradicate them to the root." Lin Chang'e spoke with a calm demeanor in his eyes. It seemed as if the over 10,000 Zhao family guards and the thousands of Zhao family members were nothing more than weeds on a mountainside. Hearing Lin Chang'e's words, some of the younger Lin family members displayed expressions of discomfort, with a Lin family maiden stepping forward to protest. "Patriarch, they are innocent as long as they do not pose a threat to our Lin family. What harm is there in sparing their lives?" As soon as the maiden's words left her lips, Lin Chang'e's brow furrowed, preparing to reprimand her. At that moment, Lin Xie raised a hand to halt Lin Chang'e's anger and instead gazed deeply at the young Lin family descendants. His tone instructive as he slowly spoke. "Do you find all of this to be cruel? Yet I must inform you, this is the law of survival in this land. If you deem it cruel, venture outside Qiao Town and behold the villages that have been slaughtered by the Zhao family. Witness the mountain folk that have been mercilessly slain. These mountain dwellers are innocent, yet did the Zhao family spare them? Today, it is my Lin family that stands against the Zhao family. Otherwise, your forebears, your brothers and sisters would already be subjected to indignities and murder. In the struggle for survival within the dark wilderness, mercy and tolerance will only lead to one's own demise. The contest for existence demands unyielding resolve." Chapter 24. The Cruel Law, Total Annihilation. Upon hearing the aged voice of Lin Xie, the younger generation of the Lin family fell into a profound silence. For years, they had lived under the family's protection, entirely shielded from the brutal struggles for power. "Chang'e, send someone to escort the younger members of our clan to the vicinity of Qiao Town. Let them witness the villages that rely on our Lin family," Lin Xie instructed, shaking his head slightly. Only by confronting the harsh truth can these young ones truly mature. Meanwhile, upon eavesdropping on the conversation between Lin Xie and Lin Chang'e, many of Zhao family's armored guards began to stir restlessly. Their faces were etched with terror as they cried out, some even thrashing about in a frantic attempt to break free from their shackles. Alas, it was far too late to contemplate rebellion or escape. "No. Please don't kill me. I am willing to be a slave. I pledge eternal servitude to the Lin family. I have wealth. I possess great riches. Please, spare my life." Clang! The Lin family's guards unsheathed their long blades and commenced the massacre. Heads rolled as the sight of their kin and comrades being slaughtered inflicted a profound psychological torment upon those Zhao family guards who were merely awaiting their fate. Their faces were awash with tears, their bodies limp with despair. Under the shadow of death, Some guards even succumbed to incontinence. Witnessing this bloodbath, several young members of the Lin family could not help but shut their eyes and cover their ears. Yet Lin Chang'e and many of the elder members of the Lin family admonished them, insisting they keep their eyes wide open and their ears attuned. Bloodshed? Cruelty? I understand your sentiments, but remember, these pitiful enemies before you not only wish to annihilate our Lin family, but they have also slaughtered several villages within our domain. To sympathize with the enemy, to pity a pack of butchers, that is the greatest weakness, the epitome of ignorance. Had it not been for our ancestors' intervention, had it not been for the unity of the Lin family, these adversaries from the Zhao family would not only have ravaged a few villages, but would have also bathed Qiao Town in blood, obliterating our entire Lin family. An elderly woman, her back hunched with age, spoke with a stern expression and a serious tone. Since Lin Xia had joined the Luoxia sect for cultivation, leveraging its esteemed reputation, the Lin family had flourished for a century. Over the past century, the Lin family had not encountered any crises, leading many clansmen to forget the world's inherent brutality, particularly the younger generation who had been excessively sheltered by the family. The slaughter continued for half a day. Blood stained the earth, forming a winding river beneath the dimming light of dusk. The air around Qiao Town was thick with the stench of death, reminiscent of a hellish realm. Reporting to the elders, reporting to the clan leader, the spoils of this battle have been completely accounted for. A total of 15,000 pieces of armor, 15,000 swords and blades, 500 warhorses, along with various miscellaneous items valued at no less than 50 pounds of gold. The Lin family suffered the loss of 50 guards, with 20 severely injured and 10 lightly wounded. A blood-soaked captain of the guards reported with an expression of reverence towards Lin Xia and Lin Chang'e. Lin Xia chose not to intervene further in the remaining matters, as the elder of the Lin family. He was not the clan leader. He would not interfere unless it pertained to long-term development or significant family issues. For all fallen guards, their families would receive compensation of 10 pounds of gold, and the family would henceforth be responsible for the education of their offspring and the support of their parents. For the severely injured guards, their families would receive 3 pounds of gold, with the same responsibility extended to their children and parents. Each lightly wounded guard would receive a reward of 1 pound of gold, while all other guards would be awarded 5 taels of gold. Upon hearing the captain's report, Lin Chang'e's immediate response was to offer rewards and reassurances to the guards, subsequently instructing the transportation of the seized spoils back to Qiao Town. The corpses of the slain Zhao guards were set ablaze. Reduced to ashes. At this moment, Lin Xia had returned to his small courtyard. From the Zhao family's cultivators, he had acquired numerous resources, including dozens of fragments of spirit stones and several volumes of low-level techniques. However, it was the 2 items obtained from the ancestor of the Zhao family that captured Lin Xia's keen interest. Point 1 was a mid-level spiritual treasure, the Earth River Shield, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. If wielded by a cultivator at the early stage of spiritual refinement, it could render them invincible even against those at the mid-stage of the same realm. The Zhao family ancestor lacked the prowess to fully unleash its power, which ultimately allowed Lin Xia to vanquish him through various means, and with the cooperation of the Lin family. In addition to the Earth River Shield, the Zhao ancestor possessed a manual on cultivating insects. As the name suggests, this manual detailed the techniques for breeding and controlling venomous insects. Although only the first half of the manual was available, it already contained information on cultivating and controlling insects at the Foundation establishment stage. Should it be upgraded and completed with a Jinxian treasure mirror, it could potentially evolve into a nascent soul-level technique. Unlike ordinary nascent soul-level techniques, if one could cultivate a significant number of nascent soul realm insects, they could easily dominate within the same realm. However, at present, Lin Xia did not find it necessary to upgrade the insect cultivation manual, at least not until he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. A cultivator could control insects no more than 2 realms above their own. Otherwise, it could lead to a series of complications, such as the insects turning against their master. The Foundation establishment cultivator could at most control insects of the core formation stage, and typically in limited numbers. Lin Xia found the insect cultivation manual quite intriguing. If he could breed some insects, he would not even need to engage in combat against his enemies. with a mere wave of his sleeve. He could unleash thousands of venomous insects to devour them to the bone. The most appealing aspect was that breeding insects required far fewer resources than cultivating spirit beasts or crafting puppets. Nevertheless, the individual combat power of insects was significantly inferior to that of spirit beasts and puppets. Lin Xie carefully stored away the insect cultivation manual, planning to visit the cultivation market once the Lin family officially settled in Sichuan City and stabilized the situation. Within Qingya Pavilion, there should be insect eggs available for purchase. Besides the insect eggs, Lin Xie also intended to procure some materials. Once a cultivator breaks through to the spiritual refinement stage, they can forge their own life treasure. Although the Three Talismans array flag is of considerable grade and power, it still falls short of being a true life treasure. As for the Earth River Shield, being merely a defensive treasure, it is not suitable to serve as a life treasure. Chapter 25. Recruiting guards and establishing laws. After organizing various treasures and manuals, Lin Xie sat cross-legged on the ground and retrieved a fragment of spirit stone to commence his cultivation. Despite appearing to have the upper hand throughout his tussle with the Zhao family ancestor, the toll on his vitality was staggering. If he did not swiftly recover through cultivation, it could even affect his lifespan. Once Lin Xie entered his secluded chamber for closed-door cultivation, Lin Changge urgently summoned all members of the Lin family, their vassals, and servants within Xiao Town. Following this battle, the core foundation of the Zhao family in Sichuan City had been nearly depleted. The Zhao family now retained only a few remaining servants and ordinary guards. As for cultivators, the Zhao family was left with one clan leader at the bone refinement level, along with several skin refinement level practitioners. Once this residual force was eradicated, the Zhao family in Sichuan City would be utterly overthrown. For 2 full days, Lin Changge dedicated himself to assembling a guard corps. This time, the Lin family had acquired various armors and equipment. With sufficient able-bodied young men, the Lin family could easily form a regiment of 10,000 guards. Of course, these temporarily recruited guards would undoubtedly be lacking in combat capability. However, such details were inconsequential. What Lin Changge sought was sheer momentum. The remnants of the Zhao family posed little threat to the Lin family. The Lin family's establishment in Sichuan City was a foregone conclusion. Creating a formidable guard corps was primarily aimed at instilling fear in all directions, showcasing the Lin family's strength and foundations across the territory surrounding Sichuan City. The reason the Lin family had previously been able to sustain only a few hundred guards was primarily due to their limited economic resources. The surrounding 100 miles of Qiao Town were resource poor, with the combined population of all villages and Qiao Town itself barely reaching a mere 100,000. Among the young and strong, there are merely thousands. The Lin family's utmost limit is to draft a few hundred armored guards from this pool of thousands. However, should they seize the Sichuan City, the situation would transform entirely. The disparity in regional resources between a radius of 100 miles and 1,000 miles is not merely a matter of magnitude. Capturing Sichuan City and commanding the surrounding expanse of 1,000 miles would enable the Lin family to effortlessly sustain approximately 20,000 armored guards, even after provisioning numerous resources to the Luoxiazong annually. Reporting to the clan leader, after 2 days of recruitment, the number of armored guards in the Lin family has reached 3,000. The recruitment of these 3,000 guards represents the utmost capacity of Qiao Town. Furthermore, these 3,000 guards are solely infantry, with cavalry being a formidable challenge to cultivate in the short term. On a vast square, a dense throng of armored guards gathered, and an elder of the Lin family gazed at Lin Changge with a look of helplessness as he spoke. "Have we only managed to recruit 3,000? Lin Changge sighed softly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. In response, the elder of the Lin family shook his head and continued. Under normal circumstances, the Lin family could recruit 7,000 to 8,000 young and strong men within 100 miles of Qiao Town at any cost. However, due to the slaughter inflicted by the Zhao family and its affiliated forces, numerous villages have been decimated, and nearly half of Qiao Town's population has vanished. Upon mentioning this, a flicker of anger crossed the elder's face. The mountain folk of the villages surrounding Qiao Town are half the vassals of the Lin family, and with so many slain, how could he not be enraged? Clan leader, when shall we commence our assault on Sichuan City? Once we storm into Sichuan City, I vow to turn it into a river of blood over the course of 10 days. The elder's voice grew more fervent, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Though the Jin kingdom exists as a nominally unified entity, in reality, each regional family and sect operates like an independent small kingdom. Conflicts among families, along with the pillaging of cities and towns, are a commonplace occurrence in skirmishes between powers of equivalent stature, regardless of which side prevails, as long as tribute is paid on time. The superior powers typically refrain from interference. For instance, within Huai Mountain County, unless conflicts erupt among the major families resulting in the deaths of millions of mortals, even the Luoxiazong would remain uninvolved. Fighting between families of the caliber of the Lin and Zhao would not even attract the attention of the Luoxiazong, even if hundreds of thousands of mortals perished. Silence. For the Lin family to establish a foothold in Sichuan City, we must win the hearts of the populace and ensure a sufficient population. Only then can we develop various industries. The Lin family is not the Luoxiazong, which indiscriminately slaughters cities, without a substantial population. Guarding an empty Sichuan city holds no significance for us. Eliminating the Zhao family and certain affiliated forces will suffice. Those who only know how to kill are mere brutes, fools. In response to the elder's words, Lin Chang'e rebuked sternly. He rubbed his temples, his gaze sweeping over the 3,000 armored guards, and then urgently outlined a series of decrees. First, upon entering Sichuan City, there shall be no burning, killing, or looting. Nor shall order be disrupted. Second, we shall only strike against the Zhao family and its vassal forces. Third, any who dare violate the aforementioned two orders, even members of the clan's elders, shall face execution by slow slicing. Lin Chang'e's arrangements were not born of weakness. If it benefited the family's development, he would not hesitate to raise a city, or even annihilate a nation. The priority for the Lin family is to bolster the economy. To stimulate production, currently, the population is a precious resource for the Lin family. Apart from the unstable elements, it is imperative to stabilize the populace and minimize bloodshed. Faced with Lin Chang'e's sharp rebuke, the elder of the Lin family dared not retort, quickly nodding in agreement. Then when shall we begin our incursion into Sichuan City? At that moment, another elder of the Lin family suddenly rose. His face alight with anticipation at the mention of entering Sichuan City, clearly eager to proceed. As his words fell, numerous Lin family members and armored guards turned their attention to Lin Chang'e. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Chang'e did not reply directly, merely stating, "There is no rush. Our ancestor still requires time to recuperate. Moreover, the journey from Qiao Town to Sichuan City is fraught with challenges. We must prepare sufficient provisions and supplies, lest we encounter difficulties en route. Furthermore, I must reiterate, in this battle, the Lin family must remember 2 points. Ordinary individuals who are uninvolved with the Zhao family shall not be indiscriminately slaughtered or looted. Otherwise, regardless of who it is, they shall face execution by slow slicing." Having said this, Lin Chang'e turned and departed the square, heading towards the courtyard where Lin Xie resided. The timing of their advance into Sichuan City hinges on their ancestor. After all, to deal with the remaining cultivators of the Zhao family, their ancestor must personally intervene. Contemplating this, Lin Chang'e felt a pang of helplessness. He resolved that once this matter concluded, he would swiftly seek out infants and children with spiritual roots to entrust to his ancestor for cultivation. The family must cultivate more cultivators. Otherwise, if everything relied on their ancestors' efforts, it would reflect poorly on their own capabilities as juniors. Chapter 26. Qianyan City, sending word to the Song family. Meanwhile, on another front, deep within the Zhao family's ancestral ground in Sichuan City, in a resplendent hall adorned in gold and jade, the Zhao family patriarch sat solemnly upon a wooden chair, his countenance dark and silent as he scrutinized the numerous high-ranking members of the Zhao family. Just moments ago, news of the Zhao family's defeat in Qiao Town had spread, relayed by those affiliated forces that had fled in advance. Now, the entirety of Sichuan City, including the Zhao family's internal affairs, had descended into utter chaos. Numerous residents of Sichuan City had begun to migrate en masse. Amidst the turmoil, some warriors were committing murder and arson, while others took advantage of the disorder to steal and loot. The Zhao family had lost control over Sichuan City. After all, the Zhao family's downfall in Qiao Town signified that the Lin family would soon occupy Sichuan City. According to customary practice, when conflicts arise between factions, The conquest of an adversary's town invariably leads to widespread carnage. Patriarch, Chao Town is merely a few hundred miles from our Sichuan city, and it has been 2 days since the news arrived. The Lin family may arrive in Sichuan city at any moment. We, the Zhao family, must prepare accordingly. This time, we have suffered losses of nearly 20,000 armored guards and over a dozen cultivators. It is a devastating blow. An elder of the Zhao family, at the refining skin stage, stepped forward, his face filled with trepidation as he spoke. As soon as he finished, other Zhao cultivators and numerous high-ranking members echoed in agreement. Patriarch, the situation is dire for our Zhao family. We must abandon Sichuan city and immediately relocate our kind. I suggest leaving some members behind as bait to divert the Lin family's attention, while the remainder should split into multiple groups and flee in various directions. As for how many will survive, we shall leave it to fate. An elderly man with gray hair from the Zhao family calmly proposed a countermeasure. Hearing this, the Zhao family patriarch sighed, a hint of despair in his voice. It is too late. Now, outside Sichuan city, many factions are likely lying in wait. If our Zhao family dares to exit the city, we shall be intercepted by various forces in an instant, especially those cultivators who did not ally with our Zhao family. They will not allow our people to escape. The decline of our Zhao family, coupled with the rise of the Lin family, presents them with an opportunity to demand a blood oath, one that ensures the Lin family's swift subjugation and continued survival in this land. And that blood oath shall be represented by the blood and heads of our entire Zhao family. The Zhao family patriarch's voice was low, his understanding of the situation razor-sharp. The laws of this land are cruel. In the conflicts between factions, losing means total defeat. No matter how glorious or prosperous one may have been in the past, once fallen, one will be pushed aside by all. At this juncture, the Zhao family patriarch leaned heavily against his chair, as if all strength had been drained from his body, struggling to straighten himself as he continued. Leaving Sichuan city now would only hasten our demise. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, many of the Zhao family's high-ranking members wore puzzled expressions. They had become like startled birds, constantly on edge, always contemplating escape. If not for their fear of the patriarch's long-established reputation and his mastery at the refining bone level, they would have fled long ago. Only a few of the Zhao family's high-ranking members remained calm, albeit still unclear about the patriarch's intent. Sighing once more, the Zhao family patriarch's gaze turned melancholic. Because the Lin family, those factions fear the Lin family. Otherwise, they would have long since stormed into Sichuan city to pillage our Zhao family's accumulated resources. They surround Sichuan city, ensuring that none of our Zhao family members escape, and until the Lin family arrives, none shall leave this city. Our Zhao family, with nearly 20,000 armored guards and over a dozen cultivators, have yet to return. Our fate is undoubtedly grim. With our Zhao family's dwindling strength, we cannot break free. The Bai family, Su family, and Zhou family all have cultivators at the refining bone stage stationed here. Do you truly believe that I alone can withstand at least 3 of them? As the words of the Zhao family patriarch echoed through the hall, an oppressive silence fell over the room. The Zhao family had truly reached a point of no return. It was only after a brief moment that a senior member of the Zhao family spoke up. Lamenting, our Zhao family has been overly arrogant and careless. When you dispatched the third elder to propose the annexation of Chao Town, I opposed it vehemently, regardless of the current state of the Lin family. They once produced practitioners of the refining organs realm and have maintained intricate ties with the Falling Clouds sect. Even if the current patriarch of the Lin family possesses poor aptitude, having entered the Falling Clouds sect solely through the Ascension Order and subsequently being expelled, who can guarantee that the Lin family lacks other hidden strengths? This is a disaster. Our Zhao family has finally stirred up great trouble. The foundation of our clan is being destroyed by your hands. The speaker's voice was charged with emotion, his body trembling as if he might faint at any moment in the face of his rebuke. The other senior members of the Zhao family, including the family patriarch, remained silent, for his words were indeed the truth. Alas, the fault lies entirely with me, entirely with me. The patriarch of the Zhao family gritted his teeth, refusing to evade responsibility. At this juncture, evasion held no significance. Yet, in the next instant, A thought seemed to strike him, and he hoarsely commanded, "Send word down the line. Mobilize all our forces to defend Sichuan City. I shall compose a letter at once to the Song family. Our ancestor once rendered a favor to the head of the Song family. If he is willing to mediate, our Zhao family may only lose Sichuan City, but we could still preserve our legacy." As soon as the patriarch finished speaking, the pallid faces of the Zhao family's senior members brightened, as if they had grasped a last lifeline. Qinyan City, the Song family. That was a clan that had once produced practitioners of the spirit-nurturing realm. The power of the Song family far surpassed that of the Zhao family by several folds. The cities under the Song family's control numbered 3, with Qinyan City boasting a population of 30,000. The Song family's domain stretched nearly 2,000 miles, with a total population governed by them exceeding 4 million. Splendid. If the Song family intervenes, the Lin family will surely hesitate to move against us. The Zhao family? Please, patriarch, send the message quickly, exclaimed a youthful Zhao family cultivator of the refining skin level, his face brimming with excitement. He was still young, with the potential to cultivate to the realms of refining blood, refining bone, or even refining organs. He had yet to savor the beauties, power, and wealth of the world and certainly did not wish to accompany the Zhao family to its demise. Chapter 27. Each with their own schemes. The collapse of the Zhao family. The other senior members of the Zhao family shared similar sentiments. As the saying goes, better to live poorly than to die well. The patriarch of the Zhao family wasted no time. He took out ink and brush and began composing a letter. However, he was acutely aware that despite the past kindness shown by the Zhao family's ancestors to the head of the Song family, persuading the Song family to assist them through this crisis would require the Zhao family to pay a substantial price. Such is the nature of this world. It is common to find assistance in times of prosperity, yet rare to receive aid in times of dire need. Once the letter was completed, the patriarch summoned a falcon bird to deliver the message to the Song family head. As he watched the falcon take flight with the letter. Soaring into the heavens, the despair that had gripped the hearts of many Zhao family seniors began to dissipate. Only the patriarch's expression remained grave. He surveyed the assembly of senior members and hoarsely declared, "Prepare yourselves. Sichuan City lies 2,000 miles from the Song family's territory. The falcon will take at least 4 days to reach them, even if the Song family is willing to intervene and dispatch cultivators. The fastest they can arrive will take time. We, the Zhao family, must hold Sichuan City for 5 days. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the senior members of the Zhao family fell into a heavy silence. Hold Sichuan City for 5 days? If the Lin family descends, they could likely breach the city in an instant. It must be noted that nearly 20,000 armored guards, alongside dozens of cultivators, had been thoroughly defeated by the Lin family. With the current strength of the Zhao family, how could they possibly withstand the Lin family? This is our Zhao family's final hope, at all costs. We must withstand for 5 days. The patriarch spoke again. At this moment, he had begun to stabilize his mind, emerging from the clutches of panic and despair. His position as patriarch was not solely due to his cultivation, but also because of his capabilities and astuteness, which far surpassed that of many within the Zhao family. After a brief interlude of hopelessness, he began to think frantically of ways to secure a sliver of hope for the Zhao family and himself. Immediately send someone to maintain order in Sichuan City, then inform the residents of the city that if the Lin family occupies Sichuan City, they will massacre the entire city. Rally all the inhabitants. Regardless of gender or age, they must all be prepared to defend the city with their lives. Additionally, inform them that if they can hold the city for 5 days, the Song family will come to their aid. The patriarch's gaze hardened as he spoke. He intended to use the lives of ordinary people to stall the Lin family. Sichuan City has a population of 150,000. Even a practitioner of the refining organs realm could not slaughter them all in an instant. As for whether the Song family would intervene, the patriarch himself held no certainty. But at this moment, he had to stabilize the hearts of the people, as long as he could unite their resolve and mobilize the city's strength. Should the situation become untenable, he might still find a chance to escape amidst the chaos. If it comes to the final moment, even if it means sacrificing the entire Zhao family or even Sichuan City, as long as he could save his own life, it would all be worth it. Such is the law of the cultivation world. better for a friend to perish than for the cultivator to perish. With the patriarch's command, the senior members of the Zhao family sprang into action. Each harbored their own schemes, all with their own calculations. In times of prosperity, they might have united to conquer and plunder together. Now, with the Zhao family facing calamity, their dissolution seemed inevitable. When their own lives were at stake, how could they concern themselves with anything else? The scene shifted. Just as the Zhao family was consolidating their remaining forces to defend Sichuan City. Outside the small courtyard where Lin Xie resided, Lin Chang'e cautiously knocked on the wooden door. Junior Lin Chang'e seeks an audience with the Ancestor. After 3 knocks, Lin Chang'e ceased his actions. He was aware that his ancestor's courtyard was shrouded in an illusion array crafted by cultivators. If his ancestor were currently meditating, the array would activate. During its operation, no matter how hard he knocked, his ancestor would hear not a whisper. If his ancestor had finished meditating and was enjoying tea beneath the courtyard tree, he would naturally respond. After knocking, Lin Chang'e stood awkwardly outside the courtyard door, not daring to leave nor to push open the wooden door recklessly. As he anxiously awaited, an elderly voice suddenly rang out from within the courtyard. "Is that Chang'e? Come in." As the voice faded, the wooden door creaked open slowly on its own. The moment the door opened, a figure with white hair and hands clasped behind his back appeared before Lin Chang'e. Upon seeing the figure, Lin Chang'e's expression shifted to one of reverence, and he hastily cupped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to the Ancestor." The figure was none other than Lin Xie, who, after the recent struggle with the Zhao family patriarch and several days of recovery through cultivation, had made further progress, now reaching the mid-level of the refining organs realm. "Sit, have some tea. There is no need for excessive formalities in front of me," Lin Xie said, slowly turning around. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind coalesced, lifting the teapot and filling 2 cups with fragrant tea. "Please, Ancestor." Although Lin Xie held no airs, Lin Chang'e still did not dare to be negligent. He quickly held out a cup with both hands, respectfully offering it to Lin Xie. Lin Xie accepted the cup casually, slowly settling into a grand chair, blowing gently at the steaming cup before addressing Lin Chang'e in a calm tone. "You must have come to discuss the matters regarding our entry into Sichuan City." Upon hearing this, Lin Chang'e nodded, his face tinged with embarrassment as he looked at Lin Xie and replied, "It is the inadequacy of the junior that has led to this disturbance for the Ancestor. The Zhao family still possesses several cultivators. Without the Ancestor's intervention, our Lin family would find it exceedingly difficult to enter Sichuan City. Moreover, the various forces within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City are likely keeping a close watch on our Lin family. Only with the Ancestor's intervention can we intimidate these forces and compel them to submit to the Lin family." As Lin Chang'e spoke, he slightly lowered his head in response. Lin Xie set down his teacup, gazing into the distant sky, and spoke again in a calm tone. "Whether it be the remnants of the Zhao family or the various forces, it matters not. I shall intervene. You are to send word down the line, gathering our clan's strength, and we shall set forth for Sichuan City immediately. The Zhao family's reign must come to an end." As Lin Xie spoke, his figure had already vanished from the courtyard. When Lin Chang'e regained his senses, he found that his ancestor was no longer present. "Yes, Ancestor." Lin Chang'e's face was alight with excitement. Having received a response from his ancestor, he could hardly contain his emotions at the thought of the Lin family truly entering Sichuan City. For hundreds of years, the successive patriarchs of the Lin family had only dreamed of entering Sichuan City and securing a foothold. Yet, never had anyone contemplated directly seizing control of the entire Sichuan City and governing the territory within 1,000 miles. Despite the Lin family's current foundation still being insufficient with the Ancestor's presence, capturing Sichuan City was merely a matter of time. Chapter 28. Only blood shall forge the foundation. The sun set like blood, painting the sky crimson. The long horn echoed across the land, creating an atmosphere both desolate and murderous. Outside Xiao Town, with Lin Chang'e's command, 3,000 armored guards and numerous members of the Lin family gathered. "I wish to wield my sword at my waist, solely to sever the ties of Sichuan. This battle shall forge the foundation of the Lin family. It marks the inception of our rise. I, Lin Chang'e, shall lead the charge." until we penetrate Sichuan City and eradicate the remnants of the Zhao family. Should I, Lin Chang'e, fall in this endeavor, do not grieve, nor shall you falter. Continue to press forward, aiming for Sichuan City. At the forefront of the armored guards, Lin Chang'e donned his armor, unsheathing his sword, his voice resonant and resolute. This battle, with the Ancestor's intervention, is destined for success, yet Lin Chang'e still chooses to place himself in peril. He aims to instill within the Lin clan and its vassals a conviction, a sense of belonging to the Lin family. The legacy of our clan must endure through the ages, standing tall against adversity, reliant not solely on strength but on internal unity. He desires for the Lin family to evoke pride among all its members and vassals, such that even upon leaving the Lin family, the mere mention of its name fills them with honor. This is the essence of familial spirit. In this battle, he seeks to impart to the younger generation of the Lin family the true nature of conflicts among powers and the harshness of reality. The significance of this conflict transcends the mere conquest of Sichuan City. Lin Chang'e intends to establish a genuine foundation for the Lin family. Undoubtedly, the course of this battle will entail bloodshed and loss. These are unavoidable. Only through the baptism of blood and death can a force ascend to true greatness. Onward! Lin Chang'e rode forth on his horned beast, leading the charge. Behind him, 3,000 armored guards and numerous Lin family members formed ranks. Traversing the muddy path towards Sichuan City, at the rear of the formation were various supply carts and logistical personnel. The ferocious giant tiger, subdued by Lin Xie the night prior, remained at Xiao Town. Having advanced to the early stage of refined skin realm, officially entering the ranks of demon beasts, the dueling sand within it had been neutralized by the antidote bestowed by Lin Xie. Now, it had formed a spirit beast contract with Lin Xie. Becoming his spirit pet.as, the Lin family mobilized the majority of its forces to Sichuan City. It was most fitting for the tiger to guard Xiao Town, within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. Though the cultivation and ordinary forces dared not provoke the Lin family, the mountain bandits, rogues, and desperate individuals cared not for such concerns. Should Xiao Town's defenses prove too feeble, they might very well plunder it and flee immediately after. Roar! As it gazed upon the departing Lin family forces, the ferocious giant tiger let out a roar, bolstering the Lin family's morale while simultaneously declaring to the surroundings that even if all defenders of Xiao Town were dispatched, it remained steadfast, possessing a considerable intellect. After its breakthrough to the early stage of refined skin realm, it was nearly indistinguishable in wisdom from an ordinary man, save for its inability to speak human language. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers, seemingly capable of tearing the dusk apart, startling insects and birds into flight, while myriad beasts lay in wait. Guard Xiao Town, and this shall be your reward. Should you perform well, upon my return, a hefty prize awaits. At that moment, Lin Xie unexpectedly appeared behind the ferocious giant tiger. He patted its head and presented a shard of spirit stone, placing it before its mouth. Grasping the spirit stone fragment, the once mighty ferocious giant tiger immediately lay down, transforming into a docile black cat, allowing Lin Xie to stroke it in its eyes shone obedience and eagerness to please. As it wagged its tail incessantly, a single shard of spirit stone was sufficient for it to advance further, potentially breaking through to the mid-stage of refined skin realm. Moreover, Lin Xie had promised that as long as it safeguarded Xiao Town, upon his return, additional rewards would be bestowed. With 1 or 2 more shards of spirit stone, it could even aspire to achieve refined skin realm perfection within 6 months. Observing the ferocious giant tiger, Lin Xie imparted a few final words of instruction before his form shifted into a series of afterimages. Vanishing into the twilight glow, Lin Xie held the ferocious giant tiger in high regard and was willing to expend resources to enhance its strength. For upon signing the spirit beast contract, the ferocious giant tiger's fate was irrevocably bound to Lin Xie. A spirit beast that recognizes its master and enters into a spirit beast contract is fated to share in the master's destiny. If the master perishes, so too shall the spirit beast. After departing Xiao Town, Lin Xie reached Sichuan City within a day's time. However, he did not charge into Sichuan City alone. Instead, he established a cave within a nearby mountain range and began patiently awaiting the arrival of the Lin family forces. Lin Xie aimed to utilize this battle to temper his kin and forge the foundation of the Lin family. As the ancestor, he would naturally facilitate this endeavor. Although this course of action would inevitably lead to some casualties within the Lin family. After a century of peaceful development, the Lin family indeed required a confrontation with the external world. On this vast earth, any top-tier power must undergo the baptism of blood before its ascendance. Lin Xie sat cross-legged within the hastily established cave, producing a shard of spirit stone to continue his cultivation. The Lin family forces would take at least 3 days to reach Sichuan City. During this period, Lin Xie intended to further enhance his own strength. 3 days, and even if he did not break through to the late stage of refined organs realm, he would still achieve some advancement in power. The path of cultivation is one of seizing every moment. Only thus can one witness the grand principles and aspire to transcendence. As day turned to night, time flowed onward. While Lin Xie delved into his cultivation, the Lin family forces drew ever closer to Sichuan City. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles from Sichuan City, a city with imposing walls, standing at a height of 10 zhang, quietly loomed on the mountainside. Note, 1 zhang 333 meters. Under the illumination of the starry skies, this city exuded an aura akin to an ancient ferocious beast, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. This city is the stronghold of the Song family. Qianyan City. Upon receiving a distress signal from the Zhao family, the patriarch of the Song family wasted no time, convening all high-ranking members of the clan overnight to deliberate on the matter. Initially, the elder of the Zhao family had indeed bestowed kindness upon him, and furthermore, the conditions presented by the Zhao family were exceptionally enticing. Should the Song family agree to intervene, the Zhao family would willingly submit to them, offering up the entirety of their accumulated resources. Additionally, the former territory of the Zhao family in Zifu City would be entirely ceded to the Song family. Although accepting these terms might embroil the Song family in a power struggle, the Song family had never shied away from challenges throughout its long lineage. Faced with this opportunity served on a silver platter, the patriarch of the Song family was naturally inclined to seize it. Yet, whether to take action remained a decision that required the consensus of the clan's higher-ups through voting. Within the Song family, various factions existed. Even the patriarch could not act unilaterally. Many significant matters concerning the family necessitated deliberation and voting among the factions to determine the course of action. Chapter 29. The 4 major factions and internal strife in the opulent and imposing conference hall of the Song family. Numerous high-ranking members were seated on either side. Upon learning of the patriarch's intention to send individuals to Sichuan City and accept the Zhao family's request, several members expressed their opposition. Patriarch, I believe this matter requires careful consideration. The Zhao family possesses dozens of cultivators, including those at the pinnacle of the refined organs realm, yet they still cannot withstand the Lin family. Clearly, the Lin family's foundational strength is formidable. A tall, slender elder clad in a purple robe spoke, emanating an aura of late-stage refined organs realm that rendered the lower-ranked members of the Song family breathless. The elder's every word and gesture exuded an air of authority and dominance, standing as if he were a fearsome beast capable of intimidating all. This elder was none other than the 3rd elder of the Song family. Song Shanhe. Within the Song family, there existed 4 factions. The faction represented by the patriarch was the most powerful among them. Behind Song Shanhe, there was also a faction vying for power in addition to Song Shanhe. The 1st elder and 2nd elder each commanded their own factions. The 4 factions had long engaged in an ongoing struggle, each attempting to seize control of the entire Song family. Thus, while the Song family appeared prosperous, its internal divisions ran deep, exacerbated by the fall of their elder with the spiritual refining realm, resulting in a precarious balance of power among the factions. Faced with the internal strife of the Song family, the patriarch had always sought resolution but found himself powerless to effect change. Although the faction backing the patriarch was indeed the strongest, it was only marginally superior to the other 3 factions. Unable to exert absolute control, as soon as Song Shanhe's words concluded, members of his faction rose to echo his sentiments. I too oppose intervening in the Zhao family's affairs. If the Lin family could corner Zhao Long, Even if their foundation is not as robust as ours, they still possess the means to resist. Furthermore, given our current situation, governing a territory of 2,000 miles and controlling 3 cities with populations exceeding 100,000 is already our limit. If it weren't for the Sioux family lurking nearby, we could certainly expand at will. Yet, the Sioux family has recently been sharpening their blades, evidently preparing to strike at us. Upon hearing the chorus of dissent within the conference hall, the patriarch's expression remained calm, but deep within, he simmered with rage. The opposition from the Third Elder's faction stemmed merely from the impending patriarchal election. If I successfully acquire the wealth and influence of the Zhaozhou Zichuan city, the next election for the head of the Song family will undoubtedly result in my ascension. Such an outcome is unwelcome to the Third Elder of the Song family and the other factions within the clan, who are determined to obstruct my ambitions. In the face of these deliberate hindrances from various factions, the senior members supporting the head of the Song family have begun to voice their opinions. Dismissing the Third Elder's concerns, preserving the legacy of the Zhaojia, and seizing their accumulated wealth is merely a trivial matter for my Song family. Whether it is the Zhaojia or the Lin family, who would dare to defy the absolute strength of the Song family? As for the Sioux family, for years they have been restless, but a mere Sioux family lacks the qualifications to challenge my Song family. Bang! Just as the senior members backing the head of the Song family were speaking, they were abruptly interrupted by the second elder of the Song family. The second elder, a robust figure with muscles glistening like bronze, emanated the formidable aura characteristic of the late stage of the refining vessel realm. Enough! I, Song Huaixin, vehemently oppose the idea of going to Zichuan City to safeguard the Zhaojia's legacy. Though my Song family is strong, there is an ancient saying, those who are overly ambitious will meet their demise. We have not thoroughly investigated the Lin family's intelligence, and rashly proceeding to Zichuan City will undoubtedly invite disaster. The second elder's words were harsh, showing no deference to the head of the Song family. As for the faction led by the elder of the Song family, they neither chose to support the head nor directly oppose him. Quietly observing the unfolding drama, witnessing this scene, the head of the Song family, after a moment of silence, could no longer contain his outrage. The aura of the perfected refining vessel realm erupted from him, sweeping through the entire Song family assembly hall. In an instant, the previously clamorous hall fell into silence. Everyone, be quiet. I am still the head of the Song family. As long as I hold this position, the affairs of the Song family shall be decided by me. The wealth of the Zhaojia and the surrounding influence of 1,000 miles in Zichuan City must be ours. This matter is settled. Anyone who dares to dissent will face the consequences of betrayal. The head of the Song family spoke with an expression of cold severity, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. However, the other factions within the Song family paid little heed to his declaration, especially the second elder, who, after casting a glance at the head of the Song family, turned and strode out of the assembly hall, completely disregarding his authority. Following the departure of the second elder, the senior members of his faction also began to leave in succession. I hope you succeed, head. May you not ruin this endeavor and bring shame upon our Song family, the third elder remarked with a mocking smile. Shortly thereafter, he too sauntered out of the assembly hall with his faction's leaders. Growing old makes one sleepy in the middle of the night. It is time for me to take my leave. The elder of the Song family lazily rose, supported by the senior members of his faction, and ambled away. Just as he was about to exit the assembly hall, he suddenly halted, turned to the head of the Song family, and said with a meaningful tone, "This position of head is not so easily secured. With the departure of all 3 major factions, 3/4 of the seats in the Song family assembly hall were now vacant." Surveying the empty tables and chairs, the head of the Song family felt an overwhelming sense of frustration but managed to suppress his emotions. Speaking calmly, "We must take Zichuan City. Once we secure it, leveraging the Zhaojia's wealth and the myriad resources within 1,000 miles of Zichuan City, our faction's power will surely surge." Chapter 30. Entering Zichuan City, the path to ascendancy. 5th Elder, 7th Elder. I kindly ask you to undertake a journey. As practitioners of the refining vessel realm, your presence in Zichuan City will be sufficient to intimidate the Lin family. The head of the Song family directed his gaze toward 2 middle-aged men with graying hair. These two men were none other than the fifth and seventh elders of the Song family. Given that the Song family had once produced practitioners of the spirit-nourishing realm, they boasted a substantial number of refining vessel realm experts. The faction supporting the head alone had 4 such practitioners, and the total number of refining vessel realm cultivators in the Song family exceeded 10. If not for the incessant internal strife in recent years, the Song family would have controlled a territory far exceeding 2,000 miles. In fact, their influence had continually diminished, being encroached upon by other factions. Just a few years ago, when the Song family still had an ancestor of the spirit-nourishing realm at the helm, their territory spanned 4,000 miles. Since the demise of the family's spirit-nourishing ancestor, the situation for the Song family has grown increasingly dire. Should they fail to swiftly consolidate their power and curb the fragmentation caused by various factions, the family's future would face disintegration or, at worst, annihilation. The head of the Song family understood their precarious position, as did the other factions. Yet, none were willing to yield or relinquish their grasp on power and interests. Such is the nature of humanity. Yes, head. Upon receiving the head's command, the 5th and 7th elders of the Song family wasted no time, promptly mounting the ferocious beasts bred by the Song clan and setting off for Sichuan City under the cover of night. Outside Sichuan City, a formidable contingent had already arrived. Within this force, the banner of the Lin family fluttered in the wind. At the forefront, Lin Chang'e wielded a long sword, gazing intently at Sichuan City, an expression of excitement flickering in his eyes. Behind him, numerous Lin family members and elite guards also wore expressions of exhilaration. Once they stormed into Sichuan City, the Lin family could supplant the Zhaojia and emerge as the new dominant power. Once the Lin family established themselves in Sichuan City, they would reap the majority of the rewards. Charge! Lin Chang'e brandished his sword, riding a horned beast directly toward the city gates of Sichuan. The ground trembled, witnessing their leader initiate the charge. The multitude of Lin family members and 3,000 elite guards sprang into action. Siege hammers and ladders were erected, and various catapults began to fill with boulders. Boom! Boulders soared through the air, and arrows pierced the clouds. Even with just a few thousand troops, the spectacle of the siege was awe-inspiring. Not far from Sichuan City, Lin Xie held the 3 talismans flag, refraining from taking action. After all, Lin Chang'e had stated his intention to use this battle to forge the foundation of the Lin family, to create the very soul of the Lin clan, and to allow the younger generation to experience genuine growth through life and death. As the siege battle erupted, the urgent tolling of bells rang out from within Sichuan City, in the days leading up to the Lin family's arrival. The Zhaojia had stabilized the situation within the city and had even recruited thousands of elite guards anew. Typically, the attacking side would require a deployment of several times, if not dozens of times, the number of elite guards to capture a city. Unfortunately, the guards stationed in Sichuan City were hastily conscripted, most of whom had not undergone any training and were filled with dread toward the Lin family. Upon witnessing their comrades fall, chaos erupted among the defenders on the city walls. Some screamed, while others scrambled for safety. No. I want to go home. I don't want to die. Help me. Save me, ah. Amidst the turmoil, the remaining few hundred elite guards of the Zhaojia transformed into a task force, wielding steel whips and long knives to slaughter those attempting to flee. Blood splattered, and smoke filled the air. The city gates of Sichuan City were on the verge of collapse, threatening to be breached at any moment. Hold the line. Everyone, hold firm. Those who dare to retreat shall face merciless punishment. If the gates fall, and the Lin family invade Sichuan City, none of you will survive. Not only will you fail to protect your lives, but your wives and daughters will also be violated, and your fathers and sons will be slaughtered. Only by stopping the Lin family can you wait for the Song family's reinforcements to arrive and secure a glimmer of hope. A commander among the Zhaojia elite guards bellowed, his face contorted with rage as he frantically intimidated the hastily conscripted guards. Anyone who dared to take even a single step back would find their heads severed by his sword. Outside Sichuan City, the Lin family also suffered significant losses. Their 3,000 elite guards had barely undergone training. However, compared to the defenders of Sichuan City, the morale of the Lin family's guards was exceedingly high and grew fiercer with each engagement. They understood that even if they perished here, their wives and children would be treated well by the Lin family. As for injuries, they were not afraid. The more grievously wounded they were, the more generous the rewards from the Lin family would be once they secured Sichuan City. Point 2 Martial artists, charge up the city walls with me. Observing that the gates of Sichuan City remained unyielding, a Lin family elder clad in armor and sporting a scruffy beard grew anxious. If this stalemate continued, even if they managed to breach Sichuan City, the Lin family would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. I'll go. I'll join in too. Catapults, provide cover. Ladders, prepare to advance. 2 Lin family elite guards, both trained in martial arts, stepped forward. They exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting a fierce resolve. They charged up the city walls, knowing it was nearly equivalent to a death sentence. Yet this was also an opportunity for merit. This journey is destined to be fraught with peril, yet should one return, success and renown are assured. Onward. The 2 individuals followed the elder of the Lin family and ascended the cloud ladder with determination. The survival and advancement of power invariably necessitate external conflict. Bloodshed, wounds, and sacrifice are all for the sake of the family's legacy. Only through the flourishing of the family can its members be sheltered, allowing more of them to avoid bloodshed, injury, and sacrifice. An elder of the Lin family, struck by 3 arrows in his dying moments, did not forget to impart wisdom to the younger generation. He elucidated the brutal realities of the world with his life, using death to teach the descendants of the Lin family about the struggles for power and the battle for survival. From a distance, witnessing fellow clansmen fall and observing numerous Lin family warriors lose their lives, even the iron-hearted Lin Xie was tempted multiple times to join the fray. Yet each time he approached the battlefield, Lin Chang'e shook his head in refusal. To truly elevate the entire family, one cannot rely solely on the venerable Lin Xie. The Lin family has enjoyed peace for too long. Sacrifice and bloodshed are necessary to make all members understand the harshness of survival. On the path to resurgence, without blood and fire, the clansmen may gradually lose their sense of self, particularly the younger generation, who are prone to becoming debauched. Such a rise is destined to be short-lived. Chapter 31. Breaching the city, raising the Song family. The siege continued to be at a stalemate. Occasionally, Lin family warriors, leveraging the cloud ladder, managed to scale the walls of Sichuan City. However, the Zhao family did not remain passive. Though the Zhao family's wall guards were compelled to fight, they were, after all, defenders of the city. With the disparity in numbers not being significant, the defenders clearly held the advantage. After a brief period of chaos, the Zhao family's wall guards began to stabilize the situation. Outside Sichuan City, many immortal clans were observing the unfolding events from afar. These immortal clans, while prepared to submit to the Lin family, were unwilling to expend their own warriors' strength. After all, even if they assisted the Lin family in conquering Sichuan City, they would gain little in return. Where is the Lin family's elder? If he were to intervene, the Lin family would undoubtedly breach Sichuan City in the blink of an eye. Among the ranks of the Bai family from Taiyin Town, a skin refining realm cultivator gazed at Sichuan City, his face filled with perplexity. This middle-aged man donned a crimson robe. Though short and stout, he exuded an astonishing aura. This man was none other than Bai Youfu, the elder of the Bai family. His cultivation was not weak. He had reached the pinnacle of the bone-refining realm, just a step away from breaking through to the flesh-refining realm. His ability to navigate the pressures from the Zhao family while simultaneously fostering development was due to his presence. Even the prosperous Zhao family dared not underestimate a master of the bone-refining realm. Had Lin Xie possessed such prowess before departing from the Luoxia sect, the Zhao family would never have dared to set their sights on Xiao Town. Leading a formidable force, the Bai family descended upon Sichuan City, not only to gauge the depth of the Lin family's resources, but also to extend a gesture of goodwill. For submitting to the Lin family? The Bai family had no such intentions. They sought only to develop quietly in Taiyin Town, preserving their family legacy. Alone, the Bai family would undoubtedly struggle to maintain its independence in the face of the Lin family's might. However, behind the Bai family stood the Su family, the Zhou family, and several other immortal forces, all equally unwilling to yield to any other power. The 3 factions led by the Bai, Su, and Zhou families had always maintained a relationship of mutual alliance. The three families, while capable of both offense and defense, each possessed an elder of the bone-refining realm, and even the once powerful Zhao family lacked the ability to assimilate them. Of course, their relationship with the Zhao family had not always been one of opposition. Rather, it had leaned more toward coexistence and cooperation. Within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, as long as the fundamental interests of the three families were not infringed upon, they were willing to heed Zhao family commands. Now, as the Lin family poised to enter Sichuan City and supplant Zhao family hegemony, the three families and other immortal forces sought to maintain the previous order. The Lin family's ambitions were surely considerable. With closed eyes, the Bai elder pondered deeply, and after a long while, he slowly responded to the skin-refining realm cultivator beside him. A look of concern crossed his features as he spoke. He understood the situation all too well. The Lin family was tempering its clansmen through war. They were forging the foundation of their family through conflict. This battle would exact a heavy toll on the Lin family. However, once it concluded, extraordinary figures were likely to emerge among the Lin family's younger generation. War and the specter of death can reshape a power and transform many individuals. Lin Chang'e is indeed formidable, the Bai elder murmured. Glancing at the current head of the Bai family and sighing inwardly, in comparison to Lin Chang'e, the head of the Bai family he had personally selected, while not lacking in capability, fell far short in terms of ambition and vision. Moreover, Lin Chang'e had the support of an increasingly enigmatic elder of the Lin family. At this thought, Bai Yufu felt a sense of disorientation. He sensed that the Lin family's rise was already an unstoppable force. In the face of the gradually ascending Lin family, even if the three families and the immortal forces banded together, they would likely be insufficient. Boom. Amidst the withering autumn winds, dark clouds gathered from the west, obscuring the heavens and creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Beneath Sichuan City, the ground was littered with broken swords and severed limbs, while crimson blood flowed like flames, covering the earth and narrating the brutality of war. In just a quarter of an hour, the Lin family had already suffered the loss of half their clansmen and a third of their warriors. Even Lin Chang'e was now covered in wounds. The morale of the Zhao family guards atop the walls had completely collapsed. No amount of threats or violence from the Zhao family's commanders could prevent the impending rout. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike of the battering ram against the city gate resonated with a heavy, dull sound. Many strongholds on the walls of Sichuan City had been seized by the Lin family warriors. The banners of the Lin family began to rise triumphantly upon the city walls. The wind howled, the clouds churned, and the last rays of the setting sun seemed to symbolize the Zhao family's final desperate struggle. Boom. Another quarter of an hour passed, and with a tremendous crash, the gates of Sichuan City were violently breached. In that instant, the morale of all Zhao family defenders shattered completely. Some cried out in despair, while others attempted to flee. Even the Zhao family's commanders were thrown into a state of panic. Though they had once looked down upon lives as mere trifles, now, faced with death, they were filled with dread and cowardice. "Do not kill me. I yield. I yield." One of the Zhao family commanders fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to the Lin family forces, his corpulent body trembling as his facial flesh jiggled comically. Unfortunately, all that awaited him was a sharp blade. Those who served the Zhao family were met with no mercy. The Zhao family, young and old, were all to be eradicated without exception. As for the common residents of the city, as long as they had no ties to the Zhao family, they were spared from indiscriminate slaughter. Lin Chang'e, riding atop a horned beast, surveyed the Lin family clansmen and warriors behind him, issuing orders. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family estate, the remaining forces and a few cultivators could no longer remain passive. The Zhao family patriarch emerged from the estate, gazing at the Lin family forces within Sichuan City, unleashing a roar of threats. "Are you determined to annihilate us? I have already sent word to the Song family in Xinyan City. If you dare to press on, do you not fear the wrath of the Song family?" As he spoke, the Zhao family patriarch discreetly scanned his surroundings, refraining from attacking the Lin family forces while searching for Lin Xie's whereabouts. He understood that Lin Xie was the key to everything. If he wished to escape, not even thousands of Lin family warriors or tens of thousands of mere mortals could hinder him. The divide between immortals and mortals is insurmountable. Mere numbers cannot compensate. Yet, this was contingent on Lin Xia refraining from striking against him. As for the Song family, that was merely a bluff intended to intimidate the Lin family. Whether the Song family would intervene, and if so, when they might arrive in Sichuan City, was a matter of great uncertainty in the Zhao family patriarch's mind. Chapter 32. The vast wealth of the Zhao family upon the Zhao family patriarch invoking the name of the Song family. Many Lin family clansmen furrowed their brows. The Song family's reputation reverberated across the land. While the Song family may appear to be an inconspicuous force within the entirety of Huai Mountain County, only a handful of factions could genuinely rival the Song family within a radius of 10,000 miles from Qianyan City. Even if the internal strife of the Song family were to escalate, and their influence waned, their foundational strength remained unassailable. Even those who had just broken through to the early stages of the spirit cultivation realm would need to carefully assess their capabilities when facing the Song family alone. After all, no one could ascertain how many hidden cards the Song family possessed. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated many of the Lin family clansmen, the Zhao family patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. For him, the current situation necessitated a strategy of delay. However, in the next instant, a fleeting shadow suddenly leapt over the towering walls of Sichuan City, akin to a shooting star piercing through the dark clouds, and swiftly descended before the Zhao family patriarch. Kill. Leave none alive. The phantom emitted a voice that resonated with age, and with a mere flick of his hand, he reduced the body of the Zhao clan leader to a mist of blood. The Zhao clan leader, a cultivator of the bone refinement realm, perished on the spot. As the sanguine mist dispersed, the members of the Lin family and those of the Zhao clan stood frozen in disbelief. The assailant was none other than Lin Xia. Observing their ancestors' relentless disregard, many members of the Lin family could only smile bitterly within. However, it did not take long for them to come to a realization. The relationship between the Zhao clan and the Song clan was tenuous at best. Even if the Song clan were inclined to intervene, they would not risk their standing for a Zhao clan on the brink of obliteration. Devoid of any value, nevertheless, it was plausible that the Song clan would send emissaries to Sichuan City under the pretense of protecting the Zhao clan while vying for interests against the Lin family. Attack. Following Lin Xia's assault on the Zhao clan's cultivators, numerous members of the Lin family and their armored guards began to wield their blades. The remaining Zhao clan cultivators, consumed by fear, abandoned their kin and fled towards the outskirts of Sichuan City. They lacked the courage to confront Lin Xia head-on. The disparity in strength between the skin refinement realm and the organs refinement realm was akin to that between a lion and a mouse. Even if they fought together, they could not inflict the slightest harm upon Lin Xia. Spare me. I am willing to serve the Lin family as a slave for eternity. I am willing to join the Lin family. Please, spare my child. Cursed be you. You all deserve death. The entirety of Sichuan City was engulfed in chaos. Before the armored guards of the Lin family, the Zhao clan members fell like wild grass. Ruthlessly reaped a youth from the Lin family, dressed in a long robe and exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, surveyed the scene with a hint of compassion flickering across his face. What? Do you feel a pang of sympathy? At that moment, Lin Xia had already eliminated all the Zhao clan cultivators. Observing the youth's expression, a faint smile graced Lin Xia's lips as he spoke in a calm voice. Ancestor. Upon hearing Lin Xia's voice, the youth snapped back to reality and promptly bowed in respect. There is no need for anxiety. Noticing the youth's trepidation, Lin Xia waved his hand dismissively and gently shook his head. Kindness and compassion are not inherently negative traits. However, remember this. Mercy and compassion towards enemies translate to the utmost cruelty towards your kin and clan. If you doubt my words, observe closely. Look into the eyes of those women and children from the Zhao clan. What do you see? Their gaze is filled not just with fear, but with rage, with madness. The Lin family has seized their city, usurped the Zhao clan's dominion, plundered all they held dear, and slaughtered their loved ones and kin. Such a deep-seated blood feud can only be resolved by eradicating them entirely. Understand that the Lin family's endurance to this day is not founded upon so-called mercy. The foundations of any power are built upon the bones of its adversaries. Kindness, compassion, and justice merely serve as a beautiful facade, concealing the harshness of reality. Lin Xia's voice echoed, resonating in the youth's ears like a thunderous clap, sharpening his understanding of the world. Should the Zhao clan emerge victorious in this conflict, the Lin family's fate would be similarly dire, perhaps even worse. The Lin family eliminates their enemies without hesitation, yet they never demean women and children, nor do they indulge in the torture of their foes. For the sake of the family's interests, the Lin family must see them dead. Yet, the Lin family affords their opponents dignity and will not implicate the innocent. As Lin Xia concluded, his words spread throughout Sichuan City. His earlier statements served as a lesson for the younger generation, while the latter were meant to reassure the populace of Sichuan City. Indeed, Lin Xia's words held truth. Compared to the Zhao clan, the Lin family had neither massacred the city nor plundered indiscriminately. Their actions were solely directed against the Zhao clan and its vassals. This approach restored order to the once chaotic Sichuan City, calming the hearts of its residents. For a power to thrive, it must wield the blade while also rallying the hearts of the people to maintain stability. The Lin family is far from simple. Let us proceed. The Su family must enter the city. Remember, once inside, do not wander aimlessly, do not plunder, and do not disrupt the order within the city. Any who dare to disobey shall be treated as traitors. Outside Sichuan City, the Su family's elder, leaning on a cane, possessed a profound gaze, having kept a vigilant eye on all that transpired within Sichuan City. Upon witnessing the Lin family's establishment and swift stabilization of order, he personally issued orders to guide the Su family into the city. With the Su family's actions, the Zhou family, the Bai family, and even smaller cultivation factions began to follow suit and enter Sichuan City. Within Sichuan City, Lin Chang'e, accompanied by the armored guards, commenced the inventory of the Zhao clan's treasury and accumulated resources. The Zhao clan's legacy spanned nearly 4 centuries. During this time, the wealth amassed by the Zhao clan far exceeded that of the Lin family by 100-fold. The various gold ingots and silver bars stored within the Zhao clan's treasury could fill hundreds of horse-drawn carriages. Even the precious medicinal herbs and fragments of spiritual stones, though limited, were sufficient for Lin Xia's prolonged consumption. Ancestor, with this wealth, our Lin family can at least forge an elite guard of 50,000. With these resources, the overall strength of our Lin family will increase by several hundred times. Lin Chang'e's face beamed with excitement as he surveyed the various treasures of the Zhao clan. His composure was commendable, yet in the presence of the Zhao clan's immense accumulation, he found it difficult to contain his exhilaration. Chapter 33. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the Lin family reigns supreme indeed. I shall take half of this worldly wealth. As for the remainder, you may arrange it as you see fit. Confronted with the worldly riches, Lin Xia remained unperturbed, not a ripple of emotion stirring within him. To Lin Xia, both worldly wealth and cultivation resources were merely consumables for enhancing strength. What cultivators truly valued was their own power. Without transcending to immortality, all else is but an illusion. Understood, Ancestor. After Lin Xia's pronouncement, Lin Chang'e dared not refuse and promptly responded with deference. Even if their ancestor were to claim half of the Zhao clan's wealth, the remaining treasures would still allow the Lin family to flourish rapidly. Moreover, the Zhao clan's accumulated resources were not the most precious assets. What would ultimately enable the Lin family to rise continuously and step by step towards greatness was the influence spanning 1,000 miles surrounding Sichuan City. Thud, thud, thud. While the Lin family busied themselves with maintaining order in Sichuan City and eradicating the remnants of the Zhao clan, the Bai family, leading other factions, had already entered Sichuan City. I am Bai Youfu, representing the Bai family, to extend our congratulations to the Lin family for their establishment in Sichuan City. May we, from this day forth, forge a lasting alliance with the Lin family to jointly uphold order across the 1,000-mile expanse of Sichuan City. The elder of the Bai family sat regally in his carriage, speaking calmly to Lin Chang'e. Behind him, the elders of the Zhou family, the Su family, and leaders of smaller factions began to voice their congratulations, proclaiming their support for the Lin family's establishment in Sichuan City. Hail to the Lin family for taking residence in Sichuan City. Hail to the Lin family for taking residence in Sichuan City. Upon hearing the chorus of congratulations from various factions, Lin Chang'e's brow furrowed slightly. The ostentatious gathering of these factions clearly signified a challenge to the Lin family. They were proclaiming to the Lin family that even though they had supplanted the Zhao clan, They were not to expect their subjugation. Over the past century, these factions had banded together for mutual protection, and even the Zhao clan had refrained from acting recklessly. The Bai family, Su family, and Zhou family all had elders of the bone refinement realm stationed. And with the addition of smaller factions, they could muster nearly 20 cultivators. Coupled with the formidable guard forces behind them, any attempt to absorb these factions would exact a considerable toll, even on the Zhao clan. Originally, the Zhao clan had aimed to first seize Qiao Town and then swiftly annihilate the Bai family, ultimately consolidating control over the 1,000-mile radius of Sichuan City. Having endured for 400 years, the Zhao clan's strength had surpassed any historical period. Had it not been for the emergence of the Lin family, they were destined to sweep across Sichuan City and even extend their influence beyond 1,000 miles. Though there were internal conflicts within the Zhao clan, they had not fragmented as the Song clan had. Alas, the affairs of the world are ever-changing. The Zhao clan did not have time to rise before being completely replaced by the Lin family. Before the Zhao clan's demise, their leader had made countless efforts to preserve their legacy or at least safeguard his own life. Yet in the end, all his endeavors proved futile. Even the Song clan, whom he had hoped would intervene, failed to arrive in time at Sichuan City. It could only be said that this was the fate of the clan. Clang. Just as the Bai family and others sought to intimidate the Lin family, a beam of sword light suddenly pierced the void. As the sword light descended, the sky was stained crimson, and a head rolled onto the ground. In the 1,000-mile radius of Sichuan City, only the Lin family reigned supreme. Maintain order alongside my Lin family? Do you even have the right? The swordsman was none other than Lin Xie. Beneath the shroud of dark clouds, his white hair danced wildly, his gray robe billowed. Even wielding a mere iron sword, he effortlessly severed the head of the Bai family elder, empowered by the overwhelming force of the organ's refinement realm. Witnessing Lin Xie's sudden assault, the elders of the Zhou family and Su family were struck with terror. They could hardly fathom that Lin Xie would act without the slightest hesitation, moving to strike at a moment's notice. They once dared to oppose the Zhao family, and now they audaciously challenged the Lin family, not out of folly, but because they possess hidden cards. Each of the three families holds a rudimentary 5 Thunder Talisman. Though lowly, if detonated, even a spirit-concealing cultivator would suffer injury. Senior Lin, what do you mean by this? Even though you are a senior of the refining realm, today's events demand an explanation for the three families. The voice of the Zhou family ancestor was grave as he summoned a talisman surrounded by lightning, exuding a perilous aura as if it could strike Lin Xie at any moment. Similarly, the Su family ancestor also summoned a 5 Thunder Talisman, his gaze icy and fixed on Lin Xie. Faced with these two 5 Thunder Talismans, Lin Xie felt a twinge of trepidation. Nevertheless, the Lin family must eradicate these three families, as well as those unwilling to submit. Earlier, through a surprise attack, Lin Xie had already dispatched an elder of the Bai family and seized the 5 Thunder Talisman from him, significantly alleviating his pressure. The sheer power of the three family ancestors posed no real threat to Lin Xie. If he could evade the 5 Thunder Talismans, then after today, no force within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City would dare to threaten the Lin family again. Although Lin Xie harbored some apprehension towards the two 5 Thunder Talismans, he was not without countermeasures. Had he lacked confidence, Lin Xie would not have directly turned against the three families. The fundamental reason the Zhao family could not deal with the three families was their fear of loss, compounded by the absence of offensive spirit-concealing artifacts in the hands of their ancestor. Otherwise, even with the three families possessing low-level 5 Thunder Talismans, they would have long been uprooted by the Zhao family. Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation. Lin Xie gazed at the Zhou family ancestor and the Su family ancestor, a ruthless glint surfacing in his eyes. Just as the two family ancestors believed Lin Xie would choose to compromise upon witnessing the 5 Thunder Talismans, he suddenly summoned a formation banner. After consuming several fragments of spirit stones, the banner erupted with elemental power. In an instant, a 50-meter radius around the banner was enveloped. The powers of gold, wood, and fire coalesced into lethal threats, descending upon the heads of the two family ancestors. Why you? The two family ancestors were immediately thrown into disarray. entirely unprepared for Lin Xie to possess a range attack spirit-concealing artifact, trapped within the Three Talents Formation banner. The Su family ancestor was the first to deploy the 5 Thunder Talismans, attempting to shatter the Three Talents Formation banner. However, this 5 Thunder Talisman was ultimately of the lowest grade, and it was utterly incapable of shaking the Three Talents Formation banner. As for using the 5 Thunder Talisman to attack Lin Xie, that was even less feasible. After activating the Three Talents Formation banner, Lin Xie summoned the Earth River Shield he had obtained from the Zhao family ancestor to protect his own body. With the offense and defense of 2 spirit-concealing artifacts, the low-level 5 Thunder Talismans in the hands of the Zhou and Su family ancestors could not pose a genuine threat to Lin Xie. Chapter 34. In this world, there exists only the strong and the weak, trapped within the Three Talents Formation banner. As time slowly flowed by, the hidden cards of the Zhou and Su family ancestors were entirely depleted. At last, swords of gold elemental energy pierced through the chest of the Su family ancestor. Feeling the ebbing of life, the Su family ancestor was filled with terror. In that moment, he regretted profoundly. All those years spent entangled with the Zhao family, along with the low-level 5 Thunder Talisman in his possession, had inflated his sense of superiority. Had he chosen to submit to the Lin family earlier, he might have preserved his life. The so-called small forces are unafraid of the strong. Impudence towards powerful neighbors can lead to demise. In the final moment of his life, the Su family ancestor became acutely aware. Yet it was all too late. That I am unwilling. I am unwilling. The Zhou family ancestor let out a final roar, his body slowly collapsing. Subsequently, his corpse was gradually consumed by the flames within the Three Talents Formation banner. Turning to ashes, Ancestor. Witnessing their ancestor's demise, the Su family's ranks fell into utter chaos. The small forces that had followed the three families were left trembling in fear, their bodies shaking. The Su family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor had both perished. The remaining Zhou family ancestor was merely struggling in his death throes, likely to succumb within moments inside the Three Talents Formation banner. The demise of the three families had become an inevitable conclusion. I am willing to submit, Senior Lin, spare my life. Gazing at the ashes of the Su family ancestor, the Zhou family ancestor's heart shattered completely. In comparison to the Su family ancestor, upon realizing the tide had turned, he immediately cast aside all dignity, kneeling within the Three Talents Formation banner. I am willing to follow Senior Lin, to become your servant, forever obeying your commands. All the resources, all the territories of the Zhou family, including every member of my clan, shall become the servants of Senior Lin and the entire Lin family. Please, Senior Lin, show mercy and forgive my ignorance and offense. As a token of sincerity, I offer this low-level 5 Thunder Talisman. Please accept it. The Zhou family ancestor's voice was sincere and humble, even casting the low-level 5 Thunder Talisman out of the Three Talents Formation banner. For cultivators, living is the only hope, even if it means temporarily bowing low. Even if it means discarding all dignity to preserve life, there remains a chance for resurgence. Having lived for a century, the Zhou family ancestor had gained profound insight into many matters. He prostrated on the ground, utterly unconcerned with face. Deep within his heart, there was neither hatred for Lin Xie nor animosity towards the Lin family. In this ruthless world of cultivation, hatred and anger are the hallmarks of the weak. Any contention, a loss is a loss. Today, he chose to bow, merely biding his time, and when fortune turned, he would not hesitate to strike down Lin Xie and annihilate the Lin family, washing away today's humiliation. Submission? Faced with the Zhou family ancestor's capitulation, Lin Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, then reached down to retrieve the low-level 5 Thunder Talisman offered by the Zhou family ancestor. After dealing with the three family ancestors, Lin Xie's greatest gain had been acquiring 2 low-level 5 Thunder Talismans. If he were to enhance these 2 low-level 5 Thunder Talismans using the Immortal Mirror, their power might be elevated to the point of being capable of slaying spirit-concealing cultivators. Lin Xie stowed away the low-level 5 Thunder Talisman, his gaze settling upon the Zhou family ancestor within the Three Talents Formation banner. Earlier, when the Zhou family ancestor held the 5 Thunder Talisman, Lin Xie could only trap him with the Three Talents Formation banner, slowly squeezing the life from him. Now that the five Thunder Talisman had fallen into his hands, Lin Xie no longer felt the slightest apprehension towards the Zhou family ancestor. Boom! Lin Xie stepped into the Three Talents formation banner, slowly extending his hand, terrifying power coalescing as he struck down, directly reducing the Zhou family ancestor's corporeal form to a mist of blood. The entire process unfolded before the Zhou family ancestor could even react. In truth, since offering the low-level 5 Thunder Talisman, the Zhou family ancestor had gambled. He gambled that Lin Xie would accept his submission. Then he could save his life. Trapped within the Three Talents formation banner, although Lin Xie was wary of the 5 Thunder Talisman's might, he dared not approach him recklessly. However, faced with the fatal grasp of the Three Talents formation banner, the Zhou family ancestor had but a few breaths left before certain death. Alas, he had lost his wager. For foes, especially formidable ones like the Zhou family ancestor, Lin Xie would always eradicate them completely. Retreat. Withdraw immediately. After Lin Xie obliterated the Zhou family ancestor, the leaders of the three families instantly sensed the peril, recognizing Lin Xie's decisiveness and ruthlessness. They began organizing part of their forces to attack the Lin family, attempting to divert Lin Xie's attention and buy time. Meanwhile, they also began arranging the retreat of key figures. However, all was futile. The Lin family's armored forces were indeed not strong. Yet Lin Xie alone could rival countless armored soldiers. Lin Xie manipulated the Three Talents formation banner, first ensnaring the cultivators of the three families, then transforming into shadows as he began slaughtering their ranks. As for the small forces beyond the three families, Lin Xie did not annihilate them completely. Those small forces were weak in foundation and strength. Even if bound together and allowed a century to develop, they could never match the Lin family's current power. If the Lin family were a lion, those small forces were merely a swarm of ants. A lion may fear hyenas and wolves, but it certainly does not concern itself with a multitude of ants. The slaughter lasted but a brief moment. The forces of the three major factions were utterly transformed into a swirling mist of blood at the hands of Lin Xie. Above the heavens, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Accompanied by torrential rain pouring down, the streets of Sichuan City were awash with blood, the stench rising to the skies, as if the entire city were to become a hell on earth. The scene eerie and horrifying. Thud, thud, whoosh. Those small forces that followed the three families were utterly stunned by this spectacle. Their leaders knelt before Lin Xie, weeping profusely in the rain, repeatedly bowing, "Lin Ancestor, we were wrong. We were blinded, following the three families to Sichuan City. From this day forth, we are willing to submit to the Lin family, to become the most loyal servants of the Lin family." Observing the leaders of these minor factions, Lin Xie paid no heed to their declarations. What loyalty and eternal subservience! The essence of this world lies solely in the dichotomy of strength and weakness. Chang'e, the remaining matters are yours to handle. Lin Xie expressed little interest in dealing with these smaller factions. Once everything was settled, he entrusted the concluding tasks to Lin Chang'e, the clan leader. After providing his instructions, as Lin Xie turned to enter the Zhao family estate for cultivation and recuperation, two overwhelmingly powerful presences suddenly descended upon the outskirts of Sichuan City. Chapter 35. Clash of Powers. Interests. First, the source of these two formidable auras was two middle-aged men with graying hair, each wielding a black umbrella. They stood side by side, seemingly moving at a leisurely pace, yet with each step, they traversed dozens of yards. These two individuals were none other than the fifth and seventh elders of the Song family. The city was already adorned with the banners of the Lin family, indicating that the Zhao family had been utterly annihilated. The seventh elder of the Song family, tall and thin with wrinkled skin, surveyed his surroundings with indifference, showing no concern for the fall of the Zhao family. In response, the slightly shorter and portly fifth elder of the Song family nodded slightly, stroking his gray beard as he chuckled softly. It seems the Lin family possesses some strength after all. As the two conversed, they had already entered Sichuan City. Although Lin family guards were stationed outside, in the presence of the two Song elders, even cultivators at the bone refinement stage would be utterly powerless to impede them. Inside the Zhao family estate, Lin Xie, who was preparing to depart, paused momentarily. The two Song elders were both at the mid-stage of refining the inner organs. From the moment they stepped into Sichuan City, they had shown no inclination to conceal their overwhelming aura. Lin Xie gazed intently at the two Song elders. Though he had just emerged from a conflict and was not at his peak, he felt no feared eye in the struggle for immortality. One must know when to retreat and when to endure. Yet when faced with unavoidable circumstances, one must summon the courage and resolve to fight for their life. Esteemed friends, what brings you to my Sichuan city? Lin Xie inquired, producing a fragment of a spirit stone, attempting to restore himself while preparing for a potential battle. It was evident that the two Song elders were not here with good intentions. Nevertheless, Lin Xie chose not to confront them directly, instead engaging them with a friendly smile. Upon hearing Lin Xie's voice, the seventh elder of the Song family slowly retracted his black umbrella. Standing in the rain? Not a single drop touched him. Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Xie, which approached the mid-stage of refining the inner organs, he felt a twinge of surprise. The Song family was well aware of many tidbits of information. According to their intelligence, the Lin family's ancestral patriarch was said to possess no greater cultivation than the blood refinement stage. However, the surprise was fleeting, as the seventh elder quickly regained his composure. The Lin family's ability to annihilate the Zhao family, which boasted numerous cultivators and even had an innate perfection elder stationed there, clearly indicated their formidable foundation. Considering this, the seventh elder of the Song family clasped his hands in greeting and spoke slowly. You must be Lin Xie, the esteemed ancestor of the Lin family? Please do not take offense. We come representing the entire Song family. The Zhao family in Sichuan City is an important ally of ours. Your annihilation of the Zhao family and occupation of Sichuan City is a challenge to our bottom line. Of course, the Song family is known for its benevolence. We can overlook the destruction of the Zhao family, but you must also understand the importance of prudence. Within half an hour, we request that you and the Lin family vacate Sichuan City immediately. This city belongs to the Zhao family, and now that they have fallen, it rightfully comes under the aegis of the Song family. The seventh elder's tone was calm, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Boom. As soon as the seventh elder of the Song family finished speaking, a towering Lin family elder, standing at 9 feet tall, erupted with fury. He forcefully drove a heavy sword into the ground, suppressing his inner rage, and spoke in a deep voice to the seventh elder of the Song family. Though your Song family is powerful, do you truly think you can simply take away the city my Lin family has fought to establish with just words? That is rather excessive. The Lin elder struggled to contain his emotions. After all, the Song family of Qinyan City was exceedingly dominant. Angering the Song family could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, his heart brimmed with resentment. From the Zhao family's invasion to the Lin family's entry into Sichuan City, countless Lin family members had sacrificed their lives. Now, all the fruits of victory were to be seized by the Song family. Surrounding the speaking Lin elder, numerous Lin family clansmen and guards wore expressions of fury. However, all maintained their composure. Even the younger generation refrained from rash actions. Having undergone a life-and-death trial, they had matured significantly. They understood that reckless fervor could bring disaster upon their entire clan. Lin Chang'e and a few other Lin elders turned their gazes toward Lin Xie. Ultimately, how to handle the Song family's threat would rest on the ancestral patriarch's decision. At that moment, faced with the Lin elder's frustrated inquiry, the seventh elder of the Song family suddenly extended his bony hand. Preparing to strike directly, his expression was icy, lofty, as he raised his hand to obliterate the Lin elder. What gives you, an ant, the right to speak here? Do you dare question me, a being of my stature? You are truly courting death. The speed of the seventh elder of the Song family was astonishing. He paid no mind to Lin Xie's face, transforming into a blur, intent on eliminating a Lin elder right before Lin Xie. In the face of this sudden turn of events, many Lin family members turned pale, their hearts aflame with anger and frustration. Yet, against a cultivator, the ire and resentment of mere mortals felt utterly insignificant. The seventh elder's behavior was not merely brash or arrogant. After decades of cultivation, his heart had grown cold and rational. His deliberate action served both to test Lin Xie's limits and to deliver a warning to the Lin family. As for the fifth elder of the Song family, he stood silently beside, resembling an observer. Despite his stout stature and innocent appearance, He was by no means an insignificant figure. He maintained his silence, preparing to step in as a mediator should the atmosphere become tense or spiral out of control. After all, their purpose was merely to seize a portion of the benefits, not to engage in war with the Lin family. In the realm of power dynamics, all displays of might and subservience ultimately served the singular purpose of interest, hemph. In response to the seventh elder's probing and intimidation, Lin Xie refrained from idle chatter, summoning the three talismans array flag and decisively countering. At this moment, words held no weight. Only strength and decisiveness could truly intimidate the opponent, and of course, Lin Xie was not reckless enough to attempt to slay the seventh elder of the Song family outright. Given the current foundation of the Lin family, enmity with the Song family would be fraught with peril. To engage in a contest of strength with the Song family, the Lin family would first need to lie low and develop for a time. Therefore, in order to buy time, the Lin family would need to concede on the issue of Sichuan City. However, prior to such concession, they must first make their stand. Only by daring to retreat and to fight could they ensure that the Lin family secured greater benefits. As the patriarch, Lin Xie would also enjoy greater offerings from their success. Chapter 36. Negotiation and Development. With a resounding flourish, as the three talismans array flag activated, the seventh and fifth elders of the Song family were instantly enveloped within its lethal radius. Centered around the three talismans array flag, the three elemental forces of gold, wood, and fire descended upon a 50-meter radius. The seventh elder of the Song family found himself ensnared by a vine formed from wood element energy. Just as he attempted to break free, he was met with the relentless assault of gold element swords and the scorching heat of fire element flames. In that moment, despite his mid-stage refining the inner organs cultivation, he was rendered utterly beleaguered and in agony. The fifth elder of the Song family fared no better. His robes and hair were ablaze with fire element energy, and his plump face bore numerous lacerations from gold element blades. On my Lin family's territory, who dares to lay a hand on my clansmen? What audacity do you possess? Lin Xie's aged voice dripped with murderous intent as he surveyed the miserable state of the two Song elders. Two low-level 5 thunder talismans materialized in the palm of Lin Xie's hand. Within the attack radius of the three talismans array flag, the moment the two Song elders caught sight of the low-level 5 thunder talismans, a wave of terror surged through them. Lin Xie's display of the low-level 5 thunder talismans was not a genuine intention to use them. Rather, it was a strategy to intimidate the two Song elders. After all, the mere presence of the three talismans array flag was insufficient to deter the Song family. In fact, once the Song family became aware of the Lin family's possession of a spirit-level array treasure, they might even harbor covetous thoughts. However, upon witnessing the low-level 5 thunder talismans, the Song family dared not act recklessly. Faced with Lin Xie, who possessed a spirit-infusing array flag artifact and two low-level 5 thunder talismans, the Song family, even if capable of suppression, would not rashly take action. A single spirit-infusing array flag artifact or two low-level 5 thunder talismans could at most threaten 2 or 3 refining Viscera realm cultivators. However, the combination of these two items could potentially inflict severe injuries or even death upon 5 or 6 refining Viscera realm cultivators. Should 5 or 6 of their number perish, even the Song family, with its deep-rooted heritage, would suffer grievous losses. Nevertheless, even with a 90% assurance of intimidating the Song family and thereby granting the Lin family more time for development, Lin Xie had already prepared for the worst-case scenario in his heart. He intended to expend vast resources to first use the Immortal Appraisal Mirror to upgrade and enhance the two low-level 5 Thunder Talismans, and then utilize all his Spirit Stone fragments to elevate his own aptitude. Finally, he planned to use the remaining 7 leaves of the Centennial Spirit Refining Herb to venture into a larger cultivation market to exchange for various treasures for combat. While Lin Xie was immersed in his thoughts and strategies, the two elders of the Song family, trapped within the 3 talismans array flag, slumped to the ground and ultimately chose to submit. Lin brother, please show mercy. It was all a misunderstanding. I apologize, and we can negotiate any matters, pleaded the 5th elder of the Song family, his voice tinged with urgency. Although he understood that Lin Xie would most likely refrain from killing them, he dared not gamble. The world of cultivation has never lacked for madmen. If Lin Xie, in a moment of recklessness, were to eliminate them both, any revenge the Song family might seek, no matter the cost, would be utterly meaningless. Life lost would render all else moot. Negotiate. You two arrived uninvited and sought to encroach upon my Lin family's territory. Even attempting to slay my kin, what is there left to negotiate? Lin Xie retorted, his tone resolute. Though the Lin family was weak, it was not to be insulted. Those who offend the Lin family must pay the price in blood. As he spoke, the two low-level 5 thunder talismans in his palm began to awaken with a faint yet ominous energy, enveloped in violet lightning, exuding a dangerous and oppressive aura. Observing this, the two elders of the Song family felt their pupils constrict. Particularly, the 7th elder of the Song family, prostrated on the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, filled with immense regret. If only he had held back earlier and refrained from attacking that elder of the Lin family. Perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this tense juncture. Wait, Lin brother, please. The 5th elder of the Song family implored again, terrified that Lin Xie would truly take action. Although he possessed items for self-preservation, being ensnared in the 3 talismans array left him with no confidence of evading the assault of the low-level 5 thunder talismans. The power of a single low-level 5 thunder talisman was sufficient to injure a cultivator in the early stages of the spirit-infusing realm, let alone him, a mid-stage refining viscera realm cultivator. If he were not trapped within the 3 talismans array, he might have had a chance to survive the attack with the treasures he possessed. However, being ensnared rendered his situation exceedingly precarious. The jurisdiction of Jichuan City can belong to the Lin family. However, the accumulated resources of the Zhao family must be claimed by my Song family. This is the will of our patriarch. Lin brother, I implore you not to act impulsively, the 5th elder of the Song family pleaded, huddled on the ground while evading the elemental assaults within the 3 talismans array. Hearing the 5th elder's concession, Lin Xie still did not retract the low-level 5 thunder talismans. Surrender the Zhao family's accumulated resources. Such a notion was utterly impossible. However, the Lin family must temporarily relinquish a portion of the interests surrounding Jichuan City. If no benefits were to be gained, the Song family would surely not relent. Centered around Jichuan City, the outermost 300 miles of influence can be granted to your Song family. This is my Lin family's final bottom line, Lin Xie declared. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious 5th elder of the Song family instantly exhaled in relief. As long as Lin Xie was willing to negotiate, everything could be discussed, at the very least. Regardless of the outcome of the negotiations, his life would remain secure. Lin brother, the outer region of Jichuan City is mostly uninhabited and comprises treacherous mountains and barren land unsuitable for cultivation. Your Lin family may possess Jichuan City and the Zhao family's 400 years of accumulated resources, but the outermost 700 miles of influence must belong to my Song family. Lin brother, we come on behalf of the Song family. If the items we retrieve do not satisfy our patriarch, then the 5th elder of the Song family smiled wryly, leaving the implication hanging. The meaning was unmistakable. If the Song family received too little, they would not relent. Of course, such rhetoric was merely a negotiation tactic, as long as they could secure a portion of the benefits. The current Song family had no intention of waging war against the Lin family. Chapter 37. Educating the clansmen, knowing shame and gaining courage, 700 miles? Ha ha ha. In response to the 5th elder of the Song family's bargaining, Lin Xie let out a cold laugh. Hearing Lin Xie's derisive laughter, the 5th elder, battered and trapped within the 3 talismans array, could only muster the courage to respond, Lin brother, 600 miles it shall be. If you agree, upon my return to the clan, I will strive to persuade the patriarch to form an alliance between the Song family and your esteemed family, to jointly prosper henceforth. The 5th elder's breath grew increasingly feeble under the constriction of the 3 talismans array. He could no longer endure. Even if Lin Xie had no real intention of killing him, should he sustain severe injuries here, it would damage his foundation of the celestial path and even affect his lifespan. 600 miles. It seems there is still no room for negotiation. Despite the 5th elder's further concession, Lin Xie did not retract the 3 talismans array. In most instances, the process of negotiation is one of continuous compromise from both parties. The key to successful negotiation is to remain calm and composed, creating advantages for oneself while further pressuring the opponent to yield. Lin Brother, the jurisdiction surrounding Jichuan City, encompassing 1,000 miles. With your Lin family only offering the outermost 300 miles, is indeed rather insufficient. The fifth elder of the Song family, straining to maintain his composure, continued to haggle with Lin Xia. After much back and forth, Lin Xia ultimately conceded 500 miles of influence. The Song family was formidable, and the Lin family, if unwilling to cede some interests, would inevitably face another conflict. The Lin family's current foundation was far too shallow. Having just endured a significant battle, they desperately needed to maintain a peaceful external environment. However, Lin Xia had also harbored murderous intent toward the Song family. The territories conceded would merely serve to keep the Song family pacified until the Lin family had firmly established their hold on Jichuan City and recuperated, at which point they would reclaim all that was theirs. Those who sought to exploit the Lin family would undoubtedly pay a painful price. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xia retracted the 3 talismans array after finalizing the negotiations. Lin Brother, until we meet again, as the 3 talismans array vanished, the 5th elder of the Song family did not linger in Jichuan City any longer. He cupped his fists in salute to Lin Xia and, with the 7th elder of the Song family, hastily departed towards the city outskirts. Although they had not fully accomplished the task assigned by the Patriarch during this visit to Jichuan City, they had successfully extracted 500 miles of influence from the Lin family. It is worth noting that the Song family's current controlled territory spanned merely 2,000 miles from north to south. 500 miles of influence constituted a substantial addition to the Song family's domain. More importantly, this territorial expansion came at no cost to the Song family. With such an achievement, the next patriarchal election would surely see the Song family's lineage emerge victorious once more. Watching the 2 departing figures of the Song family elders, the Lin family members were somber, many clenching their fists, their expressions reflecting a mixture of frustration, helplessness, and rage. Especially those impetuous younger members of the Lin family, who were furious at the Song family's brazen intrusion and their forceful acquisition of 500 miles of influence surrounding Jichuan City. Only the elderly of the Lin family, leaning on their canes, with their white hair flowing, maintained a tranquil demeanor. The longer one lived, the more one comprehended the world's harsh realities. If one is not strong, one will suffer oppression. If one is not strong, even what is rightfully theirs may be seized. If one is not strong, there is no dignity, nor even the qualification to survive. Such is the nature of power dynamics. It applies equally to individuals. Amidst the torrential rain, the entire Lin family fell into silence. Just as the atmosphere reached a suffocating climax, Lin Xia slowly spoke. Anger? Feeling powerless? The root of all this lies in the fact that my Lin family is not strong enough. If we are not strong enough, we must temporarily bear the burden of shame. Lin Xia spoke in the stillness of the night. An unfathomable depth flickered in his gaze, as if within his eyes resided a shimmering galaxy and an endless cosmos. Upon hearing Lin Xia's voice, numerous members of the Lin family bowed their heads in deference. Over the past century, the Lin family's situation had been excessively comfortable, to the point where many clan members had forgotten the brutal realities of the world. It was only when the Zhao family invaded, and under the threat from the Song family, they were forced to relinquish hard-won benefits, that this truth became apparent. Fortunately, with their ancestor at the helm, the family crises were repeatedly averted. Had it not been for the ancestor, the Lin family might have already succumbed to gradual decline and eventual annihilation long before the Zhao family's aggression. Remember, enduring humiliation in times of weakness is not a cause for anger. Rather, it is a call to cultivate shame into strength. Lin Xia's voice echoed solemnly through the pouring rain, imparting wisdom to the numerous Lin family members, especially the younger generations. The temporary concession of 500 li of influence did not trouble Lin Xia. His greater concern lay in forging the spirit and conviction of the Lin family. It is this spirit and conviction that serve as the essence for maintaining a family's enduring prosperity through the ages. Should the hearts of a faction be dispersed, no matter how vast it grows, internal strife will inevitably ensue, leading to fragmentation. If every member of the Lin family strives diligently, what is the Song family to us? In years to come, Even if we sweep across the Gene Kingdom, what difficulty could we face? Those with earnest hearts will not be forsaken by fate. With perseverance and resilience, 3,000 armored warriors could devour the song. And with 100,000 troops, sweep through all nations. With a swift motion, Lin Xia's white hair billowed as he turned his back on the multitude of relatives and stepped into the former Zhao family residence, leaving behind a reverberation of words that echoed across the heavens and earth. In comparison to the Lin family's ancestral grounds, the Zhao family estate was akin to a miniature royal palace. Moreover, the spiritual energy permeating the Zhao estate evidently surpassed that of the Lin family's territory. Lin Xia sought out the most secluded and spiritually vibrant courtyard, and after establishing a basic illusion array, he prepared to meditate and cultivate. The confrontations with the remnants of the Zhao family, the extermination of the 3 ancestral figures, and the standoff with the 2 elders of the Song family had drained Lin Xia significantly. He needed to recuperate swiftly to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Before commencing his cultivation, he did not forget to instruct his kin to transport half of the Zhao family's resources to his secluded courtyard. Standing before a courtyard filled with mundane treasures of gold and silver, Lin Xia took out the mirror of immortal appraisal and began to enhance the various items he possessed. His first focus was on 2 low-level thunder talismans, which, for Lin Xia at this moment, were undoubtedly powerful trump cards. Even if it required a substantial amount of resources, he was determined to upgrade and strengthen these 2 talismans. As for magical artifacts and cultivation techniques, Lin Xia chose not to utilize the mirror of immortal appraisal for their enhancement. The magical artifacts in his possession were all at the spirit nurturing level. To further upgrade these spirit nurturing artifacts would elevate them to the foundation establishment level. While Lin Xia could still exert a fraction of their power using fragments of spirit stones, he was entirely incapable of wielding foundation establishment level artifacts. Additionally, the cultivation techniques he possessed were primarily foundation establishment techniques, including a scroll that could lead to the formation of elixirs, the second volume of the Qi and Dao scripture. Thus, in terms of techniques, Lin Xia had no need for enhancement. Ultimately, Lin Xia resolved to expend all available resources on elevating his own aptitude, upgrading the low-level thunder talismans, and repairing the foundation establishment-level spirit gathering array. After meticulously planning, Lin Xia unhesitatingly placed boxes of mundane gold and silver upon the surface of the mirror of immortal appraisal. In the blink of an eye, those boxes were entirely consumed by the mirror. Lin Xia held the mirror, directing its surface toward one of the low-level thunder talismans. Mystical and enigmatic light poured forth from the mirror's surface, enveloping the talisman. In an instant, the somewhat crude low-level thunder talismans began to undergo a transformation. Once the mirror ceased to emit light, the talisman had astonishingly morphed into an object resembling a token. Lin Xia examined the enhanced low-level thunder talismans closely. Technically speaking, the upgraded talisman no longer qualified as a mere talisman but had transformed into a talisman treasure. However, the enhancement of this single low-level thunder talismans had consumed a quarter of the Zhao family's accumulated resources. Nevertheless, Lin Xia felt that this investment was immensely worthwhile. Just holding this thunder talisman treasure, he could sense the overwhelming power contained within it. Its quality was likely approaching that of a foundation establishment level talisman. Talisman treasures are special items akin to magical artifacts, and their use does not impose any requirements on the cultivator's level. Even cultivators at the early stages of body refining could freely wield high-level talismans. However, the crafting of a talisman treasure not only diminishes the creator's cultivation but also consumes their lifespan. The ability to craft a talisman treasure is restricted to cultivators above the spirit nurturing stage. Once a talisman treasure is completed, it can typically unleash half the power of its creator. Thus, most cultivators are reluctant to craft talisman treasures due to the exorbitant costs involved. Only those who have lost hope of breaking through and are nearing their end would consider such an endeavor. Therefore, the value of talisman treasures often exceeds that of higher-tier magical artifacts. As the saying goes, what is priced may not be readily obtainable. Thus, the value rises. After Lin Xia upgraded both low-level thunder talismans into thunder talisman treasures, he had depleted half of the Zhao family's resources. Yet, he remained unfazed. As his cultivation level increased, so too would the tier of items he sought to enhance. Consequently, these mundane treasures of gold and silver would gradually lose their value to him. He would no longer squander time on low-level resources unless he could craft a puppet endowed with rudimentary intelligence and unwavering loyalty, allowing it to utilize the mirror of immortal appraisal during his meditation and maximize its potential for continuous upgrades. However, this approach required addressing two issues. First, preparing sufficient resources for consumption, and second, amassing a substantial quantity of upgradable materials. With his thoughts swirling, Lin Xie tidied away the two upgraded Thunder Talisman treasures and retrieved various fragments of spirit stones and cultivation materials, preparing to complete the upgrade of the Foundation Establishment-level Spirit Gathering Array. Fortunately, after vanquishing the Zhao family and the cultivators from the three families, he had acquired a significant amount of resources. Otherwise, he would not have dared to spend so freely. After a brief interval, having expended a considerable portion of his cultivation resources, the once severely damaged Foundation Establishment-level Spirit Gathering Array flag, reduced to a mere tenth of its original form, finally underwent a transformation. Under the enhancement of the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal, the remnants of the flag were repaired and radiated a faint golden light. It appeared as though the Foundation Establishment-level Spirit Gathering Array had been wholly restored. Yet Lin Xie was acutely aware that consuming a few fragments of spirit stones and some low-level cultivation resources could not possibly lead to the complete restoration of a Foundation Establishment-level Spirit Gathering Array. However, thanks to the enhancement of the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal, this array was at least functional once more. Lin Xie tentatively placed a fragment of spirit stone within the array flag. Soon, empowered by the spirit stone fragment, the flag began to operate. At its core, a vortex of spiritual energy formed within a 10-meter radius, dramatically increasing the concentration of spiritual energy to 3 times that of the surrounding area. The ability to produce a threefold spirit gathering effect indicated that the Foundation Establishment-level Spirit Gathering Array had been restored to the status of a Spirit Nurturing-level Spirit Gathering Array. Due to its incomplete restoration, the gathering effect was limited to 3 times, and thus the maintenance costs for this array were not exorbitant. Approximately half a month would pass before a single fragment of spirit stone would be consumed. For Lin Xie, however, a threefold gathering effect was more than sufficient. After all, prior to breaking through the Foundation Establishment stage and even reaching the core formation stage, the consumption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth is not excessively vast. Following the enhancement and repair of the Foundation-level Spirit Gathering Array using the Jinshin Baojing, Lin Xie found that only 40 fragments of spirit stones remained in his possession. Contemplating this, Lin Xie proceeded to take out an additional 20 fragments of spirit stones, intending to utilize the Jinshin Baojing to upgrade and reinforce his spiritual root. In the 4th stage of body refinement, cultivating a Xin-grade spiritual root presents virtually no bottlenecks. However, upon breaking through to the Yunling realm, the advantages of a Xin-grade spiritual root in cultivation will gradually diminish. If he were to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment stage, the effectiveness of a Xin-grade spiritual root would render it exceedingly difficult to successfully form a core, let alone traverse further along the path of immortality. Placing the 20 fragments of spirit stones upon the surface of the Jinshin Baojing, Lin Xie grasped the mirror, allowing the mysterious radiance emanating from it to envelop his being. Under the illumination of the Jinshin Baojing, Lin Xie immediately felt a profound warmth coursing through his entire body. However, within a mere moment, that invigorating force began to dissipate. At this juncture, the Jinshin Baojing ceased to emit its glow. Under the influence of the previous warm and profound energy, Lin Xie sensed a notable enhancement in his aptitude. Alas, his internal spiritual root remained a Xin-grade spiritual root. It was evident that the worth of 20 fragments of spirit stones was insufficient to elevate his Xin-grade spiritual root to a Dai-grade spiritual root. Lin Xie, however, did not succumb to disappointment. He had long been mentally prepared for such an outcome. After the failure to reinforce and upgrade his spiritual root, Lin Xie decisively withdrew, refraining from further consumption of spirit stone fragments. He was now cautious with the remaining 20 fragments, knowing that a portion was necessary for maintaining the spirit gathering array, while another part would assist in his cultivation and expedite his recovery to peak condition. Lin Xie had made up his mind. He intended to muster his strength and directly cultivate to their refining organs realm completion. Upon achieving this state, he would hasten to accumulate his foundation and prepare thoroughly for the breakthrough to the Yunling realm. Lin Xie was acutely aware that only upon entering the Yunling realm could he truly step into the threshold of the immortal path. Attaining the Yunling realm would grant him genuine status within the realm of cultivation in the Jin Kingdom. Although Yunling realm cultivators may not be regarded as formidable, they command a place of respect wherever they go within the Jin Kingdom. Suppressing the myriad distractions in his mind, Lin Xie gently closed his eyes. Settling into a meditative posture within the spirit-gathering array, beginning to breathe rhythmically and welcoming the purifying baptism of the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Chapter 39. Financial Dilemmas. Boundless wealth time flows ceaselessly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Autumn has departed, giving way to the chill of winter, as silver frost blankets the vast earth, adorning the mountains and valleys. Delineating a magnificent tableau. Within Sichuan City, Lin Changge has transformed the former Zhao family residence into the ancestral grounds of the Lin family over the past 6 months. He has also erected a merit hall within the new Lin family estate. The names of those who fought and perished for the Lin family have been inscribed within the merit hall, ensuring that as long as the Lin family's legacy endures, they will be honored by incense offerings and remembered by future generations. The establishment of the merit hall has further enhanced the internal cohesion of the Lin family. Beyond consolidating the Lin family's internal unity, Lin Changge has also diligently managed the governance of Sichuan City and its surrounding areas during this half-year. Sichuan City spans a radius of 1,000 miles, encompassing 7 towns and hundreds of villages. Following the loss of 500 miles of influence to the Song family, the Lin family currently retains control over 4 towns: Jiao Town, Taiyin Town, Sishui Town, and Qingchuan Town. Among these, Jiao Town is the largest, boasting the most industries and a population exceeding 40,000, nearly 1/3 of Sichuan City. The other 3 towns are considerably smaller, each with a population of around 20 to 30,000. To facilitate better governance over the 4 towns, Lin Changge allocated a quarter of the Zhao family's resources to construct a dirt road connecting them within 6 months. With the completion of this road, the efficiency of transportation between the 4 towns and Sichuan City has multiplied several times over. The Lin family can now dispatch their guards to any town in the shortest time possible using this road network. In addition to road construction and trade development, Lin Changge personally assembled an army of 10,000, along with a contingent of 500 heavy cavalry. He has meticulously implemented the plans originally proposed by Lin Xie, encouraging the clan to bear offspring, seeking infants with spiritual roots, and pursuing strategic marriages with other factions are all initiatives Lin Changge is undertaking. However, he understands that some matters cannot be rushed and require gradual accumulation. Certain endeavors, such as the emergence of descendants with spiritual roots or the discovery of infants possessing such abilities, are inherently random and cannot be forced. Within the Lin family estate in Sichuan City, Lin Changge sat at his desk, gazing out at the swirling snowstorm while addressing the mountain of family affairs before him. Now, Lin Changge is tasked not only with managing the internal matters of the Lin family, but also overseeing the affairs of a city, 4 towns, and over 50 villages. Although the entire 500-mile territory around Sichuan City has been claimed by the Lin family, conflicts among the families in the villages and towns continue to erupt as they did in the past. Faced with such a situation, Lin Changge must devise solutions. He aims to integrate all the villages and ancient towns within the Lin family's jurisdiction into a cohesive unit centered around the Lin family. Only in this way can the Lin family's economy flourish and sustain a larger population. The current economic situation of the Lin family is indeed quite dire. The Zhao family's half of the resources has been nearly exhausted after 6 months of Lin Changge's endeavors. He has undertaken a multitude of initiatives during this time. Moreover, some actions are imperative, from assembling the guard forces, constructing roads and bridges, to providing for the clan, all require substantial financial resources. Even though Lin Changge has personally led the clan to plunder the resources of the cultivation families in Taiyin Town, Sishui Town, and Qingchuan Town since their arrival in Sichuan City, it is but a drop in the bucket compared to the enormous expenditures the Lin family faces. Currently, the Lin family's total assets amount to a mere 5,000 taels of silver. This sum can sustain the family's operations for no more than half a month. Contemplating this, Lin Changge's expression darkened with worry. The dwindling family assets are a minor concern. However, the Lin family's industries are fundamentally in a state of deficit. In this realm, the primary currency of the mundane world typically consists of copper coins, silver, and gold. 1 tael of gold equates to 10 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 100 copper coins. As Lin Chang'e racked his brain, desperately pondering how to rectify the family's financial predicament, a youth clad in an ornate robe suddenly burst into the main hall of the Lin family. The youth's face bore a glimmer of excitement, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Upon seeing Lin Chang'e, he, in his eagerness, neglected to pay his respects and instead exclaimed, "Patriarch, Elder Lin Imo has discovered a large silver mine 50 miles beyond Qingchuan town. Preliminary assessments show that the mine extends 20 miles in length and 10 miles in width. Its depth is currently unknown. However, according to Elder Lin Mo's initial judgment, if fully mined, our Lin family could potentially obtain 100 billion taels of silver." Upon hearing the youth's words, Lin Chang'e, seated on a wooden chair, was instantly invigorated. 100 billion taels of silver amounts to an equivalent of 10 billion taels of gold. It is worth noting that even the Zhao family's 400 years of accumulated resources equate to no more than 500 million taels of gold. The value of this silver vein is at least equivalent to the resources amassed by 2 Zhao families. If this wealth were to be acquired, all of the Lin family's financial crises would be entirely resolved, and they could even progress further. "Let us go. Immediately take me to inspect it. We must reinforce our personnel to safeguard that silver mine," Lin Chang'e declared, promptly setting aside all other matters, braving the fierce snowstorm, and hastily departing Sichuan City. "Yes, Patriarch." The youth, daunted by Lin Chang'e's authority, was determined to return to the family to report on the silver mine. Before long, Lin Chang'e, accompanied by numerous guards, mounted a horned beast and set forth with great pomp, leaving Sichuan City behind. Qingchuan town is not far from Sichuan City, and with the newly constructed dirt road linking them, Lin Chang'e arrived at the site of the silver mine within just a day and a night. This silver mine was serendipitously discovered by Elder Lin Imo amidst a chasm. Upon Lin Chang'e's arrival, a middle-aged man clad in coarse garments and possessing an unremarkable appearance hurried forward to greet him. This middle-aged man was none other than Elder Lin Imo, the one who had uncovered the silver mine. However, at this moment, there was no trace of joy upon his face. Instead, he spoke with a grave tone. "Patriarch, we have nearly completed the assessment of this silver mine. The reserves of silver are estimated to be 20 times more than we previously anticipated. 200 billion taels of silver. What does this signify? As the clan leader, you should be well aware." Chapter 40. The Silver Vein. Extremes lead to reversals. Upon hearing Elder Lin Mo's words, Lin Chang'e felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. There exists an ancient proverb: one can only consume as much as one's capacity allows. For the Lin family, with its foundation and strength, absorbing 100 billion taels of silver would be a challenge, yet not insurmountable. However, 200 billion taels would stretch the Lin family to its limits, rendering it incapable of swallowing such a fortune. While immense wealth is alluring, when prosperity surpasses one's capacity to bear it, it transforms into a calamity. As the clan leader, Lin Chang'e instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although cultivators often show little interest in mundane gold and silver, an abundance of it would certainly pique the interest of even the most legendary immortals. Surrounding Sichuan City, there are numerous forces whose foundations rival or even surpass that of the Song family. Families like the Su, Mu, and Yu possess strengths comparable to that of the Song family. Should these factions learn of a large silver vein near Qingchuan town, they would undoubtedly rush to claim their share. Beyond these families, the entity that concerns Lin Chang'e the most is the Blood Wolf Hall. In the face of powers like the Song and Su families, the Lin family could still manage to negotiate a semblance of advantage. However, the Blood Wolf Hall is altogether different. The Blood Wolf Hall is a force anchored by practitioners of the Yunling realm. In the heyday of the Song family, they could still contend with the Blood Wolf Hall, but following the fall of the Song family's Yunling ancestor, the Blood Wolf Hall has effectively become the most formidable force within a radius of 10,000 miles. The Su family, the Yu family, and even the current Song family are compelled to pay tribute to the Blood Wolf Hall annually. The Blood Wolf Hall commands a territory of 6,000 miles. Within it, there are 4 practitioners of the Yunling realm. The Hall's master is a late-stage Yunling practitioner. If the Blood Wolf Hall were to seize the silver vein discovered by the Lin family, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Lin family to devise a countermeasure. Reflecting on this, Lin Chang'e sighed inwardly, yet he still harbored a glimmer of hope. He calmly inquired of Elder Lin Imo, "How many people are aware of the news regarding this silver vein?" Hearing Lin Chang'e's inquiry, Elder Lin Imo took a deep breath and spoke with a hint of resignation. "I was able to discover this silver vein because of an earthquake that occurred here. By the time I arrived, many villagers had already taken away unmined silver ore. I even mobilized some guards in an attempt to seal off the news. But it was too late. The news of this silver vein has likely spread far and wide. Even if our Lin family were to dispatch guards to cleanse the surrounding villages of Qingchuan town, we would still be unable to contain the information about the silver mine." At this point, Elder Lin Imo paused momentarily before continuing. "However, the scale of this silver vein should be known only to our Lin family. Yet, forces like the Song family will likely send teams to investigate soon. Therefore, it will be quite difficult for our Lin family to keep the secret of this silver vein, let alone quietly consume it." Upon hearing this, Lin Chang'e remained silent for a moment. He then decisively commanded, "Everyone stay here. No matter which faction's team comes to investigate, delay them for as long as possible. I must return immediately to consult with the Ancestor. This matter is of utmost importance and requires the Ancestor's judgment." After speaking, Lin Chang'e mounted his horned beast and, without pausing for rest, hastened back towards Zichuan City at the fastest possible speed. He was acutely aware that with the Lin family's foundation and strength, they could not possibly swallow this silver vein whole. Yet, he was unwilling to give up on it entirely. Navigating through the snow-laden mountains, Lin Chang'e disregarded his physical exhaustion. It was not until a day and a night later that he returned, weary, to the inner sanctum of Zichuan City. Upon entering the Lin family's grounds in Zichuan City, he wasted no time and hurried towards the secluded courtyard where Lin Xie was in closed-door cultivation. At that moment, Lin Xie, seated in the courtyard, had already attained the pinnacle of the refining organs realm. Although his hair remained white as snow, the vitality within him surged ever stronger. He now stood just one step away from breaking through to the Yunling realm. Yet, that final step proved to be as arduous as ascending to the heavens. In the 3 prefectures and 72 counties of the Jin state, the number of cultivators at the perfected refining organ stage exceeds the hundreds of thousands, but those who can break through to the Yunling realm are fewer than 1 in 10,000. Take the Luoxia sect, for instance. Among its tens of thousands of disciples, there are only 200 to 300 practitioners of the Yunling realm. It is important to note that most of the Luoxia sect's disciples, aside from a few who joined via the Ascension Order, possess qualifications far superior to those of the wandering cultivators outside. Furthermore, within the 10,000-mile radius of Zichuan City, among the thousands of cultivators, only the Blood Wolf Hall boasts 4 practitioners of the Yunling realm. It seems I must return to Chao Town and then head to a larger cultivation market to sell the 100-year spirit herb and exchange it for some cultivation resources. Lin Xie slowly rose from the gathering spirit array, concluding his meditation. With his Xian-level spiritual root, without the aid of various elixirs and resources, it would take him at least 10 years to hope for an advancement to the Yunling realm by merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth bit by bit. Although he seemed just a step away from breaking through, crossing that final threshold would require a consumption of spiritual energy equivalent to 10 times that needed to elevate from a mortal to their refining organs pinnacle. After concluding his meditation, Lin Xie organized his belongings. Now, aside from a collection of cultivation techniques, 2 5-thunder talisman treasures, and 2 magical artifacts, he was left with only 2 fragments of spirit stones and a 100-year spirit herb that could genuinely assist in enhancing his cultivation. He intended to reward the ferocious beast tiger with those 2 fragments of spirit stones when he returned to Chao Town, having previously promised that should it protect Chao Town well, he would bestow further rewards upon his return. Just as Lin Xie finished gathering all his possessions and prepared to exit the courtyard, he was suddenly met with Lin Chang'e's weak voice from outside. "Ancestor, the younger generation has important matters to report." Upon hearing Lin Chang'e's exceedingly frail voice, Lin Xie waved his sleeve, conjuring a gust of fresh air that opened the courtyard door. "What has happened to you?" Seeing Lin Chang'e, covered in ice and snow, On the verge of collapse, Lin Xie gently waved his sleeve, channeling a thread of blood vitality to Lin Chang's brow. In an instant, the ice and snow enveloping Lin Chang'e began to melt, and his pallid complexion gradually regained its color. Chapter 41. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. After regaining his composure, Lin Chang'e clasped his hands respectfully and bowed deeply to Lin Xie, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestor." The situation is as follows. Lin Chang'e recounted the details of the silver vein to Lin Xie in full. "Ancestor, the estimated yield from this silver vein will reach 200 billion taels. However, the dire news is that the information regarding this silver vein has already spread completely. Within 2 or 3 days at most, various faction surveying teams will arrive in Qingchuan town. The most troublesome aspect is the Blood Wolf Hall. If the Blood Wolf Hall learns of the yield from this silver vein, our Lin family may not only fail to secure a single tael of silver, but even the territory surrounding Qingchuan town could be seized by the Blood Wolf Hall." At this point, Lin Chang'e was filled with a sense of utter helplessness. For the current Lin family, the Blood Wolf Hall loomed as a colossal behemoth. Even if the Lin family wagered their very lives, they would still lack the qualification to contend with the Blood Wolf Hall. I understand," Lin Xie responded, his face serene and composed upon learning of the silver vein. However, within, he began to ponder a strategy. Abandoning the silver vein? That was simply not an option. If they could extract 200 billion taels of silver, the Lin family's overall strength could increase 100-fold within a decade. It is worth noting that the value of 200 billion taels of silver equates to the accumulation of 40 Zhao families' worth. With such a windfall at their disposal, the Lin family could accomplish an immense number of endeavors. Of course, the risks involved in swallowing this sudden fortune were equally substantial. Yet, there is a famous saying, "The greater the storm, the pricier the fish." If one fears this and that, what is the point of cultivating immortality or seeking enlightenment? Moreover, Lin Xie possessed his own trump cards. As long as he utilized the immortal appraisal mirror to upgrade the 2-5 Thunder Talisman treasures once more, elevating them to the level of Foundation Establishment Talisman treasures, even in the face of the 4 Yunling practitioners from the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xie would still be able to suppress them. Furthermore, even if the Blood Wolf Hall sought to seize the silver vein, they would not deploy all 4 Yunling practitioners at once. After all, the hall also required formidable figures to maintain their stronghold. As Lin Xie organized his thoughts, he quickly devised a plan. Firstly, he must hasten to the city of immortal cultivation as quickly as possible, to sell the remaining centennial spirit-enhancing herb with 7 leaves in his possession at the fastest speed. He will then use the acquired spirit stone fragments to purchase more low-grade precious medicines, subsequently enhancing them with the immortal appraisal mirror and reselling them to earn as many spirit stone fragments as possible. Lin Xie plans to elevate his cultivation to the spirit-nurturing realm without delay, and then upgrade 2-5 Thunder Talisman treasures. In any case, he must make thorough preparations. 200 billion taels of silver is of paramount importance to the Lin family. Even if it entails some risk, it is worth it. Lin Xie is determined, even willing to take risks for the sake of his family, all to ensure the prosperity and flourishing of the Lin clan. The stronger the Lin family becomes, the more resources will be available to Lin Xie. Once the Lin family gradually finds its footing, allowing every clan member to fulfill their duties and giving rise to capable individuals, Lin Xie, as the venerable ancestor, can then rest assured in the shadows, enjoying the offerings of the entire clan while guiding its continued development. By that time, Lin Xie will be able to achieve personal greatness through the family's support, while the entire clan grows ever stronger under his protection. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xie leisurely sat on a wooden chair, his gaze falling upon Lin Chang'e as he spoke in a calm tone. "If any surveying teams from other factions arrive at the silver mine, try to delay them as much as possible. If that fails, feign giving the silver mine to those factions. I need to step out for a while. When I return, everything will be settled. That silver mine will always belong to the Lin family, and no one can take it away, not even the Blood Wolf Hall." Upon hearing his ancestor's decision, Lin Chang'e was taken aback. Soon after, a look of concern emerged on his face. "Ancestor, although that silver mine holds immense value, considering our Lin family's strength, the consequences of provoking the Blood Wolf Hall could be dire. It is understandable that Lin Chang'e lacked confidence. The reputation of the Blood Wolf Hall was such that even the once mighty Song family dared not confront them. What is there to fear? Everything will be handled by me now. You may leave. Lin Xie waved his hand from the grand chair, signaling Lin Chang'e to withdraw. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e, though still anxious, felt compelled to refrain from further protest. After all, his ancestor had made a decision, and he could not alter it. As for the rest, he could only place his trust in his ancestor. Moreover, Lin Chang'e had his own ambitions regarding the silver mine. As the clan leader, it was his duty to ensure stability and continuity of the family legacy, if not to lead it to greatness. Yet, the Lin family had undergone significant upheaval in the past 6 months. More than once. Fortunately, with the ancestor's presence, all changes had ultimately been resolved, and the Lin family successfully emerged from Qiao Town to establish a foothold in Jichuan City. Perhaps, under the protection of the ancestor, the Lin family could weather this storm as well. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Lin Chang'e exited the small courtyard and returned to the main hall of the Lin family. Someone, go notify the elders and stewards still in the clan. Summon them for a meeting. Upon returning to the main hall, Lin Chang'e, who had been tirelessly running for 2 days and nights, wasted no time resting and immediately set about gathering the senior members of the Lin family in Jichuan City to discuss matters concerning the silver mine. Naturally, he would not defy his ancestors' orders. The purpose of convening the senior members was to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If things spiraled out of control, as the clan leader, he had to safeguard the Lin family's legacy and foundations. While Lin Chang'e, weary and haggard, convened the high-ranking members of the Lin family, Lin Xie transformed into a series of shadows, quietly departing from Jichuan City. He moved swiftly, his movements ghostly, traversing through the mountains and valleys towards the direction of Qiao Town. After the Lin family established themselves in Jichuan City, most of the clan members still resided in Qiao Town. Only the younger generation and higher-ups had migrated to Jichuan City. Most of the Lin family's elders had grown accustomed to life in Qiao Town. In their view, although Jichuan City was prosperous, it was ultimately not their ancestral home. Regardless of where they were, deep down, most people harbored a sentiment for their homeland. Chapter 42. The 3 yuan immortal market, named Heishan after breaking through to perfect refinement. Even without exerting himself to the fullest, Lin Xie reached Qiao Town from Jichuan City in just half a day. Amidst the swirling snow, as Lin Xie stepped into Qiao Town, a dark figure suddenly rushed towards him from a distance. The figure moved with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the winter chill. As it drew closer, Lin Xie discerned its appearance. It was the ferocious beast, the giant tiger. At this moment, it had grown in size, originally standing 2 meters tall and measuring 5 or 6 meters in length. It now stood nearly a yard tall and stretched an impressive 3 yards long. After breaking through to the mid-refinement, it appeared to have undergone a transformation. Not only had its physique increased, but its fur also gleamed with a deep, lustrous black, resembling a suit of armor. Indeed, guarding Qiao Town for half a year has earned you this reward. Lin Xie produced 2 fragments of spirit stones and offered them into the giant tiger's massive maw. Roar. After seizing the spirit stone fragments, the giant tiger expressed its excitement, shaking its massive head and letting out a series of roars towards the heavens. It is also time to bestow you a name. Observing the giant tiger, Lin Xie pondered for a moment before continuing. From now on, you shall be called Heishan. Next, you shall proceed to Jichuan City. There is no longer a need for you to guard Qiao Town. Lin Xie gently patted Heishan's head, a faint smile gracing his face. The potential of this ferocious beast, the giant tiger, was indeed quite remarkable. Should it be provided with ample resources, it might even have a glimmer of hope to break through to the spirit-nurturing level. With this thought, Lin Xie suddenly had a stroke of inspiration, leading Heishan to a secluded area, where he consumed a gold ingot and attempted to enhance its qualifications using the immortal appraisal mirror. With a clatter, as the gold ingot was completely consumed, layers of mysterious immortal light began to surge upon the surface of the mirror. Lin Xie held the immortal appraisal mirror and promptly directed it towards Heishan. In the next moment, to his astonishment, the once mighty Heishan rapidly shrank in size. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it transformed from a colossal beast to the size of a domestic cat. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. He had intended for Heishan to serve as his steed, carrying him on his journeys. Yet now, it was small enough to perch on Lin Xie's shoulder. What is happening? Lin Xie was perplexed at that moment. Sensing its own change in size, Heishan also grew alarmed. However, it quickly transformed its panic into exhilaration. It distinctly felt that its qualifications had multiplied several times. Moreover, it vaguely sensed that it had awakened some potent bloodline. Though that trace of bloodline was faint and almost imperceptible, its instincts told it that with this bloodline, it might even have the potential to break through to the spirit-nurturing realm, foundation establishment realm, or even Purple Mansion realm. As for its reduced size, that was inconsequential. The battle prowess of a demonic beast was never defined by its size. For instance, a palm-sized nascent soul realm beast could easily devour a golden core realm beast that towered like a mountain. Roar, roar. The now smaller Heishan followed closely behind Lin Xie, its roars still resonating with the might of a ferocious tiger, yet its size now resembled that of an adorable house cat, appearing quite cute and endearing. It sought Lin Xie's affection, seemingly wanting him to use the immortal appraisal mirror on it again. Go away, go away. We will discuss it after you demonstrate good behavior. Lin Xie chuckled at the transformation of the once mighty ferocious beast into a small, lovable pet. Ignoring Heishan's attempts to curry favor, Lin Xie instead laid out grand plans for its future. Unfortunately, given Heishan's current qualifications, consuming worldly gold and silver would no longer suffice for elevation. Only by consuming a considerable amount of spirit stone fragments or even low-grade spirit stones could its qualifications be further enhanced. The qualifications of demonic beasts are categorized into levels: mortal, ordinary, profound, earth, and heaven. Previously, Heishan's qualifications were at the mortal level. The potential of the mortal level was akin to that of a human cultivator with pseudo-spiritual roots. After a single upgrade, Heishan's qualifications had now reached the profound level. This was equivalent to the qualifications of a profound spiritual root. Previously, Lin Xie had expended 20 fragments of spirit stones and still failed to enhance a profound spiritual root to the earth spiritual root level. Based on Lin Xie's estimates, to elevate a profound spiritual root to an earth spiritual root, at least 10 low-grade spirit stones would be required. That translates to 1,000 fragments of spirit stones. Ultimately, he lamented to himself about his own impoverished state. Lin Xie sighed inwardly, ruffling Heishan's head, and after instructing it on certain matters, he hurriedly departed from Qiao Town. The contention over the silver mine could erupt at any moment. Lin Xie must hasten to the immortal market, where he intends to sell the centennial spirit herb and procure items to enhance his strength. The immortal market he is heading to is not the small one located 200 miles from Qiao Town, but rather the grandest of them all, the Sanyuan Immortal Market, which spans a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. The Sanyuan Immortal Market is established by the prominent Qian family of the county city. Within the Huai Mountain County, the Qian family has established a total of 14 Sanyuan Immortal Markets. Each of these markets is guarded by cultivators at the Yunling level. Lin Xie is somewhat acquainted with the Qian family. They are one of the 8 great families of Huai Mountain County. Within the Qian family, there are numerous foundation-building cultivators. Many of the Yunling stewards and even foundation establishment elders within the Falling Sunset sect hail from the Qian family. If the Blood Wolf Hall is merely a local tyrant, then the Qian family is the true aristocracy. Should the Qian family desire it, they could easily crush the likes of the Blood Wolf Hall without breaking a sweat. The Sanyuan Immortal Market, which encompasses a radius of 10,000 miles, is situated within the ancient Source City. Ancient Source City lies 4,000 miles from Qiao Town, and even if Lin Xie exerts himself fully, it will take him several days to arrive. However, he cannot afford to take such risks and rush headlong into danger. When traveling, one must strive to maintain their composure. Thus, Lin Xie estimates he will need at least a month to return to ancient Source City. The silver mine there will likely remain temporarily seized by the Blood Wolf Hall and other forces. This is an unfortunate circumstance. Given the Lin family's limited resources, even with Lin Chang'e and others doing their utmost to stall, it is improbable that they can delay the Blood Wolf Hall and similar forces for long. Yet, it matters not. A temporary loss does not signify anything of consequence, as long as he ultimately reclaims what was lost. The convoluted journey is of little importance. Chapter 43. Ancient Source City, the Qian family's machinations amidst the myriad mountains and ravines, the wind and snow howl, causing even the fierce beasts lurking in the forests to retreat into their lairs. Vanishing from sight in the silver-white expanse, Lin Xie moves with extraordinary swiftness, leaving a trail of afterimages with each step he takes. Time passes, day turns to night. After traversing the frigid winds and snow for half a month, he finally arrives at a magnificent city. The city walls tower 10 zhang high and are 3 zhang thick. At first glance, it appears as if an ancient beast of immense proportions has claimed the land. Above the city gates, 3 powerful and imposing ancient characters spell out Ancient Source City. These characters seem to be carved with a sword, and upon closer inspection, one can almost perceive the surging sword energy. As if it longs to open the gates of heaven, Ancient Source City boasts a rich history. It is said that its founder was a great cultivator at the core formation stage. These 3 ancient characters were inscribed by this esteemed cultivator. Truly, Ancient Source City is extraordinary, as even the guards stationed at the gates are cultivators of the skin refinement level. Outside the gates of Ancient Source City, the first-time visitors express their awe. Lin Xie, however, remains composed, following the crowd as they queue to enter the city. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Lin Xie, the guards greet him with enthusiasm in Ancient Source City. Cultivators at the skin refinement level are already considered formidable. One guard respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Senior, welcome to Ancient Source City. May I inquire if you would be willing to register your personal information? It is our city's policy that any cultivator who enters and agrees to register their personal information can enjoy complimentary provisions within the city." Hearing the guard's words, Lin Xie nodded slightly, not refusing the registration of his personal information. This regulation of Ancient Source City was established by a certain ancestor of the Qian family at the foundation building level, aimed at attracting cultivators. After all, the Qian family operates as a commercial family and has always adhered to the strategy of making friends widely. Many rogue cultivators, and even some patriarchs from other forces, hold the title of guest elder within the Qian family. The Qian family's ability to expand and strengthen their business relies not solely on brute force, but rather on their astute interpersonal strategies. Once Lin Xie fully entered Ancient Source City, the swirling snowstorm outside vanished in an instant, replaced by the warmth of a gentle spring breeze. It was evident that some form of formation enveloped the city. Along the streets of Ancient Source City, lush trees lined the pathways and fragrant flowers bloomed abundantly. Lin Xie did not linger in the city but proceeded directly toward the direction of the Sanyuan Immortal Market. The Sanyuan Immortal Market is positioned at the very heart of Ancient Source City. The city is divided into a core city, inner city, and outer city. The outer and inner cities serve as residential areas for mortals, while the core city is where cultivators congregate. Typically, mortals are prohibited from entering the core city. However, exceptions do exist. For instance, each cultivator may bring 3 mortals into the core city for residence. Additionally, many servants and maidens within the core city are generally mortals. Immortal Master, we have awaited your arrival. As Lin Xie stepped into the inner city of Ancient Source City, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of charming maidens, each adorned with grace and allure. These women are mortals and are distant relatives of the Qian family. They have been arranged here by the Qian family to welcome the cultivators entering the core city. If they can become the maidens of a particular cultivator, the Qian family will reward them handsomely. Beauty is also one of the Qian family's strategies for attracting cultivators. Chapter 44. Seeking Immortality Tower, trading precious herbs, observing the flirtatious mortal women around him, Lin Xie chose to ignore them. At his current age of over 100, he has witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Cultivators are not devoid of desires. It is just that, over time, most of them seek only longevity and the path to immortality. Noticing Lin Xie's indifferent demeanor, the alluring mortal women around him wisely refrained from further pursuit. However, they soon turned their attention to another cultivator entering the Sanyuan Immortal Market. "Immortal Master, I have missed you dearly. Begone!" Clearly, this particular cultivator exhibited a rather volatile temperament and showed no interest in the mortal women. His aura was so fierce that it left the nearby mortals dizzy, and on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xie felt a twinge of contemplation. These mortal women of the Qian family lack any spiritual roots, and their status within the family is exceedingly low, relinquishing their dignity. They engage in flirtation here, not only for survival but also in the hope of being chosen by a cultivator, aspiring to become a concubine or even a primary wife. If that were to happen, they would ascend to greatness, enjoying a life of wealth and luxury. Alas, even cultivators at the body refinement level often do not consider mortals as spouses. Only those who have grown disheartened and feel that the path to immortality is utterly hopeless would choose to marry. Those who aspire to the path of immortality and seek longevity have little time for romance and family life. Strolling along the bustling streets, Lin Xie took his time, eventually arriving at the Sanyuan Immortal Market after a leisurely tea break. In comparison to the small Immortal Market 200 miles away from Chao Town, the scale of the Sanyuan Immortal Market is at least 100 times larger. Within the Sanyuan Immortal Market, the number of cultivators exceeds 2,000, many of whom are at the bone refinement and skin refinement levels. Even in the sky, one can occasionally see Yunling cultivators soaring on magical artifacts. The Sanyuan Immortal Market features a large trading building, a street of treasures, and an auction house. The Grand Trading Building is named Seeking Immortality Tower, directly overseen by the Qian family. Thus, within the Seeking Immortality Tower, as long as one possesses spirit stones, they can purchase Foundation establishment-level magical artifacts and elixirs. The Street of Treasures comprises shops run by rogue cultivators and other forces based in ancient Source City. The Qian family does not have direct control over the Street of Treasures. However, all shops located there are assets of the Qian family, and each shopkeeper is required to remit a portion of their profits to the Qian family annually, in addition to the shops. The Street of Treasures hosts many stalls run by cultivators. The Qian family exhibits great tolerance towards these stall owners, imposing neither taxes nor driving them away, as long as they do not disrupt the order of the Street of Treasures or the Sanyuan Immortal Market. The Qian family will not interfere. Lastly, the auction house is jointly managed by the Qian family and the Falling Sunset sect. Although it is labeled as a joint management, the majority of the auction's profits ultimately go to the Falling Sunset sect. In the Huai Mountain County, the Falling Sunset sect is the true overlord. Lin Xie was the first to enter the Seeking Immortality Tower, preparing to sell the Centennial Spirit Herb, which still bore 7 leaves. Selling the Centennial Spirit Herb to the Seeking Immortality Tower may not yield the highest price, but it offers 2 advantages. Firstly, Lin Xie will receive spirit stone fragments immediately. Furthermore, the Seeking Immortality Tower has a commendable reputation and ensures complete confidentiality regarding customer transaction information. It is not merely a matter of Lin Xie selling a single Centennial Spirit Herb. Even if he were to present a Foundation establishment artifact, the Seeking Immortality Tower would not resort to violence to seize it. This is not due to the Qian family's benevolence, but rather because they prioritize profit in their mercantile endeavors. Reputation is indeed a facet of profit. Unless the benefits are substantial enough, the Qian family would never jeopardize their foundation by undermining the reputation system that has taken millennia to build. In truth, Lin Xie's original intention was to attend the auction at Sanyuan Xianshi and have the auction house sell the 100-year spirit herb on his behalf. Through the auction, he could secure a higher price for the 100-year spirit herb, and the auction house at Sanyuan Xianshi has an excellent reputation. However, with more than 2 months until the next auction, Lin Xie simply could not afford to wait that long. The 2 months, coupled with travel time, would mean that by the time the 100-year spirit herb was sold and he returned to Zichuan City, at least 3 months would have passed. If he were to wait 3 months, it was likely that the silver mine in Qingchuan town would have been largely exploited by the Blood Wolf Hall. In the outside world, as long as Lin Xie possessed a Foundation establishment-level talisman, he would be more than capable of dealing with the 4 spirit-infusing cultivators of Blood Wolf Hall. Yet, once those silver resources were transported to the Blood Wolf Hall's stronghold, it would indeed become a significant predicament. Blood Wolf Hall has a long-standing legacy and various lethal formations protecting its stronghold. Even a cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment would need to expend considerable effort to penetrate its defenses. Senior, may I inquire what you wish to purchase or sell? Upon entering the Xuanqian Tower, Lin Xie was immediately approached by a maid of the refining body and skin tier. Lin Xie regarded the maid and surveyed the surroundings before calmly stating, "I possess a 100-year spirit herb for sale. Please summon the person in charge here." The maid was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's words. Although her cultivation was not high, being a maid at the Xuanxian Tower meant she was acutely aware of the value of the 100-year spirit herb. After a brief pause, she promptly reacted and enthusiastically escorted Lin Xie to a private chamber. If the transaction of a 100-year spirit herb were completed, she would receive a reward of a spirit stone fragment afterward. A single spirit stone fragment was equivalent to her accumulated income over 2 years. Whether within the Luoxia sect or among the lower-tier cultivators of the Qian family, obtaining cultivation resources was exceedingly challenging. "Senior, please enjoy some tea while I fetch the steward immediately." The maid brewed a pot of tea for Lin Xie and presented an assortment of fruits and snacks. She then hurriedly ascended to the second floor of the Xuanxian Tower. The entire tower comprised 3 levels. The first level was open to cultivators of the refining body 4 realms, while the second level catered to those of the spirit-infusing realm. The third level was the private cultivation area of the tower's owner and was generally not open to the public. The operational structure of the Xuanxian Tower included the owner, stewards, and ordinary maids. The owner was a master of late spirit-infusing, and the stewards were all accomplished in perfect refining. Chapter 45. Transaction completed. The underground black market shortly after the maid departed. An elderly man with long yellow hair and a beaming smile entered the private chamber where Lin Xie was seated. "Friend, may I have a look at that 100-year spirit herb?" The elderly man's identity was that of one of the stewards of the Xuanxian Tower, and he addressed Lin Xie directly. Without hesitation, Lin Xie presented the 100-year spirit herb. As soon as the 100-year spirit herb was revealed, a rich aroma of medicinal essence filled the air. "Indeed, it is a century-old medicinal treasure. Quite remarkable." The elder scrutinized the 100-year spirit herb in Lin Xie's hand, continuously expressing his admiration. For cultivators of the refining body 4 realms and the spirit-infusing realm, the 100-year spirit herb was considered a top-grade medicinal item. "Yes, this 100-year spirit herb is of good quality. However, it seems its leaves have been partially utilized by you. Based on market value, its worth was approximately equivalent to 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, should you sincerely wish to sell it, our Xuanxian Tower can offer 4 low-grade spirit stones." The elder stroked his beard as he spoke. Upon hearing the elder's offer, Lin Xie chose not to haggle this time, as 4 low-grade spirit stones was a fair price. Moreover, at this moment, he was eager to exchange for spirit stones and acquire some resources. After all, equipped with the Jianxian treasure mirror, he could purchase lower-tier treasures and subsequently enhance them for a substantial profit. Naturally, Lin Xie would refrain from reselling too many treasures in the Sanyuan Xianshi, as exploiting the Jianxian treasure mirror excessively would surely attract the attention of those in the spirit-infusing realm. To expose the secret of the Jianxian treasure mirror for a mere handful of spirit stones would be a grave miscalculation, potentially even inviting deadly peril. Lin Xie planned to wait until the matter of the silver mine was resolved, and he had reclaimed the 500 li of influence from the Song family before beginning to cultivate a group of loyal cultivators. Once the number of cultivators was sufficient, the Lin family could establish a cultivation marketplace and form a trading association for cultivators. By then, they could utilize their own trading association to continuously sell the enhanced resources and treasures obtained through the Jianxian treasure mirror. Deal? While lost in contemplation, Lin Xie reached an agreement with the elder. After the elder received the 100-year spirit herb, he promptly summoned the maid to bring forth 4 low-grade spirit stones. These 4 low-grade spirit stones equated to 400 spirit stone fragments. It was Lin Xie's first encounter with genuine, complete low-grade spirit stones, in contrast to spirit stone fragments. Possessing complete low-grade spirit stones merely by carrying them would provide a calming effect and nourish the meridians. If a mortal were to wear low-grade spirit stones for an extended period, they might even remain free from ailments and live a long life. Conversely, while spirit stone fragments also contained spiritual energy from heaven and earth, they lacked such benefits. Holding the 4 low-grade spirit stones, Lin Xie did not immediately leave the Xuanxian Tower but instead began to wander about. Having sold the 100-year spirit herb to the Xuanxian Tower, the elder had generously given Lin Xie a VIP card. With this VIP card, Lin Xie could enjoy a 10% discount on various items purchased from the Xuanxian Tower. and he was also permitted access to the second floor at his leisure. It can be said that in this realm of cultivation, all rules are not set in stone. Often, the so-called rules can be easily broken. Lin Xie did not rush to the second floor of the Xuanqian Tower. The various medicinal materials on the first floor were already sufficient for his needs. As Lin Xie approached a counter, he abruptly halted. A conspicuous sign hung above the counter reading Spirit-Infusing Pill Low Grade, priced at 2 low-grade spirit stones. The Spirit-Infusing Pill, as the name implies, is a type of auxiliary pill that aids cultivators in breaking through the spirit-infusing realm. A single low-grade spirit-infusing pill can increase a cultivator's probability of breaking through the spirit-infusing realm by 2 to 3%. Senior, I regret to inform you that we currently have no stock of the spirit-infusing pill in the Xuanqian Tower. Observing Lin Xie lingering at the spirit-infusing pill counter, a maid approached, her face filled with regret. In Huai Mountain County, there were numerous cultivators at the perfect refining level, and whenever spirit-infusing pills became available, they would be quickly snatched up by those cultivators. Just half a year ago, the Sanyuan Xianshi auctioned off a low-grade spirit-infusing pill. That pill, which started at a base price of 50 spirit stone fragments, ultimately fetched an astonishing 30 low-grade spirit stones in bidding. The classification of the spirit-infusing pill is at most spirit-infusing grade. Even the finest spirit-infusing grade pills can only sell for 5 or 6 low-grade spirit stones at most. 30 low-grade spirit stones could purchase Foundation establishment grade pills and magical treasures. In response to the maid's continued explanations and apologies, Lin Xie merely acknowledged her with a nod, not taking her words to heart. Special pills like the spirit-infusing pill and Foundation establishment pill were in high demand not only in Gaiyuanqing, but also within Luoxia sect and throughout the entire cultivation world of the Jin Kingdom. Friend, although we currently have no stock of the spirit-infusing pill in the Xuanqian Tower, I am aware of a place where there is a chance of obtaining the spirit-infusing pill, as well as other items of interest to you. Just as Lin Xie was deep in thought, the elderly man who had traded with him previously suddenly approached. You should know of the underground black market in Gaiyuanqing. Apart from our Sanyuan Xianshi, there exists a hidden underground black market. Within the underground black market, one can find all sorts of items for sale. However, many of those items have unclear origins. The elder continued, pausing momentarily before finishing his thought. Lin Xie was well aware of the underground black market. During his cultivation at Luoxia sect, he had visited the underground black market several times. Compared to the cultivation marketplaces, the underground black market offered a plethora of treasures, albeit with a risk of counterfeit goods. In contrast, large trading shops within cultivation marketplaces usually provided transaction guarantees. In a large trading shop within a cultivation marketplace, one might pay a premium for an item, but the likelihood of encountering counterfeit goods was minimal. In the underground black market, however, if one were to be cheated, they could only lament their misfortune. After all, in the clandestine underworld, once a transaction is completed, both parties involved will irrevocably sever all ties. Most crucially, upon entering this shadowy realm, every individual must don a mask that conceals their aura and appearance. Esteemed friend, here lies the map of the underground black market in Guyuan City, which also indicates the opening times of the market each month. Should you find yourself intrigued, you may wish to try your luck. The elder produced a crumpled scroll of the map and placed it directly into Lin Xie's embrace. The elder was quite eager to cultivate a rapport with Lin Xie, for it was entirely possible that one day, Lin Xie would achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the ranks of Ayunling Realm Master. Chapter 46. To dare to compete and retreat is to rise. Thank you, my friend. After carefully stowing away the elder's provided map of the black market, Lin Xie made his way within the Xuanqian Tower to procure 5 10-year-old spirit refining herbs, alongside a selection of ordinary elixirs, before departing directly from the establishment. Once outside, Lin Xie rented a room in an inn within Sanyuan City. However, exercising caution, he refrained from utilizing the Jianqian treasure mirror within the inn. Instead, under the cover of night, he stealthily departed from Guyuan City with the Jianqian treasure mirror in hand. Within Guyuan City, there were practitioners of the Yunling realm stationed, and formidable formations enveloped the area. Even within the inn, one could not dismiss the possibility of spies arranged by the Qian family. Even if such eyes were absent, Lin Xie dared not take the chance. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor sails for 1,000 years. Only through vigilance and prudence can one ensure their safety and progress further along the path of cultivation. Swish, swish, swish. Beneath the dim glow of the moonlight, Lin Xie braved the snowstorm and wandered outside Guyuan City for a full day. Only entering a cave once he was utterly certain that no one was tailing him. With utmost care, he extracted the Jianxian treasure mirror. Within the Xuanxian Tower, Lin Xie had accrued a total of 4 low-grade spirit stones from the sale of 100-year spirit refining herbs. However, after purchasing 5 10-year-old spirit refining herbs and 2 vials of cultivation-enhancing elixirs, he had expended 50 fragments of spirit stones. Currently, Lin Xie possessed 3 complete low-grade spirit stones and 50 fragments of spirit stones. Upon retrieving the Jianxian treasure mirror, Lin Xie consumed 1 low-grade spirit stone and began attempting to upgrade and enhance the 5 Thunder Talisman. As soon as 1 low-grade spirit stone was consumed, a gentle and mysterious radiance surged forth from the mirror's surface. Perhaps the value of a single low-grade spirit stone was sufficiently high, for the brilliance emanating from the Jianxian treasure mirror was brighter than it had ever been before. Gripping the Jianxian treasure mirror, Lin Xie directed the mirror towards the 5 Thunder Talisman, and in an instant, the light enveloped the talisman. As the light cocooned it, the appearance of the 5 Thunder Talisman went yet another transformation. Once resembling an unremarkable token, it now metamorphosed into an object the size of a fist. Akin to a golden dragon pearl, adorned with intricate runes that contained the might of thunder, at this moment, the 5 Thunder Talisman had unmistakably reached the threshold of a Foundation Establishment Talisman. To be precise, it had not yet been upgraded to the level of a low-grade Foundation Establishment Talisman. Presently, the 5 Thunder Talisman could unleash at most half the potency of a low-grade Foundation Establishment Talisman. Yet, even this was more than sufficient to contend with practitioners of the Yunling realm. Even if it possessed only half the might of a low-grade Foundation Establishment Talisman, it equated to a quarter of the power of a practitioner in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Unless a Yunling realm practitioner possessed a talisman of their own or was shielded by formations, they would find themselves no different from ants in the presence of a Foundation establishment practitioner. A practitioner in the early stages of Foundation establishment could easily obliterate a perfected Yunling without even needing to summon their internal mana. Relying solely on their physical prowess, in the realm of immortal cultivation, even the most elite sects and prodigies of ancient families can at most overcome minor realms in combat. The gap between major realms signifies a chasm of life levels. No matter how formidable your talent or qualifications, to attempt to transcend a major realm solely through your own strength is akin to chasing phantoms. After upgrading and enhancing 1/5 Thunder Talisman, Lin Xie did not hesitate to extract another low-grade spirit stone, thereby upgrading the second 5 Thunder Talisman to the level of a quasi-foundation establishment talisman. 2 low-grade spirit stones exchanged for 2 quasi-foundation establishment talismans. Overall, Lin Xie had undoubtedly made a significant profit upon returning to Zichuan City, should he utilize these 2 quasi-foundation establishment talismans to successfully eliminate 1 or 2 Yunling realm practitioners from the Blood Wolf Hall. He would inevitably acquire substantial resources from them. In his quest to seize the silver mine vein and thoroughly intimidate all factions, Lin Xie had no intention of allowing the Blood Wolf Hall to retreat unscathed. By slaying 1 or 2 Yunling realm practitioners from the Blood Wolf Hall, he would solidify the Lin family's reputation and ensure that all factions recognized their strength. Although such actions would render the Blood Wolf Hall and the Lin family irreconcilable, the rise of any power necessitates continual conflict. To thrive, a faction must be able to endure humiliation and bear burdens while also daring to engage in external strife. Even regarding the silver mine vein, Lin Xie would seek out a hostile faction for his family. The Lin family currently required an external threat to instill a sense of urgency within its members. Over the past century, as Lin Xie cultivated within the Luoxia sect, the entire Lin family had been sheltered under the auspices of his status as a disciple of the Luoxia sect, rarely encountering any crises. Many of the younger generation within the Lin family, having been insulated from the dangers of the outside world for so long, had lost their fighting spirit and could no longer perceive the truth of the world. In this merciless and dark world, should a faction lack the decisiveness to kill and the courage to compete and retreat, it is destined to become nothing more than fodder for others. ultimately facing complete eradication within the dark cave. After enhancing both 5 Thunder Talismans, Lin Xia also strengthened the 2 vials of elixirs he had exchanged and the 5 10-year spirit refining herbs. The 2 vials of elixirs were named Gu Yuan Dan. This elixir not only serves to aid cultivation, but can also be consumed during battle to assist in rapid recovery. After expending a total of 20 fragments of spirit stones, Lin Xia upgraded both vials of the lowest grade Gu Yuan Dan to the level of Yunling grade elixirs. Lin Xia had no intention of trading these 2 vials. Instead, he planned to use them for himself. As for the 5 10-year spirit refining herbs, Lin Xia refrained from consuming spirit stone fragments for their enhancement. Utilizing spirit stone fragments could potentially elevate these 500-year spirit refining herbs directly to the level of 200-year elixirs. Selling 100-year spirit refining herbs might attract some attention, but it would not provoke the covetous gaze of Yunling realm practitioners. However, should Lin Xia dare to present 200-year spirit refining herbs, he might find himself targeted by Yunling realm practitioners or even Foundation establishment practitioners. 200-year elixirs could rightly be deemed Foundation establishment treasures, even within the deeply rooted Luoxia sect. 200-year spirit refining herbs are exceedingly rare. For a treasure to mature to such an age, it requires not only time but also favorable conditions and the blessings of the treasure itself. Chapter 47. Black Market Transactions, Mass Treasures. After upgrading and enhancing his items in the cave and organizing his belongings, Lin Xia faced the blizzard once more and returned to the inn within Sanyuanxian City. In Guyuan City, as long as one is a cultivator, most ordinary inns allow for free accommodation. However, Lin Xia did not settle for a standard inn but instead rented a room in one that was fortified with a gathering spirit formation. According to the information marked on the black market map, the underground black market in Guyuan City only opens once every half-month. The next opening is in 2 days, though time was of the essence regarding the silver mine vein. Lin Xia was willing to wait. With the upgraded Gu Yuan Dan in hand, Lin Xia could consume it to maintain his condition while hurrying back to Zichuan City. In just 2 or 3 days, he could manage to make the journey. Reflecting on this, Lin Xia withdrew a fragment of spirit stone and began to meditate and cultivate within the inn. The path of cultivation is akin to a myriad of troops crossing a narrow bridge. Wasting not a moment of precious training time is a habit Lin Xia has cultivated over many years. In the past, Lin Xia relied on the family's ascension in order to enter the Luoxia sect for cultivation. Due to his inferior aptitude, he had to fight against the odds to avoid falling too far behind others, seizing every second. For every effort others put forth, he exerted tenfold or even 100-fold. It is precisely this persistence that allowed him to gradually break through to the blood-refining realm despite possessing merely pseudo-spiritual roots. It is worth noting that in many instances, while possessing pseudo-spiritual roots allows for cultivation, most pseudo-spiritual root practitioners find it exceedingly difficult to make progress, even with abundant resources. In the stillness of the night, Lin Xia sat with his eyes gently closed, absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe as they coursed through his meridians, nourishing his internal organs. His state of mind transformed into one of profound tranquility. The waning moon sank low, while the radiant sun ascended in the east. 2 days swiftly elapsed. Within the inn of the Sanyuan Immortal Market, the fragments of spirit stones in Lin Xia's hand had, at that moment, completely lost their spiritual essence, reduced to mere dust. Rising from his seat, he scattered the remnants of the spirit stones with a casual flick. Before leisurely departing the inn, after 2 days of cultivation, his prowess had advanced slightly. Yet, to break through to the spirit-nurturing realm, this modest enhancement could be likened to a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, Lin Xia felt a sense of contentment. As the saying goes, 1,000 streams can converge into a river. The path of immortal cultivation is, after all, a process of continual accumulation. Every breath and exhalation contributes to one's cultivation. And while the sensation of this accumulation may often be subtle, when the moment of breakthrough arrives, all the accumulated efforts manifest as a solid foundation, a blade capable of shattering the barriers of the immortal path. Navigating through the bustling streets of ancient Source City, Lin Xia followed the guidance of the black market location map to arrive before a desolate structure in the outer city area. Surrounding this forsaken edifice were ancient thorn trees that towered, casting shadows that obscured the moonlight. These thorny trees were lush with foliage, their tendrils hanging low, each as thick as an arm and bristling with sharp thorns. Most chilling were the venomous serpents, resplendent in a myriad of colors, lurking amidst the thickets, witnessing this scene. Not only the common folk of ancient Source City, but even those cultivators at the body refinement and blood refinement stages dared not tread lightly. To access the underground black market of ancient Source City, one must traverse this treacherous thicket. Gazing at the perilous undergrowth, Lin Xie wore an expression of calm determination as he stepped forward without hesitation. As he entered the thorny grove, a formidable aura, characteristic of a perfected body refinement realm, erupted from him. Upon sensing this aura, the fierce serpents recoiled in fear. The iron-hard, glimmering thorn vines posed no threat to Lin Xie whatsoever. Successfully navigating through the thicket, the scene before Lin Xie began to shift. The desolate building that appeared from the outside transformed into an imposing stone gate of grand proportions. Greetings, esteemed elder. A diminutive man stood outside the stone gate. Upon spotting Lin Xie, he beamed with a wide smile, respectfully approaching and offering a bow. The aura emanating from the little man indicated he was at the body refinement stage. Clad in a blue robe, he bore a collection of masks and a token symbolizing his status at his waist. It was evident that he was one of the stewards of the underground black market in ancient Source City, tasked with welcoming the cultivators who ventured into this clandestine realm. This is likely your first visit to our underground market, esteemed elder. This mask artifact has been personally crafted by our shopkeeper. Once donned, even a cultivator at the early stages of spirit nurturing will be unable to discern your appearance or aura. To rent this mask artifact for a single use, a fragment of spirit stone is required. Our shopkeeper has mandated that all entrants to the underground market must utilize a mask artifact, and we kindly ask for your understanding. As the little man spoke, he retrieved a pitch-black mask artifact from his waist. Although it appeared unremarkable, its quality was undeniably exceptional, a genuine spirit nurturing level artifact. However, this mask bore no offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole purpose was to conceal the wearer's appearance, voice, and aura. Taking the mask artifact, Lin Xie hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately produced a fragment of spirit stone to rent the mask. Despite the expense, he would have opted to acquire it regardless of whether there were any imposed regulations. In the treacherous atmosphere of the black market, where the hearts of men are often duplicitous and the strong abound, to trade openly without the protection of a concealing artifact would render one vulnerable to ill-intentioned individuals. Thank you, esteemed elder. Wishing you fruitful transactions. After accepting the spirit stone fragment, the little man once more bowed deeply to Lin Xie. Once he donned the mask artifact, Lin Xie's cultivation level was immediately obscured. And under the artifact's influence, his voice and aura underwent a complete transformation. By the way, might I inquire if this mask artifact is available for purchase? Experiencing the mask's effects, Lin Xie turned to the little man. His interest piqued. Acquiring such a mask would greatly aid in preserving secrets, whether for himself or for his clan members on their errands. Upon hearing Lin Xie's inquiry, the little man shook his head apologetically. I am afraid, esteemed elder, that such mask artifacts are not available for external sale. At this response, Lin Xie felt a twinge of regret. Had the mask been available for purchase, he would not have hesitated to acquire it. Regardless of the price. Chapter 48. The incomplete spirit nurturing pill. Trading commences with the mask artifact in place. Lin Xie stepped through the colossal stone gate, proceeding along a dimly lit underground passage for a quarter of an hour before finally entering the underground black market of ancient Source City. The scale of this underground black market even surpassed that of the Sanyuan immortal market established by the Qin family. Yet, Lin Xie was far from convinced that this underground black market bore no ties to the Qin family. The various resources sold within the Sanyuan immortal market were transparent in their channels, rarely harboring counterfeit goods. Even in the event of receiving a fake, the shops within the Sanyuan immortal market offered return services. In contrast, while the underground black market was termed a trading market, it resembled more a den of stolen goods. Here, resources could be acquired through murder and theft, or might be the result of deceitful schemes. Alongside a plethora of half-truths, slaves, strong slaves, 50 fragments of spirit stone each. Beautiful female cultivator. Only 300 fragments of spirit stone. What a bargain. Beasts of the blood refinement realm, come and take a look. Flying beasts of the blood refinement realm. Only 200 fragments of spirit stone each. At this moment, the black market had yet to officially open, yet numerous cultivators had already begun to set up stalls and hawk their wares. Within the black market, any genuine treasures were typically exchanged through barter, as true treasures were often priceless and scarce. The layout of the entire underground black market resembled a vast plaza, established underground. There were no buildings. All transactions occurred at makeshift stalls. Compared to the Sanyuan Immortal Market, although the underground black market scale was immense, its layout appeared chaotic and oppressive. Please, I beg you, let me go. Is there any compassionate soul who can save me? Within the black market, some cultivators had been bound with specially crafted iron chains, reduced to slavery, while others were confined in cages, flames flickering from their mouths. The cultivation realm of the Gene Kingdom was reputed to be a bastion of righteousness, publicly forbidding the trade of slaves and the dissemination of dark arts. Yet, in this underground black market, one could encounter not only dark arts but even enchanters vending their wares. After perusing the stalls, Lin Xie found that most items were either exorbitantly priced or counterfeit. Ultimately, he chose to conserve his energy, locating a vacant space to sit cross-legged and await the official opening of the market. Once the market commenced, the proprietors of the underground black market typically showcased several treasured items to initiate the trading proceedings. As the time for the opening drew near, the number of cultivators within the underground black market steadily increased. Before long, the once empty underground market was bustling with cultivators adorned in mask artifacts. Observing this scene, Lin Xie gained a renewed appreciation for the depth of the underground black market in ancient Source City. The gathered cultivators numbered at least in the thousands. Yet, even amidst the throng, there was no indication of a shortage of mask artifacts. After all, these mask artifacts were still classified as spirit-nurturing level artifacts. Although the materials used for the crafting of the masks might not even amount to a fraction of those for a genuine spirit-nurturing level artifact, the resources required to produce thousands of such masks would likely exceed what even a Foundation establishment cultivator could provide. As Lin Xie pondered this, several exceedingly potent auras suddenly rippled from a distance. The sources of these auras were both male and female, some adorned in lavish attire, others exuding a chilling demeanor, or possessing an ethereal grace. These individuals bore no mask artifacts, and upon their arrival, numerous stewards of the underground black market prostrated themselves on the ground, humbly revering, "We humbly welcome the arrival of the shopkeeper. We welcome the esteemed elders." The voices of the stewards rang sincere. Their gazes filled with awe towards these figures. Clearly, they were all cultivators of the spirit-nurturing realm. Although these individuals did not deliberately release their oppressive auras, even their casual movements instilled a significant sense of pressure among many cultivators at the body refinement fourth stage. As spirit-nurturing cultivators, they looked down upon the need to conceal their appearances. Not to mention their inherent formidable strength, their identities are equally extraordinary. For instance, the elderly man beside the black market lord is one of the deacons of the Falling Sunset sect. Possessing profound abilities, during his time at the Falling Sunset sect, Lin Xie had encountered that elder on more than one occasion. Naturally, while Lin Xie was aware of the elder's status, the elder had no recollection of Lin Xie. An outer sect disciple. He. It is rumored that Lord Liu has concocted another batch of living pills. I must savor them thoroughly this time. The deacon from the Falling Sunset sect cackled, referencing the living pills, which share a fundamental principle with the living pills, secretly crafted by the ancestor of the Zhao family. However, the living pills produced by the Zhao family's ancestor were made from the essence blood of cultivators, whereas the black market lord's living pills are concocted using the essence blood of demonic beasts, combined with various precious herbs. As per tradition, we shall trade items. This time, not only has this lord brought 3 furnaces of freshly concocted spirit-nourishing living pills, but also 8 effective spirit-nourishing pill. As soon as the deacon from the Falling Sunset sect finished speaking, the black market lord retrieved 4 jade vials containing pills from his storage ring. Upon hearing defective spirit-nourishing pill, The entire underground black market erupted in excitement. For practitioners at the spirit-nourishing level, the spirit-nourishing pill holds little practical value. However, it is important to note that the cultivators who frequent this underground black market are predominantly at the body refinement fourth stage. Especially those at their refining organs and refining organs completion levels, their fervor for the spirit-nourishing pill surpasses that for all other treasures. After all, regardless of how extraordinary other treasures may be, they rarely enable a direct breakthrough to the spirit-nourishing realm. Although the black market lord's spirit-nourishing pill is merely a defective product, it can still enhance the probability of air refining organs completion cultivator breaking through to the spirit-nourishing realm by about 10%. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest 10% effect. In many instances, even a mere 0.000% increase in breakthrough probability could lead to a successful breakthrough. Elder Lord, I wonder what kind of precious item would be required to exchange for the defective spirit-nourishing pill in your possession. An elderly cultivator, leaning on a cane, was the first to inquire of the black market lord. In response, the black market lord replied nonchalantly, a century-old precious herb, a spirit-nourishing artifact, a special formation, or a unique technique. Any item of sufficient value may be exchanged for my defective spirit-nourishing pill. If the various treasures presented do not hold enough value to trade for this defective spirit-nourishing pill, once all transactions conclude, I will auction off the defective spirit-nourishing pill. Chapter 49. Presenting precious herbs for the spirit-nourishing pill. Following the black market lord's announcement, the stall-holding cultivators began to pack up their wares. After all, earning spirit stones through stalls can happen at any time, but the underground black market in Gaiyuanqing only holds a genuine trading event every half-month. Moreover, this time, a defective spirit-nourishing pill has made an appearance. I possess a piece of heart of refined iron. Might I exchange it for the defective spirit-nourishing pill in the hands of Elder Lord? A cultivator directly produced his precious item, eager to trade it for the defective spirit-nourishing pill. Upon mentioning heart of refined iron, many cultivators were visibly shaken. This is just the beginning, and such a significant treasure as heart of refined iron has already surfaced. The heart of refined iron is a level above refined iron, or in terms of crafting materials, refined iron, or can at most be used to forge spirit-nourishing level artifacts, while the heart of refined iron can be used to create foundation establishment level artifacts. Upon hearing heart of refined iron, both the black market lord and several spirit-nourishing cultivators felt a stir of interest. However, when they saw that the heart of refined iron in the cultivator's hand was only the size of a pea, disappointment washed over their faces. If this heart of refined iron were the size of a fist, not only would it suffice to exchange for a defective spirit-nourishing pill, but it would also be more than enough to trade for 2 inferior spirit-nourishing pills. As for its pea-sized form, while it holds value, it is evidently far from sufficient. What a pity! If you had 3 such hearts of refined iron, this lord would be willing to part with the defective spirit-nourishing pill even at a loss. Hearing this, the cultivator's face reflected a hint of bitterness. The most precious possession he had was this pea-sized heart of refined iron. I possess 2 spirit-nourishing artifacts. Might they be sufficient to exchange for the defective spirit-nourishing pill in your hands? Elder Lord? Another cultivator spoke up, directly presenting 2 spirit-nourishing level artifacts. One was a fire attribute spear, and the other was a wood attribute umbrella. Holding both artifacts, one for offense and the other for defense, they constituted a well-rounded combination of spirit-nourishing level artifacts. Inferior spirit-nourishing level artifacts? Still not enough value. The black market lord shook his head, continuing to refuse the trade. The combined value of these 2 artifacts was indeed comparable to a superior spirit-nourishing level artifact, but it still fell short when compared to the value of the defective spirit-nourishing pill. A superior spirit-nourishing level artifact, when exchanged for spirit stones, is worth at most 10 inferior spirit stones. Not to mention that the combined value of these 2 artifacts only rivals a superior spirit-nourishing level artifact. Even if their total value were comparable to a top-tier spirit-nourishing level artifact, it still wouldn't suffice to trade for a defective spirit-nourishing pill. It is worth noting that a defective spirit-nourishing pill could be auctioned off for at least several inferior spirit stones. Alas, faced with the black market lord's refusal, the cultivator who presented 2 inferior spirit-nourishing level artifacts let out a helpless sigh and retreated into the crowd, dejected. For the majority of body refinement fourth stage cultivators, while there was a desire to exchange for the black market lord's defective spirit nourishing pill, they simply could not produce any significant treasures. Although a few spirit nourishing cultivators held items of value comparable to the defective spirit nourishing pill, they had neither juniors to benefit nor a personal need for the spirit nourishing pill. Hence their disinterest in the black market lord's offering. However, the deacon from the falling sunset sect approached the cultivator who had just presented the heart of refined iron and spoke in a calm tone. "My friend, I am quite interested in your heart of refined iron. Although I do not possess a defective spirit nourishing pill, I do have an elixir of longevity. The aura of decay surrounding you is so pronounced that even the mask artifact personally crafted by Lord Liu cannot conceal it. Your lifespan, I fear, is no more than 6 months. Consuming this elixir of longevity can extend your life by 3 years. As the deacon from the falling sunset sect spoke, he retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring. Inside the box lay a low-grade elixir of longevity. Such low-grade elixirs of longevity are effective only for mortals and body refinement fourth stage cultivators. Moreover, the effects are best only upon the first consumption. The second time, the longevity effect is halved. With the third consumption, the effect diminishes further, until it ultimately loses efficacy. In terms of value, the elixir of longevity is not necessarily inferior to the defective spirit nourishing pill. However, the refinement process of the spirit nourishing pill is far more complex and prone to failure, hence the scarcity of such pills. Elder, I wish to exchange. Upon seeing the low-grade elixir of longevity, the cultivator acted decisively, handing over the heart of refined iron to the deacon from the falling sunset sect. Just as the deacon from the falling sunset sect indicated, his lifespan had dwindled to approximately 6 months. To survive, he either needed to break through his bottleneck and ascend to the spirit-nourishing realm or quickly use the elixir of longevity to prolong his life. An additional 3 years of life, while not substantial, is certainly preferable to waiting for death. After obtaining the elixir of longevity, the cultivator immediately consumed it on the spot. The overwhelming aura of decay surrounding him was too intense, and although concealed by the mask artifact, he would still be easily recognized once he left the black market. Choosing to consume the elixir of longevity directly would also prevent other cultivators from identifying him and attempting to kill him for his treasures. As he swallowed the elixir of longevity, the aura of decay around him began to dissipate instantly. After this, he did not participate in any further transactions, but hurriedly left the underground black market. Following his departure, the trading atmosphere in the underground black market did not falter. Rather, it grew even more vibrant. Various peculiar treasures were presented by the cultivators. Amidst the crowd, Lin Xie maintained a remarkably low profile. The only item of value he could offer in trade was the 5 centennial spirit-nourishing herbs. As for techniques, Lin Xie dared not present them for trade. The techniques in Lin Xie's possession, even the most mediocre ones, could allow him to cultivate to the foundation establishment early stage. If he were to produce a scroll of foundation establishment technique, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the spirit-nourishing realm cultivators present. Gazing at the defective spirit-nourishing pill in the hands of the black market lord, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie presented 3 centennial spirit-nourishing herbs and spoke calmly, "Elder Lord, I offer 3 centennial spirit-nourishing herbs. Might they suffice to exchange for the defective spirit-nourishing pill in your possession?" The moment Lin Xie's voice fell, it caused an immediate uproar. The value of 3 centennial spirit-nourishing herbs is, based on the lowest market price, worth merely 6 inferior spirit stones. Yet, centennial spirit-nourishing herbs are typically priceless. Thus, on numerous occasions, the price of a single centennial spirit herb may surpass the market rate by 3-fold, or even 5-fold in terms of value. Exchanging 3 centennial spirit herbs for a defective essence-infusing pill is undoubtedly more than sufficient. Chapter 50. The Breath-Concealing Technique. A bountiful harvest. Upon hearing that Lin Xie intended to offer 3 centennial spirit herbs in exchange for the defective essence-infusing pill in his possession, the black market proprietor exhibited no hesitation, nodding slightly in response. "If you can truly present 3 centennial spirit herbs, this defective essence-infusing pill shall belong to you." Although the black market proprietor agreed to the trade, His gaze towards Lin Xie was undeniably tinged with skepticism. It is worth noting that within Huai Mountain County, even some stewards from the Falling Sunset sect find it exceedingly difficult to procure 3 centennial herbs in one go. Facing the proprietor's doubts, Lin Xie offered no words of defense but instead produced 3 centennial spirit herbs without delay. The moment Lin Xie unveiled the centennial spirit herbs, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly permeated the surroundings. Indeed, they were centennial herbs. Upon sighting the 3 centennial spirit herbs, a fervent gleam ignited in the black market proprietor's eyes. Should he acquire these 3 centennial spirit herbs, he would be able to concoct a superior quality vital pill. At that juncture, he could leverage the effects of the high-quality vital pill to attempt a breakthrough into the essence-infusing late stage. Should he successfully advance beyond the essence-infusing late stage, he would be one step closer to attaining essence-infusing perfection. With nearly a century of life remaining, if he could reach the essence-infusing perfection level within that time frame, perhaps he could even aspire to establish a foundation in his lifetime. My friend, from this moment forth, this defective essence-infusing pill is yours. The black market proprietor's tone became markedly more courteous as he regarded the 3 centennial spirit herbs in Lin Xie's possession. In Huai Mountain County, centennial herbs are exceedingly rare. Even if they do appear, it is often only one, or at most, half of one. Beside the black market proprietor, several essence-infusing cultivators were visibly stirred upon witnessing the centennial spirit herbs. However, they lacked any essence-infusing pills to offer as trade, without any items for exchange. And with the 3 centennial spirit herbs already secured by the black market proprietor, no matter how envious they felt, they could not dare to forcibly seize them. Not to mention that the proprietor was at the essence-infusing mid-stage. Even disregarding his cultivation, he had numerous top-tier forces from Huai Mountain County backing him. Unless one possessed the cultivation of foundation establishment, even those at essence-infusing perfection would not dare to provoke the black market proprietor easily. After concluding the transaction with the black market proprietor, Lin Xie did not depart immediately but chose to linger, observing that various trades continued unabated, with treasures occasionally surfacing. Lin Xie wished to see if any additional items of assistance might be procured. The breath-concealing technique, created by a great cultivator of the core formation stage, was available for merely 2 low-grade spirit stones. Not far from Lin Xie, a slender, somewhat frail cultivator suddenly spoke up, upon hearing that the technique was created by a great cultivator of the core formation stage. Even the steward from the Falling Sunset sect was drawn to it. It is known that even the highest secret arts of the Falling Sunset sect can only reach the Purple Mansion stage at most. However, the steward quickly shook his head and departed. The breath-concealing technique, created by a great cultivator of the core formation stage, was merely a single page of a fragmented manuscript. Moreover, it was neither a primary cultivation technique nor a top-tier spell. Even the complete version of the breath-concealing technique, once cultivated to perfection, serves only one purpose: to alter one's own aura at will. For such a lackluster technique, even if a complete version existed, its value would be minimal. After all, once a cultivator reaches a certain level, they can inherently manipulate their own aura and even alter their appearance. While most cultivators showed little interest in the fragmented breath-concealing technique, Lin Xie felt a stirring of curiosity within. A single page of a fragmented manuscript posed no issue. With the mirror of appraisal, restoring and even enhancing it would not be overly difficult. After multiple uses of the mirror of appraisal, Lin Xie had discerned some principles regarding its application. The resources consumed for upgrading and enhancing techniques were minimal, followed by those for enhancing pills and magical treasures. However, enhancing one's innate qualities required a significant expenditure of resources, based on Lin Xie's accumulated experience. Utilizing the mirror of appraisal to thoroughly restore the page of the breath-concealing technique might cost only a modest amount of mundane gold and silver, along with a few fragments of spirit stones. With this in mind, Lin Xie approached the cultivator, producing a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket, and calmly stated, "Esteemed friend, I am willing to offer a low-grade spirit stone in exchange for your breath-concealing technique." The cultivator, upon hearing this, did not outright reject Lin Xie but hesitated, responding, "Friend, this breath-concealing technique, was indeed created by a great cultivator of the core formation stage, and the price of a low-grade spirit stone seems rather insufficient. He emphasized the phrase great cultivator of the core formation stage deliberately. However, before Lin Xie could engage in further negotiation, the black market proprietor intervened. That should suffice. Even if your breath-concealing technique was crafted by a great cultivator of the core formation stage, it ultimately remains but a single page of a fragment. Moreover, this technique is neither a top-tier spell nor a profound secret art. To exchange it for a low-grade spirit stone is already quite a lucrative deal. The black market proprietor clearly spoke in favor of Lin Xie, perhaps out of goodwill stemming from the transaction involving the 3 centennial spirit herbs. Upon witnessing the proprietor's intervention, the cultivator who had produced the breath-concealing technique immediately fell silent. Although he was reluctant, he ultimately surrendered the fragmented manuscript to Lin Xie, completing the exchange. My friend, here is my token. Should you possess any more centennial herbs or similar treasures in the future, you may use this token to directly seek me out. Just as Lin Xie obtained the breath-concealing technique and prepared to leave the underground black market, the proprietor unexpectedly obstructed his path, producing a finely crafted token. Lin Xie accepted the token, his heart immediately filled with caution. His earlier display of 3 centennial spirit herbs had clearly drawn the attention of this black market proprietor. For Lin Xie, attracting the attention of a black market proprietor at the essence-infusing mid-stage was evidently not a favorable situation. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xie found it challenging to ascertain the proprietor's true intentions. However, he was no mere lamb waiting for slaughter. Armed with 2 talismans nearing the threshold of foundation establishment, Lin Xie felt confident in handling any situation as long as he did not encounter a foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 51. On the way back, Meridian opening and essence infusion. After exchanging pleasantries with the black market proprietor for a brief moment, Lin Xie proceeded to exit the underground black market, subsequently purchasing various miscellaneous items within the 3 yuan immortal market, before finally departing from Ancient Source City. As he journeyed back to Jichuan City from Ancient Source City, Lin Xie maintained a state of heightened vigilance. Fortunately, the concerns he harbored did not come to fruition. Although the black market proprietor had shown interest in him, he did not resort to acts of violence or theft, allowing Lin Xie to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to employ the Thunder Talisman in his possession. The power of a talisman diminishes with each use. Once its energy is depleted, the talisman loses all efficacy. Relying on the consumption of foundation pills, Lin Xie maintained a swift pace on his way back to Jichuan City. The arduous 4,000-mile journey from Ancient Source City to Jichuan City featured treacherous terrain and perilous mountains. Along the way, there were outposts of other cultivation factions, expansive marshes, and towering mountains teeming with ferocious beasts. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Xie finally returned to Jichuan City. Upon his arrival in the city, Lin Xie did not immediately attend to matters regarding the silver or vein. He planned to first use the Mirror of Appraisal to upgrade and enhance the essence-infusing pill, aiming to bolster himself and make a decisive breakthrough into the essence-infusing realm. Achieving such a breakthrough, regardless of success or failure, would require at most 2 to 3 days. If successful, he would be far more composed in dealing with the Blood Wolf Hall. Entering his small courtyard in Jichuan City, Lin Xie, in a bid to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, directly activated the 3 talismans formation using 5 pieces of low-grade spirit stone. As a talisman-type magical treasure, the 3 talismans formation possesses properties akin to a formation. Being enveloped within its protective range can effectively obstruct external cultivator scrutiny. Since drawing the attention of the black market proprietor, Lin Xie had to exercise greater caution. Given his cultivation at the peak of the refining stage, he would have no means of detecting if the proprietor was stealthily trailing him. Now, as he intended to utilize the Mirror of Appraisal, maintaining a steady approach was essential. Once he successfully breaks through to the essence-infusing realm, all passive threats would be completely resolved. With a clamor, as the 3 talismans formation commenced its operation, the elemental forces of gold, wood, and fire erupted forth. Lin Xie manipulated the talismans to form a shield of wood element energy, enveloping the entire courtyard, and then constructed a sea of fire element surrounding the wooden shield. As for the gold element, It formed the final indomitable barrier under Lin Xie's manipulation, steadfastly guarding his side. Having completed all of this, Lin Xie remained uneasy. He quietly affixed a 5 Thunder talisman to the back of his hand. Should the Black Market Master indeed lurk in the shadows and attempt to breach the defenses of the 3 talismans array? Even at the cost of expending the power of a single talisman, Lin Xie would not hesitate to crush him to ashes, risking the ire of the forces behind the Black Market Master. After arranging everything, Lin Xie then produced the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal, began to enhance the inferior spirit nourishing pill. In the realm of cultivation, pills are categorized into 4 grades: inferior, middle, superior, and extraordinary. A so-called inferior pill, in strict terms, refers to a substandard product that may even possess certain side effects. Typically, once a common pill is deemed a defective product, it is directly destroyed. This is because defective pills still retain efficacy. Yet no one can predict the side effects they may incur upon consumption. However, special pills like the Spirit Nourishing Pill and Foundation Establishment Pill are sold, even in their defective forms, due to the difficulty in their refinement. After all, despite the side effects and significantly diminished effects compared to genuine inferior pills, they still represent a glimmer of hope for cultivators striving to break through their realms. Lin Xie placed dozens of fragments of spiritual stones on the surface of the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal. Once the fragments were completely devoured by the mirror, layers of mysterious celestial light radiated forth. Holding the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal, Lin Xie directed it towards the defective Spirit Nourishing Pill, enveloped by the light emitted from the mirror. The impurities on the surface of the defective Spirit Nourishing Pill swiftly began to dissolve and vanish. Its medicinal aura surged dramatically. Moreover, 2 layers of pill essence light formed on its surface. Most pills of Spirit Nourishing grade and above will produce this essence light. Through this essence light, one can generally ascertain the quality of a pill. Defective pills, in most cases, do not emit essence light. Inferior pills typically produce a single layer of essence light. Middle-grade pills produce 2 layers. Superior pills yield 3 layers, and extraordinary pills generate 4 layers of essence light. With the enhancement of over 10 fragments of spiritual stones, this defective Spirit Nourishing Pill had already been elevated to middle-grade status. A middle-grade Spirit Nourishing Pill can increase the success rate of a cultivator breaking through to the Spirit Nourishing realm by 30 to 40%. A superior Spirit Nourishing Pill can enhance this success rate by 40 to 50%. As for an extraordinary Spirit Nourishing Pill, it can enable a cultivator to leap directly from perfecting their internal organs to the Spirit Nourishing realm. Yet, it is worth noting that even inferior Spirit Nourishing Pills are exceedingly difficult to refine. Some alchemists, lacking sufficient skill, may consume hundreds or even thousands of materials without successfully refining a single inferior Spirit Nourishing Pill. Within Huai Mountain County, there are no more than 3 capable of refining Spirit Nourishing Pills. Gazing at the upgraded middle-grade Spirit Nourishing Pill, Lin Xie chose not to consume it immediately. Taking a middle-grade Spirit Nourishing Pill still lacked prudence. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xie decisively took out the remaining few fragments of spiritual stones and once again utilized the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal to enhance the Spirit Nourishing Pill. After approximately 2 or 3 breaths of time, when the mirror ceased to emit light, the grade of the Spirit Nourishing Pill had once again been elevated. At this moment, its level had unmistakably reached superior status. Observing the Spirit Nourishing Pill surrounded by 3 layers of essence light, Lin Xie sat down and directly swallowed it. The instant he consumed the Spirit Nourishing Pill, Lin Xie focused his mind and began to attempt to open his spiritual meridians. Only through the opening of spiritual meridians can one return to their innate vitality and ascend to the Spirit Nourishing realm. However, the process of opening spiritual meridians is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness may result in failure to break through, or worse, instant death. Chapter 52. Early Spirit Nourishing Stage. Lifespan exponentially increased with a resounding crash. The effects of the superior Spirit Nourishing Pill had thoroughly permeated Lin Xie's body. This power was exceedingly domineering, akin to sharp blades gradually severing the spiritual meridian sealed within his body. According to ancient texts, all living beings possess spiritual meridians, yet due to the obstructions of acquired impurities, these meridians remain hidden. The process of refining the body through 4 realms, from external to internal, from skin to organs, is essentially a journey of purging impurities and forging an immortal body. Once all acquired impurities are eliminated, and the spiritual meridians are successfully opened, a being can return to their innate vitality and stabilize their spirit-nourishing realm. The agony of opening spiritual meridians is 100-fold more excruciating than refining the internal organs. The path of immortality is long. From the 4 realms of body refinement to the spirit-nourishing realm, one must endure the physical pain of breaking before rebuilding. From foundation establishment to ascension, one must confront the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations, as well as the trials of inner demons. An immortal once said that the path of cultivation is to go against the heavens. Only those who dare to contend with the forces of nature can aspire to eternal life and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Another sage remarked that the cultivation of life is not merely an act of defiance against heaven, but rather a transcendence of the self, a step-by-step reverence that leads to the enlightenment of one's true heart and the path to liberation. As the spiritual meridians within him opened, Lin Xie began to contemplate the road ahead and the nature of cultivation. The path of cultivation is not merely a transformation of life or an enhancement of power. It is a continuous elevation of one's state of mind. Although he had lived for over a century and witnessed the vicissitudes of life, the years past had been spent in blind haste. In his previous life, a fleeting few decades also swept by in the currents of time, oblivious to the direction of his true heart. Reincarnated into this realm, despite entering the immortal gate, he still struggled bitterly. Had it not been for the fortunate acquisition of a treasure in his twilight years, perhaps this lifetime would have been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Standing at the threshold of the spirit-nourishing realm, Lin Xie suddenly reflected upon the past, and his heart gradually filled with insights. Without clarity of the true heart, the great path is difficult to attain. Realizing the essence of the heart reveals the prospect of longevity. However, Lin Xie also understood a fundamental truth. The road ahead cannot be discerned at a glance, and the true heart cannot be comprehended in a single day. Moving forward, the unclear path will naturally become illuminated over time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the final spiritual meridian was opened, Lin Xie's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Though the 4 realms of body refinement are referred to as cultivators, in essence, they have not truly stepped into the threshold of the immortal path. Even those who cultivate to the perfecting internal organ stage, possessing immense strength, can at most instill a sense of oppression in mortals. Yet the spirit-nourishing realm is different. Upon breaking through the spirit-nourishing realm, it is as if one has shattered the shackles of life, standing upon a higher plane of existence. In a certain sense, those in the spirit-nourishing realm and those beneath it are no longer of the same level of existence. Spirit-nourishing cultivators can fast for extended periods, wield treasures, and briefly traverse heaven and earth. Has he finally become one? Feeling the overwhelming vitality coursing through his body and the faint magical energy flowing within his spiritual meridians, Lin Xie found himself momentarily entranced. After breaking through the spirit-nourishing realm, both his strength and lifespan had experienced a dramatic increase, particularly his lifespan. For now, Lin Xie could easily live for over 100 more years. Typically, spirit-nourishing cultivators can live over 200 years. If one practices nurturing life techniques, they may even reach nearly 300 years. Upon becoming a spirit-nourishing cultivator, Lin Xie did not indulge in complacency. Rather, he appeared remarkably calm. He was well aware that the road ahead was still long. The spirit-nourishing realm merely marks the threshold of the immortal path. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xie stabilized his realm while perusing the red flame Tao scripture. He needed to seize the opportunity to master 1 or 2 simple spells while solidifying his cultivation. As a fire path technique, the spells recorded within the red flame Tao scripture primarily include fireball technique, fire shield technique, and similar incantations. Given that the red flame Tao scripture is Lin Xie's primary cultivation method, learning these spells proved relatively easy. After consuming another 2 days, Lin Xie finally ceased his cultivation. His current realm had been thoroughly solidified, and he had successfully mastered the fireball technique. In combat, the spells of spirit-nourishing cultivators primarily serve as auxiliary functions. This is because the magical energy of spirit-nourishing cultivators cannot unleash an abundance of spells so many times battles between spirit-nourishing cultivators still rely on treasures. After all, most treasures can be sustained by spiritual stones, allowing cultivators to unleash immense power with but a small amount of magic. Only upon reaching the Foundation Establishment realm do cultivators begin to engage in spellcasting, and even then, Foundation Establishment cultivators still heavily depend on their treasures. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, some cultivators excel in spellcasting, thus no longer relying on treasures. Others may utilize treasures adeptly, with some Purple Mansion cultivators able to simultaneously manipulate hundreds or even thousands of treasures in combat, of course. There are also cultivators with extraordinary strength who can wield various treasures while simultaneously casting diverse spells and techniques. In the vast and boundless realm of cultivation, myriad sects and styles exist. Throughout the history of the Jin Kingdom, the Confucian Tao Academy even emerged. Confucian Tao cultivators are not solely engaged in the art of writing. The true essence of Confucian Tao emphasizes body refinement and the power to shake the heavens. Only when one possesses sufficient strength can the articles they compose manifest miracles and suppress all. Alas, the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism is fraught with difficulty, leading ultimately to solitude. After concluding his training, Lin Xie retrieved the fragmented text of the breath-concealing technique. For Lin Xie, the significance of this method is perhaps rivaled only by his primary cultivation practices. According to the contents of the fragmented breath-concealing technique, mastering this art to perfection would enable one to deceive the heavens, freely altering their aura, appearance, and even voice. Tio labeled this technique merely as the breath-concealing technique is, in fact, quite misleading. The esteemed cultivator of the core formation realm, who originally devised it, intended to obscure his own presence, masquerading as a spirit-accumulating cultivator to evade the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Yet, it is evident that he ultimately failed. While this technique may not allow one to fool the heavenly Tao, it can easily deceive fellow cultivators. Should Lin Xie master this art to its fullest extent, as long as he does not encounter beings surpassing 2 or 3 major realms beyond his own, he could effortlessly conceal his cultivation and appearance. However, this breath-concealing technique is, after all, a core formation level method. And to enhance and repair it using the heavenly mirror of insight, mere worldly gold and silver would undoubtedly fall short. It would be prudent to first attempt enhancement and repair with worldly gold and silver. Lin Xie sighed. He currently possessed no resources for cultivation to expend. Not to mention cultivation resources, even worldly gold and silver were scarce in his possession. Though the heavenly mirror of insight is remarkably useful and possesses extraordinary capabilities, utilizing its powers necessitates substantial resources. As for resources upgraded by the heavenly mirror of insight being reused for further consumption, that is utterly impossible. Chapter 53. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Lin Yaoyang's ambition clutching the heavenly mirror of insight. After expending a portion of worldly gold and silver, the previously mere fragment of the breath-concealing technique began to undergo a transformation. Once the radiance emitted by the heavenly mirror of insight dissipated, a single page of the breath-concealing technique had evolved into a tome 3 inches thick. On the cover of this tome, 5 ancient characters boldly inscribed, Breath-Concealing Technique Volume 1. The first volume of the breath-concealing technique is regarded as a foundational level skill. Mastering this volume to perfection allows one to conceal their aura, appearance, voice, and cultivation, typically enabling them to deceive all but those facing a nascent soul cultivator. As for the second volume, it represents a true core formation level method. Achieving perfection in the second volume would make it exceedingly difficult for any nascent soul cultivator, or even those above that realm, to ascertain the true strength of the practitioner. The core formation cultivator who pioneered this breath-concealing technique can be considered a prodigious talent. With the cultivation of the core formation realm, he managed to create such a technique, even attempting to use it to deceive the heavenly Tao and evade the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. After upgrading and enhancing the breath-concealing technique, Lin Xie did not immediately commence training in this art. Since his arrival in ancient Soar City and his recent breakthrough into the spirit-accumulating realm, nearly a month had elapsed. It was high time to address the matter of the silver mine. After securing the first volume of the breath-concealing technique, Lin Xie dismantled the 3 talents formation flags and, pushing open the wooden door of his small courtyard, made his way step by step towards the Lin family's main hall. Following his breakthrough into the spirit-accumulating realm, Lin Xia had developed spiritual awareness. Yet the range of a spirit-accumulating cultivator's awareness extends only about half a mile. Wherever his awareness traverses, every blade of grass and tree, every grain of sand and pebble, is clearly sensed by Lin Xia. At this moment, within the Lin family's main hall, Lin Chang'e wore a troubled expression, appearing particularly haggard. Merely 10 days after Lin Xia's departure, the Blood Wolf Hall had completely seized the silver mine in Qingchuan town. Moreover, the 200-mile radius surrounding Qingchuan town had also been forcefully taken over by the Blood Wolf Hall. Not long ago, the Blood Wolf Hall even dispatched envoys, attempting to extend their influence towards Sichuan City. Although Lin Chang'e managed to maintain a tenuous hold on the Blood Wolf Hall's ambitions through some maneuvering, he was acutely aware that their aspirations would not easily wane. The reason the Blood Wolf Hall had not directly seized Sichuan City was solely because their attention was currently fixated on the silver mine. In 2 to 3 months, once the mine had been thoroughly exploited, the Blood Wolf Hall would undoubtedly set their sights on Sichuan City. The Blood Wolf Hall, being a formidable power, possesses myriad mining techniques and a multitude of cultivators. And within a mere 2 to 3 months, they could likely extract all the silver from the mine. The Lin family lacked storage treasures such as storage bags, meaning mining would require slow transport via horse-drawn carts. In stark contrast, the deeply entrenched Blood Wolf Hall possesses various storage bags and rings. Unlike the severely fractured and declining Song family, the Blood Wolf Hall's leader wields absolute power. Even the other 3 spirit-accumulating cultivators within the hall dare not defy his will. Truly, a calamity has befallen us. If this crisis cannot be surmounted, my Lin family may have no choice but to retreat once more to Qiao Town. Lin Chang'e rubbed his temples. This deadlock appeared utterly insurmountable. Can we compete against the Blood Wolf Hall? The Lin family lacks the qualifications. The Blood Wolf Hall is not the Song family. Returning to Qiao Town seems, on the surface, a viable option. Yet, Lin Chang'e knew that the Lin family could not return. The current state of the Lin family is one of complete financial collapse. The family treasury can barely offer 50 taels of silver. The Lin family can only sustain itself temporarily through the tax revenues of Sichuan City and the output from the surrounding villages and ancient towns. Should they retreat to Qiao Town, the influence within 100 miles would not even support a portion of the Lin family's members. Over half a year ago, at Lin Xia's command, the entire Lin family had embarked on a population growth initiative. The number of newborn clan members had nearly doubled. Moreover, in the past half year, the Lin family had also formed a guard unit of 10,000 and recruited more servants and attendants. A burgeoning force surges forth like an arrow released from a bow. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Concerning the predicament faced by the Lin family, Lin Chang'e had not been idle. He had been convening meetings with the clan's senior members almost daily. Regrettably, no viable strategies had been devised. Just as Lin Chang'e sat in a state of distress, a young man, dressed modestly and appearing somewhat gaunt, suddenly entered the Lin family's main hall. The youth gazed at Lin Chang'e, speaking with a serious tone and resolute gaze. "Uncle, the time left for our Lin family is running short. This predicament we face is one that even our ancestors would find difficult to resolve. It is rumored that the leader of the Blood Wolf Hall is striving to attain the spirit-accumulating completion realm. This silver mine is merely a catalyst. The ambitions of the Blood Wolf Hall extend to sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles, subjugating all powers. Once the silver mine is depleted, the Blood Wolf Hall will undoubtedly move to invade Sichuan City, gradually engulfing the Song family, Su family, Yu family, and other factions, and before the Blood Wolf Hall sets its sights on the Song family and others. The first faction to be sacrificed will be my Lin family," the youth elaborated, analyzing the situation for Lin Chang'e. Naturally, Lin Chang'e was acutely aware of what the youth spoke. However, recognizing the problem is one thing. Resolving it requires sufficient wisdom and fortitude. "Yaoyang, in light of our Lin family's current predicament, do you have any thoughts?" Lin Chang'e inquired casually, gazing at the youth. This young man is named Lin Yaoyang. Though he is a direct descendant of the Lin family, he has always kept a low profile, rendering his presence nearly non-existent within the family. despite Lin Changa's surprise at Lin Yaoyang's sudden appearance. He did not believe that Lin Yaoyang could propose any practical suggestions in a seemingly unsolvable deadlock. One can only resort to desperate measures. Currently, our Lin family can only take 3 steps. The first step is to prepare for a retreat back to Qiao Town. The second step is to leave a portion of our clan members behind to defend Sichuan City, as there may be a chance to preserve our Lin family's foundation there should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The third step involves seeking permission from the clan leader to lead a portion of our clan members and guards to seek alternative development outside the family. In recent years, the Jin Kingdom has been tumultuous, with sects divided, great families vying for supremacy, and the royal family waning. Coupled with the silence from the demonic sect, the various factions claiming to be righteous paths have begun to exhibit signs of mutual conflict in the absence of a common enemy. The chaos within the Jin Kingdom and beyond its borders may erupt within the next decade. I am willing to lead a portion of our clan to partake in the struggle for supremacy in this grand era. Over the years, my Lin family has been overly conservative, placing all our eggs in one basket. In the face of great change, we must prepare for multiple contingencies. As he spoke, a glimmer of ambition surfaced in Lin Yaoyang's eyes. His sudden visit to Lin Changa was not merely to propose a strategy for the family, but also to test whether Lin Changa would acquiesce to some of his demands. Even if Lin Changa were to refuse, he intended to leave the family and venture out on his own. After years of remaining hidden, he resolved to no longer lurk in the shadows, but to seize a moment of glory for himself amidst the chaos and turmoil. Despite lacking a spiritual root, the vastness of the world means that there is always a way for those who dare to step out, to strive, and to gamble. With courage, all possibilities remain open. Chapter 54. The Eve of Turmoil. The Guardian of Blood Wolf Hall. In response to Lin Yaoyang's proposal and demands, Lin Changa did not reply immediately. As he contemplated whether to acquiesce to Lin Yaoyang, an ancient voice suddenly resonated from outside the main hall of the Lin family. Well said. To dare to strive and venture forth is the demeanor that the descendants of the Lin family ought to embody. Your request is granted by this old man. However, our Lin family is currently lacking in both wealth and provisions, so the support I can offer you is rather limited. If you believe you can persuade the clansmen, the armor guards, and those household servants to follow you, then go forth and make your way. The speaker was none other than Lin Xie. Upon seeing Lin Xie, clad in a flowing gray robe with silver hair cascading down, both Lin Yaoyang and Lin Changa were momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing in respect. We pay our respects to the Ancestor. We pay our respects to the Ancestor. Observing the two, who appeared somewhat awkward, Lin Xie waved his sleeve dismissively and said casually, "We are all family here. There is no need for such formality." At this juncture, Lin Xie's voice paused as his gaze fell upon Lin Yaoyang, whose appearance was unremarkable yet whose eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. You possess ambition and vision. This pleases me greatly. However, before you proceed, I must caution you that venturing into the outside world will inevitably be fraught with hardships and peril. Do not underestimate the dangers, for even those cultivators lacking in strength can easily meet their demise in the course of such endeavors. Are you truly prepared for this, to achieve success and renown? Mere fervor is far from sufficient. In the face of Lin Xie's probing questions, Lin Yaoyang slowly raised his head, revealing no hint of retreat in his heart. With resolute expression, he respectfully responded to Lin Xie. Esteemed Ancestor, I am Lin Yaoyang, willing to expand our family's territory and elevate the prestige of the Lin clan. Should I perish in the attempt, I shall have no regrets. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Very well, you may proceed. Remember, in your travels, there are certain things that cannot be forced. If the circumstances prove insurmountable, the doors of our family will always remain open for you. The Lin family shall forever be your support, your sanctuary. Lin Yaoyang felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing Lin Xie's words. Indeed, no matter how treacherous or arduous the path ahead may be, whether he finds himself at the ends of the earth, his family, his kin, and his ancestor will always stand behind him. In that moment, Lin Yaoyang resolved to carve out a name for himself in this great world. He vowed silently that when he returned home, he would bring glory to his family. With Lin Xie's consent, He did not linger in the main hall but hurried into Sichuan City, seeking to persuade some clansmen, household servants, and attendants to join him in his quest for fame and achievement. After Lin Yaoyang's departure, Lin Xie slowly seated himself in a wooden chair and began to inquire of Lin Chang'e about the silver mine and the matters concerning Blood Wolf Hall. Chang'e, upon my departure, please recount in detail the activities of Blood Wolf Hall and the status of the silver mine. Lin Xie's tone was calm and unruffled. Although he was prepared to take action against Blood Wolf Hall, it was imperative to first gather comprehensive information. Esteemed Ancestor, since your departure, the silver mine and the entire influence surrounding Qingchuan town have been seized by Blood Wolf Hall. The territory currently under our Lin family's control has dwindled to merely a radius of 300 miles. The ambitions of Blood Wolf Hall extend far beyond a single silver mine. Lin Chang'e's expression was filled with bitterness as he recounted all that had transpired during Lin Xie's absence. It appears that turmoil is indeed imminent in the Jin Kingdom. After Lin Chang'e finished reporting, Lin Xie slowly lifted the teapot from the wooden table and poured himself a cup of tea. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Lin Chang'e nodded slightly, his demeanor respectful as he concurred. What you say is indeed true, Ancestor. The unrest in the Jin Kingdom began several years ago in the past. It was not overtly apparent. However, in recent years, the Song family and Blood Wolf Hall, among other factions with some foundation, have been relentlessly striving to expand their influence. As Lin Yaoyang mentioned, the royal family of Jin is in decline, and various sects and clans are becoming increasingly fragmented. Moreover, with the cessation of formidable foes due to the quieting of malevolent forces, conflicts among factions are inevitable. If the royal family of Jin were still strong, they could suppress the internal turmoil. Unfortunately, half of the 72 prefectures are controlled by sects and clans, while the other half is dominated by the 8 kings, the only entity capable of balancing and restraining the various factions. The Emperor of Jin has not been heard from since he suddenly declared seclusion 400 years ago. It is likely that he has long since passed away. Once the news of his demise is confirmed, it will herald a true upheaval in the Jin Kingdom. Not only is the situation unstable within the Jin Kingdom, but the super sects and top-tier clans beyond its borders are also in a state of covert conflict. As Lin Chang'e spoke, his heart grew increasingly heavy with worry. The outbreak of turmoil and the advent of chaos would undoubtedly be a nightmarish catastrophe for most factions and ordinary people alike. The notion that chaos breeds heroes is merely a naive fantasy. Throughout the annals of ancient history, every time a period of upheaval arose, countless lives and numerous small factions were obliterated. Where are the true heroes? In times of chaos, the majority of beings only find themselves destined to become cannon fodder. The tales of those who rise amidst turmoil belong solely to the fortunate few. Ordinary beings in such tumult only face endless despair and lamentation. Yes, you need not concern yourself with anything further. From now on, focus solely on managing matters within our Lin family. As for external affairs, I shall personally handle them. Just as Lin Xie finished speaking, preparing to personally reclaim the silver mine of Qingchuan town, 2 figures, streaking like meteors, swiftly approached Sichuan City. The 2 figures, one male and one female, both appeared to be in their early 30s. The man wore a light blue robe, wielding a talisman in one hand and standing upon a black flying sword. The woman, enchanting and alluring, though appearing to be around 35, still exuded charm. She donned a semi-transparent red dress, holding a smoking pipe, reclining in a rather uninhibited manner atop a flying disc. Both were cultivators at the early stage of the ethereal spirit realm. As they neared Sichuan City, the alluring woman suddenly spoke. We, Blood Wolf Hall, intend to take Sichuan City, yet that Lin family dares to impede our progress. A mere small clan, unaware of their own insignificance, is just right for my soul-refining banner, which requires some living souls to complete it. I have also heard that the ancestor of the Lin family was expelled from the Falling Sunset sect, yet his strength has surged, having broken through to the level of refining the viscera. He must harbor some secrets. Later, I shall capture him and subject him to rigorous interrogation. As she spoke, the enchanting woman extended her scarlet tongue to lick her cherry-like lips. If he cooperates, I shall grant him a swift death. If he resists, he, she muttered to herself, laughter bubbling forth, soft and frenzied. A beguiling smile blossomed on her face, akin to a resplendent and mature rose in full bloom. Yet, every word and action of hers exuded a thirst for blood and ruthlessness. The identities of the man and woman were none other than the ethereal spirit realm guardians from Blood Wolf Hall. Chapter 55. The Soul Refining Banner. The Enchantress Junior Sister, you must temper your enthusiasm a bit. Sichuan City is home to over 100,000 inhabitants. It is not merely a collection of villages and ancient towns. While you may slaughter villages and towns without attracting much attention from the falling sunset sect, a city-wide massacre would undoubtedly draw their ire. Observing the frenzied yet beautiful woman, the man clad in light blue robes and standing upon a flying sword furrowed his brow deeply. The beautiful woman, known as Crimson Enchantress, while possessing enchanting beauty, had, over the years, laid waste to numerous villages and towns. Although she did not practice malevolent techniques, her actions were even more frenzied than those of evil cultivators. Had it not been for her entanglements with various stewards of the falling sunset sect, she would have been dealt with long ago. Rest assured, senior brother. I know my limits. I will not massacre the city, but will only target the Lin family. In response to the man's warning, the Crimson Enchantress replied seductively. As she spoke, a blood-stained soul refining banner slowly emerged from her fingertips. The surface of the banner was etched with various bizarre scriptures, among which distorted faces could be seen writhing in agony. Approaching these faces, one could even hear the chilling cries of anguish and resentment. This soul-refining banner was indeed an evil treasure. The Crimson Enchantress had offered countless lives as sacrifices to refine this artifact. The Crimson Enchantress prepared to utilize the soul-refining banner. The man in the light blue robe furrowed his brow yet again, but chose not to voice further objections. The slaughter of a mere 20 or 30,000 Lin clan members, backed by the influence of Blood Wolf Hall and the stewards of the falling sunset sect, would carry little consequence. Even if news of the event leaked out in this world, strength ultimately prevails. Although the Jin Kingdom prides itself on being a righteous nation, and the falling sunset sect espouses the ideals of heavenly righteousness, driving away evil and vanquishing demons, the reality is often far more complex. However, these exquisite words are merely spoken for the ears of the average mortal. The distinction between good and evil lies solely in the differing pursuits of interests. Undoubtedly, for the majority of common folk, living under the dominion of righteous forces is far preferable to existing beneath the rule of malevolent powers. The forces of wickedness directly confine mortals, treating them as mere livestock. In contrast, the various righteous factions, at least nominally, offer protection to the common people. Especially during the reign of the Jin Emperor, with the laws of the Jin state in place, even foundation-building cultivators would not dare to act recklessly against mortals. Alas, at this very moment, the soul-refining banner controlled by the Lady in Red has already drifted over the ancestral grounds of the Lin family in Sichuan City. As a malevolent treasure approaching the foundation establishment level, the soul-refining banner has a maximum coverage radius of approximately 2 miles. Although this 2-mile area cannot annihilate the entire Lin clan, the Lady in Red revels in a modicum of slaughter, deriving pleasure from the anguished cries of mortals. When the soul-refining banner is fully activated, a cacophony of piercing and vengeful wails instantly spreads throughout Sichuan City. Within the banner, bloodthirsty and grotesque evil spirits manifest. Upon witnessing these malevolent apparitions, many members of the Lin family are seized by terror. The strength of these evil spirits is, for the most part, quite feeble, yet for mortals, and even for martial artists, they represent an insurmountable threat. What is happening? Do not approach. Within the area shrouded by the soul-refining banner, unfortunate members of the Lin clan are being devoured alive by those malevolent spirits. Roar! At that moment, the fierce tiger Heishan emits a roar that trembles the heavens and the earth. Though its current size has diminished to that of a domestic cat, the aura it exudes resembles that of an ancient beast. The aura of a mid-stage body refinement cultivator radiates from as a demon beast, particularly one of the tiger clan. Heishan possesses an innate suppression over entities like evil spirits. Even though its cultivation level is merely mid-stage body refinement, Its roar still causes many evil spirits at the perfected body refinement level to quiver in fear. Inside the Lin family's main hall in Jichuan City, upon sensing the dramatic changes within the clan, as well as the approaching presence of two spirit-gathering realm entities, Lin Xie transforms into a brilliant rainbow of light, swiftly darting towards the 2-mile area enveloped by the soul-refining banner. With a swift motion, Lin Xie does not engage the evil spirits but instead conjures a fireball and hurls it directly at the suspended soul-refining banner. As the scorching fireball ascends towards the heavens, it resembles a miniature sun rising. In an instant, the chill of the world is dispelled, and the darkness of Jichuan City is illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Ancestor. It is the Ancestor who has made a move. Upon seeing Lin Xie's figure, the previously panicked members of the Lin family suddenly feel reassured, as if they have swallowed a calming pill. Given that the soul-refining banner has just been activated, coupled with the timely intervention of Lin Xie and the fierce tiger Heishan, the Lin family's losses are not catastrophic. Only a few buildings have been damaged, and a handful of clan members have tragically perished. Upon colliding with the soul-refining banner, the fireball instantly interrupts its blood sacrifice ritual. As a treasure nearing the Foundation establishment level, if the Lady in Red had been exerting her full control over the soul-refining banner, it would not have been so easily disrupted. However, the Lady in Red never anticipated that Lin Xie had actually cultivated to the spirit-gathering realm. Crimson Flame, Heaven Burning. After interrupting the blood sacrifice ritual of the soul-refining banner, Lin Xie does not relent. Instead, she channels her internal power once more, conjuring an even more formidable fire element spell, Boom. A fireball the size of a human head, radiantly brilliant, forms in Lin Xie's palm. Go. With a mere thought, the fireball ascends rapidly into the air, then erupts violently around the soul-refining banner. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a swath of sky spanning dozens of meters is engulfed in roaring flames. It is as though Lin Xie is truly burning the heavens. After being struck twice, the surface of the soul-refining banner sustains some damage. Although the Lady in Red soul-refining banner is a malevolent treasure nearing the Foundation establishment level, its defensive capabilities are, in fact, rather low. Ultimately, it is merely a long-range area attack artifact. In terms of self-defense, it is even inferior to low-grade spirit-gathering level swords and sabers. Above Jichuan City, as her life-bound treasure, the soul-refining banner sustains damage, the Lady in Red also suffers backlash. Blood trickles from the corner of her mouth, and her aura diminishes by a third. A life-bound treasure is intrinsically linked to the cultivator's mind and spirit. Thus, when the treasure is harmed, the cultivator experiences a portion of the backlash. A spirit-gathering cultivator within the Lin family, the Lady in Red is filled with disbelief. Upon witnessing the damage to her soul-refining banner, the man in the light blue robe beside her furrows his brow once more. Subsequently, he silently retreats, his instincts warning him that Jichuan City is no ordinary place. Chapter 56. If the esteemed elder does not reject, the goat child is willing to recognize the elder as master. Members of the Blood Wolf Hall? Their arrival is impeccable. Fixating his consciousness on the Lady in Red and the blue-robed man, Lin Xie speaks with indifference, his expression calm. These two guardians of the Blood Wolf Hall are merely early-stage spirit-gathering cultivators. Even without relying on the 5 Thunder Talismans, Lin Xie is capable of holding his own against them. The Crimson Flame Dao Sutra that Lin Xie practices was created by an immortal. By breaking through to the spirit-gathering realm through the Crimson Flame Dao Sutra, he has already far surpassed the foundational background of most cultivators at the same stage. Nevertheless, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, Lin Xie decides to wield a 5 Thunder Talisman directly. When facing unknown adversaries of the same realm, the most prudent approach is to unleash one's strongest means before the opponent can react. This is the essence of striking first, rumble. Just as the Lady in Red is taken aback by the presence of a spirit-gathering cultivator in the Lin family, 5 radiant beams of light suddenly streak across the sky. They are 5 bolts of thunder, each as thick as a small mountain. Beneath the resplendent lightning, the very void seems to tremble, crash. As the bolts of lightning descend, the Lady in Red is utterly unable to evade, nor does she possess the capability to do so. Her pupils widen, and she parts her ruby lips, seemingly wishing to plead for mercy, but ultimately no sound escapes. Under the onslaught of the five thunders, her physical form is reduced to cinders, turning to ash that mingles with the melting snowflakes and falls across Sichuan City. Gulp, observing the lady in red being obliterated on the spot. The man in the light gray robe trembles uncontrollably, swallowing hard. Had he not silently retreated behind the lady in red moments ago, he would undoubtedly have been the target of those 5 bolts of thunder. But now that the lady in red has perished, it is likely that he is next. Witnessing Lin Xie collect the storage bag and the soul refining banner that fell from the lady in red, the man in the light blue robe does not choose to flee. He understands all too well the terror of the talismans in Lin Xie's possession. It is not that he is merely an early-stage spirit-gathering cultivator. Even if he were a perfected spirit-gathering cultivator, without a top-tier treasure or a powerful protective talisman, his fate would be sealed today. Seeing Lin Xie grasping the talismans and preparing to strike again, cold sweat breaks out on the man's forehead. After a fierce internal struggle, he decides to make a choice that defies the will of the Hall Master. Thud. The man leaps off his flying sword and kneels before Lin Xie. Fervently bowing and worshipping, "Esteemed elder, spare my life. If the esteemed elder does not reject me, the humble goat child is willing to recognize you as my master." As he speaks, the man, wishing to demonstrate his sincerity, promptly throws all of his treasures and storage bags to Lin Xie. By relinquishing all his assets, he signifies that he has entrusted his life completely to Lin Xie. His instincts tell him that kneeling and begging for mercy may offer a glimmer of hope. To flee or pretend to plead for mercy, only to ambush Lin Xie, would surely lead to his utter annihilation. "Please, esteemed elder, show mercy. From this day forth, I am willing to serve you, to brave fire and water for you. I, the goat child, am willing to swear an oath to the heavens. The esteemed elder can even inscribe a slave mark within my consciousness." The blue-robed man prostrates on the ground, bowing fervently, fearful that Lin Xie might obliterate him. As a fellow spirit-gathering cultivator, he has completely abandoned his dignity at this moment, referring to Lin Xie as esteemed elder. Typically, one would only use such a title when facing a cultivator who surpasses them by a significant realm. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, what is dignity worth? He, the goat child, has endured a century of trials to painstakingly cultivate to the early-stage spirit-gathering level. He has yet to savor life. And he does not wish to die. As for the consequences of betraying the Blood Wolf Hall, he no longer cares. He knows that betraying the Blood Wolf Hall would surely bring about the wrath of its master. But those are concerns for another time. As long as he can preserve his life now, he is unconcerned about the impending deluge. "Esteemed elder, please do not kill me. I still have value. I can serve you." The goat child trembles uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he contemplated using the reputation of the Blood Wolf Hall to intimidate Lin Xie, but upon reflection, he realized that Lin Xie did not even blink when dispatching the lady in red. In his view, Lin Xie is clearly a madman. Falling into the hands of such a lunatic, invoking the Blood Wolf Hall would be futile. Even mentioning the falling sunset sect would be of no use, even if one were to concede 1,000 steps. What of the might of the Blood Wolf Hall? Lin Xie is still a spirit-gathering cultivator, wielding what could very well be a Foundation establishment talisman as a formidable weapon. With sheer determination, even if the Blood Wolf Hall were to mobilize all its forces, it is unlikely they would gain any advantage. Gazing at the kneeling figure of the goat man, Lin Xie held the 5 Thunder talisman in one hand, while placing the other upon his head. As he felt the warmth emanating from Lin Xie's palm, the goat man's inner dread reached its zenith. "Release your divine consciousness." Lin Xie's voice suddenly resonated again just as the goat man was on the verge of breaking down. Contemplating a desperate escape, these words, the goat man's eyes brightened instantaneously. In that moment, he found himself relaxing even in his breath. To relinquish his divine consciousness and become a servant would certainly entail a loss of freedom. But losing freedom was far preferable to losing one's life. In the face of life and death, to choose a calm acceptance of death could stem from either a profound belief or a steadfast resolve. The goat man too possessed a belief, albeit one that dictated that a miserable life was better than a good death. Before embarking on the path of cultivation, he had endured poverty and tasted the bitter extremes of existence. Thus, having acquired strength and status, he feared death more than anyone else. The pleasures of beauty, power, and wealth were still beyond his grasp. By following Lin Xie, even as a servant, he could still relish the myriad splendors of the world. Thanks to his nascent spiritual cultivation, with clarity of thought, the goat man swiftly reconciled himself to the notion of servitude, releasing his divine consciousness and allowing Lin Xie to inscribe the mark of servitude upon his soul. In that instant, he felt as though his life had been shackled by an invisible chain. As long as this chain existed, Lin Xie could, at his whim, plunge him into eternal despair. To break this bond of servitude, it would require either Lin Xie's voluntary erasure of it or an intervention by a cultivator of a significantly higher realm. It is worth noting that with each advancement Lin Xie made in his cultivation, this mark would further solidify. Should Lin Xie successfully establish his foundation, only a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm would be capable of helping him eliminate the mark. Even at present, it would necessitate the intervention of a foundational cultivator to obliterate the mark. Foundational cultivator? It is not merely the goat man who cannot summon any foundational cultivators, but even the Lord of the Blood Wolf Hall is unable to recruit one in Huai Mountain County. Each foundational cultivator is exalted and seldom ventures into the world. After branding the goat man with the mark of servitude, Lin Xie compelled him to swear a heavenly oath in comparison to the mark. The existence of heavenly law looms large in this world. To swear an oath to the heavenly law entails that violators will face its wrath. However, the heavenly oath only binds those at the foundational level and above. Lin Xie's insistence on the goat man swearing such an oath was also a precaution, for if the goat man were to establish his foundation in the future, this oath would become binding. With the oath in place, even if the goat man were to successfully recruit a foundational cultivator to erase the mark Lin Xie had inscribed, he would dare not step into the foundational realm again. Were it not for the scarcity of cultivators within the Lin family, Lin Xie would not have chosen to subjugate the goat man. The situation was dire. Since returning to the family and with the expansion of the Lin clan, almost everything fell upon Lin Xie's shoulders. This could not continue. As the ancestral figure, his primary role should be to remain in the shadows, quietly enhancing his power. As the family grows, with the mirror of immortal insight in hand, Lin Xie must maintain an aura of mystery. Otherwise, if he were to reveal himself too often or experience a rapid rise in cultivation, it could attract the attention of formidable opponents. Chapter 57. The Master of 10,000 Poisons sends fodder to scout ahead while Lin Xie was slaying the Lady in Red and enslaving the goat man. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, in a dimly lit loft adorned with 4 eternal lamps, one of the lamps suddenly extinguished. Upon witnessing this, the disciple tasked with guarding the loft turned pale with alarm. These 4 eternal lamps serve as life lamps for the 4 nascent spirit cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. The extinguishing of a life lamp signifies the demise of a nascent spirit cultivator. This was indeed a calamity. After a considerable time spent staring at the extinguished lamp, the disciple gradually regained his composure. The fall of a nascent spirit cultivator was a monumental event for the Blood Wolf Hall. Realizing this, the disciple wasted no time and hastily departed the loft, making his way straight to the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall, the most prosperous cultivation force within 1,000 miles. The main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall was constructed with extraordinary splendor. The entire structure spanned over dozens of miles, with each brick and tile embedded with jewels and precious stones. As the moonlight cascaded upon the main hall, it appeared to glitter with a myriad of colors, exuding an aura of opulence and grandeur. The Lord of the Blood Wolf Hall was one who deeply relished the pleasures of life. In order to erect this grand hall, he had forcefully enlisted the labor of 100,000 commoners, dedicating 3 entire years to its construction. During the process, countless commoners perished from exhaustion or accidents. Beneath this magnificent edifice lay the remains of many commoners, making it no exaggeration to say it was built upon a foundation of blood. Typically, only the 4 nascent spirit cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall were granted the privilege to cultivate and indulge within this main hall. In contrast to larger sects like the Falling Sunset sect, smaller factions like the Blood Wolf Hall placed greater emphasis on grandeur. Within the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall, hundreds of servants and numerous stunning maidens were always present. For the elder of the refining organs realm to meet a nascent spirit guardian, he must navigate through layers of announcements by these servants and maidens. The Grand Guardian has decreed, "You may approach." Outside the resplendent main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall, the disciple had to wait for half a day before finally receiving permission to step inside. Recently, as the Lord of the Blood Wolf Hall was in seclusion, attempting to break through to complete nascent spirit, many affairs of the hall were being overseen by the Grand Guardian. The Grand Guardian was a mid-nascent spirit cultivator who referred to himself as Master of 10,000 Poisons, for he possessed the ability to command various venomous creatures, and he even dared to contend with some late nascent spirit cultivators. Ironically, in the cultivation world of the Gene Kingdom, even those of the Purple Mansion realm, or formidable cultivators of the Core Formation realm, would not casually claim the title of Master, yet the Grand Guardian of the Blood Wolf Hall, merely a nascent spirit cultivator, audaciously regarded himself as such. "Oh, what do I owe the pleasure of your presence?" In the ornate main hall, the Master of 10,000 Poisons sat before a mat, his long black hair cascading naturally, clad in a loose Taoist robe in his hand. He held a whisk, paired with his handsome visage. At first glance, the Master of 10,000 Poisons indeed exuded an ethereal charm. However, nestled in his embrace was an exquisite maiden, and surrounding him were numerous maidens and servants. All around the grand hall, commoners were incessantly playing musical instruments to please the Master of 10,000 Poisons. The servants and maidens wore forced smiles upon their faces. Remaining by the side of the Master of 10,000 Poisons, they could be seen as mere fodder, ready to be offered to various venomous creatures. Yet, even under the constant shadow of fear, none dared to betray a hint of emotion. Although the Master of 10,000 Poisons appeared to possess an otherworldly demeanor, he was, in truth, a capricious and bloodthirsty individual. Moreover, the Master of 10,000 Poisons had proclaimed that he detested servants and maidens who exhibited unstable emotions. As the Master of 10,000 Poisons spoke, the disciple responsible for guarding the loft found himself relatively at ease. After all, he was a cultivator. Moreover, he was a complete blood refinement level cultivator. Despite the Master of 10,000 Poisons having an eccentric personality, he typically refrained from attacking the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, cultivators still held a considerable status. Even those at the body refinement level could exert their influence over commoners. This distinction sets apart large sects from smaller ones. In the Falling Sunset sect, aside from the newly initiated disciples, no commoners were allowed to exist. Even the nascent spirit stewards of the Falling Sunset sect typically had only 2 accompanying disciples, and those disciples were also cultivators. Reporting to the Grand Guardian, the life lamp of the third guardian has just extinguished. The disciple knelt on the ground, and upon hearing his words, the Master of 10,000 Poisons abruptly rose from his mat. "What did you say? The lady in red's life lamp has extinguished? Was she not accompanying the goat man to Qingchuan town to oversee the silver or vein? In the vicinity of our Blood Wolf Hall, there are no other nascent spirit cultivators. How could she have perished?" The Master of 10,000 Poisons furrowed his brow. The fall of a nascent spirit cultivator was sufficient to cause significant upheaval within the Blood Wolf Hall. What on earth transpired? Could it have been the work of the Song family? Gazing at the kneeling disciple, the Master of 10,000 Poisons muttered to himself. Within 1,000 miles of the Blood Wolf Hall, only the Song family held sufficient standing to challenge them. Although the Song family was internally fractured and steadily declining, its foundation still remained. It would not be surprising if the Song family possessed a card capable of suppressing a pre-nascent spirit cultivator. However, given their internal discord, even if they had such a card, various factions would likely conceal it and not reveal it easily. If the Song family were united, they would not see their influence continually diminish. The current head of the Song family, despite his ambitions to strengthen the clan, was ultimately powerless to effectuate such change. Thus, the likelihood of the Song family taking action was minimal. Regarding the downfall of the Crimson Lady, The master of 10,000 poisons felt neither anger nor took it upon himself to personally investigate around Clear Spring Town. The existence capable of slaying those in the early spirit-nurturing stage posed a potential threat, and even if he went to ascertain the outcome, he risked embroiling himself in peril. After a moment's contemplation, the master of 10,000 poisons resolved to dispatch 2 elders of the refining corpse realm to venture forth to Clear Spring Town. To him, his own safety was of paramount importance. At this juncture, it was most prudent for the elders of the Blood Wolf Hall to scout the area. Should they uncover valuable intelligence, it would be all the better. If no information were to be gleaned and those elders met their demise during the reconnaissance, it would be of little consequence. The Blood Wolf Hall had recruited and trained these cultivators of the quenching body stage precisely for such critical moments. To be utilized as cannon fodder. Chapter 58. Seizing the silver mine. The youth's passion meanwhile, in the Lin family's domain in Sichuan City. After becoming Lin Xia's servant, the goat-like figure quickly adapted to his new role. He wore a face full of obsequiousness, akin to a sycophant, carefully standing behind Lin Xia. Master, you have slain the Crimson Lady. The Blood Wolf Hall will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, there still remain 2 cultivators of the spirit-nurturing realm. The most formidable among them is the master of the Blood Wolf Hall. However, he is currently in seclusion, striving for perfection in the complete spirit-nurturing realm, and thus cannot attend to external matters. The other is the Grand Protector of the Blood Wolf Hall, the master of 10,000 poisons. His cultivation is at the mid-spirit-nurturing stage, and he excels in controlling venomous insects. Should a deadly confrontation ensue, even a typical mid-spirit-nurturing cultivator would not stand a chance against him. At this point, a flicker of worry appeared in the goat-like figure's eyes. If the news of his betrayal of the Blood Wolf Hall and his servitude to Lin Xia were to spread, the Blood Wolf Hall would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. For any faction, the betrayal of a high-ranking member carries a profoundly negative impact. Master, while the Blood Wolf Hall remains unaware of my treachery, it would be wise for me to return and conceal myself near the Master of 10,000 Poisons and the Master of the Blood Wolf Hall. This way, I can relay various intelligence from the Blood Wolf Hall to you at any moment. Should an opportunity arise, perhaps I could collaborate with you to eliminate another spirit-nurturing cultivator from the Blood Wolf Hall. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. He had no path of retreat left, and his only option was to walk this dark road alongside Lin Xia. Although the Blood Wolf Hall possessed deep roots, having witnessed Lin Xia wield the 5 Thunder Talisman, the goat-like figure brimmed with confidence in Lin Xia and the Lin family. Provided they laid their plans with care, there was indeed a chance for the Lin family to supplant the Blood Wolf Hall and emerge as the new hegemonic force within 1,000 miles. In that eventuality, as Lin Xia's servant and one of the 2 spirit-nurturing cultivators within the vicinity, his status and power would surely ascend further. Upon hearing the goat-like figure's proposal, Lin Xia pondered for a moment before bestowing upon him an empty storage ring and a long sword. Go forth, if you achieve merit in this endeavor. I shall grant you the title of a guest elder in the Lin family. Lin Xia gazed at the goat-like figure, offering a promise. Upon hearing this, the goat-like figure's eyes brightened. Becoming a guest elder of the Lin family, though it would not free him from the mark of servitude, would at least provide him with an identity that concealed his status as a servant. It would allow him to regain some semblance of dignity and standing. After the goat-like figure departed, Lin Xia harnessed the 3 talismans of heaven and earth and began to attempt flight. The ability to fly using instruments was one of the capabilities of spirit-nurturing cultivators. As he channeled his mana into the 3 talismans of heaven and earth, radiant light enveloped his feet, suffused with the elemental forces of gold, wood, and fire. These 3 elemental powers buoyed Lin Xia's form, propelling him towards Clear Spring Town. Long Song, summon the clan members and prepare to reclaim the silver mine of Clear Spring Town. Lin Xia's voice resonated over 100 miles, standing amid the shimmering light. Watching Lin Xia, who stood tall against the backdrop of dazzling radiance, Lin Chang'e and many other members of the Lin family were left in awe. The Ancestor has entered the spirit-nurturing realm. Although Lin Chang'e was merely a mortal, the Lin family was, after all, a clan of cultivators, and he possessed some understanding of the realms of immortality. The ability to fly using instruments was indeed a manifestation of a spirit-nurturing cultivator. Quickly, Lin Chang'e began to summon the clan's guards. With their ancestor having entered the spirit-nurturing realm, the Lin family would possess a measure of confidence even in the face of the Blood Wolf Hall. In a corner, Lin Yaoyang gazed at Lin Xie's departing figure, his fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for the ancestor's timely intervention, he would have perished at the hands of the malevolent spirits. In that moment, he resolved to defy the heavens and alter his fate, aspiring to become a cultivator. Mortals without spiritual roots are not necessarily destined to remain forever barred from the path of immortality. In ancient times, Confucian scholars and corporeal cultivators did not rely on spiritual roots. However, Confucianism demands enlightenment, talent, and a formidable spirit that embodies the will to establish one's heart for the heavens and the earth. Through the ages, though many Confucian cultivators have emerged, those who reach the core formation stage are exceedingly rare. As for corporeal cultivators, their path is no less challenging. They do not cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor do they learn spells or divine abilities, relying solely on the strength of their physical bodies to shake the heavens and endure through the ages. Yet, the methods of corporeal cultivation are nearly extinct. And even the hidden sects cannot provide complete cultivation techniques. Apart from not practicing Confucianism and not cultivating the body, there exists a nearly impossible path to success, to forge a unique system and create a path to immortality that belongs solely to oneself. Standing amidst the wind and snow, Lin Yaoyang fell into deep contemplation. He harbored ambition and aspirations, unwilling to live a life of obscurity. Spiritual roots, granted by fate, are difficult to alter. Yet, the road ahead ultimately belongs to him. He too wished to become a cultivator like the ancestor, to fight for his family and expand their territory. Time flowed on in the snowstorm. Lin Yaoyang pondered throughout the night. When the morning sun cast its rays upon him, the wind subsided and the snow began to cease. He shook off the snow that had accumulated on him, called upon several peers from the clan, and began to express his ambitions. Yaoyang, is this truly feasible? Just the few of us. If we leave the family, survival may prove difficult. A young man from the Lin family, with dry yellow hair and gaunt cheeks, spoke with skepticism. It is well known that the current Jin kingdom is rife with various competing cultivation factions. And in regions deemed unworthy by some, bandits and outlaws run rampant. One must take risks to know. This journey is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Yet, through the annals of history, every figure renowned throughout the ages has endured life and death struggles. Forging a path through thorns and brambles, departing from the protection of our family, we may well fall along the way. But, so what? We are born of heaven and earth, and we must strive with fervor. Aiming for the vast expanses, after enduring a night of snow, Lin Yaoyang's heart remained ablaze with passion. Under his influence, several of his peers gradually began to shine with enthusiasm. The hearts of youth are invariably filled with dreams of various kinds. After rallying a few of his contemporaries, Lin Yaoyang swiftly garnered the support of some Lin family servants and guards. Ultimately, amidst the resigned gazes of many Lin family elders, Lin Yaoyang departed from Sichuan City with 18 guards, over 30 servants, and more than 20 of the younger generation of the Lin family, in a grand procession. Chapter 59. Sacrifices must be made. The ancestor of the Wu family, are we truly to let them leave like this? Observing the retreating figures of Lin Yaoyang and his companions, some of the older Lin family members furrowed their brows. What else can we do? The ancestor has permitted them to venture forth. Let these younglings face some hardships. Once they realize the harshness of the outside world, they will return to the family. The white-haired elder of the Lin family, calm and composed, recalled his own youth when he had left the Lin family to explore the vast world. Yet, all of his contemporaries who accompanied him perished along the way, leaving him the sole survivor, who narrowly escaped back to the family. Venturing forth. It sounds easy, but in this endless expanse, not even ordinary mortals, let alone inadequately powerful cultivators, dare to roam recklessly. Upon hearing the elder's words, the surrounding elders fell silent. In their view, Lin Yaoyang and his companions would undoubtedly face dire circumstances. Even if they managed to achieve something, the likelihood of 3 or 4 returning to the family would be a miracle. Only that white-haired elder gazed on with a hint of anticipation. For in Lin Yaoyang and his peers, he saw reflections of himself and shadows of his former companions. The scene shifts, a clear spring town, within the silver mine. Ever since the Blood Wolf Hall took residence, the entire Clear Spring town, both mortals and cultivators, have suffered greatly. For the mortals of Clear Spring town, the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall frequently resorted to wanton slaughter, in their haste to extract silver from the mine. The Blood Wolf Hall forced both mortals and cultivators from Clear Spring town to toil underground. The cultivators of Clear Spring town, despite laboring day and night, faced no immediate threat to their lives. However, the frail lives of the mortals were constantly at risk, with many perishing from exhaustion within the mines. Smack, smack, deep within the dark recesses of the mine, practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall wielded steel whips, mercilessly striking any mortal who faltered even slightly in their labor. "I was wrong, master. Spare my life. Please, let me go. I shall toil diligently in the mines," the tormented mortal cried out in anguish, his face a mask of terror as he pleaded for mercy. In this mine, half of the mortals perished from exhaustion, while the other half were brutally beaten to death. "You wretched peasants, it is all your fault for wasting my precious cultivation time," commanded a practitioner with a horse-like face. One arm wrapped around a mortal girl while the other swung the steel whip, striking the surrounding mortals with abandon. Even the practitioners from Qingchuan town occasionally fell victim to his bullying and violent outbursts. The horse-faced practitioner possessed the pinnacle of body refinement, while in Qingchuan town, there were only 3 or 4 practitioners at the skin refinement stage, along with an ancestor of the Wu family at the blood refinement level. Even in desperation, they could not contend with the horse-faced practitioner. Moreover, within the mine, aside from him, there were numerous practitioners from Blood Wolf Hall at the blood and skin refinement levels. Most crucially, it was rumored that 2 spirit guardians from Blood Wolf Hall were personally stationed here. Were it not for the presence of these spirit realm practitioners, the 30,000 disorganized and undisciplined mortals of Qingchuan town might have revolted, escaping in droves even if they could not vanquish the blood refinement practitioners. However, with spirit realm practitioners overseeing the area, the outcome would be entirely different in the presence of spirit realm cultivators. Even if 30,000 mortals scattered in panic, they would be doomed to face annihilation. Blood Wolf Hall wielded immense power. Even if they slaughtered 2,000 or 3,000 mortals, the Falling Sunset sect would not intervene. The sect only concerned itself with cities boasting populations exceeding 100,000. Villages and towns were of no consequence to them. "Damn it, grandfather, perhaps I should confront them directly. Rather than suffer under their torment, I would prefer to fight boldly." In a dim corner of the mine, a young man, covered in grime and wielding a pickaxe, seethed with rage. Named Wu Chunfeng, he was the scion of the Wu family in Qingchuan town. Although possessing a false spiritual root destined for mediocrity, he had enjoyed a life of luxury until the nightmare of Blood Wolf Hall descended upon the Wu family. The entire clan had been forcibly conscripted into labor. Many of the Wu women had even become playthings for the practitioners of Blood Wolf Hall. Had the Wu family's ancestor not secretly smuggled some clan members out through hidden passages, their fate would have been far more tragic. Endure. A moment's loss of patience could ruin our grand ambitions. Observing the furious youth, the Wu family's ancestor, with his rough hands, forcibly restrained him. Going out now would only lead to your demise. It would serve no purpose. Remain calm. You must learn to exercise patience. The future of the Wu family depends on you. In times of crisis, do not act solely on impulse. Become a competent clan leader. One must not be swayed by emotions. The similarly disheveled ancestor, facing the humiliation from Blood Wolf Hall, managed to maintain his composure. While instructing his descendant, he was also devising a plan, having resolved to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Wu family's heir. After all, his lifespan was already dwindling to 5 or 6 years. If he could ensure the survival of the Wu family's scion, who possessed a false spiritual root and had reached the skin refinement stage, all his suffering would be worthwhile. I have been observing for over a month. Every 5 or 6 days, the guards in this mine are rotated. At that time, I will create a distraction, and you must use this wind charm to escape amidst the chaos. The farther you get, the better. When I initially suggested you leave through the underground passage, you insisted on staying. Otherwise, I could have used this charm to negotiate with the practitioners of Bloodwolf Hall and then escape myself. You have truly brought me to this perilous juncture. The Wu family's ancestor produced a crumpled talisman and carefully handed it to Wu Chunfeng. While he scolded and lamented his descendant, he bore no resentment towards him. Otherwise, he would not have left the last glimmer of hope for him. I know my faults, however, grandfather. You should keep this talisman for yourself. The Wu family cannot afford to lose you for creating a distraction to attract the practitioners of Bloodwolf Hall. Let that task fall to Chunfeng. Wu Chunfeng refused to accept the talisman. Bang. Seeing his stubborn descendant, the Wu family's ancestor could not help but kick him. Take it. My lifespan is at most 5 or 6 years. Even if you escape, how long can you protect the Wu family? Each generation has its own responsibilities. The future of the clan belongs to you and the younger generation. Chapter 60. Complete Enslavement. Reclaiming the mind, hearing his ancestors' words, Wu Chunfeng fell silent, no longer resisting the wind charm offered to him in the dim and damp mine. The sounds of whips cracking and anguished cries continued to reverberate. Just as the Wu family's ancestor was plotting how to secure an escape for his descendant, a series of violent explosions suddenly erupted from outside the mine. At that moment, the entire world trembled. This unexpected upheaval filled the mortals within the mine with dread. As the crowd grew increasingly uneasy, a cacophony of chaotic sounds suddenly emanated from the ground above the mine. No, Senior, spare us. What do you mean by this? How have we, Bloodwolf Hall, offended you? Please, let us discuss this peacefully. Boom. From the heavens above, an elderly man clad in silver robes stood amidst the radiant glow, hands clasped behind his back. With a wave of his hand, fireballs the size of fists rained down upon the earth, ruthlessly slaughtering the practitioners of Bloodwolf Hall. The speed of these fireballs was astonishing. Even practitioners at the blood refinement level could not evade them. Upon being struck, the practitioners of Bloodwolf Hall were instantly obliterated, reduced to charred remains. Senior, your provocation against Bloodwolf Hall will not go unpunished. Even if you are a spirit realm cultivator, you will face our retribution. Our 2 spirit realm guardians are nearby. A stout man with a scruffy beard and a face full of stubble, who was the temporary overseer of this silver mine, loudly addressed the elder. Despite possessing a protective artifact of spirit realm grade, he was still scorched by the searing heat emitted by the fireballs. If 1 or 2 more fireballs were to strike, he would surely perish. He invoked the name of Bloodwolf Hall and the 2 spirit realm guardians in a bid to intimidate the elder above. Unfortunately, the elder completely disregarded his threats. Boom. The fireballs detonated in the cold winter air, casting a sweltering heat across a 1,000-meter radius. The elder hovering in the sky was none other than Lin Xie. He had no intention of sparing any of the practitioners from Bloodwolf Hall. Of course, Lin Xie did not plan to annihilate them all. His strategy was to eliminate a portion of them to serve as an example, thereby instilling fear in the remaining practitioners. Once a significant number were dispatched, he would force the survivors from Bloodwolf Hall into servitude. For those who still resisted, they would either face death or be transformed into living pills. Bloodwolf Hall had repeatedly wronged the Lin family, and Lin Xie had no intention of showing mercy. You demon? You are a monster. A Bloodwolf Hall practitioner, bearing a scar on his face and appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, cursed Lin Xie in a fit of rage and terror. Realizing his own life was in jeopardy, he labeled Lin Xie as a demon, conveniently forgetting that in the month since his arrival in Qingchuan town, he had mercilessly slaughtered countless mortals. Bang! A fist-sized fireball streaked through the winter air like a meteor, shattering the cold and obliterating the Bloodwolf Hall practitioner's skull. For the sake of this silver mine, Bloodwolf Hall had dispatched nearly 30 practitioners. Yet, in the blink of an eye, only half remained after Lin Xie's onslaught. Sigh, in my eagerness to test the power of the fireball technique, I may have gone a bit overboard. Gazing down at the destruction and the scattered remnants of surviving Bloodwolf Hall practitioners, Lin Xie spoke calmly to himself. After all, there was still some value in keeping these survivors alive. For instance, they could be enslaved for labor, or reminiscent of the former ancestor of the Zhao family. He could use them to concoct living pills. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, every surviving practitioner of Blood Wolf Hall felt a chill run down their spines. In the world of cultivation, the disregard for human life and rampant slaughter were commonplace. However, these practitioners feared not the violence itself. Rather, they dreaded becoming the victims of that violence. All practitioners of Blood Wolf Hall, come before me. Do not attempt to flee or think you can take advantage of the chaos. I, an old man, have an aversion to trouble. Should I feel inconvenienced, I would have no choice but to extinguish you all without hesitation. Lin Xia, wielding the three talismans formation flag, gradually descended to the ground. As his voice echoed throughout the vicinity, the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall fell silent, hastily stepping forward to stand before Lin Xia. They were acutely aware that, in the presence of Lin Xia, a practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm, even their utmost efforts would yield no hope of escape. Among these Blood Wolf Hall cultivators, only the stout, short man, who had achieved perfect refinement and possessed a spirit-nurturing level magical artifact, could barely withstand the presence of a spirit-nurturing cultivator for a breath or two. As for the others, a single fireball spell would suffice to reduce them to ashes. The Blood Wolf Hall cultivators formed a line, each standing quietly before Lin Xia, fearful to speak or even gaze upon him, lest their actions provoke his ire and result in their immediate demise. Very well, release your consciousness, so that I may inscribe the mark of servitude upon you. From this day forth, you shall all be slaves of the Lin family. The task of mining in this cavern shall henceforth fall upon your shoulders. Lin Xia spoke in an indifferent tone, unilaterally determining the fate of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators. Had Lin Xia not displayed such ruthless resolve, these cultivators would surely have resisted his command. Yet at this moment, they were utterly terrified. To refuse the commands of this tyrant? The charred remains scattered across the ground served as a grim warning. Being a slave, at least, would ensure their lives. Perhaps, if they performed admirably, they might even earn a promotion or regain their freedom. Within the mine, many mortals and several cultivators from Qingchuan town, disturbed by the commotion, witnessed this scene and felt an immense sense of relief. Having suffered under the torment of the Blood Wolf Hall for over a month, the inhabitants of Qingchuan town were driven by a deep-seated desire for vengeance, wishing to consume their flesh and drink their blood. Senior Lin, the grimy and disheveled ancestor of the Wu family, crawled out of the mine. Upon seeing Lin Xia, he was momentarily taken aback before hastily bowing in respect. He recognized Lin Xia from when the Lin family had first arrived in Zichuan City, during which he had accompanied many from the Wu family to pay their respects. There's no need for excessive courtesy. You may return whence you came. Lin Xia waved his hand, refraining from compelling the mortals and cultivators of Qingchuan town to mine as the Blood Wolf Hall had done. The objective of the Lin family was to establish a stable rule and manage this land, not to engage in wanton destruction. Many of the higher-ups in the Blood Wolf Hall understood this principle. Yet they chose the most violent and expedient means of exploiting the mortals and weaker cultivators. The upper echelons of the Blood Wolf Hall, towns and villages were mere wild folk. Only the mortals within the cities received a modicum of attention and protection from the Blood Wolf Hall. Chapter 61. Mining Operations and Transporting the Ore. Thank you, Senior Lin. Thank you, Master Lin. Upon hearing Lin Xia's command to return home, the mortals and cultivators of Qingchuan town prostrated themselves before him, offering their reverence. Without Lin Xia's timely intervention, they would have either perished under the oppression of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators or succumbed to exhaustion in the mines. Senior Lin's grace will be eternally remembered by the Wu family. The ancestor of the Wu family knelt, gazing at Lin Xia with profound gratitude. He had prepared to sacrifice his own life to secure a chance for his descendants, yet, unexpectedly, hope had not been extinguished. Lin Xia's arrival not only granted him a few more years of life, but also preserved the majority of the Wu family's kin.as for Lin Xia's breakthrough to the spirit-nurturing realm. The Wu family ancestor felt a twinge of shock but did not dwell on it. The losses endured by the Wu family were catastrophic, leaving him no room for further contemplation. Due to the Blood Wolf Hall's incursion, the number of mortals from Qingchuan town who perished from torment and exhaustion likely exceeded 10,000. Most of those who died in the mines were the elderly, weak, women, and children. After the mortals and several cultivators from Qingchuan town had departed, Lin Xie began assigning mining tasks to the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Over the past month, a considerable quantity of ore had already been extracted from this silver mine. However, as the ore had yet to be refined into silver, it had not been transported back to the Blood Wolf Hall. Do not even think about slacking off. Within 2 months at most, I expect to see all the ore extracted. Otherwise, you shall find your continued existence rendered meaningless. Lin Xie surveyed the dozen or so cultivators from the Blood Wolf Hall, his voice laced with an ominous threat. Previously, these cultivators had employed similar intimidation tactics against the mortals of Qingchuan town. The efficiency of cultivators in mining was several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of times greater than that of mortals. Although there were only a handful of Blood Wolf Hall cultivators here, their mining efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of the 20 or 30,000 mortals from Qingchuan town. Yet, despite their formidable abilities, completing the mining operations within 2 months would still pose a challenge. Under Lin Xie's oppressive gaze, these enslaved cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall dared not voice their resentment. Though filled with bitterness, they chose to silently accept their fate. This group of Blood Wolf Hall cultivators was nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Unlike the esteemed sects such as the Falling Sunset sect, which maintained strict age and qualification requirements for membership, the Blood Wolf Hall admitted any cultivator without restriction. Furthermore, their methods were scarcely distinguishable from those of a nefarious cult. Were it not for the presence of the Blood Wolf Hall Master, a late-stage spirit-nurturing cultivator, along with the entangled relationships of the Scarlet Lady and various stewards of the Falling Sunset sect, the Blood Wolf Hall would have long since faced retribution. The cultivators who joined the Blood Wolf Hall were a motley assortment, including those practicing forbidden arts. The Blood Wolf Hall Master was acutely aware of this, yet his strategy was to first expand the scale of their influence. And only once the Blood Wolf Hall appeared sufficiently powerful would he commence reforms. While this developmental approach had its drawbacks, it was not without merit, at the very least, in terms of numbers. The Blood Wolf Hall could still be considered a significant power. However, the cultivators within lacked any sense of belonging, faith, or cohesion towards the Blood Wolf Hall. If Lin Xie were to compel the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect into servitude, not only would they resist, but most would fight with all their might. The saying, "In what kind of environment, the kind of cultivators will arise," though not absolute, holds considerable truth. As the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators shouldered their picks and entered the mine, Lin Xie sat cross-legged around the mine, choosing not to return to Zichuan City just yet. He was not concerned about the possibility of these Blood Wolf Hall cultivators slacking off or attempting to escape. With the mark of servitude inscribed upon them, they could stir no waves. Unless a Foundation establishment cultivator intervened, it would be akin to a fool's errand to think of breaking the mark. Foundation establishment cultivators? Not only were they scarce within 1,000 miles, but even throughout the entire Huai Mountain Prefecture, their numbers were limited. While the Falling Sunset sect surely had Foundation establishment cultivators, the 8 prominent families within Huai Mountain Prefecture also possessed 1 or 2 Foundation establishment ancestors. Aside from these 9 factions, there were nearly no Foundation establishment cultivators to be found in Huai Mountain Prefecture. After all, the spiritual veins and celestial mountains capable of supporting Foundation establishment cultivation were all under the control of these 9 powers. In other regions, even those with talent and potential would find it exceedingly difficult to break through to Foundation establishment. As for rogue cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, unless they were those who had abandoned the path of immortality and ceased their cultivation, they would not choose to reside in areas deficient in spiritual energy. Days passed, and after 2 or 3 days, Lin Chang'e, leading numerous armored guards and servants, hastily arrived at the vicinity of the silver mine. Upon spotting Lin Xie meditating in the snow, the guards and servants of the Lin family bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Ancestor. There's no need for formalities." Lin Xie slightly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Lin Chang'e. The reason he had instructed Lin Chang'e to mobilize most of the family's resources to the silver mine was to facilitate the transportation of the ore. The route from Qingchuan town to Zichuan City was fraught with mountains, forests, swamps, and caves. In these treacherous terrains, bandits lurked, and fierce beasts roamed, making the transport of silver ore vulnerable to ambushes. Mobilizing the entire family would not only ensure the swift delivery of all silver ore back to Sichuan City, but also provide an opportunity to eradicate bandits and slay ferocious beasts. Despite the Lin family's efforts over the past 6 months to construct roads and bridges, many areas within their dominion remained beyond their complete control. This was due to the chaos wrought by bandits and the predations of ferocious beasts. The task of mining the silver vein was already underway with the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators in charge. How to transport and refine the ore is now entrusted to you. As Lin Xie spoke in the stillness of the night. He channeled his mystical powers, evaporating all the accumulated snow upon him. Subsequently, Lin Xie planned to return to Sichuan City, intending to utilize the Jinxian treasure mirror to enhance and fortify all the resources he had gleaned from Lady Hongfen and Yangzi. Moreover, from the 30-odd cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xie had also amassed a considerable collection of spirit stone fragments, materials, and medicinal herbs. If he could upgrade and fortify all these resources, and then make effective use of them, it might propel him forward, allowing him to ascend directly to the mid-stage of the spirit cultivation realm. After issuing instructions to Lin Chang'e and the others, Lin Xie stepped upon the 3 talismans array flag, swiftly soaring into the sky amidst the radiance of dawn. Qingchuan town lay several hundred li from Sichuan City, characterized by towering mountains and marshy terrain. Even a cultivator at the refining stage, exerting themselves to the utmost, would require 1 or 2 hours to traverse the distance back to Sichuan City. However, having broken through to the spirit cultivation realm, and possessing a fleeting ability to fly with a spiritual tool, Lin Xie returned to Sichuan City in less than 15 minutes. Touching down in his courtyard, Lin Xie produced a solidifying yuan pill and consumed it immediately. While flying with a spiritual tool was rapid and capable of disregarding any terrain, it exacted a substantial toll on his mystical energy. Without relying on any medicinal pills or spirit stones, he could only maintain flight for about 15 minutes before exhausting his powers. Henceforth, unless in urgent circumstances, he would strive to refrain from using his flying ability. Settling down in the courtyard, Lin Xie casually retrieved a fragment of a spirit stone and activated the incomplete foundation establishment level gathering array within the courtyard. The moment the array was triggered, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow gently towards Lin Xie's residence. As he absorbed the spiritual energy, he laid out various resources he had collected. From his skirmish against the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xie had acquired 400 fragments of spirit stones and 5 lower-grade spirit stones. Additionally, he had garnered numerous miscellaneous techniques, amounting to several dozen in total. The materials included 2 pieces of refined iron stone weighing over 50 pounds each, as well as a pea-sized heart of refined iron stone. As for medicinal herbs, not a single one could be found on the bodies of those Blood Wolf Hall cultivators. Typically, cultivators seldom purchase medicinal herbs. For ordinary cultivators, medicinal herbs are not only costly, but their direct consumption yields lackluster effects. For the same price, it is far more advantageous to procure refined pills. Among the spirit tools of the spirit cultivation level, Lin Xie had seized 5 pieces. 4 of these were lower-grade spirit cultivation level spiritual tools, with only Lady Hongfen's life-bound artifact, the soul refining banner, being of relatively higher quality. However, the power of the soul refining banner was not as formidable as one might expect. Moreover, the elements of fire and lightning could easily suppress the strength of the soul refining banner, just as Lin Xie had previously employed the fireball technique to effortlessly knock the soul refining banner down. Regarding the soul refining banner, Lin Xie did not even consider enhancing it with the Jinxian treasure mirror. This item could merely be retained for the time being, until he could sell it or bestow it upon a future descendant of his clan possessing spiritual roots for their protection. In addition to various spiritual tools, spirit stones, and materials, Lin Xie had also procured a considerable number of medicinal pills from the cultivators of Blood Wolf Hall. However, most of these pills were low-grade, such as essence refining pills, which would not contribute to his cultivation even if consumed. While the Jinxian treasure mirror could enhance the quality of pills, it was quite challenging to elevate their tier. Of course, it was not entirely impossible to raise the tier of pills, but doing so consumed resources that were simply not worth the expenditure. Enhancing the quality of a low-grade pill only required mundane gold and silver. However, To elevate a pill from body refinement level to spirit cultivation level, the cost would be exorbitantly high. For these low-grade cultivation resources, Lin Xia only intended to use mundane gold and silver for a casual enhancement before storing them away for future use in training his clan members. The cultivation resources from the body refinement stage cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall, aside from the spirit stone fragments, were mostly of no use to Lin Xia. Fortunately, he had obtained a plethora of valuable items from Lady Hongfen and Yangzi. Although both Lady Hongfen and Yangzi were relatively impoverished among spirit cultivators, they had nonetheless spent a century cultivating, and thus possessed some modest savings. After expending the better part of 2 to 3 days restoring his mystical energy to its peak, Lin Xia took out the Jinxian treasure mirror and upgraded and fortified all the useful resources. With the various resources in hand, Lin Xia did not immediately commence his cultivation. Instead, he retrieved a pen and a roll of rice paper, beginning to compile an encyclopedia for the Lin family. Sichuan City, spanning 1,000 li, may not be fertile plains, yet with sufficiently advanced production methods, it could potentially sustain millions. However, the total population within the vicinity of Sichuan City, including all villages and towns, scarcely reached 3 million. Lin Xia had previously perused the topographical maps surrounding Sichuan City. Within the 1,000 li territory, approximately 400 li was suitable for grain production and habitation by mortals. The remaining areas were predominantly marshes and cliffs. Even if a foundation establishment cultivator intervened, transforming those inhospitable regions into habitable land would prove exceedingly difficult. It seemed that reclaiming the outermost 500 li of Sichuan City's influence was still insufficient. The Blood Wolf Hall must be eradicated. As Lin Xia fervently penned his thoughts, he meticulously organized various planting techniques, methods for selecting and improving crop seeds, and the construction of irrigation projects, all while scheming to completely supplant the Blood Wolf Hall and elevate the Lin family to become the new overlord of a territory spanning 10,000 li. As long as he could seize control of a territory of 10,000 li, the Lin family would not need to rush into further expansion for the time being. The habitable regions surrounding Sichuan City spanned approximately 5,000 li, with a total population ranging from 30 to 40 million. The root cause of the sparse population within such vast lands stemmed primarily from the harsh living conditions. Many areas were plagued by ferocious beasts and treacherous terrain, rendering them uninhabitable for mortals. Additionally, the backward state of productivity contributed to this scarcity. In the realms controlled by major sects and powerful families, not only were there various spirit veins, but even the lands where mortals resided were fertile. Furthermore, those great powers had the capacity to provide mortals with more advanced production methods. For instance, the tens of thousands of li surrounding the Luoxia sect were not only free from the threat of demonic beasts and sinister cultivators, but also shielded from natural disasters. In the event of a severe drought, Foundation establishment cultivators would intervene to summon rain directly. All storms and calamities would be managed by the elite of the sect, mortals living under the protection of these great powers, while still subjected to oppression, found their lives seldom threatened. In contrast, mortals residing in the vicinity of Sichuan City were devoid of strong cultivator protection, facing the dual threats of natural disasters and ferocious beasts. While life was somewhat better for those within the city and towns, the mortality rate among villagers was exceedingly high. After nearly 2 to 3 days of writing, Lin Xia gradually set down his pen. At this moment, he had completed a substantial encyclopedia. If the contents of this encyclopedia could be successfully implemented, the mortal population surrounding Sichuan City could potentially multiply tenfold. The greater the population, the more resources could be produced. While ample supplies of grain, mundane gold, and silver might hold little significance for ordinary cultivators, for Lin Xia, who possessed the Jinxian treasure mirror, every resource had its value. After compiling the encyclopedia, Lin Xia summoned an elder from the clan, instructing him to deliver the tome to Lin Changge in distant Qingchuan town. The dissemination of this encyclopedia would, of course, be the responsibility of Lin Changge, the clan leader. As the ancestral figure, Lin Xia would refrain from meddling in such minutiae. Having arranged everything, Lin Xia settled into the gathering array to officially commence his cultivation. He aimed to swiftly break through to the mid-stage of spirit cultivation. Upon achieving this breakthrough, the mystical energy within him, along with his divine sense, would experience significant augmentation. The retaliation from the Blood Wolf Hall would inevitably ensue. Although he possessed 2-5 Thunder Talisman treasures, augmenting his strength further would provide him with greater composure in the face of impending crises. According to Shen Yangzi, the master of the Blood Wolf Hall was currently in seclusion, having obtained a spirit cultivation level breaking through pill. The probability of the Blood Wolf Hall master achieving the full completion of spirit cultivation was at least 90%. Once the master emerged from his retreat, empowered by the full completion of spirit cultivation, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the Lin family. However, it was precisely because the master of the Blood Wolf Hall was striving for this breakthrough that he would remain in seclusion for the foreseeable future. Transitioning from the late stage of spirit cultivation to full completion, if all went smoothly, could take 1 to 6 months, or even longer if faced with difficulties. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Xia immediately entered a meditative state, gradually absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, attempting to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage of spirit cultivation. As winter faded and summer approached, the seasonal transitions in Huai Mountain County were notably unstable. When Lin Xie returned to the Lin family, it was still deep autumn, yet it took a full 6 months to transition into the harsh winter. Just 2 months after the winter ended, before spring had even graced the land, the weather turned unusually hot, plunging directly into the sweltering heat of summer. The sun blazed like a great demon. Suspended in the vast sky above, the inhabitants of Huai Mountain County had believed that, at most, rain would arrive within half a month or a month, bringing with it a gradual cooling of the weather. Yet, for months have passed, and the heat has only intensified. Rivers have run dry, revealing their beds. Lakes have transformed into arid plains, and the water levels in wells continue to plummet. Outside of Qingchuan town, the silver veins have been nearly depleted, yet transportation efforts persist. Given the critical importance of silver, or to the Lin family, Lin Changge has relocated his office directly into the mining site. The clan leader has noted that it has been 4 to 5 months without rain and fears that a severe drought is imminent. The crops surrounding Sichuan City have mostly withered. The city itself can barely sustain itself on its grain reserves. Nearby towns and villages are facing dire food shortages. Due to the drought, the ferocious beasts and wildlife in the mountains have largely perished. And the flora is also dying. If preparations are not made in advance, chaos is likely to ensue. I have heard that in the territory of the Su family, there are already reports of people resorting to cannibalism. Within Lin Changge's underground office, an elderly man, leaning on a cane and nearly toothless, squinted in concern as he spoke. The elder, aged 73, could be considered quite advanced in years even within the relatively comfortable Lin household. In this world, despite the existence of immortal paths, miraculous medicines that can bring one back to life, and various celestial delicacies, such treasures are the sole privilege of the powerful. For commoners, reaching the age of 70 remains an arduous struggle. Even those born into families of some fortune, who possess a certain standing, may succumb to illness at birth and die immediately. During childhood, they are still vulnerable to a host of diseases and injuries. Only by surviving to adulthood, without suffering severe injuries or unforeseen mishaps, can they hope to live into their 40s or 50s. After 50, the frailty of the body makes one susceptible to ailments, often leading to untimely demise. Elixirs? Miraculous medicines? How many commoners are fortunate enough to partake? Only those living in the county cities of Jin or near powerful factions enjoy relatively better conditions. As for those born in towns and villages, merely reaching adulthood is a tremendous stroke of luck. What relation do the vast and magnificent realms of the immortal cultivation world have with the plight of mere mortals? Oh dear, uncle, at your age, you ought not to be wandering about. The journey from Sichuan City to here spans hundreds of miles. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to our kin? Seeing the hunchbacked elder leaning on his cane, Lin Changge hastily set aside his tasks and rushed forward to assist him. However, the elder waved his hand and continued, I am in good health. You needn't worry that I am here to discuss the drought. If this situation continues, my Lin family will face severe repercussions. Starving commoners are capable of anything. Our territory now encompasses several million people. The elder's tone grew increasingly agitated. If millions of commoners were to rise in revolt, even if the spirit cultivators intervened to quell them, It would take an eternity to subdue them. Moreover, should the Lin family dare to slaughter millions of commoners en masse, the Falling Sunset sect would undoubtedly retaliate against the Lin family. While the Falling Sunset sect may not offer assistance to the starving or the rioters, should the Lin family attempt to suppress a large-scale uprising in the name of promoting righteousness, the sect would be the first to annihilate the Lin family. Alas, uncle, I am already devising a solution. I have instructed our kin to procure sufficient grain within the territories of the Sioux, Song, and Yu families. Next, I plan to expand Sichuan City and relocate all the commoners from the surrounding villages and towns into it. This way, we can manage and assist them more conveniently, while creating a vacuum in our Lin family's extensive territory. Even if commoners from other areas, driven by hunger, find themselves desperate, most will perish before they can approach Sichuan City. Lin Chang'e stated calmly. Tio consider the well-being of the commoners within their domain. The Lin family has already shown considerable benevolence and effort, as for the commoners beyond 1,000 miles from Sichuan City. Even if the heavens were to turn upside down, Lin Chang'e would not concern himself. Rest assured, the elder replied. However, this drought may merely be the prelude to chaos across Huai Mountain County and even the entirety of the Great Jin. You must prepare early. The elder turned again to Lin Chang'e. He had personally experienced a drought in his youth that spanned tens of thousands of miles. This time, the entire Huai Mountain County, and even the entire Jin, was affected. When no absolute power governs order after a great calamity, it often heralds the onset of even greater upheaval. Chapter 64. Lin Yaoyang, the outlaw. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Chang'e felt a wave of frustration. Should chaos erupt across the entire Jin, the Lin family would inevitably be caught in the turmoil. Uncle, you should return and rest. I will handle the affairs of the family. Lin Chang'e assisted the elder, carefully escorting him out of the mine. As Lin Chang'e grappled with a multitude of pressing issues on the outskirts of Huai Mountain County, in a vast wasteland stretching for tens of thousands of miles, Lin Yaoyang, who had been away from his family for half a year, had undergone a complete transformation. His face was adorned with stubble, and he wore tattered armor, standing among several hundred maimed soldiers. Boss, we can barely last another day without food. The drought has ravaged not only Huai Mountain County but also the surrounding regions, turning them into barren land. A young man from the Lin family, his bronze skin marred by scars, expressed deep concern. Should supplies run out, their hard-won Yellow Heaven stronghold would surely disband. After leaving his family, Lin Yaoyang had ventured forth with his followers and peers, initially facing hardships yet managing to survive. However, since the onset of the drought, as vegetation withered and water sources dried up, Lin Yaoyang's group had faced increasing despair. Once, relying on his martial skills and foresight, he had established a band of nearly 20,000 outlaws on the fringes of Huai Mountain County. He had planned to gradually gather followers while seeking methods for mortal beings without spiritual roots to embark on the path of cultivation. Alas, it seemed fortune did not favor him. Just as his stronghold began to flourish, the drought struck. He had led his band of Green Forest heroes in flight for a full 10 days. The original base of Yellow Heaven's stronghold had long since run dry of well water, rendering it incapable of producing crops. Those villages under the protection of Yellow Heaven's stronghold had mostly succumbed to hunger or thirst, while others had already joined the ranks of refugees, seeking survival in larger cities. The many Green Forest heroes who had followed Lin Yaoyang had dwindled to merely a few hundred. Lin Yaoyang had contemplated returning to his family to seek refuge, yet the distance to Sichuan City was no less than several 100,000 miles. It is worth noting that Lin Yaoyang and his peers had ventured to the outskirts of Huai Mountain County due to a shared fateful encounter. Initially, they had inadvertently activated a teleportation array left behind by a great cultivator, allowing them to arrive here in the blink of an eye, albeit as mere mortals. In the beginning, Lin Yaoyang and his companions had regarded this as a fortuitous omen, believing it to signify a prosperous journey ahead. Reflecting on it now, however, they realized it had been a harbinger of misfortune. Had their family not been so distant, even amidst the drought, they would have had a place to return. Now, Lin Yaoyang had no choice but to forge ahead, leading the people of Yellow Heaven's stronghold onward. Although his heart was filled with anxiety, fear, and unease, he maintained an outward demeanor of optimism, confidence, and calm. Observing his kin reporting the situation to him, Lin Yaoyang forced a hearty laugh. Raising his voice to the crowd, "Have you not heard that the heavens do not completely abandon humanity? Do not panic. I, your leader, shall surely guide you out of this gloom and into brighter days. In years to come, our yellow heaven stronghold shall sweep across the entire gene, making a name for ourselves throughout the world. Should I attain noble status, all of you shall share in the riches with me. All hardships are but temporary." Lin Yaoyang wiped the dust from his face, striving to uplift the spirits of his companions with an enthusiastic tone. However, after his rousing speech, he received little response from the crowd. Lin Yaoyang understood all too well that the members of Yellow Heaven's stronghold were weary and depleted. What they needed most were food and water. It is said that even mortals, let alone spirit-concealing cultivators, cannot truly survive without sustenance. Only those in the foundation establishment stage or above can achieve true fasting. Yet, even those foundational cultivators who can forego sustenance occasionally indulge in the earthly pleasures of life. The inability to eat adequately can lead some cultivators into despair, or even madness. For mortals, abstaining from food and drink results in immediate demise. Regardless of the promises or motivational speeches, tangible benefits must ultimately materialize. Otherwise, the prestige of this chieftain is likely to be utterly diminished. Contemplating this, Lin Yaoyang unsheathed his sword and, with a single stroke, ended the life of his steed. He then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Brothers, let us feast on horse meat and take a moment to rest. I vow to lead you out of our plight and towards a new brilliance. I have traversed this land before, and 800 miles hence lies a small town named Xingtan City. Within its walls, there will surely be an abundance of meat, endless wine, and a variety of women. Brothers, hold on steadfastly. After another 800 miles, we shall undoubtedly find light amidst the darkness." Lin Yaoyang's words flowed easily, though the mention of Xingtan City was a fabrication he conjured on the spot. This desolate wasteland at the fringes of Huaishan County was bereft of resources and possessed treacherous terrain. It was utterly unfit for the establishment of a city. Most often, it was merely dotted with villages of a few thousand and mountain strongholds housing tens of thousands. His creation of Xingtan City was merely a strategy to stabilize the morale of his followers. The journey of 800 miles would take several days, and as long as they could discover other opportunities within that time frame, even if Xingtan City were a mere illusion, Lin Yaoyang's position would remain unassailable. Of course, if hope remained elusive after several days, the Huangtian stronghold would have no choice but to disband. Indeed, upon hearing the prospect of consuming horse meat and the existence of a town 800 miles away, the dispirited members of the Huangtian stronghold were suddenly invigorated. The slaughter of a horse might not satiate hundreds, but the prospect of meat was a fortune in itself. Though horse meat was not particularly palatable, for those who had been deprived of flesh for so long, it was akin to a rare treasure. Before the horse meat had even finished cooking, members of the Huangtian stronghold could no longer restrain their hunger and began to gnaw on the undercooked flesh. Lin Yaoyang's steed, a lean creature, yielded but a meager quantity of meat once skinned and stripped of bones and entrails. Within mere moments, it was devoured by the 100 hungry men of the Huangtian stronghold. After a modest repast, Lin Yaoyang produced the scant water supply he had, allowing his comrades to quench their thirst. "Brothers, let us set forth," he commanded, and as the members of the Huangtian stronghold gradually regained their spirits, the entire group resumed their journey. The mountains and forests along the way were desolate, once dominant trees now lifeless, and the ground was stripped bare by the multitude of passing animals and refugees. The few dead trees that remained stood only because the weapons of ordinary folk could not fell them. Otherwise, their bark would have been consumed as well. Some living plants had escaped due to their toxic nature. Croak, croak. The still earth was filled with the sound of creatures descending into oblivion. Yet strangely, the skies were darkened by flocks of black night crows. Their cries resembled the wails of infants, echoing like mournful dirges. Their presence added a weighty sense of dread to the already oppressive atmosphere. "Chieftain, this is an ominous sign," murmured an old mystic clad in coarse cloth, clutching a divination compass. He was the astrologer of the Huangtian stronghold. Having been recruited by Lin Yaoyang for his knowledge of celestial phenomena, Lin Yaoyang regarded the old mystic with indifference. The man often spoke in riddles, and to Lin, a mere gathering of crows could hardly be deemed a portent of doom. "If I had arrows to spare, I would shoot them down for provisions," he exclaimed, swallowing hard at the thought of meat. Any meat, after such a long time without. Beware, chieftain, my words of ill omen concern not merely the Huangtian stronghold, but the entire Jin kingdom, the old mystic cautioned. Yet Lin Yaoyang remained unimpressed. What omen? What destiny? In his eyes, such notions were non-existent. Fate was forever in his own hands. He, Lin Yaoyang, harbored no belief in such superstitions. Even the path of immortality was but a process of harnessing the forces of the universe to strengthen oneself. The ascent to immortality depended not on fate, but on the steadfastness of one's heart. Likewise, for mortals to ascend to greatness, it was not destiny that propelled them, but the audacity to embrace the cosmos. "To hell with these ghostly whispers," he declared. Were he to heed such nonsense, he would have long since surrendered to a life of ease within his family, rather than endure the hardships of the world. While dismissive, Lin Yaoyang recognized the old mystic's understanding of celestial signs and his value in predicting the weather. Thus, he maintained a semblance of respect. With a smile, he inquired, "Oh, pray, elaborate, dear sir?" In response to Lin Yaoyang's demeanor and underlying thoughts, the old mystic appeared unfazed. He gazed at the sky, speaking as if to himself, "This great drought stretches across countless miles. Beasts and men alike, flora and rivers, are all on the brink of annihilation. Yet, a multitude of night crows congregate. This is a celestial anomaly. When a nation's fortunes wane, strange occurrences arise. The royal family of Jin is nearing its end." At the initial remarks of the old mystic, Lin Yaoyang feigned interest, but upon hearing the claim of the Jin dynasty's impending doom, his spirits lifted. The downfall of the Jin? This is no ill omen. It is a tremendous opportunity, he mused, recalling the saying that fortune is cyclical and power shifts with the tides. Should the Jin dynasty falter, it would herald a change of regime. Excellent, excellent. When the circumstances favor my ambitions, I shall seize the throne, Lin Yaoyang declared, his aspirations laid bare before the heavens. In that moment, his inner desires erupted forth. He yearned for the imperial seat, to elevate the Lin family to royalty. Even if he was presently weak and in a lowly position, the fervor of his ambition could not be extinguished by any setback or circumstance. "Chieftain, temper your words," cautioned the old mystic, alarmed by Lin Yaoyang's fervor. While it was true that the Jin dynasty's fortunes were dwindling, its rule had not yet collapsed entirely, at least within the 3 provinces and 72 counties. All factions nominally remained subjects of the Jin. Lin Yaoyang's declarations bordered on treasonous. Were it not for the isolation of these wild mountains, such words would surely evoke a violent backlash. What is there to fear? Lin Yaoyang dismissed, observing the old mystic's timorous demeanor. Meanwhile, outside Sichuan City, numerous craftsmen had commenced the construction of buildings. Daily, a steady stream of supplies and common folk flowed into Sichuan City. The population of the city had expanded from over 100,000 to 300,000. Fortuitously, the Lin family had acquired a silver vein, granting them vast wealth, and with the presence of the venerable Lin Shiya, the city had thus far avoided chaos despite its rapid growth. Nonetheless, various security issues arose daily. In response, a younger member of the Lin family, Lin Yaoda, proposed a decisive course of action. To execute without mercy all who incited disorder, regardless of the severity of their crimes, in times of turmoil, one must wield heavy-handed justice, establish absolute order through unyielding force. Lin Yaoda, akin in generation to Lin Yaoyang, had begun to display leadership qualities after enduring bloodshed and loss. Even Lin Chang'e contemplated grooming him as the next clan leader. Let us heed Yaoda's counsel. In chaotic times, stringent measures are requisite. In response to Lin Yaoda's proposal, Lin Chang'e expressed his support. The elder members of the Lin family nodded in agreement. In times of turmoil, any attempt at conciliatory strategies would only incite greater chaos. Yaoda, you shall handle this matter. This token is entrusted to you. With it in your possession, you can mobilize 5,000 elite armored guards from the Lin family. It is imperative to stabilize the order swiftly. Do not let me down, Lin Chang'e stated once more, his tone unyielding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoda, dressed in a simple robe and of modest stature, nodded slightly before accepting the token from Lin Chang'e's hand and departing without delay. The 5,000 well-trained, armored elite guards could easily suppress even 100,000 rebellious commoners. If 5,000 armored men cannot resolve the disorder in Sichuan City, then Lin Yaoda would surely be unfit to be a candidate for the new clan leader. Lin Chang'e, nearing 60 years of age, felt his vitality waning. In managing various affairs, he often sensed a weariness and a sense of inadequacy. He was acutely aware that he had cultivated a successor. Even though he, as the patriarch of the Lin family, enjoyed the finest meals and had physicians assisting him in maintaining his health, he could at most live another 10 or 20 years. It is said that the rarity of mortals reaching 70 has been a truth since time immemorial. Even with the longevity elixirs bestowed by his ancestors, Lin Chang'e had no desire to continue in the role of patriarch. He had been groomed for this position since the age of 15, formally taking on the mantle at 35. In ordinary circumstances, the position of patriarch within the Lin family undergoes a transition every 15 to 20 years. And it is not hereditary but rather contested. In theory, all members of the younger generation are eligible to vie for the title. However, most are eliminated during the first round of selection, and many express no interest in the position at all. While becoming patriarch may appear to confer absolute power, in reality, it often demands a lifetime of dedication to the family. Since becoming a candidate for patriarch at 15, Lin Chang'e had never truly rested, laboring daily over family matters. Under his stewardship, the Lin family had evolved from a small logging town into the dominant force within a 1,000-mile radius of Sichuan City, bolstered by the presence of an elder of the spirit realm and a substantial silver mine. It could be said that the Lin family had achieved a remarkable rise during his tenure. His mission was now largely accomplished. Very well, the silver mine here has also been adequately managed. Let us return to Sichuan City, Lin Chang'e declared, gathering a stack of sheepskin scrolls and parchment books, addressing the senior members of the Lin family beside him. Meanwhile, within Sichuan City, outside a modest wooden house, a man in his 20s crouched on the ground, his face etched with anxiety. Uncle Lin, you need not worry too much. With Granny Zhou and Dr. Lu present, everything will proceed smoothly and safely. A girl of 17 or 18 years continuously reassured him. The man, upon hearing her words, offered no response. Inside the wooden house, his wife was in labor. In this realm, the peril of childbirth for most mortals is akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. The reason for the scarcity of women within the Lin family and the vast expanse of Sichuan City is due to the numerous risks associated with childbirth. Even in families of moderate wealth, hiring a physician or midwife hardly alleviates the dangers. Only if a practitioner well-versed in pharmacology and trained in wood element techniques stands guard can one be assured of a problem-free delivery. Unfortunately, the cultivation of wood element techniques is exceedingly difficult. Aside from a few masters of alchemy and those above the foundation establishment stage, few practitioners pursue the way of wood. Of course, having a practitioner of foundation establishment or higher present can also safeguard the safety of mortals with their immense spiritual power. Wow! Just as the man was feeling restless, a clear, piercing cry suddenly erupted from within the wooden house. At the moment the wail fell, a refreshing breeze swept around the house, carrying with it the essence of nature and creating a wondrous scene. It's a boy. Mother and child are safe. You may enter now. Father of the child, Granny Zhou, the midwife, gently announced as the infant's cries subsided. Immediately following, Dr. Lu, who bore a medicine box and had vacant eyes, emerged from the wooden house. This Dr. Lu, blind since childhood, had received guidance from a wandering sorcerer, which greatly enhanced his medical skills, making him a renowned physician within a 1,000-mile radius of Sichuan City. It was he who participated when the Zhao family patriarch used a practitioner to refine a life elixir. The man had expended all his savings and borrowed numerous coins from friends and family to engage the services of Dr. Lu. Leaning on his cane, Dr. Lu approached the man, producing a prescription from his robes, and spoke in a calm tone. Your wife's delivery was smooth and without major complications, though she has lost some vitality. Follow this prescription for herbal remedies, brewing the concoction morning and evening. Within a month at most, your wife's health will be restored. Furthermore, although I am not a cultivator and cannot perceive the world's phenomena clearly, I sense something unusual just now. Your child may possess a spiritual root. With guidance, they could embark on the path to immortality. With that, Dr. Liu took his leave, supported by a vibrantly colored rooster that guided him away. That Dr. Liu is certainly an eccentric, the young woman mused, watching his retreating figure, though she quickly regained her focus. Just now, he mentioned spiritual roots and the path to immortality. However, the man dismissed Dr. Liu's words. Sometimes, even among thousands, it is rare for a child to possess a spiritual root. He did not believe his child could be so fortunate. Moreover, although Dr. Liu was exceptionally skilled, he was ultimately just a mortal. How could a mortal discern whether his child possessed a spiritual root? Uncle Lin, why not report to the family and use the testing stone to verify? The girl proposed. The testing stone is a unique stone capable of sensing whether a mortal possesses a spiritual root. Most cultivation families have a testing stone, as it is not uncommon within the cultivation realm. Typically, a fragment of a spirit stone can be purchased. The Lin family usually conducts spiritual root tests for newborns at specific times each year. Generally, testing at the age of 3 yields the most accurate results, just like Lin Xia, who was only tested at the age of 3. Chapter 67. Escalating crisis, mournful cries abound. We can discuss that later. I will check on your aunt first. The man nodded in agreement with the girl's suggestion. Within the Lin family, when a child is born, there is often an opportunity to apply for the use of the testing stone in advance. As he spoke, the man entered the wooden house. Seeing the pale-faced woman resting on the bed, concern washed over the man's face. Fortunately, Lin Xia had previously announced a decree that families expecting a child would receive certain rewards, and those who successfully delivered would receive a substantial sum for their care. Thus, even though he had exhausted his savings, the man remained untroubled. This was one of the benefits of being part of a family. If his child truly possessed a spiritual root, even if it were merely a false spiritual root, there would still be opportunities to follow the ancestor in cultivation. You've endured much. Please rest well, the man murmured. Not skilled with words. Though his heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of parenthood and concern for his wife's health, only a few brief words escaped his lips. 5 days later, within the serene and quaint courtyard at the core of the Lin family in Sichuan City, Lin Xia concluded his meditation. Finally, I have succeeded. I have reached the mid-stage of spirit nurturing, haha. Lin Xia could not help but let out a hearty laugh, filled with the glee of his achievement. After months of arduous cultivation and the accumulation of resources, he had barely managed to break through to the mid-stage of spirit nurturing. During this time, he had also managed to cultivate the first volume of the breath-holding technique to an entry-level standard. Once mastered, the breath-holding technique allows Lin Xia to conceal his true state, making it difficult for even early-stage foundation establishment practitioners to discern his true capabilities. With this technique, Lin Xia could not only hide his cultivation level but also, when necessary, create an air of mystery that would leave opponents guessing. Whether it be acting weak to deceive the strong or pretending to be a simpleton, this technique was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure. Should resources permit in the future, perhaps he could use the immortal identification mirror to further enhance the breath-holding technique. If enough enhancements were made, it might even enable him to navigate through calamities and tribulations unnoticed. Roaring with excitement, Lin Xia pushed open the wooden gate of the courtyard, his spirits soaring as he contemplated these possibilities. At that moment, the family cat, a black, mountain-sized creature, rushed over to him, eager to show affection. Having remembered Lin Xia's assistance in enhancing its own qualities, with its newfound abilities, it had dramatically increased its cultivation speed, reaching the early stage of body refinement despite the scarcity of resources. However, after indulging in a moment of affection, Heishan suddenly recalled something. It hurriedly retrieved a jade slip from the corner and pushed it toward Lin Xia's feet with its paw. The surface of the jade slip was enveloped in a faint aura, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a series of runes flickering within. Clearly, the jade slip was an artifact of a cultivator. This very slip had been returned by Shenyangzi, since Lin Xie was still in seclusion and could not linger in the Lin family for long. He had no choice but to entrust the jade slip to Heishan for safekeeping. Upon picking up the jade slip, Lin Xie gradually infused his spiritual consciousness into it. In an instant, fragments of text manifested in his mind. The writings contained within the jade slip were unremarkable, merely some messages left by Shen Yangzi. However, upon reaching the end, Lin Xie's brow furrowed slightly. This was because Shen Yangzi had mentioned that the Blood Wolf Lord had successfully broken through Tianling perfected and, upon learning of the events in Qingchuan town, was extremely enraged. Within 2 to 3 months, after consolidating his cultivation, he intended to descend upon Zichuan City and personally annihilate the Lin family. The jade slip contained the date when Shen Yangzi had sent the message. It had already been 2 months since Shen Yangzi had informed the Lin family. This meant that the Blood Wolf Lord could strike at any moment. However, Lin Xie was not overly concerned about the Blood Wolf Lord who had broken through Tianling perfected. Once the Blood Wolf Lord was eliminated, the Lin family would have a solid foundation in Huai Mountain County. Just as Lin Xie was about to step out into the city to observe the developments of Zichuan City over the past half-year, a figure suddenly rushed toward him from a distance. Ancestor. Great news, great news. Our clan has welcomed a baby with true spiritual roots. The figure was none other than Lin Changge. Upon mentioning true spiritual roots, the joy on his face was palpable. A baby with true spiritual roots could join Luoxia sect without the need for an ascension order, and potentially become an inner disciple or even a core disciple. If they could break through to the Yunling realm within Luoxia sect, there was hope of apprenticing under a foundational cultivator. At that time, the influence of the Lin family in Huai Mountain County would undoubtedly increase. If they could truly break through to the Yunling realm and take a foundational cultivator of Luoxia sect as their master, the Lin family would garner respect even from the 8 great families of Huai Mountain County, let alone the Blood Wolf Lord. Has a descendant with spiritual roots finally been born? It seems that encouraging procreation is indeed beneficial. Pass down my command to continue enhancing the procreation rewards. As for that child, bring me to see them. A smile surfaced on Lin Xie's face. After a century, the Lin family had finally welcomed a descendant with spiritual roots. Hearing the words of his ancestor, Lin Changge was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression turned somewhat troubled. A great disaster loomed. Zichuan City had undergone 2 rounds of expansion, and although the Lin family possessed numerous silver mines, they could no longer procure food. If procreation were to be further encouraged, the Lin family would undoubtedly struggle to sustain itself. Upon realizing this, Lin Changge slightly cupped his hands and reported to Lin Xie the events of the past 6 months. After listening, Lin Xie's expression remained calm. In the history of the Jin Kingdom, calamities occurred on average every 300 years, as if the heavens had deliberately arranged them to correspond with the tribulations faced by cultivators. During the strong reign of the Jin royal family, they could swiftly dispatch cultivators to suppress disasters. Thus, over the past millennium, even during droughts and floods, ordinary mortals did not feel despair or terror. However, in the past 400 years, the Jin royal family had been on a continuous decline. Even the Jin emperor's fate was uncertain. The current Jin royal family lacked the capacity to address various calamities. Although major factions had the ability to resolve these issues, they either turned a blind eye, focusing solely on their own territories, or were embroiled in conflicts with other factions, leaving them no time to care for the plight of mortals. Should this great disaster worsen, not only ordinary mortals but even low-level cultivators engaged in body refinement would be at risk. One could only hope that this catastrophe would pass swiftly. Lin Changge spoke again. The situation in Zichuan City was far from optimistic. The reason the order in Zichuan City had not collapsed was that the Lin family still had reserves of food and water, and had assembled a formidable armored guard. Any who sought to take advantage of the disaster were ruthlessly suppressed by the Lin family's iron fist. Chapter 68. Peace year after year, safety and security, yet the issue was that the Lin family's food and water were depleting rapidly. At this critical juncture, the Lin family would have to begin limiting their population. Encouraging procreation could not entail the slaughter of all the surplus mortals in Zichuan City. It would be acceptable to eliminate a small number of rebels. As no one could contest that, however, if sufficient justification were not provided, and if the number of slain mortals exceeded 100,000, various renowned sects and moral exemplars might come to seek retribution against the Lin family. Ancestor, if the great disaster persists, our Lin family can at most allow a few tens of thousands of newborns, Lin Chang'e stated, a glint of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. The consumption of food and water must be controlled. To raise a few tens of thousands of clan members, some mortals would need to disappear. Having reached this position today, Lin Chang'e was devoid of notions of good and evil. He only weighed the pros and cons. Presently, Sichuan City had a population nearing 2 million. After 2 rounds of expansion, it had formed a core city, inner city, and outer city. The core city was the Lin family stronghold. The inner city housed the armor guards and family servants. The outer city was a gathering place for ordinary people and smaller cultivator families. Erasing a few tens of thousands of mortals to allow the clan to continue expanding its population was the only solution Lin Chang'e could conceive during this year of disaster. Making a few tens of thousands disappear was a simple task. One merely needed to orchestrate some accidents. Such disappearances would not attract excessive attention from forces like Luoxia sect. It was best to proceed cautiously with the family's procreation initiatives. Ultimately, Lin Xie waved his hand, dismissing Lin Chang'e's plan. Deep within, he still harbored a flicker of humanity, however faint. After all, these were tens of thousands of ordinary mortals. If the benefit to the family was substantial enough, then slaughtering them could be permissible. After all, the essence of survival and development was a matter of life and death. However, birthing several tens of thousands of infants would only yield a few descendants with spiritual roots for the Lin family. Once the year of disaster passed and everything returned to normal, encouraging procreation would have minimal impact. The Ancestor is benevolent and righteous. The Ancestor is wise. After his proposal was rejected, Lin Chang'e did not feel disheartened. In his heart, while the interests of the family were paramount, he was not a tyrant, and he would not coldly slay several tens of thousands of ordinary mortals. Those mortals were neither enemies of the Lin family nor had they ever wronged them. To kill them merely to conserve food and water, thereby increasing the birth rate of infants during a year of disaster, seemed absurd and bizarre. The Lin family, after all, was a righteous sect and required a measure of reputation and face. Ancestor, please follow me. The child is in the testing pavilion. Lin Chang'e, with a face full of respect, led Lin Xie through a series of stone pathways, finally arriving at a grand and imposing pavilion. This pavilion was the newly constructed testing pavilion of the Lin family, capable of accommodating thousands of people simultaneously. At this moment, numerous high-ranking members of the Lin family and onlookers had already gathered within the pavilion. A child with true spiritual roots in Huai Mountain County, though not heralded as a genius, still possessed commendable qualifications. After all, even Luoxia sect found it challenging to recruit a mysterious grade spiritual root within a decade, as for Earth grade spiritual roots. They were even rarer, appearing only once every 100 years in Huai Mountain County. The disparity between Earth grade spiritual roots and mysterious grade spiritual roots was even greater than that between mysterious grade spiritual roots and pseudo-spiritual roots. Possessing an Earth grade spiritual root almost guaranteed success in foundational establishment, provided one did not meet an untimely demise along the way. With a bit of effort and a pinch of luck, an Earth grade spiritual root could aspire to ascend to the Purple Mansion. With even a slim chance of breaking into the core formation realm. Ancestor, everyone step aside. Lin Chang'e bellowed, glaring at the crowd within the testing pavilion. Soon, the onlookers parted to create a path for Lin Chang'e and Lin Xie. Salutations to the Ancestor, greetings to the clan leader. Salutations to the Ancestor. Amidst the reverent bows and worship of the crowd, Lin Xie stepped into the testing pavilion. Inside, a man in his 20s stood there, looking utterly bewildered. The man cradled a newborn baby, just a few days old, in his arms. Observing the dazed individual, an elder of the Lin family quickly whispered a reminder, "Hurry and pay your respects to the Ancestor." "Ah, Ancestor, I pay my respects to you." Upon hearing the reminder, the man seemed to awaken from a dream, and he immediately knelt to the ground to bow, only to be gently stopped by Lin Xie raising his hand. "Be careful, you still hold a child. There is no need for such formalities." With that, Lin Xie took the child from the man's arms and, with a sweep of his spiritual consciousness over the infant, instantly discerned the child's bloodline and aptitude. After breaking through to the Yunling realm, such feats were a simple matter for Lin Xia. Indeed, a child of true spiritual roots, with the reaffirmation of Lin Xia's words. The elders of the Lin family around him were all beaming with joy. Many ordinary clansmen gazed at the infant with eyes brimming with envy. The birth of a spiritual root heralded boundless possibilities. Let it not be said that it is merely a true spiritual root. Even possessing a pseudo-spiritual root would allow one to easily shed their mortal identity and embark on the path of immortality. By the way, what is the name of this child? Lin Xia turned his gaze towards the man, his aged voice casual yet gentle. Yet, even in the presence of Lin Xia, the man still appeared anxious and constrained. Reporting back to the Ancestor, the name has yet to be decided, the man stammered in response. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia pondered for a moment, then smiled as he spoke. I have thought of a name. This child is the first descendant of the Lin family in 100 years to possess a spiritual root. Henceforth, he shall be called Ping, and year by year, peace. Year by year, safety. Year by year, tranquility. May he be ever safe. As Lin Xia's words fell, the man once again knelt, his face filled with reverence as he spoke. Thank you, Ancestor, for bestowing a name upon my son. Thank you, Ancestor, for granting blessings upon my son. The name Ping is not merely a name. It is also a blessing. Tio the man, Lin Xia, this venerable ancestor, was akin to a lofty immortal. Receiving blessings from such a figure assured him that his child would undoubtedly grow up safe and sound. Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with such sentiments. Though the man was not eloquent, even somewhat dazed, the love he held for his son was profound. As a father, he naturally longed for his child to thrive in peace. As for the achievements his son might attain in the future, the heights he might reach, the man did not concern himself with such matters. Very well. I have stated that there is no need for empty ceremonies. Since you do not oppose, this child shall henceforth be named Lin Ping. And after Lin Xia spoke, he instructed Lin Chang'e to properly accommodate the man and the infant in his arms. Although the infant possessed a spiritual root, cultivation would have to wait until he was at least 3 years old. Aside from the ancient top-tier powers that had methods to assist infants in training, the Lin family lacked such profound heritage. Chapter 69. All is in disarray after returning the infant to the man. Lin Xia did not linger further in the testing pavilion. Amidst the respectful farewells of numerous clansmen, Lin Xia clasped his hands behind his back and gracefully departed. Upon leaving the testing pavilion, Lin Xia commanded the 3 talents formation flag, soaring into the sky to survey the surroundings of Jichuan City. Presently, Jichuan City had expanded 20-fold, evolving into a metropolis with a population of 2 million. A city of 2 million is considered a medium-sized city within Huai Mountain County. Were it not for the Lin family's possession of the silver ore vein, coupled with the arrival of drought which rendered labor worthless, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the Lin family to forge such a city. Within Jichuan City, the core city and inner city still appeared prosperous and stable. However, the outer city exuded a much more oppressive atmosphere. The entire outer city was excessively crowded, and at intervals, Lin family guards were stationed. Should signs of riot and chaos arise, the Lin family's guards would swiftly mobilize to suppress them. Currently, the Lin family boasted 1,000 iron cavalry, 20,000 elite guards, and 100,000 ordinary guards. In preparation for natural disasters and chaotic times, Lin Chang'e had done his utmost to maximize the family's military strength. In addition to these guards, Lin Chang'e also integrated the strength of small-scale cultivation families. The small cultivation families within Jichuan City had mostly completed marriages with the Lin family. Within these families, there were 1 or 2 cultivators at the levels of refining skin, refining blood, or even refining bones. For these families' cultivators, Lin Chang'e granted them the status of Lin family guest and allocated parcels of land within the outer city of Jichuan to them. According to Lin Chang'e's plan, these small cultivation families would be thoroughly infiltrated and controlled by the Lin family within a few decades. Through this infiltration and control, these small families would come to regard the Lin family as their sovereign, as their future descendants would carry the Lin bloodline through the integration of marriage. Lin Chang'e's absorption of these small cultivation families also aimed at significantly enhancing the family's power in a short span of time. Currently, Aside from the venerable Lin Xie, the number of cultivators that could be mobilized by the Lin family had exceeded 10. As long as Lin Xie was present to instill fear, these cultivators could be commanded and utilized by the Lin family. The situation within Jichuan City remained relatively stable. Surrounding Jichuan City, the Lin family had constructed numerous strongholds and beacon towers, leveraging the natural barriers of mountains and rivers. Each stronghold housed guards and cultivators stationed there. Furthermore, at each stronghold, the Lin family had invested heavily in crafting heavy crossbows capable of threatening ordinary refining bone cultivators. These strongholds were not intended to deter cultivators, as few would dare to recklessly invade Jichuan City with Lin Xie in command. Lin Chang'e established these strongholds to prevent a flood of refugees from pouring into Jichuan City. Within 100 miles of Jichuan City, there were still ample water sources and cultivable land. If these water sources and land were utilized appropriately, alongside the Lin family's stockpiles of grain and water, they could sustain Jichuan City for at least 2 to 3 years. The duration of a major disaster typically spans around 3 years, if the disaster did not abate after 3 years. Even if there were no major cultivators from within the Jin Kingdom intervening, superpowers from beyond Jin would dispatch experts to forcibly alter the heavens. Only when matters reached a critical point would those so-called orthodox giants come to the rescue of the populace. Nonetheless, that is still quite acceptable. At least the orthodox factions would care for the lives of mortals and ordinary cultivators. Should the situation be under the influence of evil factions, it is feared that the moment disaster struck, they would immediately refine all mortals and low-tier cultivators within the afflicted area into living pills. For the majority of evil factions, resolving the disaster is evidently simpler than dealing with the victims themselves. After all, the mortals living in areas ruled by evil factions are merely regarded as expendable resources. Lin Xie gazed down upon the earth beneath him. Within 100 miles surrounding Jichuan City, everything appeared relatively normal. At least the vegetation had not withered. Beyond 100 miles, however, crossing the numerous strongholds erected by the Lin family, one could describe the landscape as an endless expanse of desolation. As far as the eye could see, there were only unpalatable, or even poisonous, dead trees. The withered grass on the ground had been entirely consumed by animals. Along the riverbeds, various bones lay strewn about. These bones belonged to humans, ferocious beasts, and even demonic creatures. Originally, Lin Chang'e believed that the hundreds of miles surrounding Jichuan City were desolate, making it exceedingly difficult for refugees to reach the city. However, thousands of refugees still arrived from distant lands, having traversed through the wasteland to arrive at the strongholds established by the Lin family. Each of these refugees had survived by resorting to cannibalism or ambushing and devouring others. The brutality of disaster was vividly manifested in their plight. Reaching this point, humanity had long since faded away, leaving only the deep-seated bloodlust and savagery that was continuously awakening. The refugees surged against the strongholds. Some were weeping, others wore fierce expressions, and some were pleading for the Lin family's assistance. Yet the Lin family lacked the capacity to aid them. The Lin family could only manage the welfare of the mortals within 1,000 miles of Jichuan City, and that was already the limit. How could they possibly attend to these endless streams of refugees? Moreover, these individuals had minds twisted like demons. Entering the city would undoubtedly incite even greater chaos. Please, we beg you, let us through the gates. We need water. We need food. Damn it. Why won't you let us in? You damned aristocrats, brothers. Let us charge in together. Seize the food. Seize the water sources. Seize those alluring women. Chaos erupted beneath nearly every stronghold. Curses, screams, and cries filled the air. This scene resembled a hell on earth. On the Three Talents formation flag, Lin Xie observed all of this, shaking his head in dismay. He could not save these refugees. At the strongholds, numerous Lin family guards had already set up various archery mechanisms. A commander stood atop the stronghold, his face heavy as he issued a stern warning. This is your first warning. This is your second warning. Withdraw immediately, or bear the consequences. Creak, creak. The siege engines and crossbows were slowly being drawn back. A long horn began to sound. Within the stronghold, heavily armored cavalry stood ready at all times to drive the refugees away. While the Lin family would not engage in large-scale slaughter of the refugees, they would not permit these refugees to recklessly assault the strongholds. We fight to the death. It is death either way. Charge! If we break into the gates, there will be endless food, an abundance of water, fine wines, women, everything. A brutish man, wielding a heavy hammer, stirred the crowd of refugees into a frenzy, seeking death. On the stronghold, the commander frowned. He slowly drew his bow and fired an arrow at the man. For those who incited the refugees and threatened the Lin family's existence, the only option was to eradicate them. Chapter 70. Blood Wolf Hall Master. A morning landscape whoosh. The arrow sliced through the air, creating layers of shockwaves. Thud. The chest of the brutish man, who had been inciting the refugees, was directly pierced by the arrow's force. He spat blood, his pupils constricting, before collapsing to the ground in a state of utter defiance. This is the fate that awaits all who dare to breach the gates. Upon the ramparts, the chilling voice of the commander resonated throughout the surroundings. Witnessing the leader's assassination, the throngs of displaced individuals scattered like frightened birds and beasts, deterred from further assaulting the stronghold Ayan Madair. Lin Xia gazed upon this scene, letting out a sigh of lamentation before guiding the Three Talents formation flag back to Sichuan City. At this moment, the over 2 million mortals under the jurisdiction of the Lin family surrounding Sichuan City were managing to scrape by, at least without the specter of widespread famine looming. In contrast, the common folk under the dominions of forces like the Blood Wolf Hall, the Su family, and the Song family were enduring a fate worse than death. Within the Song family, internal strife continued to fester, exacerbated by the impending clan leader election, which had given rise to subtle signs of infighting among the four factions. Leader, some truths are harsh, yet I must speak them. The Song family has fallen to such a state. It seems we are on the brink of extinction, declared a confidant of the Song clan leader candidly. Upon hearing this, the clan leader refrained from rebuttal. Initially, he had intervened in the affairs of the Zhao family, forcibly seizing 500 miles of territory from the Lin family. However, with Lin Xia's recent breakthrough, that very territory was reclaimed by the Lin family, resulting in a significant decline in his standing within the clan. Moreover, even if the Lin family had not reclaimed those 500 miles, it would have mattered little, for in this calamitous year of drought, water sources had dried up, vegetation had withered, and desolation reigned supreme, rendering any attempts at defense futile. The Lin family's influence had now shrunk to a mere 100 miles around Sichuan City. Yet, this was not the gravest blow the Song clan leader faced. The most damning issue was that 6 months prior, he had sold off the majority of the Song family's food reserves to the Lin family at that time. Despite the oppressive heat, no one anticipated that the drought would escalate to such catastrophic levels within half a year. The clan leader's position was now untenable. Even if he were to withdraw, the other three factions would engage in bloody conflict over the position of clan leader. The internal strife had clearly signaled the Song family's impending doom. Leader, why not consider partitioning the family? Take our faction and depart from Qinyan City, heading towards Fenglan City. Within Fenglan City, there reside several perfected spirit cultivators, along with numerous experts who could safeguard our lineage, even preserving the legacy of the Song family. The confidant continued, the Fenglan City he spoke of was one of the 10 cities within Huai Mountain County, dominated by the Cheong family, whose foundation was not dissimilar to the 8 prominent families of the county. Historically, the Cheong family had produced several foundational cultivators. Boasting a population of 7 million, Fenglan City was fortified by numerous foundational level formations, making it exceedingly perilous for any foundational cultivator to intrude. The Song clan leader's faction could still count on a few refining Zong realm cultivators. If they were willing to become servants of the Cheong family, they would surely gain entry to reside in Fenglan City and enjoy the protection of the Cheong family. Of course, becoming servants entailed the loss of freedom and dignity. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, the Song clan leader resolved to relinquish his position, leading his faction to endure humiliation and seek refuge with the Cheong family in Fenglan City. What did it matter to become a servant? It was certainly preferable to the path of annihilation. As long as the bloodline endured and his descendants strove for excellence, he could easily shed the identity of a servant and even re-establish the Song family. Convey my orders. Having made his decision, the Song clan leader promptly began to summon the members of his faction, preparing to depart from Chinyan City under the cover of night. Meanwhile, during the tumultuous division within the Song family, the Su family, the Yu family, and other factions, though more stable internally, were nonetheless weaker in foundation compared to the Song family. Moreover, their grain reserves had largely been purchased by Lin Chang'e 6 months prior. In the vast territories surrounding Sichuan City, only the conditions for mortals near the Lin family and the Blood Wolf Hall remained relatively stable. The Blood Wolf Hall, with its substantial resources, could sustain a population of 1 to 2 million mortals for a considerable time without issue. The Master of 10,000 Poisons, despite his capricious temperament and brutal nature, had managed to ascend to the role of Grand Protector within the Blood Wolf Hall and was entrusted with significant responsibilities. It must be noted, however, that his abilities were formidable. At the onset of the drought, he had taken control of all water sources and arable land around the Blood Wolf Hall, and to prevent the influx of displaced individuals from outside his domain, he had established guards and fortified checkpoints at various entrances. The plight of the common folk was of no concern to him. His sole aim was to maintain a basic population of mortals. As for the surplus of mortals and the incoming refugees, he regarded them with disdain. The mere fact that he had not unleashed venomous creatures upon those outsiders and the surplus of mortals was already a testament to his restraint. This was not due to any lingering compassion within him, but rather a fear of incurring the wrath of the Luoxia sect and other forces through excessive slaughter. While the external world was rife with famished inhabitants and mountains of bones, within the Blood Wolf Hall, the trees remained lush and revelry abounded. Inside the Grand Hall, numerous cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall indulged in wine and merriment. The Master of 10,000 Poisons, alongside the undercover goat, sat prominently at the main seat. Many enchanting mortal women, clad in sheer skirts, showcased their allure within the expansive hall. The sounds of musical instruments, laughter, and the coy murmurs of women echoed throughout. Enough! A woman let out a sultry laugh, inciting uproarious laughter among the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators. Observing the scene within the hall, Goat maintained a stoic demeanor. Just then, a formidable aura suddenly descended. Kekekek. Are we all enjoying ourselves? A soft, hoarse voice emerged from outside the hall. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, somewhat balding, with a face wrinkled and adorned with triangular eyes and a hooked nose. His yellowed teeth and terrifying presence evoked the image of a serpent come to life. Following his arrival, the temperature within the Grand Hall plummeted. This middle-aged man was none other than the Blood Wolf Hall's master, who had solidified his cultivation. Upon his entrance, mortals and cultivators alike within the hall fell to their knees in reverence. Unable to meet his gaze, "Greetings, Hall Master! Greetings, Hall Master!" The numerous cultivators and mortals within the hall spoke in unison, bowing to the Blood Wolf Hall's master. Kekekek. The Hall Master, upon hearing their words, emitted another raspy, sinister laugh, stepping toward the highest seat in the hall, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings as he continued, "Grand Protector, Second Protector, accompany me on a journey. I shall personally obliterate the Lin family, reclaim all that is ours, and avenge the Third Protector." The audacity of the mere Lin family to slay a protector of the Blood Wolf Hall is simply an affront to existence itself. As he spoke, the Hall Master extended his pitch-black tongue, licking his parched lips. Noticing this gesture, many of the long-standing cultivators within the Blood Wolf Hall trembled. Each time the Hall Master licked his lips, it heralded a storm of bloodshed. Over the years, before each massacre, the Blood Wolf Hall Master had displayed this same action. In terms of bloodthirsty brutality, the Hall Master surpassed even the Master of 10,000 Poisons. The Blood Wolf Hall was not a legitimate righteous force. Although the Hall Master proclaimed himself a righteous cultivator, he secretly practiced sinister arts. His understanding of restraint surpassed that of true evil cultivators, yet his methods were not dissimilar from theirs in terms of concealment. This time, in achieving the breakthrough to perfected spirit, the Blood Wolf Hall Master had clandestinely captured numerous cultivators and utilized their vital essence to fortify his own cultivation, thus enabling his success. Let us depart. The Blood Wolf Hall Master commanded once more. Upon concluding his orders, He stepped onto a cloud of crimson mist and swiftly exited the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall in response to the Hall Master's directive. The Master of 10,000 Poisons dared not defy it and hastily summoned a flying venomous insect, larger than a human, from his insect cultivation treasure. He mounted the creature and swiftly left the hall, watching their figures disappear. Goat's expression oscillated between fear and determination. He understood that the moment of reckoning for his destiny was at hand. It was imperative to eliminate the Blood Wolf Hall Master. Should Lin Xia falter, his fate would be dire as well. Clang. Riding upon his sword artifact, Goat ultimately resolved to follow. He was already devising a plan. Once the opportunity arose, he would strike the Blood Wolf Hall Master in the back. It was worth noting that prior to the Hall Master's breakthrough, he had humiliated Goat. Now, the chance for revenge was finally upon him. First, he would backstab the Blood Wolf Hall Master, then eradicate the Master of 10,000 Poisons. With this achievement, Lin Xia would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. A sudden strike against a Master of Yunling perfection and another at the mid-level of Yunling may seem perilous, yet with deft execution, opportunities may indeed arise. Although the disparity between the early stage of Yunling and Yunling perfection is vast, they ultimately belong to the same realm. Should the ambush succeed, there exists a slim chance for Yangzi to bring about the immediate demise of the Blood Wolf sect's leader. Following closely behind the Master of 10,000 Poisons and the leader of the Blood Wolf sect, Yangzi's mind conjured various audacious schemes, unbeknownst to both the Master of 10,000 Poisons and the Blood Wolf sect leader. Particularly, the latter had always acted with caution prior to his breakthrough into Yunling perfection, shunning any form of danger. However, having achieved this pinnacle, he now stood merely a step away from the foundational stage, poised to ascend as a formidable cultivator. This amplification of power, coupled with years of concealment, had inflated his ego considerably. Had he allowed 6 more months for his mindset to solidify, he would have undoubtedly refrained from such reckless ventures. Once his composure was restored, he would approach even the likes of Lin Xia, who had orchestrated the demise of Red Powder Madam, with utmost caution. Let alone a practitioner at the 4th stage of body refinement. Behind the Blood Wolf sect leader, the Master of 10,000 Poisons, mounted on a flying venomous creature, expressed his reservations. "My lord, is it not rather hasty for us to proceed to Jichuan City? The Lin family possesses the capability to eliminate Red Powder Junior Sister, undoubtedly harbors formidable trump cards. Remember, though both Red Powder Junior Sister and Yangzi Junior Brother are at the early stage of Yunling, with her resources and Yangzi's assistance, they could easily escape even from mid-level or late-stage Yunling practitioners. Yet, Red Powder Junior Sister has perished, while only Yangzi Junior Brother managed to flee. Upon hearing the Master of 10,000 Poisons concerns, the Blood Wolf sect leader dismissed them with an air of nonchalance, replying calmly, "What is there to fear? With me present, no matter how deep the Lin family's foundations, even if their ancestors' strength were to surge due to unforeseen circumstances, I could easily subdue him. I am at Yunling perfection. In Huai Mountain County, how many dare to contend with me?" His voice resonated with unbridled arrogance. Witnessing the drastic transformation in the Blood Wolf sect leader's demeanor, akin to a complete change in character, the Master of 10,000 Poisons felt an unsettling premonition. The leader's personality shift was not merely a product of his newfound strength, but also a consequence of the sinister techniques he had embraced. "May all go smoothly," the Master of 10,000 Poisons silently wished, subsequently refraining from further contemplation. After all, their leader was a Yunling perfectionist. Even if faced with unforeseen circumstances, self-preservation should not pose a problem. With a cacophony of sound, from the Blood Wolf sect to Jichuan City, the trio journeyed for 2 days. This delay was primarily due to Yangzi's insufficient cultivation level, necessitating periodic pauses to recover his internal mana. Observing the vibrant and flourishing Jichuan City amidst calamity, the Blood Wolf sect leader grinned maniacally, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Although this place lacks spiritual veins, it can still be considered a hidden paradise. Take heed, do not damage the structures and facilities here. Our sole aim is to annihilate the Lin family. After years of arduous cultivation and solitude, I shall finally indulge, compared to the Blood Wolf sect stronghold. Sichuan City indeed presented a picturesque scene in this year of disaster. Within a 100-mile radius, there were lakes, fertile fields, and ancient architectures. While the main city was somewhat crowded, it contributed to an overall atmosphere of liveliness and prosperity. Erecting a palace here to relish life seemed quite appealing. Hovering in midair outside Sichuan City, the Blood Wolf sect leader unleashed his treasures, issuing a raspy, sinister command: "People of the Lin family, take your own lives in gratitude for constructing such a paradise for me. I shall not delve too deeply into your slaying of Red Powder Guardian or the appropriation of my Blood Wolf sect's silver mine." He considered himself rather magnanimous, as the Blood Wolf sect leader spoke. He did not hasten to strike. A mere swarm of insignificant mortals and low-tier practitioners posed no threat. Should they possess the sense to comply, they might be granted a chance to end their own lives. Otherwise, he would revel in their demise. In the Blood Wolf sect leader's mind, the Lin family hardly warranted his concern. Only Lin Xia, the Lin family's ancestor, commanded a modicum of his respect. As the leader's voice echoed. The inhabitants of Sichuan City, numerous mortals and a handful of practitioners, were stirred. A practitioner of Yunling, a Yunling practitioner has descended. The practitioners and the perceptive mortals within the city were gripped by terror. The arrival of 3 Yunling practitioners to confront the Lin family was undoubtedly ominous. The Blood Wolf sect had come to exact revenge for the earlier slaying of one of their own by the Lin ancestor. Can the Lin family withstand this calamity? Some voiced their fears, recognizing the formidable reputation of the Blood Wolf sect. The Lin family's members, however, remained relatively composed, placing their faith in their ancestor. If he had dared to reclaim the silver mine and slay a Yunling practitioner from the Blood Wolf sect, he assuredly possessed means to contend with the ensuing repercussions. Clad in a gray robe, Lin Xia wielded the 3 talismans flag, ascending into the air to confront the Blood Wolf sect leader and his companions. Nearby, a spy arranged by Lin Xia was present, and he held 2 5 Thunder Talisman treasures. Should a conflict erupt, while it might not guarantee the capture of the Blood Wolf sect leader, Lin Xia would ensure he suffered no losses. Despite the advantages, Lin Xia feigned trepidation, adopting an appearance of pleading for mercy. Previously, he had successfully ambushed the Zhao family's ancestor using this very tactic. In truth, Lin Xia had employed similar strategies more than once during his time at the Falling Sunset sect. Lacking the breath-restraining technique back then, he could only deceive those who were overly confident. Now, having mastered it, Lin Xia's aura appeared feeble, as though he had only recently advanced to the early stage of Yunling and had faced setbacks in his cultivation. Esteemed leader, might you spare the Lin family a path to survival? Ever since employing my final trump card to slay the Red Powder friend, I have been unable to rest, overwhelmed with dread. I wish to beg for your forgiveness, yet dare not approach. I implore you. Grant me a chance for atonement and survival. Lin Xia's demeanor was humble, his presence weak enough to deceive even Yangzi. Observing Lin Xia's submissive posture, the already unstable Blood Wolf sect leader let down his guard and burst into triumphant laughter. Survival? That is not entirely out of the question. Release your spirit, and allow me to inscribe a slave seal upon you. As the Blood Wolf sect leader's words fell, the master of 10,000 poisons furrowed his brow, cautiously nearing the leader and discreetly voicing his concerns. My lord, I fear this Lin family ancestor may pose a threat. It would be wise to exercise caution, should any unforeseen events arise. Yet, before the master of 10,000 poisons could finish, he was brusquely interrupted by the Blood Wolf sect leader. What is there to fear? A mere early-stage Yunling, and one who is already wounded at that. Letting him live could be beneficial. With the fall of the Red Powder Guardian, my Blood Wolf sect could gain another Yunling protector, thereby compensating for our overall strength. The Blood Wolf sect leader felt quite pleased by Lin Xia's respectful address. Under normal circumstances, only when facing a foundational stage practitioner would a Yunling practitioner refer to them as senior. Seeing his attempts to dissuade the Blood Wolf sect leader were in vain, the master of 10,000 poisons prepared for the worst, subtly distancing himself from the leader while maintaining a cautious gap from Lin Xia. One must never gamble with their own safety. Esteemed leader, Lin Xia continued to approach, wielding the 3 talismans flag. He paid no heed to the master of 10,000 poisons' actions. His foremost objective was to eliminate the Blood Wolf sect leader. Just as Lin Xia called out esteemed leader once more, a talisman treasure erupted with a thunderous roar, boom. The overwhelming might of the foundational stage surged forth in an instant, before the Blood Wolf Hall Master could react. A torrent of thunder rained down upon him. The overwhelming aura of death made the Blood Wolf Hall Master's countenance shift dramatically in that moment. He regained his senses, hastily dodging while conjuring various protective talismans. Yet, all of this proved to be in vain. Although the 5 Thunder Talisman did not reach the level of foundational treasures, it could still unleash a quarter of the power typical of the early foundational stage. Bolstered by this force, the speed of the 5 Thunder Talisman's attacks reached an astonishing peak. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended as if to rend the heavens and the earth, striking the Blood Wolf Hall Master. In an instant, his various talismans shattered, leaving only a storage ring that fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xia felt an unbearable pang of sorrow. The treasures adorning the Blood Wolf Hall Master were all exquisite spirit-gathering artifacts, and he never expected them to be utterly obliterated. The talismans had been nearly at the foundational level, from a distance, watching the Blood Wolf Hall Master, who was on the brink of death. The Master of 10,000 Poisons seemed to grasp something profound. When Lin Xia wielded such a fearsome weapon, why did only the Red Powder Madam perish while the Goat Child managed to escape? In terms of personal strength, the Goat Child indeed surpassed the Red Powder Madam to some extent. However, the Red Powder Madam possessed numerous talismans. If anyone could have escaped, it should have been her. Not the Goat Child. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. With this realization, the Master of 10,000 Poisons felt his heart sink. He paid no heed to the imminent demise of the Blood Wolf Hall Master and, riding his venomous insect, decisively fled in a particular direction. Yet, he was still a moment too late. Behind him, a long sword talisman lunged forth. With a whoosh, hot blood splattered, and before the Master of 10,000 Poisons could turn, a voice rang out from behind, "Brother Wandu, for our Master's grand scheme, I must trouble you to die first, you despicable traitor." The Master of 10,000 Poisons was filled with shock and rage as he felt the searing pain in his back and the waning vitality within him. Traitor? Despicable? He chuckled. It was merely for survival. Why, esteemed Brother Wandu, do not feign this victimhood. Your current status and power were not achieved without a series of treacheries and betrayals. As he spoke, the Goat Child struck 2 more blows at the back of the Master of 10,000 Poisons. In the past, the Master of 10,000 Poisons had committed numerous heinous acts within the Blood Wolf Hall, including betraying his master and slaughtering kin. However, once his deeds were exposed, he had quietly cultivated to the spirit-gathering realm to maintain the stability and enhance the strength of the Blood Wolf Hall. The Hall Master chose not to pursue the matter. Subsequently, the Master of 10,000 Poisons continued to cultivate through various nefarious and brutal techniques, eventually reaching the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm. This led to his appointment as the Great Protector by the Hall Master. To rise steadily in the resource-scarce and chaotic Blood Wolf Hall, one could hardly be considered soft-hearted. Very well, Goat Child, you will pay for this grudge. I swear I shall not rest until it is avenged. Blood escape technique? The Master of 10,000 Poisons roared. After enduring the Goat Child's successive strikes, he was weakened to the utmost. He dared not continue entangling with the Goat Child, and with great effort, he unleashed a peculiar escape technique that combined both righteousness and wickedness. At the moment the technique erupted, the vitality within the Master of 10,000 Poisons further dwindled, yet his complexion suddenly flushed with vigor. Seated upon the flying venomous insect, he leaped forth, transforming into a crimson afterimage. Rapidly soaring towards the distant skies, the blood escape technique was the Master of 10,000 Poisons' last resort. After its use, even in peak condition, his lifespan would diminish by a third. Now, in his severely injured state, even if he succeeded in escaping, he would likely not survive for many months. But dying in a few months was far better than an immediate demise. Moreover, as long as he remained alive, there was hope. Whoosh, after covering several hundred zhong, the Master of 10,000 Poisons reached the peak of his speed. Though the blood escape technique consumed his lifespan, once successfully cultivated and employed, even a cultivator at the early spirit gathering stage could unleash a speed rivaling that of someone at the pinnacle of the realm. As a mid-stage spirit gathering practitioner, his speed after utilizing the blood escape technique surpassed even that of ordinary spirit gathering experts flying on their artifacts by 2 to 3 times. What? Seeing the master of 10,000 poisons struggle for survival with an explosive increase in speed. The goat child's expression soured. If the master of 10,000 poisons managed to escape, how could he ever present himself favorably before his master? Creak. Realizing this, the goat child pursued on his sword while retrieving a bow-shaped talisman, attempting a ranged attack on the master of 10,000 poisons. Unfortunately, this bow-shaped talisman was merely a defective low-grade spirit artifact, inherently flawed. Additionally, as he was not adept at archery, his successive shots not only failed to hit the master of 10,000 poisons but also drained most of his internal power. Sigh. After pursuing for a brief moment, the goat child ultimately abandoned the chase. When he returned to Sichuan City riding his flying sword, the Blood Wolf Hall Master was left with but a final breath, having been battered by Lin Xia's 5 Thunder Talisman. Scoundrel, you wretched scoundrel! The Blood Wolf Hall Master, on the verge of death, suddenly became agitated upon seeing the goat child, throwing himself into a frenzied assault against him. Clearly, he harbored a greater hatred for the traitorous goat child than for Lin Xia, who had nearly brought him to ruin. Being subdued by Lin Xia was a matter of skill. He had been overly complacent. Yet, the goat child's betrayal was an affront he could scarcely bear. Master, save me. The goat child was taken aback at the Blood Wolf Hall Master's charge. The Blood Wolf Hall Master was not the master of 10,000 poisons. Even if the latter were to retaliate at the moment of death, the goat child felt confident he could withstand it. But the Blood Wolf Hall Master was a true pinnacle practitioner of the spirit gathering realm. A counterattack from such a being could easily claim his life. Rumble. Just as the Blood Wolf Hall Master was about to close in on the goat child, Lin Xia again summoned the 5 Thunder Talisman, launching a devastating strike. Under the terrifying force, the Blood Wolf Hall Master's head was instantly obliterated. Crimson mist spread out, as if narrating the end of everything. Crack! The headless Blood Wolf Hall Master fell heavily from the sky, crashing to the ground like a ragged cloth, ultimately transforming into a puddle of mud. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Gazing at the lifeless form of the Blood Wolf Hall Master, the goat child wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had narrowly escaped being annihilated. With the Blood Wolf Hall Master's demise, the immense weight on his heart was finally lifted. Ever since he had submitted to Lin Xia and infiltrated the Blood Wolf Hall, he had lived in constant fear, dreading that either the master of 10,000 poisons or the Blood Wolf Hall Master would discover something amiss. Fortunately, the Blood Wolf Hall Master had undergone a personality transformation due to his breakthrough in the cultivation of sinister arts, compounded by the master of 10,000 poisons being engrossed in revelry, which granted him a respite. Master, I regret to report that I was unable to slay the master of 10,000 poisons. Once he regained his composure, a hint of shame appeared on the goat child's face as he lowered his head to Lin Xia. Hearing this, Lin Xia waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. It matters not. If he has escaped, so be it, as long as he does not return to wreak havoc within the Lin family's territory. Let him be. Should he dare to return and cause trouble, I shall deal with him myself. In the Blood Wolf Hall, there are still many cultivators and resources. You may go and assess them. After Lin Xia spoke, he gathered the Blood Wolf Hall Master's belongings and, wielding the 3 talismans array flag, swiftly made his way towards the Blood Wolf Hall. The stronghold of the Blood Wolf Hall housed a vein of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, offering a cultivation environment far superior to that of Sichuan City. Of course, the spiritual vein was nearly of the lowest grade, barely sufficient to support the breathing and cultivation of spirit-gathering practitioners. Moreover, that vein was continuously depleting. Lin Xia intended to use the artifact of immortal appraisal to attempt to upgrade and enhance the spiritual vein. Compared to the spirit-gathering array, the effects of a spiritual vein in aiding cultivation were evidently on a higher level. If a gathering array were to be set up in a location with a spiritual vein, The benefits to cultivation would be greatly enhanced. Yes, master. The goat child, having recovered some of his power, followed closely behind Lin Xia, resuming their journey. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, there were still numerous cultivators and a wealth of resources. Lin Xia planned to bring all the practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall under his control. Subsequently, he would gradually relocate the Lin family as stronghold to the Blood Wolf Hall. After all, both Sichuan City and other towns offered a truly inadequate environment for cultivation. Only the stronghold of the Blood Wolf Hall could barely be deemed a place befitting immortals. Chapter 74. The Cultivator's Legion. I am a true path virtuous cultivator. Relying on the essence recovery pill to restore his spiritual power, Lin Xia was the first to arrive at the stronghold of the Blood Wolf Hall. The layout of the various buildings within the stronghold was rather irrational. Yet almost every structure was constructed with opulence, gleaming with gold and jade. Stretching across 100 miles, the mountains were adorned with exquisite pavilions and palaces topped with golden domes. As Lin Xia stormed into the Blood Wolf Hall stronghold, many elders of the Blood Wolf Hall were stirred. A Blood Wolf Hall elder, at the peak of the spirit gathering realm, gazed upon Lin Xia's figure and promptly activated the hall's mountain-protecting formation. Sternly exclaiming, "Elder, what brings you to our Blood Wolf Hall?" In a power dynamic akin to that of the Su and Yu families, cultivators at the refining contamination realm would naturally exhibit deference when confronted by a being of the spirit-nurturing realm. However, this is the Blood Wolf Hall. Within its confines, although the red powder madam has fallen, 3 spirit-nurturing cultivators still remain. Notably, the master of the Blood Wolf Hall has transcended to the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm. The presence of such formidable individuals instills great confidence in the elders of the refining contamination realm. As long as no foundation establishment cultivator descends upon the Blood Wolf Hall, they can face any challenge with composure. While the many cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall brimmed with confidence, believing that Lin Xia would not dare to act recklessly, Lin Xia boldly breached the formation. Thunderous roars erupted as the formidable aura of the mid-spirit nurturing realm unfurled around him. Had there been a spirit-nurturing cultivator controlling the Blood Wolf Hall's protective array, even with 2-5 Thunder Talisman treasures in his possession, Lin Xia would not have dared to intrude. Alas, the Blood Wolf Hall was devoid of any spirit-nurturing cultivators at that moment. The master of 10,000 poisons had vanished without a trace, while the sole survivor, Yangzi, had long since submitted to Lin Xia. Predecessor, your intrusion into the Blood Wolf Hall is an affront. Do you intend to wage war against us? A refining contamination elder of the Blood Wolf Hall exclaimed in utter terror. It had been years since he joined the hall, and never had anyone dared to openly provoke it. Even spirit-nurturing cultivators would think twice before offending the Blood Wolf Hall. Not to mention the multiple spirit-nurturing cultivators within, the influence of the red powder madam alone was beyond the reach of any ordinary spirit-nurturing cultivator. The red powder madam had ties with certain stewards of the Falling Sunset sect. Enough of this idle chatter. After Lin Xia stormed into the Blood Wolf Hall, he swiftly unleashed a fireball technique, instantly incinerating several obstinate elders of the Blood Wolf Hall. In that fleeting moment, all the cultivators within recognized the gravity of the situation. Your master has been obliterated by me. Now I offer you a chance to live. Release your consciousness and allow me to implant a slave mark upon you. Let me clarify, this is not a negotiation. Those unwilling to submit shall meet their demise. Lin Xia stated indifferently, tossing aside the damaged artifact from the Blood Wolf Hall master, still stained with blood. While ordinary Blood Wolf Hall cultivators might not recognize the artifact, the elders certainly did. Upon seeing the ruined treasure, their eyes widened in disbelief. Their master had fallen just like that? The master was a paragon of the spirit-nurturing realm. This cannot be true. It must be a lie. One elder collapsed in shock, while another, trembling, gazed at Lin Xia, attempting a last-ditch effort. Predecessor, while you are indeed a master of the spirit-nurturing realm and could easily slay us like ants, my Jin Kingdom is a land of righteousness. The righteous path has its laws, forbidding the enslavement of mortals and cultivators alike. To mark us as slaves would be a blatant betrayal of the righteous path. Do you intend to join the ranks of the evil sects? We are willing to submit to you. to follow your commands. But to be enslaved, the elder's words faltered as he shifted from addressing Lin Xiaozu to you. Esteemed one. Humph. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a fireball, the size of a fist, reduced him to ashes in an instant. "So you presume to threaten me?" Lin Xia's voice dripped with murderous intent, as if he were prepared to annihilate the entire Blood Wolf Hall at a moment's notice. Though these cultivators claimed to be practitioners of the righteous path, their actions over the years had often surpassed those of the evil sects in malevolence. It is true that the Jin Kingdom is a land of righteousness, but the royal family has declined, and with the proximity of evil sects, various factions have acted with impunity. While they might not dare to overtly defy the laws of the righteous path, many secrets lie hidden within even the falling sunset sect. You have 10 breaths to release your consciousness. Otherwise, face your demise. Lin Xia commanded, immediately activating the 3 talismans array, enveloping the numerous cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Those who resist shall be slaughtered. Lin Xia felt no psychological burden in slaughtering these cultivators. Not only was he not a good person, but these so-called righteous path practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall bore the weight of countless mortal lives upon their shoulders in terms of moral boundaries. They were inferior to Lin Xia. Slaying them would not only avoid offending the heavens, but would also accumulate merit. Had it not been for their potential usefulness, Lin Xia would have relished the opportunity to refine living pills using the blood and vitality of these cultivators. Furthermore, after previously subjugating the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators from the silver mine, should he control these remaining cultivators, the number of obedient practitioners under his command would reach around 100, although these cultivators were of lower tier. Training them into a formidable sect would yield considerable strength. To ensure their absolute loyalty, implanting slave marks and compelling them to swear oaths of allegiance was the most prudent course of action. Faced with Lin Xia's coercion, under the looming shadow of death, the majority of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators chose to submit. Nevertheless, a number of them still struggled desperately. "You are defying the laws of the righteous path. I shall report to the Falling Sunset sect and ensure that your Lin family is utterly obliterated." With a resounding crash, Lin Xia wasted no breath on the dissenters and launched a merciless onslaught. As he slaughtered, he collected the blood and vitality of those cultivators in jade vials. Though this act was undoubtedly akin to that of the evil sects, Lin Xia differed in that he would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. As long as he was not threatened, he was willing to act as a righteous cultivator. The evil sects would sometimes slay without reason, driven purely by whim. Chapter 75. Cultivating the Black Glove and Managing the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators after enslaving the remaining compliant cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Lin Xia did not immediately begin to plunder the hall's resources. The treasures of the Blood Wolf Hall were not easily uncovered. Only upon the arrival of Yangzi could they access the various storages of the hall. As a high-ranking member, Yangzi was privy to the hall's myriad secrets. Seated within the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xia dismissed the charming mortal women and various servants, settling into a meditative state. Although the main hall was not the optimal place for cultivation, its concentration of spiritual energy was still 5 times that of Sichuan City. If enhanced by the incomplete gathering spirit array of foundation establishment level, Lin Xia's cultivation speed could potentially increase exponentially. Having resolved matters with the Blood Wolf Hall, the next step for the Lin family was to await the end of the calamity, after which they would seize control of the surrounding territory. With the calamity still ongoing, any attempt to annex the Song and Yu families would yield limited resources while exacerbating the Lin family's consumption of resources. Lin Xia cultivated within the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall for 2 days before Yangzi arrived, gliding in on a flying sword. Upon seeing Yangzi, many elders of the Blood Wolf Hall were filled with hope and excitement. They rushed to report everything that had transpired within the hall. "Second Protector, you are alive? Splendid. Since your departure, a powerful enemy has invaded our Blood Wolf Hall and has marked us as slaves. We implore you to take action." The faces of the Blood Wolf Hall's stewards and elders were filled with fervor, some even shedding tears as they knelt before him, eye in their eyes. The return of the Second Protector signified hope. With his return, they believed they could break free from their enslavement. Even if the Second Protector could not defeat Lin Xia, reporting to the Falling Sunset sect could present a glimmer of hope for erasing the slave marks. However, what awaited these cultivators was an even greater despair. Humph! What are you all clamoring about? To be a servant of the master is a privilege, and yet you dare to contemplate betrayal? You are truly courting death. Yangzi's tone was frigid, laced with menace. Betraying Lin Xie? It was a thought he had entertained himself. These cultivators of the refining body Fourth Realm would find it exceedingly difficult to traverse the long distance to report Lin Xie to the Falling Sunset sect amidst the calamity. Moreover, even if they reached the sect, it was unlikely they would receive any aid. These low-tier cultivators, lacking potential, were of little concern to the Falling Sunset sect. However, if Yangzi were to report Lin Xie, he would undoubtedly garner attention. After all, he was a spirit-nurturing cultivator, a vital force within the sect. Yet therein lay the problem. He had already sworn an oath to the heavens. Reporting Lin Xie would equate to treachery. Unless Yangzi renounced his path to immortality and abandoned his quest for Foundation establishment, he would be condemned by the heavens. Despite his mediocre qualifications, he still harbored some hope of reaching Foundation establishment. He was not ready to sever his path to immortality. Furthermore, what harm was there in being a servant? The rise of the Lin family has become an undeniable reality. As one of the only two cultivators at the spirit-nurturing realm within the Lin family, and being Lin Xie's foremost servant, his status is naturally not low. With such standing and identity, the cultivation resources he will acquire in the future will undoubtedly be plentiful. When the benefits are considerable, most cultivators do not cling to dignity or pride. Upon learning that Yangzi was colluding with Lin Xie, many cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall fell into utter despair. Ignoring the Blood Wolf cultivators behind him, Yangzi followed the trace of Lin Xie's aura, gradually making his way into the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall. Upon seeing Lin Xie seated in meditation, a look of reverence appeared on his face, and he promptly knelt to pay his respects, saying, "Yangzi pays homage to the master." After the formalities, Yangzi reported all the intentions of the Blood Wolf cultivators to harm Lin Xie. "Master, those cultivators from the Blood Wolf Hall harbor ulterior motives. Even if you must temporarily make use of them, we must remain vigilant. If they become expendable, I suggest we eliminate them entirely or refine them into living pills." Yangzi spoke with an indifferent tone, as if those cultivators were not his fellow disciples, but mere livestock to be slaughtered at will. As the saying goes, one must act in their own interest or face divine retribution. Yangzi made this suggestion with his own well-being in mind. If any of the Blood Wolf cultivators were to escape and report to the Luoxia sect, it could lead to dire consequences. "Master, I can take responsibility for managing these Blood Wolf cultivators, including those from the silver mine. They must be strictly monitored. Otherwise, the consequences could be endless." Although it was true that this group of Blood Wolf cultivators posed no significant threat, as the old saying goes, caution ensures a smooth voyage. Upon hearing the report, Lin Xie leisurely opened his eyes, acknowledging Yangzi's suggestion. Yangzi is indeed a talent worth cultivating. If nurtured, he could serve as the Lin family's hidden hand. After all, the Lin family belongs to the righteous path. Certain matters are inconvenient to handle directly, making Yangzi's involvement quite suitable. Even if issues arise, they could simply cut ties and use Yangzi as a scapegoat. "Shankaching, there is no need for excessive formality. From now on, you may address me as Lin Zhu. No need to call me master. You will be in charge of the Blood Wolf cultivators. However, I have one condition. You must completely subdue them and train them into a cultivator army for the Lin family. If you perform well, I will grant you your freedom and provide you with ample authority and resources." After confirming Yangzi's role, Lin Xie revealed a friendly smile and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Yangzi's eyes brightened. Even if Lin Xie was merely tempting him with promises, at least it offered him a glimmer of hope. And no matter how faint the hope, it ultimately fuels motivation. Lin Xie understood that merely offering hope wouldn't solidify Yangzi's loyalty. So he continued, "Shankaching, you are aware of the location of the Blood Wolf Hall's treasury, correct? You may keep 20% of the resources inside." Lin Xie was not concerned about Yangzi misappropriating the treasury's resources, as he could sense any deceitful intent after marking him as a servant. Under Yangzi's guidance, within half an hour, Lin Xie located all the treasuries of the Blood Wolf Hall, as a long-established cultivation force. The Blood Wolf Hall had accumulated resources far exceeding those of the former Zhao family in Sichuan City. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, they had amassed 30,000 pieces of spirit stone fragments and over 200 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to spirit stones, they also hoarded mountains of mundane gold and silver. Various cultivation techniques, manuals, refining materials, and magical artifacts were also in ample supply. Altogether, these resources could rival the total wealth of an average Foundation establishment cultivator. The Blood Wolf Hall possessed several volumes of Foundation establishment techniques, though all were flawed and categorized as heretical. Compared to orthodox techniques, heretical methods are easier to cultivate initially and more readily available in the Jin Kingdom. It is not surprising that the Blood Wolf Hall possesses several heretical techniques for Foundation establishment. Not only the Blood Wolf Hall, but even the Luoxia sect harbors a number of heretical techniques. However, the Luoxia sect claims that their collection of heretical techniques is for the purpose of researching the weaknesses of such methods to better eradicate evil. The Luoxia sect is a powerful entity, and in the Jin Kingdom, there are no more than 50 forces capable of challenging them. Even fewer than 15 forces could hope to annihilate the Luoxia sect. Without sufficient benefit, no force would dare to provoke the Luoxia sect. Even those forces with the capabilities to destroy the Luoxia sect would ultimately pay a heavy toll if they attempted to take action. Master, these items are not even the Blood Wolf Hall's greatest assets. The true foundation of the Blood Wolf Hall lies in this. From a corner of the treasury, Yangzi unearthed a perfectly rectangular black box with his bare hands and respectfully presented it to Lin Xie. Although Lin Xie had instructed him to refrain from calling him master, Yangzi maintained the title as a display of loyalty. He was no fool. He understood that the more devoted and humble he appeared, the greater the likelihood Lin Xie would grant him freedom in the future. Inside this box lies the Blood Wolf Hall's supreme secret art, the Blood Wolf Scripture. This technique was acquired by the founder of the Blood Wolf Hall from some ancient ruins and is said to be a technique for the core formation realm. This secret was only revealed to me and the real man of 10,000 poisons not long after the master of the Blood Wolf Hall achieved full mastery of the spirit-nurturing realm and underwent a significant change in personality. Unfortunately, despite its direct path to core formation, this technique is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Only the founder of the Blood Wolf Hall managed to grasp its initial principles, but was unable to rely on it for Foundation establishment. After Yangzi finished speaking, Lin Xie had already opened the box. Inside lay a somewhat yellowed book. At first glance, it resembled a mundane martial arts manual, possessing no special characteristics. It is known that higher-tier secret techniques are typically preserved within jade slips. This was Lin Xie's first encounter with a core formation technique written directly on paper. As he flipped through the book, he found that all the characters were ancient script. Though he recognized the individual ancient characters, he was utterly unable to comprehend the meaning when combined. Lin Xie shook his head, dismissing the Blood Wolf Scripture. He held little interest in primary cultivation techniques. Even core formation techniques paled in comparison to the Qiyin Dao canon. However, this Blood Wolf Scripture could be bestowed upon the younger generation of his clan for their cultivation. Witnessing Lin Xie's indifference towards such a precious core formation technique left Yangzi astonished. This was the pinnacle technique of the core formation realm. Although the difficulty of cultivation and comprehension was immense, its value was enough to incite a bloody storm in the outside world. In Huai Mountain County, aside from the Luoxia sect, nearly no force could produce a complete core formation technique. After organizing the various resources and foundations of the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xie turned to Yangzi and casually instructed. All the buildings of the Blood Wolf Hall need some modifications, especially the gold and silver treasures on the walls. Send someone to strip them down. I will be in seclusion here from now on. So once you have removed the treasures from the walls, bring them all here. Upon hearing Lin Xie's request, Yangzi was somewhat taken aback, but he did not inquire further. As a servant, he needed only to execute his master's orders. Asking too many questions would only bring trouble upon himself. Yes, master. After acknowledging, Yangzi turned to leave the treasury. Lin Xie chose to convert the Blood Wolf Hall's treasury into his seclusion site purely because of its rich spiritual energy and high level of security. The master of the Blood Wolf Hall had also secluded himself here for cultivation. By secluding within the treasury, he could not only personally guard the various resources, but also easily access any required resources. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months have gone by. Another frigid winter has arrived, yet the drought in Huai Mountain County shows no signs of abating. In fact, the drought continues to spread. Among the 3 prefectures of the Jin Kingdom, 2 prefectures and 48 counties have been severely affected. The remaining prefecture and 20 counties are not faring any better. Within the Luoxia sect of Huai Mountain County, they dispatched foundation establishment cultivators in an attempt to reverse the weather patterns, but regrettably, they could only alleviate the drought in certain areas. Many other regions have become desolate wastelands. After 6 months of renovations, the residence of the Blood Wolf Hall has now transformed into the Lin family's stronghold. The Blood Wolf Mountain Range, spanning 100 miles, is now the core area of the Lin family. Under Lin Xia's orders, a circular grand city has been constructed around the Blood Wolf Mountain Range. For a considerable stretch of time in the future, the ancestral land of the Lin family shall remain undisturbed. After careful deliberation, Lin Xia chose not to recklessly employ the Jianqian Baojing to fortify the spiritual vein of Blood Wolf Mountain. Should this celestial vein undergo complete enhancement and restoration, potentially reaching the level of a low-grade spiritual vein, Lin Xia's current strength would be utterly inadequate to defend it. To claim a low-grade spiritual vein, one must possess at least the strength of foundational establishment. Otherwise, they would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of those powerful factions. As for the region of Sichuan City, the Lin family would certainly not abandon their efforts there. In contrast to the vicinity of Blood Wolf Mountain, the area within 100 miles of Sichuan City boasts an abundance of water resources and fertile lands, significantly surpassing the former. Whether in this year of calamity or once it has passed, Sichuan City is of paramount importance. Furthermore, Sichuan City occupies the core of a 10,000-mile radius. Once developed, it could very well become a veritable treasure trove for the Lin family. Chapter 77. The 8 Kings compete. All sides clash as the Lin family steadily solidified their foundation. The turmoil within the Jin Kingdom gradually began to unfold. On the outskirts of Huai Mountain County, before a nearly desiccated lake, Lin Yaoyang, clad in armor, sat upon the ground, his gaze deeply fixed upon the vast sky. The boundless heavens stretched infinitely, devoid of clouds, presenting a stark expanse that instilled a profound sense of oppression. 6 months prior, Lin Yaoyang had led a myriad of remaining warriors to reclaim this lake and establish a camp from a band of marauders. After half a year of development, Lin Yaoyang's forces had once again swelled to several thousand. Yet, before they could fully stabilize, another crisis loomed. The drought intensified, the lake's water level continually receded, and in no more than half a month, this place would become a barren wasteland. Chieftain, the scouts we dispatched have returned. Within 1,000 miles, only the Lai family possesses vast fields and a supersized reservoir. The rest of the areas are desolate. As Lin Yaoyang pondered his next course of action, the old mystic unexpectedly approached from behind. Upon hearing the old mystic's words, Lin Yaoyang furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the Lai family, a clan guarded by practitioners of the refining Zong realm. Their strength was comparable to that of the Zhao family in Sichuan City. With his mere thousands of warriors, attempting to challenge the Lai family would be tantamount to courting death. As for seeking refuge with them, the Lai family would hardly deign to accept his few thousand mortal troops. Were it not for this year of calamity, they might have taken them in, but during such dire times, the Lai family would not accommodate too many mortals. The drought's end remained uncertain, while both water and food were limited. As time progressed, survival would grow increasingly arduous. Understood. You may withdraw, Lin Yaoyang replied coolly to the old mystic. Even in the face of dire circumstances, he maintained an air of calm, as if everything lay within his control. As the chieftain of Huangtian village, while all others might despair, he, Lin Yaoyang, could not afford such luxury. Even if the heavens were to fall, he would feign nonchalance, exuding an unruffled demeanor. Yes, chieftain. Faced with Lin Yaoyang's increasingly commanding presence, the previously enigmatic old mystic dared not utter another word. With a sudden motion, after the old mystic had departed, Lin Yaoyang cast a stone into the receding waters of the lake Dati that moment. His heart brimmed with anxiety and confusion. His lofty ambitions were gradually being worn down. Although he still commanded a force of several thousand, the threat to their survival was imminent. Should they fail to navigate this peril, he, his followers, and all their aspirations would be completely entombed. There was no path of retreat behind him. He could only press forward with unwavering resolve. Finding water and resources was no easy endeavor. Since the onset of the drought, the population of mortals in Huai Mountain County had already halved. Those who had managed to survive to this point were all fierce individuals. Did Lin Yaoyang truly have to face a fate of being buried without a trace? Gazing into the murky lake, a wave of desolation surged within Lin Yaoyang's heart. The future was shrouded in uncertainty, and the prospect of survival seemed bleak. The resources within the camp were said to last for half a month. Yet they could not simply wait idly for death. Within 2 or 3 days, he would have to lead Huangtian village into yet another arduous journey for survival, as the mournful cold wind swept across the desolate land. Stirring up clouds of dust, Lin Yaoyang took a moment to reflect before swiftly adjusting his mindset and reigniting his fighting spirit. He slowly turned, his expression remaining steadfast and composed. "Transmit my orders. Gather water and supplies. We shall depart eastward in 3 days." Lin Yaoyang's voice was steady as he issued a command to the valiant heroes of Huangtian village. The east was the domain of the Great Tang. The Jin Kingdom was but a small nation amidst the vast expanse. Surrounding the Jin Kingdom were many other realms. For the various nations, the Great Tang was akin to a mythical entity. Countless rulers and eminent cultivators yearned for the lands of the Great Tang. It was said that only by stepping onto the eastern soil of the Great Tang could one take the final step towards transcendence. Lin Yaoyang's determination to head east was both a desperate struggle and a quest for the last glimmer of hope. To journey eastward and meet death held no regrets, of course. Lin Yaoyang was acutely aware that, let alone himself as a mere mortal, even those formidable beings with boundless cultivation had found it exceedingly difficult to traverse the mountains and valleys to reach the eastern lands, among the 3 prefectures and 72 counties of the Jin Kingdom. There were many forces akin to Huangtian village, most of which, like Lin Yaoyang, were engaging in their final desperate struggles. The drought was far too severe. Within some of the top-tier factions, cultivators from the Zifu employed their spells to reverse the heavens, summoning wind and rain. Yet, the power of cultivators had its limits. Such a catastrophe, sweeping across an entire nation, could hardly be reversed even by nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, it had been a long time since any nascent soul cultivators had emerged within the land of the Jin Kingdom. The existence of nascent soul cultivators within the Jin Kingdom remained an enigma. Under the shroud of disaster, many small factions and mortals faced extreme hardship. However, the impact on the larger powers was negligible. The 8 kings of the Jin Kingdom, alongside numerous elite sects and families, continued their veiled and overt struggles for dominance. Particularly, the 8 noble lords, each of whom bore royal blood, theoretically held the right to inherit the heavenly mandate of the Jin Kingdom. Rendering their conflicts the most intense, the various sects and families of the Jin Kingdom often aligned themselves with one or more of the lords. The Luoxia sect of Huai Mountain County had consistently supported the Sand King, Ji Xianshan. The Sand King's cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment. Among the 8 kings, the Sand King's dominion ranked within the top 3. He commanded the realms of 5 counties and had the backing of several major powers. It was evident to all that the replacement of the Jin royal family was merely a matter of time. The next ruler of the Jin Kingdom would most likely be one of the 8 kings. Aside from the 8 kings, it remained a formidable challenge for other sects and families to contend for the position of Jin's ruler. In terms of sheer foundation, each of the 8 kings far surpassed the other sects and families. Most crucially, the Alliance of Righteous Nations still acknowledged the legitimacy of the great Jin royal lineage. Unless the Ji family of the Jin Kingdom were to entirely decline, the rightful heavenly mandate of the Jin Kingdom would be difficult to usurp. The rivalry among the 8 kings and the alignment of sects and families contributed to the exacerbation of the calamity.